Faye. I raised my stick just in time to block Sage's next swing. I laughed at the look of frustration on her face. It's not my fault you're too slow, Sage. Stop dragging your feet, I teased. She rolled her eyes, obviously annoyed. No, but it is your fault for always getting the better deal and leaving me with the scraps. We're twins, Delta Faye. Learn to share. That's not true, I said, ducking under another swing. We both have our strengths, Sage. We were fraternal twins, but you wouldn't know it by looking at us. Sage had blonde hair and green eyes. I had black hair and gray eyes. Despite our differences, we moved in sync. Years of training had turned us into a perfect balance of attack and defense. Sparring had always been calming to me, even if Sage's words sometimes made me uncomfortable. So your mating ceremony is tonight, Sage said, breathing heavily as she leaned on her stick. Even though her tone was casual, something in it made me pause and stare. Our mating ceremony, Sage, I corrected her. You're getting mated too, remember? I caught a look pass through her eyes before she nodded. Yeah, to a stranger that I only know by name. Lucky me. How about you, Faye? Are you nervous? I shrugged, playing with my stick. A little, I admitted. But it's nothing compared to what we've been through as warriors, Sage. I'm sure we'll be fine. Sage nodded, but her laugh sounded empty. As she lowered her stick, my eyes drifted past her, down the path from the training grounds to the pack house. I noticed two men walking together, but it was the taller one who held my attention. It wasn't just his height or his good looks. It was how confident he looked, like someone who was used to being obeyed. I didn't recognize his face. It made me wonder who he was. Faye, are you even listening? Sage's voice snapped me back. I turned to her. Sorry, what? Sage shook her head. You always zone out when something catches your attention. I smiled. I just thought I saw someone unfamiliar, I murmured, then gestured with my head toward where I was looking. Do you have any idea who that is? The tall one? Her eyes followed my gaze and she shook her head. Doesn't look familiar. They're probably among the guests visiting for tonight's ceremony. I see, I said, and Sage sighed, looking slightly annoyed. I can't believe you were busy lusting after a man while I was here bearing my heart to you about tonight. I frowned at her words. I wasn't lusting after anyone, Sage. I was just curious, that's all. She nodded. Of course. But you know, Faye, you've always been lucky, so it probably doesn't even bother you much. My brow knit in confusion. What do you mean? She shifted slightly. I mean, we trained side by side, Faye, and I'm the older twin, even if it's just by some minutes. But when they chose the new leader for the Warriors, they picked you, and I had to settle for second place. I tried to keep things light, smiling a little. Sage, the elders had their reasons. Sure, she cut me off. When she looked at me, there was something bitter in her eyes, something that had always been there, even when I tried to ignore it. And now tonight, she went on, you're about to be mated to the soon-to-be Alpha. His father steps down tomorrow. Then you'll be Luna. That's quite a jump, Faye, isn't it? Delta to Luna. Her words hurt me more than they should. I felt guilty, even though I hadn't asked for any of it. Sage, you're lucky, Faye, she cut me off. This time her bitterness was obvious. At least you got to choose. My heart sank. I dropped my stick and stepped closer to her. I know it isn't fair. You never got to pick. You were promised to someone you've never even met. Sage had been promised to Alpha Alexander of Blood Crescent a couple of years ago. We'd only ever heard his name, but we'd never met him. Sage shrugged stiffly. The pack needed it, or so they said. And Father agreed, as always putting his job as beta before his own children. Her voice cracked at the end. It made me feel worse. I placed a hand on her arm. Maybe it won't be that bad. You're strong, Sage. Maybe he'll turn out good. She forced a small smile, but her eyes stayed distant. Maybe, she whispered. Maybe I'll learn to love him. We stood in silence for a moment. I wanted to say more, but nothing came. Then I heard footsteps approaching. Delta Faye, a guard called, stopping near us. Your father wants to see you in the Alpha's office. I glanced at Sage. Will you be okay? Of course, she smiled, but her eyes kept drifting toward the woods. Hey, Faye, have you seen Jason? She asked. I shook my head. No, not tonight. Why? I asked, wondering why she was looking for him. Sage smiled and shook her head. No reason. I was just wondering. I frowned in confusion, then nodded. All right then, see you later. As I followed the guard, I noticed Sage walking toward the trees. For a moment, I thought of calling her back, but stopped. Maybe she just needed space before tonight. We reached the Alpha's office, and I stepped inside. My father stood by the window, and Alpha Wells and a few elders were gathered around. "Faye," my father said, turning to me with a small smile. "Come in." I bowed slightly. "Alpha, elders." "Delta Faye," they greeted. Alpha Wells's expression softened. "How are you feeling, Faye?" "Very well, thank you," I replied politely. My father studied me. "The ceremony is only hours away. Are you ready?" I nodded. "Yes, father, I am." I truly was. Jason and I had been together nearly 2 years, but Sage's situation still bothered me. My father's gaze softened. "Tonight is about more than just you and Jason. It's about uniting families for the good of the pack." "I know," I nodded. He placed a hand on my shoulder. "You've made us proud as head warrior, Faye. I know you'll do the same as Luna." His words should have comforted me, but Sage's hurt expression kept flashing in my mind. "Father," I began, "about Sage." Before I could finish, he shook his head. "That isn't your concern, Faye. The council decided what's best for the pack." I lowered my gaze. "Yes, father." Alpha Wells turned from the window, picking up a dagger with ancient runes and a black stone in the center. "Take this to Jason," he said, handing it to me. "Before the ceremony, you and Jason must each offer a drop of blood on this dagger. It seals your bond." I nodded, then hesitated when I remembered something. "But I haven't seen Jason tonight." Alpha Wells smiled. "He's at the cabin in the woods. It's tradition. That cabin has been used by my family for generations, and tonight it's for you and Jason. He's likely making sure everything is ready." Elder John chuckled. "Or maybe he's just eager for tonight," he teased. Their laughter sounded far away, but I forced a smile. "When does the ritual begin?" "In a few minutes," Alpha Wells replied. "Go now, Faye. We'll join you shortly." Faye. I didn't go straight to find Jason like I planned. I went to the training grounds to check if Sage was back. As I got closer, I noticed a man standing in the middle of the training grounds. The way he moved caught my attention immediately. He was practicing with a longsword. Each swing showed how good he was with it. For a second, I just stood there and watched. There was something in the way he moved, like he didn't just train for discipline, like it was as natural as breathing to him. He looked dangerous and powerful. As if sensing my eyes on him, he stopped mid-swing and turned. Storm gray eyes locked onto mine, and that was when I realized it was the same man from earlier, the same one I'd caught sight of from the training ground. Up close, he was even more imposing, tall and broad-shouldered, with his hair still damp, as if he just stepped out of the shower. I stiffened, pulling my gaze back to his face. "Didn't know anyone else trained this late," I said, my voice coming out softer than I meant. He lowered the sword slightly, but didn't look away. "And yet you still decided to watch," he said in a deep and calm voice that sounded almost amused. Almost. "I wasn't watching," I shot back, folding my arms across my chest. "Just passing by." One dark eyebrow lifted. "Is that so?" He took a slow step closer, still holding the sword loosely at his side. "You have a strange way of passing by." My pulse kicked up, but I refused to step back. "It's a free field," I said, lifting my chin. "Or do you think it belongs to you?" His gaze flickered over me for a moment. "Do you always talk to strangers like this?" he asked in a low voice. "Only when they act like they own the ground they stand on," I shot back. A faint smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth, but it didn't reach his eyes. "And what would you do if I did?" I raised my eyebrows. "Challenge you to prove it." His smirk faded, replaced by something darker, interest, maybe, or surprise. For a moment we just stood there facing each other. Then he moved closer, close enough that I caught his scent. "Tell me," he murmured, his voice a much softer voice, "do you always speak first or do you fight first?" My heart beat faster, but I kept my voice steady. "Depends," I said. "Are you worth the effort?" His eyes narrowed slightly, but the corner of his mouth curved again. "Bold," he murmured. "Most people hesitate." "I'm not most people," I said, my words sharper than I intended. For a moment, neither of us spoke, just continued to stare at each other. Somewhere deep inside, Nova stirred, silently watching him too. "I'm not here to be good," I said, without even knowing why. "I can see that," he replied quietly. A beat of silence passed, then he turned the sword in his hand. letting the blade catch the moonlight. "Next time," he said in a low voice, "if you want to watch, step closer. You'll see better." Heat rose to my face from anger or something else. I couldn't tell. "I wasn't watching," I snapped. He didn't argue. He just dipped his head slightly, as if in mock respect. "Then maybe next time you won't stop at the edge of the field." Before I could find a reply, he stepped back, turning away as smoothly as he'd first turned to me. He lifted the sword again, his focus already shifting away, like I was nothing more than a passing moment. I stood there for a few seconds longer, with my heart pounding and breath caught somewhere between anger and something I didn't want to name. Then I forced myself to turn and walk away, back toward the path. I still had to find Jason. The last thing I needed tonight was any sort of distraction. What just happened? And what is wrong with me? Tonight of all nights. I sighed, disappointed in myself. It almost felt like I'd cheated on Jason just by having that conversation with him. I should tell Jason when I see him. I didn't want any secrets between us before the mating ceremony. "Are you okay?" Nova asked as I turned to leave. "I'm nervous," I admitted. "About Sage, about tonight." "You're strong, Faye. You'll handle this too." "I hope so," I whispered back. As I neared the cabin, I frowned in confusion as laughter and soft moans reached my ears. My heart started beating faster as I heard Jason's voice. "Did anyone see you?" "No, I was careful," came the answer. My blood ran cold when I recognized Sage's voice. "Good," Jason murmured. "You know how crazy this is, right?" "Then stop," Sage teased, giggling. "But you won't, will you?" Jason chuckled. "No, not when I finally have you like this." My chest exploded in pain. Slowly, I stepped forward and pushed the door open, and they were there on the bed, Sage and Jason, tangled together in the room prepared for my mating night. At the sound of the door, they both turned, eyes wide. I couldn't move or breathe. Before anyone could speak, footsteps approached, and Alpha Wells, the elders, my father, and a few others entered, only to freeze at the sight. "What is this?" Alpha Wells thundered. "Jason!" My father's face had gone pale. "Sage, explain yourself!" Jason's jaw tightened. "Father, it's nothing." "Nothing," Alpha Wells snapped. "You brought Faye to us. You swore she was your choice, and now this?" Jason swallowed but didn't look sorry. "I did want her once, but my feelings changed. I kept pretending because I didn't want to hurt her or disappoint you, but I can't keep lying." His words pierced me like a blade in the heart, but I forced myself to stay calm. Alpha Wells's voice was hard as he spoke. "So instead you choose betrayal? You shame your mate and this entire pack?" My father turned to Sage. "Your own sister, Sage. Why?" Sage's voice trembled with anger. "Why shouldn't it be me for once, Father? All my life, Faye got everything, even the title of commander, though I'm the older twin. She got to choose her mate. And me, I was promised away to a stranger. Why can't I have what she has?" She turned to me. "You always got chosen, Faye. I was always left behind. I wanted the best for once. I deserve it." Her words hurt, but deep down I'd seen signs of her resentment before. This wasn't new. "You didn't have to do it this way, Sage," I said quietly, trying to keep the pain out of my voice. "You could have chosen openly. Instead, you chose betrayal." Sage's mouth twisted. "You wouldn't understand. Everything always came easily to you. You don't know what it feels like to be second best." Jason turned to me. "I did try, Faye. Truly, but my feelings faded. I didn't want to hurt you, but I couldn't keep lying." "You didn't hurt me, Jason," I said. "You broke my trust. You could have ended it before tonight, instead of humiliating me in front of everyone." Jason's jaw tightened. "You're forgetting something, Faye. I'm old enough to know what I want. I don't owe anyone an apology for living my life. I chose Sage, and I won't apologize for that." "And yet you lied until the very last moment," I said, keeping my voice calm. Jason opened his mouth, but no words came out. I turned to Sage. "Why?" It was a simple question, but I needed to hear it from her. Guilt flickered in her eyes, followed by stubborn pride. "I'm tired of being in your shadow, Faye," she said. "I'm tired of being second best. I won't say sorry for wanting more." "And you thought the way to get it," I said softly, "was to steal it from me in secret?" She didn't answer. Instead, she turned away. I drew in a slow breath and nodded. "Fine. If this is really what you both want, then live with it. I won't stop you." "Faye," Elder Bennett finally cleared his throat. "Alpha, there's still the matter of Sage's promised mate. What do we do about him?" Alpha Wells rubbed his face, letting out a weary sigh. Alpha Alexander, he muttered. This is bad. My stomach dropped. I'd almost forgotten about that. Elder John frowned. We can't give him Sage anymore. She gave herself to another man right before the mating, and everyone saw it. There's no covering this up. Elder Marcus nodded. Alpha Alexander was promised a pure mate. Breaking that promise could dishonor us, and worse, anger his pack. We need this alliance, Elder Bennett added quietly. Without it, everything we've worked for could fall apart. Alpha Wells turned to Sage with a glare. Have you seen what you've brought upon us? This is a disaster. Sage lifted her chin stubbornly. It doesn't have to be. Jason wants me, not Faye, and I want him too. Let me stay with him. Faye can take my place with Alpha Alexander. I froze. What? Elder John looked at me, almost like he felt sorry. Faye, if we can't give Sage to Alpha Alexander, then it has to be you. My heart pounded. No, I said, shaking my head. You can't do that. Sage stepped closer, her eyes flashing angrily. Why not, Faye? You always act so noble, but when it's your turn to sacrifice for the pack, you say no? My fists clenched. This isn't about being noble, Sage, and you know that. You and Jason made this mess, and now you want me to fix it by marrying a stranger? Sage let out a bitter laugh. Oh, so now that's a bad thing? You didn't care that I was promised off to someone I'd never met. As long as you got Jason, Faye. No, it's your turn to know what that feels like. Enough, Alpha Wells cut in, turning to me. Faye, I know this isn't easy for you, but the alliance matters. If Alpha Alexander is refused a mate, it could start a war. So you're just selling me instead? I shot back. His gaze softened slightly. It's duty, Faye. You've always protected this pack as Delta. Now you must do it again. No, I whispered. If Sage can't do it anymore, then send a message and call it off. My father shook his head. It's too late. He's already here. My breath caught. What? When? He arrived this afternoon, my father said. I didn't tell anyone because I didn't want Sage to panic or run. I thought I'd wait until tonight. I'm sorry. My mouth went dry. He was already here? Alpha Wells turned back to Sage. And you agreed to let your sister take your place? Sage nodded quickly. Yes, Alpha. Jason and I love each other. This way, everyone wins. The pack keeps the alliance, and I don't have to marry a stranger. Her words cut deeper than any blade, like it didn't even matter what happened to me. Turning to Jason, Alpha Wells spoke. And you, Jason? What do you have to say about this? Jason's voice was cold and emotionless as he answered. I really don't care who mates who, Father. The main thing here is that I'm no longer interested in mating Faye. She no longer what I want. My fists tightened at my sides, but I remained quiet. Alpha Wells faced me again. Faye, this is the only way to save the pack. I opened my mouth, but the words stuck in my throat. Finally, I shook my head. No, I won't do it. Yes, you will. Jason snapped, surprising me. I turned to him. Excuse me? You will mate him, Faye, he gritted out through his teeth. Refusing this won't make me come back to you. I told you I'm done. So stop thinking about yourself for once and do what's needed of you. I nodded, taking a step back. I think we're done here, if you all will excuse me. Before anyone could speak, I turned and headed for the door, my heart pounding so loud I could barely hear them. At the doorway, I threw the ceremonial dagger to the ground. It clattered across the floor. Faye, come back here, Alpha Wells thundered behind me. But I didn't stop. I pushed past everyone, stepping into the cool night air. My chest burned with anger and betrayal. Nova's voice echoed softly in my mind. Faye, don't, I snapped. Not now. I walked past the empty training grounds, my thoughts swirling. I wasn't watching where I was going, and I crashed into someone. My shoulder slammed into a hard chest. I started. Watch where you're going, a deep voice snapped. I looked up and my breath caught. It was the same man from the training ground. I frowned. What's your problem? I said sorry. And sorry won't always fix things, would they? He shot back, glaring at me like I'd insulted him. He wasn't as calm as I remembered from minutes ago. H seemed angry at something, but so was I. My temper flared and I glared at him. You weren't looking either. His eyes narrowed and he stepped closer. Watch your tongue, he warned. You don't speak like that to people you don't know. And you should learn some manners, mister, I shot back, stepping closer too. You act like everyone should bow to you. Who do you think you are? Something flickered in his stormy eyes, surprise, then anger, then something darker. Suddenly he moved. He grabbed my wrist and pushed me back until my spine hit a tree. His body blocked out the moonlight, and I could feel the heat rolling off him. "You've got quite a mouth," he murmured in a low voice. "Someone should teach you when to use it before it gets you in trouble." My heart raced, anger and something else twisting in my chest. His scent, dark, rich, unfamiliar, wrapped around me. "And you've got quite an ego," I shot back breathlessly. "Someone should knock it down before it gets you killed." We stood there, breathing hard, glaring at each other for a moment. Then I shoved at his chest. "Get off me." Surprisingly, he let go immediately. I turned and walked quickly into the woods, my hands still shaking. I didn't stop until I reached the field under the moonlight. I stood there for a couple of minutes, with my chest heaving, fighting the mix of shame, anger, and confusion. "You have to go back," Nova urged softly. "I know," I whispered. Slowly, I turned and walked back toward the pack house. Before I got far, my mother rushed up to me. "Faye, where have you been?" she scolded. "I've been looking everywhere." "I just needed air," I muttered. "There's no time," she said, grabbing my arm. "Alpha Wells is asking for you in his office. Alpha Alexander is waiting." My stomach twisted. "Now? Looking like this?" I glanced down at my dusty clothes and messy hair. "I know," she fussed, pulling a leaf from my hair, "but we can't keep him waiting." With every step, my chest felt heavier. My own mate had just betrayed me with my sister, and now I was about to meet the man my sister was promised to. My mother opened the office door. "Alpha Wells, she's here." Alpha Wells stood stiffly behind his desk, and my father also looked worried. Then my eyes landed on the man standing beside them, and my heart stopped. It was him, the same man from the training ground. The one who just pushed me against a tree. Shock slammed into me so hard I almost forgot to breathe. Alpha Wells spoke. "Faye, meet Alpha Alexander of Blood Crescent. Your father and I spoke with him. We offered for you to take your sister's place." He hesitated. "But there may be no need for that," he said at last. I stared, confused. "What do you mean?" Alpha Wells let out a shaky breath. "Alpha Alexander refused the change in the arrangement." Before he could finish, the man I now knew as Alpha Alexander lifted his hand, cutting him off. The room went silent. He stepped closer, his storm-gray eyes locked on mine. My pulse raced as memories of the tree flashed through my mind. He stopped only a few steps away, and then in a calm, cold voice, he spoke. "I'll take her." The words slammed into me, and my chest tightened so painfully I could hardly breathe. I couldn't speak. I couldn't move. All I could do was stare into those eyes, trying to understand what had just happened and what it meant for me. There goes my only hope. Faye. Just like that, it was decided. My fate was sealed. Images kept flashing in my head of Jason and Sage, tangled together in the bed meant for me. My mate, my sister. And now, here I was, about to be handed over to a man I barely knew, just to keep peace between the packs. Alpha Wells's voice broke through my thoughts. "Very well then, we should begin. The guests are waiting." My chest tightened, but I forced myself to nod. "Of course," I whispered, but my voice sounded dull, like it belonged to someone else. Alexander didn't say a word. He just watched me with those cold gray eyes. I didn't want to look at him, but my gaze kept drifting back, searching for something, anything, behind that stone expression. But there was nothing. They led us outside to the sacred grounds behind the pack house. It was obvious this was rushed, nothing like the ceremony I'd once dreamed of. Guests stood in a wide circle, whispering. Some looked at me with pity. Most just watched with curiosity. The elders stood by the altar, a low stone table covered in white cloth. The ceremonial dagger lay on top, and just the sight of it twisted my stomach. Alexander stepped closer. His face stayed hard, colder than before, and again I wondered why. "Are you ready?" he asked coldly. "No," I wanted to say, but all that came out was, "Let's get it over with." He nodded. Elder John raised his hands, quieting the crowd. "Tonight, under the eyes of the moon and our ancestors, we bind Alpha Alexander of Blood Crescent and Delta Faye of Silver Hollow. This bond keeps peace and strengthens the ties between our packs." His words sounded distant, like they weren't meant for me. All I could hear was Sage's voice in my head. Why shouldn't it be me for once? And Jason's empty stare when he looked at me. My chest felt so heavy I could barely breathe. "Faye." Elder John called. Step forward. I forced myself to step up, keeping my shoulders straight, even though every part of me wanted to run. Alexander took the dagger first. Without hesitation, he drew it across his palm, drawing blood, then he handed it to me. My hand trembled, but I tightened my grip. The cut stung, but compared to the betrayal I'd felt tonight, it was nothing. We pressed our palms together, and our blood mixed and dripped onto the dagger. From this night you are bound, Elder John declared. In strength, in duty, and under the moon. Polite applause rose around us, but I barely heard it. My heart felt like it was locked behind a wall I didn't even know I'd built, one Jason and Sage had helped me build tonight. I'd loved Jason once, trusted him completely, and he'd crushed that trust like it was nothing. I'd never let anyone have that power again. Not Alexander. Not anyone. Alexander leaned closer, his breath brushing my cheek. Now say the vow, he murmured. I swallowed hard. I, Delta Phi of Silver Hollow, bind myself to you in duty and alliance. His eyes stayed cold as he spoke. I, Alpha Alexander of Blood Crescent, bind myself to you as mate and Luna of my pack. His words were flat, like he was reciting them for duty, not choice. Elder John stepped forward with a silver goblet. Drink and seal the bond. We each took a sip. It tasted bitter and metallic, but I forced it down. The elder lifted his staff. By moon and blood it is done. A soft cheer sounded through the guests. My mother wiped tears from her eyes, trying to smile. My father's face was carved with guilt and worry. Behind them I caught sight of Sage beside Jason, and I turned away before the anger bubbling in my chest could spill out in front of everyone. Alexander stepped back to speak quietly with Alpha Wells and my father. The guests began drifting away, stealing glances at me as they left. I stood there feeling nothing but cold inside. Everything hurt so much that it felt easier not to feel at all. I didn't hear Sage approach until she was standing beside me. Faye, she started softly. I turned to face her. Her eyes were wet, but her chin stayed lifted, like always. I wanted to say, I'm sorry you found out that way, she whispered. Jason and I didn't plan it like that. Her words sounded empty. So you're sorry I caught you, I said quietly. Not sorry you did it. That's not fair, Sage snapped, her voice rising a little. You don't understand. I do, I cut her off. You wanted him, so you took him, and you didn't care what it did to me. She looked away, then back. You always had everything, Faye. You got to choose Jason. I was promised to a man I'd never met. Do you know what that felt like? And do you know what this feels like? My voice shook despite how hard I tried to hold it steady. To see my own sister with my mate on the night meant for us? She flinched but didn't step back. You'll survive, Faye. You're always the strong one, aren't you? She paused, sighing. I didn't come to fight. I don't want us to hate each other. We're still sisters. I stared at her, anger mixing with the hurt inside of me. You chose him over me, Sage. Don't act like nothing's changed. You made your choice. Now let me make mine. Her eyes narrowed. So you'll hate me forever? Just because this time I refuse to stand behind you? I'm tired, Sage, I said truthfully. I can't do this right now. Something hardened in her gaze. Fine, she said, but don't act innocent, Faye. You were willing to let me marry a stranger so you could keep Jason. At least I fought for what I wanted. My jaw clenched. You didn't fight, Sage. You lied. You betrayed. She scoffed. You still get to be Luna. You're still getting what you want. I took a slow breath. I hope you're happy, I said softly. You got what you wanted. I hope it's worth it. Bitterness flickered over her face. Maybe now you'll see you can't always have everything, Faye. I deserve good things too. I shook my head. We're done here, Sage. Without waiting for her answer, I turned and walked away. My chest burned, but I kept moving. I didn't look back. Not this time. I couldn't change the past, but I could decide what parts of me I'd never give away again. Jason and Sage had taught me that love could be broken in a moment. Now I'd build a wall around my heart so no one could hurt me again. Not even Alexander. Faye. The pounding in my head greeted me the moment I opened my eyes. I groaned, pressing my palms against my temples. Maybe a shower would help. Maybe it would wash away more than just sweat. The ache, the memories, the nightmare that wasn't in there at all. Because everything that happened last night had been real. I stood under the steaming water longer than I needed to, letting it scald my skin just enough to keep me grounded. No amount of heat could burn away the betrayal, but I needed to be composed. Today I was leaving Silver Hollow. Today I would go with Alexander, my mate by duty, to the Blood Crescent pack. When I stepped back into my room, a fresh towel wrapped around me, I paused in surprise. "Mom?" My mother sat on the edge of the bed, eyes fixed on the mess that had become my room. Clothes, books, pieces of my old life scattered across the floor like broken memories. She didn't look at me right away. "Have you forgotten you need to pack?" Her tone was sharp, but her eyes told a different story. Red-rimmed and glassy, trying too hard to look stern. I sighed. "I'll do it, once I'm dressed." She said nothing, but her gaze lingered. I could tell she saw through me, past the calm face I'd forced on into the quiet storm inside. She knew I wasn't meant to be the one packing up, that this wasn't the path anyone had prepared me for, and that maybe that's why I hadn't touched a single bag. "How are you feeling, by the way? Did you get any sleep?" she asked me genuinely. I wanted to say so many things, to scream, to cry, to ask why, but I'd already made a decision. No more whining, no more asking questions that wouldn't change anything. I would face whatever was coming with my head high. "Yes, Mom, I slept well." I slipped into a simple dress, nothing too soft, nothing too delicate. Just something that wouldn't wrinkle easily under pressure, like me, I hoped. As I reached for the nearest bag to start packing, my mother stood. "Let me help," she offered gently. "You look tired." I paused, meeting her eyes. There it was, the barely hidden tremble in her lips, the forced calm, the brave mother routine. She was trying not to cry in front of me. She always did that, pretended everything was fine until the cracks were too wide to ignore. I must have inherited that trait. "Thank you, Mom," I said softly, "but I can do it." She sighed and sat back down. "I just wanted to make sure you were okay. That's why I came." For a moment, the silence between us said more than words ever could. And then, without saying anything more, I turned back to my bags and began to pack. After a moment, the room became quiet. Too quiet. My mother was gone. I hadn't heard her leave. Guilt pricked at me. Maybe I'd been too hard on her. "Of course you were." I could hear my wolf, Nova judging, but softening now? That would crack everything open. If I let myself be gentle, I might collapse in her arms and cry like I used to when I was little. I didn't need babying, not today. I needed to be strong. A few minutes later, my mom returned, this time tapping lightly on the door before easing it open. "Breakfast is ready," she said softly. I didn't turn around. "I'm not hungry, Mom. Seriously, I don't think I can swallow anything right now." She stood still for a moment, then sighed. "Faye, how can you say that? You barely ate anything yesterday. The ceremony kept you so busy." The word ceremony sliced through me like ice. My hand froze for a moment. Ceremony, mating, Jason. I had imagined waking up this morning in his arms. Warm, safe, loved. Instead, Sage had been the one in his arms. And I was here, folding clothes and packing for a future I never saw coming, bound to a stranger with eyes like frost. "I said I'm not hungry," I replied, my voice tighter now. Mom stepped closer. "You need to eat something, please. You can't go anywhere on empty stomach." This time I didn't hold back. "I'm not sitting at that table, Mom, not with her, and definitely not with him if he's there. I don't trust myself not to lose it," I said, and I meant every word. She didn't say anything. I wondered if she could finally see the emotions I'd kept buried all morning. The ones I tried to hide under flat expressions and cold tones. Then, gently, she stepped forward and wrapped her arms around me. I didn't cry, but something in that hug steadied me. Not because it made the pain go away, but because it reminded me that someone still saw me in all this mess. "She's not coming," my mother whispered. "Sage, she won't be at the table." Of course. She'd probably be having a private breakfast with Jason, like lovers do after a long night together. Naturally, I nodded stiffly and followed my mother to the door, my steps heavy, but at least I was moving. Halfway there, she turned slightly, trying, always trying, to make things better. "Faye, she's still your sister, your twin sister. No matter what's happened, she's—" I stopped. "Mom," I said sharply, cutting her off. "Do you want me to come to breakfast or not?" Her mouth closed, the rest of her sentence dying on her lips. I didn't want a sermon, not this morning, and certainly not from the one person I needed to just let me be angry, hurt, and betrayed without being told to forgive too soon. She nodded silently, and together we walked down the hall. Breakfast had gone by in near silence. Everyone seemed to be walking on eggshells, careful not to stir the air wrong. Not because of the food, but because of me and my emotions, of course. I ate what I could manage, barely tasting any of it, and left the table as soon as it was acceptable. As I made my way back to my room, I noticed someone standing just outside my door, back turned to me. Tall, broad-shouldered, dressed in black. I didn't need to ask who it was. I only needed to know what he was doing there. "What are you doing in my room?" I asked flatly, not bothering to mask my irritation. Alexander turned slowly, those cold gray eyes meeting mine without a flicker of emotion. "Is that how you were raised to greet your mate first thing in the morning?" he asked coolly. "No good morning? No courtesy?" I crossed my arms. "Good morning," I said carelessly. "Now, what are you doing in my room?" He didn't answer. Instead, his gaze sharpened. "Check your tone when you speak to me." I blinked at him, unimpressed. "Is he being serious right now? I walked into my room and found you standing here like some abandoned ghost, so forgive me if I don't feel the need to curtsy." His jaw twitched just slightly, enough to tell me I'd hit a nerve, but otherwise, he didn't react. He simply brushed past my question as if it had been a fly in the air. "I came to inform you," he said, voice clipped, "that I'm leaving." I raised a brow. So he expected me to just run and grab my bags to follow him? He'd be shocked to know I hadn't even started anything yet, and I didn't really care. That's too bad, because as you can see, I'm barely figuring out what to pack and what not to. "So no, I'm not ready yet. You have to wait," I said. "Firstly, you won't need to pack anything," he replied calmly. "Arrangements have already been made. Anything you need will be provided for you." If someone else had said that, maybe it would have sounded thoughtful, romantic even. But coming from this man, it made me feel like a stray dog someone had taken pity on. My irritation surged. "How generous," I said. "Anything else, Your Highness?" "Yes," he said. "Secondly, you're not coming with me." I blinked. "What? Did I hear him right?" "There's something I need to attend to," he explained. "Someone will be here tomorrow morning to collect you." I narrowed my eyes. "We were supposed to leave together. Can't you just go handle whatever and I'll—" He smirked. "Careful. If I didn't know better, I'd think you couldn't wait to follow me. Getting a little carried away already, are we?" The audacity of this man could drive me insane, but I wasn't going to go easy on him either. I mirrored his smirk. "Funny, you're the one who changed your mind on a spot immediately you saw me, remember? So quick to accept me in place of Sage. That felt a little too desperate. Alpha Alexander." The twitch at the corner of his mouth betrayed the hit, a crack in his perfect mask. But instead of responding, he simply turned toward the door. "See you tomorrow," he said smoothly, and walked out. I stared after him, a hint of satisfaction warming my chest. Annoying him might just be the only enjoyable part of this arrangement. Alexander. The door clicked shut behind me, and I slid into the back seat of the car. Roland nodded from the driver's seat and pulled off as I settled back, trying to shake off the tension that clung to me like smoke. But it lingered. Even now, with miles starting to stretch between us, she was still in my head. Not for good reasons. No, not at all. She had a way of digging under my skin. Deliberate, sharp, like she enjoyed provoking me. The way she looked at me, the way she spoke to me, like she wasn't impressed, like nothing about me was worth her respect. She did it on purpose, I was sure of it. And still, beneath all my irritation, my wolf, Aiden, stirred, entertained. "She disrespects you to your face," I muttered to myself. "And you enjoy the challenge," Aiden said. "I do not," I said. I realized I was scowling at the tinted glass as my own voice echoed in the quiet car. "Maybe I do enjoy the challenge," I said under my breath. "Sir?" Roland's voice came carefully from the front. "Sorry, did you say something?" I blinked. Had I said that out loud? "Never mind," I said quickly, leaning back and running a hand down my face. Great, now I was voicing thoughts I didn't even know I had. Blood Crescent Pack House. As we pulled into the pack house driveway, I spotted Irene on the front steps, practically bouncing on her toes. Her face lit up with excitement, the kind I hadn't seen in years. That was the problem with my sister. She loved fairy tales, and today she'd decided to cast herself as the welcoming committee for the prince and his new princess. Roland hadn't even killed the engine before she was halfway down the stairs. I stepped out of the car, and she launched herself at me in a hug that nearly knocked the air out of my lungs. "Oh my goddess, you're back! How did it go? Where is she?" Her words spilled out fast, one tumbling over the other. She didn't wait for an answer. She darted to the passenger side, then to the back seat, craning her neck to peek inside like she'd lost something in there. Of course, she, like everyone else, had been expecting me to arrive with my mate, the new Luna. The grand prize of a successful mating ceremony. I watched her eyes scan every inch, back seat, foot mats, even the front passenger side. What did she think? That I tied my mate up and stuffed her in the glove compartment? "Irene," I said, rubbing my forehead. She was probably scanning the floorboards now, not wanting to face reality. "Is she hiding? Is she shy? Alex, don't tell me you made her." "Irene," I said again, sharper this time. "She's not here." She froze. Slowly, she turned to face me. "What do you mean she's not here? You called. You said it was successful. The whole pack is waiting. Everyone's... Alex, what happened?" "I'll explain inside." I didn't have the patience to keep repeating myself, and certainly not out in the open, where the rest of the house could peer through the windows and start their own commentary. Irene followed me, her excitement now turned into confusion and irritation. We were just heading up the steps when my beta, Cole, stepped out. The grin on his face told me he'd been hoping to see something worth teasing me about for the next month. His eyes darted behind me, then inside the car. When he didn't see what he expected, the grin fell like a dying ember. Still, he gave a polite nod. Alpha Alexander. Cole. Unlike my sister, he was considerate enough not to ask anything yet. He could read the air. I pushed the door open and stepped inside. As soon as we stepped into the house, I didn't bother with formalities or greetings. I headed straight for my office. Irene and Cole trailed behind, thankfully quiet for once. The door shut behind us, and I sank into the leather chair behind my desk. I could feel their eyes on me, full of questions, confusion, maybe even a little fear. I didn't blame them. The moment called for clarity, not comfort. "I need to tell you both something," I started, my fingers drumming once on the armrest before folding into my lap. There was a change, a slight one. Irene raised an eyebrow. Cole folded his arms. I took a breath. The twin who was promised to me, Sage, she wasn't the one I ended up being mated to. They both stared at me like I'd just spoken in tongues. Then their eyes shifted to each other, exchanging the silent panic of people who knew how deep this might go. Cole was the first to speak. "What do you mean?" he asked, brows furrowed. "You didn't end up mated to her? Did the ceremony fail?" "No," I said, shaking my head. "It went through, just not with Sage." I could see Irene's patience thinning, so I pushed forward. "Sage gave herself to someone else before the ceremony, willingly. Her sister Faye was offered in her place. We completed the ritual. She bears the mark now." Irene took a sharp breath. "Alex, that's not good." I sighed, leaning back. I knew what was coming. "They promised you Sage," she continued. "Sisters or not, they broke the agreement. The elders won't care that it was a twin. The alliance was supposed to be built on a specific bond, on her. You going through with it without telling them, Goddess, they're going to lose it." "I know," I muttered. "That's why I came back ahead of her. Faye's still with her pack. I needed to prepare the ground here before she shows up." Cole exhaled slowly, his eyes narrowed. "This isn't going to be easy. Some of the council already think we gave too much in the negotiations, if they think you let sentiment or desperation make this decision." "It wasn't desperation," I said firmly. "I can't believe Cole, of all people, would believe I made such an important decision out of desperation. It was strategy. If I refused, it would have collapsed the treaty on the spot. They offered an alternative, and I took it. I couldn't afford to make enemies in that moment." Irene ran a hand through her hair. "Are you really okay with this?" I looked at her. "That doesn't matter," she scoffed. "It will, especially if the elders think she's a consolation prize." "She's not," I said quietly, more to myself than to them, because even now, hours after the ceremony, my mind kept circling back to the strange calm in Faye's eyes, the strength in her voice, the way she didn't flinch when the mark burned into her skin. She hadn't asked for this, but she didn't run either. She brave. She wasn't Sage. And maybe that was the point. Cole was still looking at me like I'd completely lost my mind. If there was anyone, apart from Irene, who could speak to me without holding back, it was him. And not just because he was my beta. We'd been through everything together since we were boys. He didn't need permission to question my decision. "You have no idea what's coming, Alpha Alexander," he said, his tone sharp with disbelief. "The elders are going to flip. You made a decision they were supposed to be consulted on, and you didn't even give them the courtesy of a heads up. That alone is bad. But if this gets out to the pack..." I didn't respond at first. I understood where he was coming from. I had already thought about it all through last night after the ceremony. I met his stare squarely. "I've mated with her. Beta Cole," I said firmly. "The bond is sealed, and there's no going back now." Cole sighed under his breath and shook his head like he couldn't believe what he was hearing. I turned to Irene, half hoping she might see it from my side, but her brows were drawn together, lips tight. "I guess I'm on my own." "You know this isn't going to sit well with the council," she said. "They'll see it as a broken promise. Sage was the one chosen, and even though Faye is her twin, that doesn't change the fact that you were promised someone else. And then you went ahead with the mating without their blessing? Alexander, you know how they are. What were you thinking?" "I know all that, Irene," I said. Irene exchanged another look with Cole. Neither of them seemed convinced. And like Cole was trying to say, even if you can get the elders to swallow this, you're not thinking about the pack. If word spreads, and it will, they'll see Faye as nothing more than a replacement. That's not something you can control just by barking orders. That got under my skin. I sat up straighter and let the weight of my voice fill the room. Replacement or not, she's my mate, which makes her Luna. And anyone, elder, warrior, kitchen hand, anyone at all, who thinks otherwise will have to deal with me directly. Irene didn't flinch. Maybe she understood why I did it, or maybe she was just bracing for the fallout. "I'll speak to the elders tonight," I added. "They deserve to hear it from me, not through whispers or gossip. I'll make it clear that this was my call, and that it stands." I stood up because I needed to stretch my legs and ease the stiffness from the trip, but mostly because I was exhausted and just wanted to lie down for a while. Before I left the room, I turned to Cole. "Let the elders know I'm back," I said. "We'll have a meeting later tonight." He gave a short nod and stepped aside so I could pass. As I walked through the hall, a few pack members crossed my path and greeted me. I could see the curiosity in their eyes, the unspoken question hanging between every nod and bow. Did he return with the Luna? None of them dared ask, of course. Smart of them. I wasn't in the mood for questions, especially not ones I hadn't answered for myself. Once I stepped into my chambers, I shut the door behind me and sighed. I peeled off my jacket, tossed it over the back of a chair, and sank into it with more weight than I meant to. My shoulders ached, but not half as much as my head. Truth be told, I hadn't thought any of this through. When the elders of Silver Hollow Pack first brought up the idea of Faye, a replacement, as if a promised mate could be swapped like a broken weapon, I'd rejected it without hesitation. I was clear, certain. I didn't want to stand in for what I'd lost. But then, she walked into the room. Faye. And without even pausing to think, I heard myself say I'd take her. Now here I was, alpha of one of the most powerful pack, trying to figure out how the hell I was going to get everyone else to go along with it. Why in the world did I do that, and why do I not regret it as I should? Maybe because we like her. The voice came from deep within. Aiden, my wolf. I rolled my eyes and leaned back in the chair. "I didn't ask for your opinion. You didn't need to. I'm just saying, nothing has ever changed your mind so fast." I exhaled slowly and closed my eyes, pressing my fingers to my temples. A knock at the door jolted me awake. I blinked, disoriented. My muscles were stiff, my shirt rumpled. I must have passed out the moment I sat down, and the dimness in the room told me evening had already arrived. The trip had taken more out of me than I thought. "Come in," I called, rubbing my eyes and sitting upright. The door creaked open and Cole stepped in. "Alpha Alexander, the elders are waiting," he said evenly. I glanced at my watch. Shit. I'd meant to rest for 10 minutes. Apparently, my body had other plans. "Let them know I'm on my way," I said, pushing myself off the couch. Cole gave a small nod and exited, closing the door behind him. I stood for a second, willing my thoughts to align. Then I headed to the bathroom, turned on the faucet, and splashed cold water on my face. I stared at my reflection for a moment, the water dripping down my jaw. No time to dwell on anything now. The elders would be waiting with their arms crossed and their judgments sharpened like blades. The Blood Crescent elders had to be the most petty, paranoid, and power-hungry council members you can imagine. Even my father, the previous Alpha, God's rest him, struggled to maintain control over them. But I wasn't my father. I had my own way of keeping wolves in line. By the time I made it down the corridor and entered the council chamber, I could already hear the low, agitated murmurs, and I wondered if gossip had already reached them that I returned alone. The moment the door opened and they saw me, the noise died as if someone had flipped a switch. "Alpha Alexander," one of them greeted formally. "Elders," I acknowledged with a curt nod, and walked to my seat at the head of the long table, and the rest of them took their seats too. I didn't waste time. "You all know the reason for my trip to Silver Hollow," I began, leveling a hard gaze across the room. "I went to claim the mate promised to me since the alliance agreement." A few of them leaned forward, while others stilled, waiting. "Upon my arrival," I continued, "I was informed that the girl, Sage, had already given herself to another, which meant she was no longer qualified." The reaction was immediate. "What? How dare they? That's an insult to our pack. So Alpha Damien spat on the agreement and thinks we'll just accept it?" I raised my hand. "Let me finish." The noise died, though I could see the tension, tightening jaws and clenching fists. "In response," I said, "they offered me the twin sister, Faye." An elder, Braden, scoffed. "So we were insulted, then mocked. They offered the spare. What a joke!" "They dared assume we'd accept a lesser offering," snarled another. I remained composed. I'd predicted this word for word, so I wasn't even surprised or bothered in the real sense of it. "This is beyond disrespect," Braden added, his voice rising. "This severs the alliance." Cole, standing just behind me, spoke up, his tone even. "Perhaps the Alpha should be allowed to finish." "Unless he's about to say he burned Silver Hollow to the ground, I don't want to hear it," muttered a wolf named Garrick. I'd had enough. "There will be no war," I said sharply. The room went quiet. "No retaliation," I added, "because I accepted the offer." Silence took over the entire room. "I was mated to Faye," I continued. "The ceremony was completed successfully." For a moment the chamber was frozen in stunned disbelief, and I knew it was just the calm before the storm. No one moved, no one breathed out loud. Braden's face contorted first, eyebrows furrowing in confusion, then twisting into disbelief again. "You what?" "I accepted Faye, Sage's twin, as my mate," I said again. "She is now Luna of the Blood Crescent, and she'll be joining the pack tomorrow." The uproar was worse than before. "That's impossible. You dishonor your title." "We were played. You can't possibly mean to let this stand." "You should have consulted the elders." "Enough," I snapped. They went quiet again, though the anger in the room was obvious. I stood slowly, leaning my hands on the table. "This council doesn't tell me who I take as mate. The gods chose her. The success of the mating ceremony confirmed it, and she bears the mark now." "The gods chose Sage," Garrick argued. "She was promised." "Promises made by men can be broken by men. The gods made no such vow. Faye is my mate and you're Luna, and that's final," I said. "Alpha Alexander, that was not the right way to handle the situation. The elders of this council were supposed to be consulted first," Garrick said. "I understand that I should have informed you before taking the decision, but even though I didn't, I believe I took the right step by giving the Alliance another chance," I said. "They probably hate me more than they hate Alpha Damien right now, but I don't really care." "I expect you all to extend full recognition to Luna Faye," I said, voice hard. "She will be introduced formally to the pack in the coming days." Braden opened his mouth, but I cut him off. "This discussion is over. Braden never lacks a comeback. He always has something to say. He fancies himself the wisest of them all, and it makes me sick." I turned and walked out of the chamber before they could protest again. Cole caught up with me in the hallway. "That went well," he said dryly. "They'll fall in line. They always do," I said. He arched a brow. "Don't be so fast to assume that. Did you see their faces when you said the discussion was over? I've done well to let them know the latest development. Any one of them is free to do their worst. Then I'll remind them what happens to wolves who forget their place. Cole gave a short, sharp nod. I'll see you later, he said before turning towards another hallway. As I moved down the corridor, my mind wasn't on the council. It was on Faye. On the way her eyes narrowed when she was angry. The way her mouth curved, not quite into a smile, but something wittier, sharper. The way she stood toe-to-toe with me when I pushed her. I told the elders I accepted her because I wanted to give the Alliance another chance. That was true. But there was more. She challenged me, confused me, got under my skin, and I hated how much I didn't really hate it. Silver Hollow, Faye. I needed air. I couldn't stay in that house a second longer. Not with all the whispers, the forced smiles, the weight of everything pressing down on my chest. I thought I could handle it, but it still stings. I walked out into the woods behind the pack house, hoping to catch my breath. Tonight, Jason became Alpha of Silver Hollow, and my sister Sage sat where I was supposed to be as his Luna. I was supposed to be long gone before the celebration even started, but Alpha Alexander left without me. He said someone would come for me tomorrow. Just like that, like I was luggage to be picked up, like I hadn't just been handed off to a stranger to salvage an alliance. I didn't realize anyone was following me until I heard my name, Faye. I stopped and turned. It was him, Jason. He was still wearing the same ceremonial cloak from the crowning ceremony. There were pine needles in his hair. His expression was half smug, half, I don't know, something else. Like he still thought he had some kind of claim over me. I didn't want to look at him, but I held my ground. What do you want, Alpha Jason? He gave me that stupid smirk. You don't have to call me that. Come on, Faye, we both know things could have gone differently. You were supposed to be the one sitting beside me tonight as Luna. I stared at him, my nails dug into my palms. He went on like he hadn't just ripped me in half. But fate had other plans. I saw something in Sage, something I couldn't ignore. I know you only found out yesterday, but it didn't just start yesterday. We wanted to tell you, but the time never felt right. Oh, did you? I said, my voice dripping with sarcasm. At what point did you finally decide it was better I found out myself? Was it before or after you marked her while still mated to me? He flinched. Barely, but I saw it. Good. Look, I know it wasn't ideal, he said, trying to sound reasonable, but everything happened so fast, I didn't plan for things to go that way. You didn't plan? I almost laughed. That's your excuse? So what, you just fell into bed with my sister by accident? I was confused, all right, he snapped, then softened his voice again. You know how complicated these bonds can be. I didn't want to hurt you. You didn't want to hurt me? I repeated, voice rising. Jason, you almost destroyed me. He stepped closer, and I could smell his scent. It used to draw me in, but now it just makes me want to hold my breath. I just don't want bad energy between us, Faye. I know you're leaving soon, but the packs are allied now. We should be able to move forward. Stay friends. Friends. I looked at him like he'd lost his mind. Let me get this straight. You humiliated me, broke our bond without warning, and paraded my sister in front of me as your Luna, and now you want to be friends? I know I was supposed to just brush everything off and act like I didn't care, but the wound is still fresh. How could I not care? Faye, he said, reaching for my arm, I never stopped caring about you. I swear. I pulled away instantly. Don't. Just hear me out. No, Jason, you had your chance to talk. You had every chance to be honest. You have no idea what it was like, he said, frustration creeping in. I had pressure from the elders, from my father, from the pack. Sage, she was there, and she understood me in ways you didn't. I laughed, cold and bitter. Wow, so now it's my fault? I didn't understand you? Is that your justification for betrayal? That's not what I'm saying, he muttered. Don't twist my words. Then maybe say what you mean for once, I shot back. Instead of hiding behind excuses and half-truths, he sighed and raked a hand through his hair. Look, I didn't come here to fight. Then why are you here? I demanded. To ease your guilt? To see if I still care? What exactly do you want from me, Alpha Jason? He hesitated. I just wanted to make sure you were okay. I stared at him for a long moment. You don't get to care now. I turned to leave, but then he grabbed my arm. I froze. I'm not here to fight, he said quickly, still holding on to me. I just didn't want you to stay mad at me. Please, Faye. I looked down at his hand like it disgusted me. It did, actually. Let go of me, I said through gritted teeth. And don't ever try that again, not even in your dreams. He raised both hands in mock surrender and released me. Okay. No need to get hostile. I'm just saying, maybe we can forget what happened and start over. I actually laughed. Oh, really? I asked, raising a brow. You want me to forget that I walked in on you and my sister in bed on the night of our mating ceremony? Or forget that neither of you had the decency to even look sorry? He stepped closer, reaching out again like a fool. So I slapped him, hard. Slap! The sound echoed through the trees. Birds scattered above us. Don't you ever touch me again, I said coldly. How dare you? He just stood there, holding his cheek, stunned. You don't get to rewrite this story, Jason, I added, voice low. You made your choice. You threw me away like I meant nothing, so don't come crawling back trying to make it right now. Go back to your Luna. Go back to your lies. He swallowed hard, still stunned, silent. Enjoy your crown, I whispered. Just don't choke on it. Then Sage appeared, apparently having seen me slap Jason from a distance on her way to fetch her beloved mate. Her brows were furrowed, her arms swinging at her sides as she stormed toward us, yelling, "How dare you slap Jason?" before rushing to his side like some overprotective guardian. She gently touched his arm, brushing his shoulder like she thought she was comforting him. "What are you even doing here?" she asked him, her voice shifting from anger to concern as quickly as a flick of a switch. Jason, like a good little puppy, straightened himself up and replied, "I saw her walking into the woods, and I thought she might be going to hurt herself. I mean, she's been distant since the bond broke, and seeing you and I together has been hard on her, so I wanted to make sure she was okay. That's all." He glanced at me as if expecting me to validate that version of the story. I didn't. I just raised a brow. "She told me to leave her alone," he went on, playing victim now. "I didn't listen, and then she slapped me." Sage gasped and cupped his cheek dramatically, turning his face so she could examine it. "You poor thing," she whispered like we were in some twisted romantic drama. Then she turned her attention back to me, angry. "I know you're still upset that Jason chose me instead of you, and that makes you want to ruin our day," she accused. I blinked, slowly. "But you have your own mate too, don't you? That should be consolation enough. There's no need to be this bitter," she continued, "especially when all he did was try to stop you from doing something stupid to yourself." My lips twitched into a smirk. I was supposed to feel angry, embarrassed maybe, but honestly, I just felt sorry for the both of them. Jason, acting like a coward in front of Sage, twisting the truth so she wouldn't be upset, and Sage, swallowing every word that came out of his mouth like it was the purest form of truth. I didn't know which of them was more pathetic. "Are you done?" I asked. Sage raised her chin. "No, you should apologize." I tilted my head. "To who?" "To Jason," she said, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. "You slapped him, and that's assault. He's the alpha now." I let out a short laugh. "Is that supposed to scare me?" Jason stepped in, looking uncomfortable. "Faye, maybe you could just say you're sorry, and we can all move past this." "Jason," I said calmly, "you followed me even when I told you not to. You cornered me in the woods with your unsolicited concern and tried to guilt me into talking to you. That slap was restraint." His mouth parted, but nothing came out. Sage, however, wasn't as easily stunned. "He's the alpha," she repeated, this time with more emphasis. "You don't get to disrespect him like that. You could be punished." "Punished by who?" I asked, eyes locking onto hers. She opened her mouth to reply, but I cut her off. "Jason is the alpha of Silver Hollow. Technically, I am not a member of this pack anymore. That means he is not my alpha. And you," I smiled slightly, "are definitely not my Luna." That silenced her for a second. Jason looked at her, then at me. "You think that changes anything?" "You're still a Silver Hollow wolf by birth," Sage said, folding her arms. I nodded. "Actually, yes, it changes a lot. I'm mated to Alpha Alexander of the Blood Crescent." That got their attention. "And so? His authority does not extend to our territory," Sage spat. "You can keep telling yourself that if it helps you sleep. But let's just say, If even a single hair on my head is out of place when they come for me tomorrow, I wouldn't want to be in the position of having to explain that to Alpha Alexander. Sage's confidence faltered, and she took a step back. Jason still looked like he didn't know what to say. I turned to walk away, but of course she wasn't done. So what? You think being Alpha Alexander's mate makes you untouchable? I looked over my shoulder with a cool smile. I don't think it. I know it, and you know it too, dear sister. Jason finally spoke up. Faye, it didn't have to come to this. We could have handled it differently. I scoffed. You had your chance to handle things better, but you chose betrayal. You rejected me after I caught you. And now you want to play the good guy? Sorry, Jason. That version of you doesn't exist in my story anymore. He frowned. That's not fair. I never wanted to hurt you. I stepped closer, just enough so he had no choice but to hear me. But you did. Sage interjected, clearly bothered. You're just using Alexander as a rebound. That's why you agreed to be my replacement. He'll get tired of you and realize he doesn't want a mate like you. Then let him, I replied. But I'll still have more dignity than you, because at least I didn't throw myself at him. Jason flinched, and Sage's nostrils flared. I started walking again. Jason called after me, desperation finally peeking through. Faye, wait. I didn't stop. Faye! This time I paused, but didn't turn around. Yes? He hesitated. I know things ended badly between us. He stopped himself. I'm sure he realized Sage wouldn't have liked whatever it was he wanted to say. I didn't follow you to hurt you. I just didn't want you to feel alone, he finally added. A more polished version of whatever he had in mind, I guess. I faced him. Then maybe next time, respect someone's silence. Not everyone who walks away is broken. Sometimes we just don't want to be followed. Sage's voice was lower now. You're so rude, you know. You really think Alpha Alexander's going to protect you forever? You think being his mate gives you power? Seriously, why does she seem so concerned about that part? I turned fully to face them, the wind catching the loose strands of my hair. No, I don't need Alexander to protect me, and you of all people should know that. But I know he would if he has to. Just like I would protect him if the tables were turned. That's what being mated means. That's what loyalty looks like. Sage was quiet now, and Jason looked lost. It was morning, and I already brushing out my hair when a knock came on my door. A second later, my mother peeked in. They're here, she said softly. I blinked at her, then at the window, where sunlight poured in like the universe was mocking me. Today was the day I officially left Silver Hollow and everything I'd ever known behind. A day I was never prepared for. I set the brush down. Did you see who it was? She shook her head. I was just told by your father that someone from Blood Crescent is waiting outside. Not Alpha Alexander himself, then. Thank the goddess. The thought of sitting beside that man for hours in a confined space made my skin crawl. Not because I was afraid of him. No. It was the opposite, actually. It was how damn cold he could be without lifting a finger. He didn't need to yell or glare. He just stared at me like I was nothing. That blank, unreadable expression of his, those calculating eyes that looked like they'd seen too much and felt too little. That was worse. I walked out to the front with my parents, my last bag slung over my shoulder. Most of my things had already been sent ahead of me by my mom before I finished dressing up. This was the only one I kept back, filled with personal items I wasn't quite ready to hand over to someone else. As we approached the car park just outside the gates, my father gave a little grunt beside me, the kind he only made when he had something serious to say. You know, Faye, he started, this may not have been how you imagined things. Understatement of the year. But life isn't always what we picture. It's what we do with it that matters. You're not just going there as anyone's daughter now. You're going as Luna of the Blood Crescent pack. That means something. So please, no drama, no carelessness, nothing that would bring dishonor to them or to Silver Hollow. I nodded slowly. I know it's not easy, he added, voice gruff but honest. But I trust you. I trust that we raised you well enough to know how to carry the weight of duty, even when it's heavy. I turned to face him properly, meeting his eyes. You did raise me well, Dad, I said. And you don't have to worry. I understand what's expected of me. I won't do anything to weaken the alliance or embarrass Silver Hollow. You have my word. He patted my shoulder. gentle but firm. That was my dad. He wasn't big on words when they weren't necessary, but when he spoke, I listened. Then I looked at my mother, and all she did was pull me into a hug. No pep talk, no last-minute advice, just a long, lingering embrace. She didn't say anything, and she didn't need to. I felt her shoulders shake slightly as she held me tighter. I knew she was trying not to cry. I hugged her back. No tears from me either. We were too similar for that. We wore our calm like armor, especially when the world expected us to break. "I'll be okay," I whispered into her ear. She nodded, and I knew she believed it. Just then, the front passenger door of the car opened, and a man stepped out. Young, probably in his 20s, tall and clean-cut with sharp eyes that scanned his surroundings before they landed politely on us. He walked over with an air of confidence that wasn't arrogant, nothing like Alpha Alexander in that aspect. He stopped in front of my parents and offered a slight bow. "Alpha Alexander sends his regards. My name is Cole, Beta of the Blood Crescent Pack. I've been sent to escort Luna Fey to her new home." Luna Fey. The title hit a little differently when it was spoken aloud like that. I always knew I would be Luna, but not of a different pack. Maybe that added to the weirdness. My mother tensed ever so slightly beside me, and my father gave a sharp nod. "Welcome, Beta Cole," my father said. "We appreciate you coming." Cole turned to me then and gave a respectful nod. "Luna," he greeted, then extended his hand for my bag. I hesitated for a heartbeat before letting him take it. "It's fine," I said with a small smile. "Thanks." He offered a smile back, brief, professional. "Of course." I turned one last time to my parents and hugged them both again. My mother brushed her fingers over my hair like she used to when I was little, and my father gave my hand a squeeze before letting me go. Cole had already walked ahead and opened the back door for me. I gave him a grateful nod, slid into the back seat, and settled into the silence. A moment later, the door clicked shut, and Cole got back into the front passenger seat. The driver, a quiet, broad-shouldered man I didn't recognize, started the engine. We pulled away from the gates of Silver Hollow. No parade, no crowd, just my parents standing side by side, watching me leave like they weren't sure when they'd see me again. I pressed my hand to the glass just once, a silent goodbye. Then I leaned back in the seat and let the silence fill the car. I didn't speak, and neither did Cole. I appreciated that. He didn't try to make small talk or ask me pointless questions. Blood Crescent. Fey. As the car pulled up in front of the Blood Crescent pack house, Cole turned to me and said, "We've arrived," as if I couldn't already tell. The mansion before us was impossible to miss. Still, I understood he was just trying to be polite, probably trying to ease the tension he could sense radiating from me. I didn't say anything. The building loomed ahead, grand and intimidating, with towering pillars that framed tall, glossy double doors. The silence that surrounded it felt thick, almost unnatural, like the house was holding its breath, or maybe it was just me. Before I could reach for the door handle, Cole was already out and walking quickly to my side. He opened the door for me, offering a small smile as I stepped out. The gentleman act threw me off slightly. Was this how they treated their Luna here? Or was Cole just naturally this attentive, the kind of man who made a woman feel like she mattered? It was a sweet gesture, I had to admit, but it made me a little uneasy. I wasn't used to being fussed over unnecessarily. I was a warrior for goodness sake, not some princess. My upbringing in Silver Hollow had taught me to do things for myself. Even when I was announced as Alexander's mate, no one had gone out of their way to roll out a red carpet. Still, I wasn't going to push against Cole's gesture, so I smiled politely. "Thank you," I said. "You're welcome, Luna," he replied, giving me a slight nod. I glanced around the compound. It was quiet, uncomfortably so. No one stood outside. There were no howls or voices in the distance, no sign of Alexander waiting on the porch to welcome me home. It was just me, Cole, and a large empty space. No welcome committee, I guess. No excited pack members lining up to meet their new Luna. No Alpha Alexander. I wasn't sure how I felt about that. Grateful, maybe? At least I didn't have to pretend to be excited. I didn't have to smile at strangers or meet curious gazes trying to study the woman who had somehow become their Luna. Then again, I couldn't help but feel the tiniest sting of rejection. Cole seemed to sense my confusion. "This way, Luna," he said gently. Don't worry about your things. Someone will take care of bringing them in. I fell into step beside him as we approached the front doors. I couldn't stop my eyes from drinking in every inch of the structure. You'll love it here, don't worry, Cole said. I guess he took my expression for skepticism. I felt the need to correct that impression for some reason. I always thought the Silver Hollow pack house was big, I said, but this makes that one look small. Cole laughed softly. Oh, I see. This is just the front. You should wait till you see the rest of it. The west wing alone could house an entire pack on its own. I can't wait, I replied, managing a weak smile. We stepped into the house, and my jaw nearly dropped. Polished wooden floors stretched into a long hallway flanked with intricately carved walls and soft glowing sconces. The ceilings were ridiculously high, with crystal chandeliers hanging like floating stars. Everything gleamed, smelled expensive, and whispered, "You don't belong here." Don't get me wrong, we're not small or poor at Silver Hollow, but you know how you think you're all that. Then you meet the real boss in the game, and then suddenly realize you're not all that. Yes, that's just it. How many rooms are in this house? I asked, trying to shake off the growing tightness in my chest. 63, Cole answered, as if it were perfectly normal. I gaped. Seriously? Including the guest suites, training quarters, library, and offices, he added. Alexander's father liked things big. Overcompensated, if you ask me. He did most of this. I chuckled. Sounds like a lot of maintenance. That's why we have staff, he said, then glanced sideways at me. But don't worry, you won't have to lift a finger unless you want to. I might, I muttered. Lifting fingers keeps me sane. We passed corridor after corridor. The deeper we walked into the house, the more I realized just how lost I would be without help. I'm guessing I'll need a map just to find the bathroom, I said. Cole chuckled. Nah, just give it a day or two. You'll be leading people around by the end of the week. I didn't answer. I wasn't sure I'd be here by the end of the week. Finally, he stopped in front of a pair of double doors. He reached into his pocket, pulled out a key, and unlocked them. He stepped aside and gestured for me to enter. This is your chamber, he said. I stepped inside slowly. The room was beautiful, lavish even. Cream-colored walls, high-arched windows with sheer white curtains, a bed so large it looked like it could fit 5 people. There was a vanity table, a couch set, and a fireplace already crackling with warmth. Still, it felt foreign, like it wasn't meant for me. Where is everyone? I finally asked, turning to face Cole. He blinked. Oh, sorry, I should have mentioned that earlier. They're all at the square right now for the weekly assembly. It's standard protocol here. Alexander's probably still addressing the pack. They should be back soon. I nodded slowly. Okay. Cole offered a small, apologetic smile. I'll let you settle in. If you need anything, I'll be downstairs. I quirked a brow, assuming I can even find downstairs. That made him laugh again. Fair point. I'll have someone stationed nearby in case you need help navigating. It can be overwhelming at first. Thanks, I said, then added quickly. Oh, and my luggage? Would be right on its way up, he assured me. I'll make sure they know to be gentle with everything. Thank you, I said again. Cole gave me a small bow of his head and stepped out, quietly closing the door behind him. The moment he was gone, I stood there in the middle of the room, arms crossed over my chest, staring at the empty space around me. This was it, my new home, my new identity. Ready or not, I was here. I walked over to the window and peeked through the curtains. The compound was still silent, the car already gone. Somewhere out there, my mate was addressing his people. Somewhere out there, everyone already knew I had arrived. And yet, here I was, alone in a grand room with no idea how to feel. I let out a long, shaky breath and murmured to myself, "Welcome to Blood Crescent, Faye." Faye. I had already arranged my things and gotten everything set up in my room. After freshening up, I heard a knock on the door. "Come in," I called out, not really sure who to expect. The door opened, and in walked a beautiful woman, tall, graceful, confident, and smiling so brightly that I instantly felt disarmed. I'd been bracing myself for anything, but certainly not someone like her. "I'm Irene," she said cheerfully. "Alexander's sister, and you're his mate. I'm so excited. We're going to be sisters." She moved with the kind of ease that made you feel like you'd known her forever, making a bit of a fuss about how close we were going to be and all. I smiled, trying to keep up with her energy. It's really nice to meet you, Irene, I said, offering my hand. She shook it enthusiastically. Oh, please, don't be so formal. Come here, she said, pulling me into a warm hug that caught me off guard. Goddess, you're so beautiful, she added. Wow, I said, laughing lightly as we pulled away. You're very welcoming. Of course I am. We've all been waiting for you. Well, maybe not all, she added with a mischievous wink, clearly referencing her brother. I tried to laugh again, but before I could say anything, she did the one thing I completely saw coming. All right, Sage. She called me Sage. My smile faltered a little, and I think she noticed it immediately. Her eyes widened. Oh no, I'm so sorry, she gasped, waving her hands apologetically. That was such a slip of the tongue. I've just had Sage's name on my mind ever since I heard about the alliance. I knew she was supposed to be my brother's mate, and it kind of stuck in my head. I took a breath and gave her a small nod. Honestly, I couldn't really blame her. It could have been a simple slip, especially since I wasn't even fully used to the idea myself. I wasn't supposed to be here. My sister was. It's okay, I told her. You don't have to feel bad. It's honestly a good thing that everyone here already knows I'm not the original plan. It kind of takes the pressure off. I don't have to pretend I'm something I'm not or act like I've got it all figured out. I can just be myself. She looked at me for a second and then gave this amused little smirk that made me think she was genuinely impressed. I love you already, she said, grinning. We're definitely going to get along. I can't wait for us to start bonding, as sisters, of course. I chuckled, relaxing a bit more. You're really different from what I would have expected. I don't mean that in a bad way, just surprising. She tilted her head. Different how? I hesitated. You're really warm, friendly, and open. Irene laughed again. And you were expecting what? A cold, formal she-wolf? A female version of my brother? I bit my lip to keep from laughing. Something like that. Trust me, I get it. Alexander doesn't exactly make the best first impression. Or second, or third, she said, rolling her eyes. But he's not all ice, I promise. He just takes some time to melt. I raised an eyebrow. So you're telling me there's actually a person in there somewhere? She gasped dramatically. A whole real-life human being. Scary, right? We both laughed, and the tension I'd been holding on to since I arrived started to fade. So, she said, sitting at the edge of my bed like we were already best friends, what do you think of the pack house so far? Honestly, it's beautiful. A bit overwhelming. I got lost in the hallway for like 10 seconds just trying to remember which way the stairs were. That sounds about right, she said. Even I still get turned around sometimes. The place is like a castle, and you haven't even seen the gardens or the east wing. There's a garden, not just one. A rose garden, a herb garden, and a ridiculously massive training field disguised as a green lawn. I'll give you a tour tomorrow, if you want. I'd love that. Thanks, Irene. She smiled and leaned back on her hands. You know, it's brave of you to come here like this, with all the pressure and expectations, especially after what happened. My expression softened. I didn't really have much of a choice, but I made peace with it. She nodded, looking thoughtful. Still, doesn't make it any less impressive. You're doing better than I would if our roles were reversed. I doubt that. You seem like the kind of person who adapts quickly. I'm the kind of person who talks too much when I'm nervous, she said with a grin. Which, surprise, I am right now. I really wanted you to like me. That made me laugh out loud. Well, you didn't have to try so hard. You had me at come here. We both smiled, and there was a brief, comfortable silence before she straightened up. Anyway, she said, brushing her hands over her thighs, dinner should be ready any moment now. Someone will come up to call you. I nodded, then paused. Is there some kind of dress code? She laughed, that soft, melodic kind of laugh that made her eyes crinkle. Not at all, she said. Wear whatever you feel like. It's a private dinner, probably just the two of you at the table. Great. Just me and the Alpha iceberg. Got it, I said. Do I have time to pretend I'm choosing an outfit and not just overthinking this entire evening? She stood and stretched. Absolutely. And if you need me to come back up and pretend to help you pick something just so you're not alone with your thoughts, say the word. Thanks, but I think I'll manage. All right then, Luna Fay, she said with a playful salute. See you later. Good luck breaking the ice at dinner. literally. She winked and left the room, her laughter echoing faintly in the hallway. I found myself still smiling when Nova made her remark. "This place is not so bad now, is it?" "It's too early to judge, Nova. We'll see about that," I said. Alexander. I was buried in work when I heard the door to my office swing open. I didn't need to look up to know it was Irene. Only she had the nerve to barge in without knocking. Sure enough, her voice followed a second later. "You're still here? Aren't you coming down for dinner?" I didn't even glance at her. "No," I said, scanning through the document in front of me. "I'll eat later." There was a pause, but I knew she wasn't done talking. "You can't do that," she said, crossing her arms. I could hear it in her tone, that subtle mix of irritation and conviction that only Irene had mastered. I finally looked up. "Why not?" "Oh, mean she knows I have the habit of skipping dinner most of the time. Why is she acting so surprised?" "Because your mate is going to be at the table," she said, as though that explained everything. "It's her first meal here. You can't just leave her to eat alone. That's rude, even for you." I blinked at her, my thoughts still halfway tangled in numbers and logistics. "She'll survive dinner without me, Irene. She's not a guest. She's here because of an arrangement we both agreed to." Irene rolled her eyes so hard I was surprised they didn't get stuck in the back of her head. "Have you even gone to see her since she arrived?" I hesitated. I really totally forgot about all of that. But even if I hadn't forgotten, it was nothing to make an issue over. "No," I admitted. "I'll see her later tonight, maybe, or tomorrow morning." Irene's hands went to her hips like she was about to launch into a full-on lecture, but she paused, studying me like I was some infuriating puzzle she still hadn't given up trying to solve. "She's new here, Alex," she said, her voice lower now. "Everything is strange to her, and the one person who's supposed to make her feel welcome has locked himself in his office all day like she doesn't exist." I exhaled, leaning back in my chair. "Irene, what do you want me to do?" I asked. "Throw a welcome party? This isn't a fairy tale. It's not a love story, and I'm sure she understands that. This is a business arrangement, and we both knew what it entailed. No expectations." Irene looked at me like she genuinely couldn't believe how dense I was being. Seriously, how she manages to make a big deal of every little thing needs to be studied. "That girl out there didn't get here on a just business contract, Alex," she said. "She left her home, her life, everything she knew because of this alliance which, by the way, favors Blood Crescent Pack more. The least you could do is act like a decent partner for 5 minutes." I rubbed the bridge of my nose. I hated it when Irene was right, and she usually was. "She'll adjust," I said, though my voice lacked its usual certainty. "And you're distracting me. Please, can I get back to work now?" Irene stared at me for another long beat. I could tell she was seconds away from throwing something, possibly herself, at me in frustration, and maybe she would have if I hadn't raised a hand. "Fine," I muttered. "I'll try to wrap things up here and go see her later tonight." She raised an eyebrow, clearly not impressed. "In the meantime," I added, "why don't you go keep her company over dinner? She'd probably appreciate your energy more than mine right now. I'll ask Cole to escort her to the table." Irene didn't look entirely satisfied, but she finally turned to leave. "I will," she said, pausing at the door. "But you better show up, because if you don't, I'll come back here. You know that." Of course I know that. She knows how much I hate being disturbed, but trust Irene to do it anyway. Faye. I was trying to find the dining hall on my own, partly because I didn't want to call anyone for help. Cole, a servant, anyone, and partly because I just didn't want to feel like a lost child in a place that was already looking for reasons not to accept me. I needed to look like I belonged here, like I didn't need anyone's hand to hold. So I'd set out confidently, telling myself that it couldn't be that hard to find a dining hall in a pack house this size. And maybe it wasn't. But the corridors were long and quiet, filled with too many turns and stairways that all looked the same. Eventually, I must have taken the wrong turn because I ended up in a spacious room that didn't smell like food. It smelled like starch and warm fabric. I paused just past the doorway, frowning. It was a laundry room. Several ironing boards were set up, steam hissing softly from one corner. Racks of folded clothes lined the walls, neat and sorted. 2 girls stood by the table, busy folding shirts. They hadn't seen me yet. I was already turning to leave, maybe retrace my steps, when I heard one of them laugh. "She must not be all that," she said in a voice that dripped with casual cruelty. "I mean, she's only here because there was no better option. A replacement Luna? That's so embarrassing." I froze. They were talking about me. I stayed completely still, back straight, face calm, even though something inside me immediately tensed. My hand lingered against the wall beside me, fingertips grazing the cold stone. The second girl snorted. "They say she's the twin sister of the original. So maybe she looks similar?" But I mean, no one, including Alpha Alexander, ever even met the Lady Sage, so it's not like anyone would care if the replacement didn't look exactly like her. Their laughter bubbled up again, soft and cruel, the kind that people use when they're confident the subject of the joke isn't around to hear. But I was right there, listening. They couldn't have known, of course, but that didn't make it sting any less. "Still," the first one went on, her voice more animated now, "it doesn't change the fact that Blood Crescent got a second-hand Luna. Like, imagine that being your story. You weren't the first pick, just the backup plan." My stomach turned. That one hit harder than I expected. A second-hand Luna? What is that even supposed to mean? I wanted to lash out, but my wolf, Nova, stopped me. "Easy, Faye. Don't let them trigger you." It wasn't like I hadn't thought those exact words myself before. In the quiet of my own thoughts, in the dark, when it was just me and my doubt, but hearing someone else say it so confidently, so dismissively, it made something twist deep inside me. A part of me wanted to turn around and walk away. Pretend I hadn't heard any of it. I didn't owe them a reaction. But I also knew myself well enough to realize that if I walked away now, their voices would echo in my head all night. Their laughter would linger. I didn't want to confront them exactly. I wasn't that angry now. But I wanted them to wonder. I wanted them to lie awake later and question how much I'd heard. That's how you get people cornered, and make them loyal subjects even against their wishes. I learned that from Mom. So I stepped into the room deliberately and cleared my throat. The sound was sharp in the quiet room. Both girls jerked around to look at me. One still held a half-folded shirt in her hands. "Oh," one of them gasped. "Sorry, we didn't see you there. Are you one of the new members?" Ignored the question, of course. "I didn't mean to interrupt," I said with the warmest smile I could muster. "I think I got a little lost. Could you point me to the dining hall?" They both blinked at me, eyes wide, clearly flustered for some reason, but trying to mask it with politeness. Their posture stiffened. Yes, of course," one of them replied quickly, her voice suddenly much higher than before. "Just head back down this corridor and take the second left then." The other one cut in, clearly trying to help. "Actually, it's easier if you pass the garden walkway and go through the west hallway. The hall should be just— Oh, I see." I tilted my head slightly, pretending to consider their directions. "Thank you. That's very helpful." I could feel the tension in the room now. Not mine, theirs. They hadn't recognized me yet, but maybe something in my posture, or my voice, or maybe just their guilt, was making them second-guess everything they'd just said. And then, just like that, Cole stepped into the doorway casually, as if he'd been looking for me and knew exactly where I'd end up. His eyes swept the room, landing briefly on the two girls before settling on me. "I had a feeling I'd find you here," he said with a small smirk. "From your chamber, it's easy to end up this way." I gave a soft laugh, brushing some hair back from my face. I was just trying to ask these ladies for directions, but I think I would have figured it out eventually. The air in the room changed in an instant. Cole had called me from my chamber, and that implied familiarity. His tone, his body language, the way he looked at me, all of it screamed status, and I knew the girls were even more on edge now. Then came the final blow. "My apologies, Luna," he said, taking a slight bow of his head as he stepped forward. "I should have come for you sooner." The silence was deafening. Both girls paled. One of them dropped the shirt she'd been holding. They stared at me like they were suddenly seeing me for the first time and realizing they'd made a very big mistake. The word Luna hung heavy in the air. I could see the panic in their eyes. They were probably playing back every word of that conversation in their heads, mentally slapping themselves for not checking who was standing nearby. wondering if I'd go straight to Alexander, or worse, if I'd retaliate some other way. The worst part was probably the smirk on my face. Cole noticed the tension too. He glanced between the girls, then turned back to me. "Is there a problem here?" he asked lightly, though there was a sharpness in his tone. One of them opened her mouth, possibly to apologize or explain, but I spoke before she could. I wasn't about to let them off the hook easily. "No problem at all," I said, smiling sweetly at Cole but keeping my eyes on them. "I'm just hungry." The unspoken message in my stare was clear. I heard you, I saw you, and I won't forget. Cole's gaze lingered on me for a beat, like he was trying to figure out what he'd walked into, but then he nodded. "Well then," he said smoothly, "I'm right on time. I came to escort you to dinner. Alpha Alexander's orders." "Perfect." I turned to him and walked forward, pausing just slightly as I passed the girls. "Thank you again for the directions." They didn't respond. They couldn't even if they wanted to. Their silence was loud. I followed Cole out of the room, keeping my back straight, my steps even. I didn't look back, but inside, my chest still burned a little. Not from embarrassment, not even really from anger. It was something colder, heavier. The realization that this was only the beginning. That in this place, in this role, I would be watched, judged, picked apart by people who had already decided I didn't deserve to be here. People who didn't care about the reasons. People who didn't care that I hadn't asked for any of this. Who only saw me as someone's replacement. I was surprised to see that it was only Irene waiting for me at the dining table for breakfast again. It was just two of us at dinner yesterday. She had made excuse for her brother, Alpha Alexander, saying he was busy at the office. A part of me had assumed he'd have the decency to show up to breakfast. I guess I expected too much. No Alpha Alexander good. Relief slipped in like a quiet breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. I let it go slowly, keeping my face neutral. I didn't want to look too pleased, even though every cell in my body had braced for his presence, like I was about to be thrown into a pit with a wild beast. A very good-looking wild beast. I didn't need that kind of tension during a meal. "Oh, I'm so sorry," Irene said almost immediately, rising halfway from her seat as if she'd committed a crime. "Alexander couldn't make it still. Something came up with the Eastern Patrol, and he had to leave early this morning." She looked genuinely apologetic, as though I should be disappointed. How does she not see that I don't really care? "Oh," I said, giving a light shrug. "That's all right." I slid into the seat across from her and reached for the glass of water beside my plate. It wasn't all right, but not for the reason she thought. It wasn't all right that I had to be here at all. None of this was all right, but Alexander's absence? That was the best part of my stay so far. Of course, it was rude of him to ignore my presence, but it's better than him being here just to be rude in person, if it makes sense. He really did want to be here, Irene added, like that would help her brother's reputation. He even asked the kitchen to make sure your favorite was served for breakfast. I know it's not much, but, well, he's trying. Trying. Right. I stabbed a piece of fruit with my fork and forced a polite smile. If she calls this trying, then I wonder what Alpha Alexander acts like when he's not trying. "That's thoughtful of him," I said, which was more generous than I felt. I didn't even know how he knew what my favorite breakfast was, or if this was just Irene's way of softening the blow. It was probably just coincidence. Either way, I didn't care. Irene looked at me for a second too long, like she was waiting for more emotion from me. I didn't give her any. Maybe if this were some kind of love story or destined fairy tale, I might have been flattered. I might have been annoyed or hurt or confused by his absence. But this wasn't that. This was an arrangement. Strategic, forced, necessary. Emotions were luxuries I couldn't afford, and sentiment had no place here. "I assure you he's not always this busy," Irene said after a moment, trying again. "But he can get really absorbed in his duties sometimes." I bit into a slice of toast. I understand. Alphas have a lot on their plate. I totally get it. Irene sighed, stirring her tea absent-mindedly. "Still, it must be awkward not seeing him since you arrived. I thought you two would at least spend some time getting to know each other. Talk a little, maybe walk around the grounds. I mean, the bond." She trailed off, her voice softening. I pretended to focus on the eggs on my plate. I wasn't about to have a bonding conversation over breakfast. Not now, not ever, if I could help it. If I could avoid crossing paths with him altogether, I muttered, mostly to myself, I'd honestly be okay with that. Irene blinked at me. What? I looked up, realizing I'd said that out loud. I corrected quickly, for now. Until we're settled. I think some space might be good to adjust. Irene didn't press. Maybe she saw right through me, or maybe she just decided not to poke at the wound. Either way, I was grateful. We ate in silence for a while. The kind of silence that prickles at your skin and makes every clink of cutlery feel louder than it should. To break it, and also to satisfy my curiosity. I asked, why does the house feel so empty? I thought there would be more pack members around. Irene perked up at the question, visibly pleased at the change in subject. Ah, yes, that's because this is the Western Wing. Only the Alpha and his immediate family stay here, along with Beta. The rest of the pack lives in the Eastern Wing. That's where all the activity is. The training grounds, the common halls, the barracks. It's much livelier on that side. I nodded, grateful for the explanation. Makes sense now. It was starting to feel like I was staying in someone's private mansion. Irene chuckled. That's not far off. The Alpha Wing has always been more reserved. Fewer people, tighter security. They like their space, I guess. I looked around the high-ceilinged room with its elegant stone pillars and wide glass windows. It was beautiful, in a cold and curated sort of way. It's really organized, I admitted. Irene beamed. You're right. Everything runs on schedule. Nothing is done without a system in place. Even the kitchen rotates menus weekly based on seasonal produce. Most of it is Alexander's doing, actually. He's very meticulous. I resisted the urge to roll my eyes. Of course he was that type. Then she leaned forward a little. So, tell me about Silver Hollow. I've heard stories, but I've never actually been there. What's it really like? That made me sit up straighter. Silver Hollow. Just the name alone made a warmth stir in my chest, but at the same time, it's bringing memories I'd rather not deal with. It's home, I said simply at first, unsure where to begin. We're smaller than Blood Crescent, obviously, but we're tightly knit. Everyone knows everyone. There's a strong sense of community. Irene nodded thoughtfully. I've heard it's surrounded by misty forests. Yes, I said, smiling despite myself. The forest is thick and old. We call it the Silverwood. The trees there are massive, some of them older than the founding of the pack itself. And when the sun rises or sets, the mist around the trees catches the light in this silvery glow. That's how we got our name. That sounds beautiful, she said softly. It is. My voice carried a quiet pride now, and we're proud of it. We may not have the biggest territory or the fiercest warriors, but we protect our own. Our warriors are fast, quite skilled. You sound like you have a deep knowledge about the warrior part, Irene said. I paused, then added with a small smirk. Of course, I'm the Delta. Was the Delta of Silver Hollow Pack. Irene gasped. You don't say, are you serious? I nodded. I miss it already, I admitted after a second, catching myself off guard with the honesty. She gave me a warm look. You'll put those skills into good use for Blood Crescent now, right? I nodded. That's the plan. There was a moment of silence. Faye, Irene said after the pause. Can I ask you something? I looked up. Sure. Do you really not feel anything for him? I mean, Alexander? Well, I understand that you're just his mate by duty, and you weren't even supposed to be the one, but she trailed off. I had to drink some water before responding. Well, I'm yet to get to know him well, so I guess it's too early to say anything for sure, I said. Of course, I was just being polite. I knew exactly the kind of person he was, and I don't feel anything but the weight of my duty when I think about him. Faye. After breakfast, I returned to my room even though Irene had insisted I come with her to the Eastern Wing right away so she could show me around. She had that bubbly enthusiasm that made it almost impossible to say no without sounding rude, but I needed space. And more importantly, I needed a bath and time to get properly dressed. I wasn't about to step in front of an entire pack looking like a last-minute addition to their hierarchy, which, let's be honest, I kind of was. Still, being called a replacement Luna was already bad enough. I wasn't going to give anyone the satisfaction of whispering that I also looked like a charity case. Steam fogged the mirror by the time I stepped out of the shower, towel wrapped around my body, water still dripping from my hair. I was halfway across the room when a knock came at the door. "Who is it?" I called out, slightly annoyed at the interruption. A female voice answered. "It's Maya, Luna. The Alpha sent me." I had no idea who Maya was, but I opened the door anyway, keeping the towel firmly wrapped. She stood there, wide-eyed and slightly flushed, with a dress draped elegantly over one arm. In her other hand, she held a pair of nude heels and a small, decorative jewelry container that sparkled even under the hallway lighting. "Good morning, Luna," she said with a smile that made her cheeks look permanently pink. "Alpha Alexander sent these for you. He asked that you wear them this morning. He'll be summoning you shortly to meet the rest of the pack." I blinked at her, taking in the soft lilac fabric of the dress, expensive, clearly well-tailored, and probably picked out without a single thought about what I might actually like. I smirked. "How considerate of Alpha Alexander," I said dryly. She smiled even wider, clearly mistaking my sarcasm for admiration. "He really thinks of everything, doesn't he?" She giggled, eyes shining like she was imagining herself in my shoes. Oh, how wrong she was. I took a step back and gestured politely. "Why don't you go ahead and return them? I already have something in mind for today." Her smile faltered instantly. I'm sorry, Luna. Did you say return them?" "Yes," I said calmly, walking over to my closet. "I appreciate the gesture, but I'll be wearing my own outfit." She stood frozen, blinking as if I had just informed her I planned to walk into the meeting stark naked. "But Alpha Alexander said, he specifically requested that you wear this. It would make him very unhappy if I took them back." "Of course I know that. I don't care." I turned around to face her again, tilting my head slightly. "I'm sure he'll survive the disappointment." She looked so conflicted, I almost felt bad for her. Almost. "He won't be angry at you," I added, softening my tone a bit. "Just tell him I already had plans for what I wanted to wear. No big deal." "But," she hesitated, glancing down at the dress like it might disappear if she held onto it any longer. "You don't want to at least see how it looks?" I gave her a tight-lipped smile. "No, thank you." She stared at me like she was trying to solve a puzzle that didn't make sense. I didn't blame her. To her, this was probably the fantasy, being the Luna, receiving gifts from the Alpha, being pampered like a queen. To me, it was just a chain disguised as a ribbon. And I wasn't interested in wearing chains. Not today, not ever. Especially not one designed by my so-called mate. Eventually, she nodded, though her face was still twisted in confusion. "All right, Luna, I'll let him know." "Thank you, Maya," I said with a gentle smile. She lingered a second longer, then turned and walked away, her footsteps light but hesitant. As the door clicked shut behind her, I exhaled slowly. Alexander must have thought he was being generous, or maybe he thought he could control every part of this arrangement, including my wardrobe. I didn't know which was more insulting, the assumption that I didn't own anything suitable to wear, or the arrogance of choosing something for me without asking, especially after he ignored my existence in his pack house since yesterday. Either way, it was funny. I turned back to my closet, my fingers brushing over a deep blue dress within a simple neckline. It wasn't too flashy, but it made me feel like myself. Strong, poised, beautiful. Exactly how I intended to look when I stood in front of the Blood Crescent pack. I slipped the soft material of my dress over my head, fingers smoothing it down with more force than necessary. My reflection in the mirror stared back at me, sharp-eyed, guarded, unimpressed. My jaw tightened as I adjusted the neckline and reached for one of the pairs of earrings I'd packed myself. "You're being dramatic," Nova piped up from the recesses of my mind, her voice calm and maddeningly reasonable. He probably didn't mean anything bad by it. I rolled my eyes, not at my reflection, but at her. "You mean Alpha Alexander?" I said aloud, deliberately putting a chill in the title. "The same Alpha who hasn't so much as acknowledged my presence since I got here yesterday?" "He's busy," she offered, but it sounded half-hearted even to her. "Pack leaders always are. You know that already." I scoffed, fastening my earrings. "He's not the only pack leader in existence." There was a beat of silence. I could feel her pacing now, the way she always did when she didn't have a comeback but didn't want to let me win either. Maybe the clothes were his way of reaching out. She tried again. A peace offering. Peace? I gave a short, humorless laugh as I slid my feet into my shoes. He hasn't said a single word to me, didn't check to see if I'd arrived safely, didn't offer to explain anything. And then suddenly this morning, an outfit appears at my doorstep. He could have sent anything. Hell, he could have come himself if it really meant something. He would have. You don't know that, Nova replied gently. You didn't even give him a chance. I turned away from the mirror. Well, it doesn't matter now. I already sent it back. Nova sighed, a long, drawn-out, wolfy sigh full of disappointment. You're so stubborn sometimes. I learned from the best, I muttered under my breath. Alexander. I was in my office mid-conversation with Cole when a knock came on the door. I already knew who it was immediately the scent hit, Maya. I gave a nod, and she stepped in, still holding the outfit I'd asked her to deliver to Faye. I didn't say a word, just waited. Alpha Alexander, Luna Faye said she already had plans to wear something else, Maya said, her voice careful, like she knew she was walking on thin ice. So she asked me to. She asked me to return it. For a moment, I just stared at her. Cole did too. Then he turned to look at me, and I didn't miss the flicker in his eyes, equal parts disbelief and amusement. Faye really had the audacity to send the outfit back. I clenched my jaw and gave Maya a stiff nod. You can go. She gave a quick bow and left. The door clicked shut behind her, but the silence that followed was louder than anything. I turned to Cole. His expression said it all. He was impressed. She really sent it back, I muttered. How does she just defy me like that? In front of Maya? Like my authority means nothing to her. Cole leaned back slightly in the chair. I don't think it means nothing to her, Alexander. But she's Luna, and that gives her a kind of authority too. It's not strange that she'd want to choose what she wears. And frankly, everyone would understand that. I turned, narrowing my eyes at him. He wasn't even trying to hide the smirk that was tugging at the corner of his mouth. The bastard was enjoying this. Of course, I was pissed. But more than that, I felt something else. Unsettled. Off balance. I wasn't used to being told no. Especially not like this. She needs to learn her place, I said sharply. Cole arched a brow but said nothing. He didn't have to. I already knew what he was thinking. He liked that she had a spine. Well, I'd be damned if I let her get comfortable thinking she could toss my commands aside like that. Luna or not, I'm still Alpha. And she was going to learn that, one way or another. I'll tame her eventually. She just doesn't know it yet. Alexander. I was still in my office with Cole, trying to get through the last of the reports for the day, when there was another knock on the door. The sound grated on my nerves. I was already in a foul mood because of Faye. I had gone out of my way, personally, to have something sent to her, something that I knew would fit the occasion perfectly, only for her to send it back without a reasonable word. That kind of defiance, subtle as it was, could get under a man's skin, and mine was already thin today. So when the knock came, my tone was anything but welcoming. Who is it? I snapped. I was ready to send whoever it was away without even hearing their reason. But then, the scent hit me. It came softly at first, teasing the edge of my awareness, then flooding in until there was nothing else in the room but that smell. It was intoxicating, stronger than anything I had ever perceived, but not overwhelming in the way you might expect. No. This was the kind of scent that worked its way into your head, made your lungs greedy for more, made you take deeper breaths without even realizing it. I know that smell. It was hers. I didn't even have to open the door to know. My mood shifted, just enough to soften my voice. Come in, I said, in a much calmer tone than I'd used a moment ago. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Cole straighten, the way only he could when he caught a scent he respected. Gentleman to the core, he adjusted his jacket slightly, his movements careful, expectant. He knew as well as I did that the Luna was about to walk in. And then she did. Faye stepped inside as if she had all the time in the world, her posture relaxed, her chin lifted just enough to meet my gaze but not enough to challenge it. My eyes went to her outfit immediately. She hadn't worn what I'd chosen, but damn it all if what she was wearing didn't suit her perfectly. It fit her in a way that seemed almost deliberate, soft fabric that moved when she walked, subtle details that drew the eye without trying too hard. She looked warm, calm, like the chaos she stirred in me wasn't even on her radar. I didn't let my approval show. Cole stood as soon as she entered. "Luna Fay," he greeted, inclining his head with that polite, understated tone of his. "I'll be in my quarters," he added as he turned to me, then back to Fay. She gave him a faint smile, barely there but enough to be noticed, and Cole slipped out without another word, closing the door behind him. That left just the two of us. For a moment, neither of us spoke. I stayed in my seat, watching her quietly, letting the silence stretch. She didn't fidget, didn't try to fill the air with meaningless words. She just stood there, waiting. Finally, I stood. My chair scraped softly against the floor as I rounded the desk, my eyes never leaving her. She followed my movement, but didn't step back. I stopped in front of her, close enough to take in every detail of her chosen attire, the curve of the collar, the fall of the fabric, the way it framed her neck. Without saying a word, I moved around her. I could feel her turning her head slightly to follow me with her eyes, but she didn't speak. I took my time, deliberately letting my gaze travel from her shoulders to her shoes and back up again. I wasn't just looking, I was assessing. I wanted to see if she'd gotten it wrong. If this outfit of hers, no matter how well it fit, fell short of what I'd intended for her to wear. I hated that I couldn't fault it. Still, I kept my expression neutral. By the time I came back around to face her, she still hadn't said a word. That surprised me. In our earlier encounters back in Silver Hollow, she had been quick to jab at me, sharp remarks, subtle challenges, anything to prove she wouldn't bend. But here, in my territory, I half expected her to be different. And maybe she was. For a second, I thought she was holding herself in check, that maybe she had learned to keep her tongue. I should have known better. The moment I stopped, she tilted her head, her mouth curving just enough to hint at trouble. "Well," she asked casually, "are you done inspecting me, or should I take off the dress too so you can check the innerwear? You seem to be enjoying yourself." I narrowed my eyes at her, though my jaw tightened to keep from reacting too obviously. She had the gall to say it with a perfectly calm expression, looking at me like she'd just asked whether I wanted tea or coffee. "You think you're funny," I said, my voice low. She shrugged one shoulder, the movement infuriatingly graceful. "I think I'm honest. You were circling me like you were checking for contraband." "That was me deciding whether what you chose to wear is good enough," I said flatly. Her smile didn't falter. "And, did I pass your inspection?" I took a step closer, letting the silence answer for me. Her scent filled the space between us again, almost too rich now, as if the air itself was trying to test my restraint. "I'll decide after the meeting," I told her. She tilted her head again, studying me. "Meaning you haven't decided now, or meaning you just want an excuse to look me over again later?" I let out a slow breath, not rising to the bait. "Meaning you'll be in front of people, and you represent me now. How you look is not just about you." Her brows lifted slightly. "So this is about appearances?" "This is about everything," I said sharply. "Every choice you make here, what you wear, what you say, who you speak to, it reflects on me. You don't get to pretend it doesn't." Her lips pressed together briefly, but I caught the flicker of something in her eyes. Thoughtfulness, maybe, or calculation. "And what about how you speak to me?" she asked softly. "Does that reflect on you too?" I paused, realizing she'd shifted the conversation in her favor. "Don't push it, Faye." She smiled again, small, infuriating, and completely deliberate. "I'm just making sure we're both aware of the rules here." I held her gaze for several seconds before stepping back. "You'll have plenty of time to test them. For now, you're going to be where I can see you." "That sounds possessive," she said lightly. "That sounds like common sense," I countered. "If you have a problem with it, too bad." She didn't reply right away. Instead, she glanced toward the desk, then back at me. "So, what happens now?" "Now," I said, walking back around to my chair, "you sit down and we talk about the meeting. Who will be there, what to expect, and what not to do." Her brows rose in mock innocence. "Oh, so there's a don't-do list too? Should I take notes?" "If it will help you remember," I said dryly. She crossed the room without being told, taking the seat opposite mine. "Go ahead, then. Tell me how not to embarrass you." I didn't look at her right away. I could still feel her scent pulling at the edge of my focus. And that was the problem, because no matter how I tried to keep the conversation about business, I couldn't ignore the fact that just having her in the room made it harder to think straight. "I didn't really come here for the lecture, though," she said. "Alexander." I leaned back in my chair. "Why did you come to my office, Faye?" She crossed one leg over the other, her movements deliberate, like she knew I was watching. She met my eyes with that calm confidence that was as provoking as it was impressive. "I got tired of waiting for you to show up and welcome me to the Blood Crescent pack properly," she said, voice even and smooth, almost rehearsed. "So, I thought, why not come find you myself and give you a little lecture on courtesy before the great meeting?" I should have been annoyed. I was the alpha here. Wolves didn't just stroll in and lecture me on manners. Normally, anyone with half a brain would choose their words carefully in my presence. But her tone was softer than usual, lacking the bite she usually wielded like a weapon. That disarmed me more than I cared to admit. I don't know how she does it. Instead of bristling, I found myself leaning back and watching her a moment longer. "Well," I said, allowing the faintest curve at the corner of my mouth, "I'm glad you know something about courtesy, Luna Fay. For a moment there, I thought you had none at all. I mean, why else would you reject the outfit I sent to you this morning?" She shrugged. Light, casual, like my question wasn't worth the effort of a real answer. Like I told Maya, I'd already made plans on what to wear. I couldn't just change my mind at the last minute. That easy dismissal lit a spark of irritation in me. I leaned forward slightly, my elbows on the desk. "Do you realize how disrespectful that was? That singular act undermined my authority in front of Maya, who is supposed to be my subject." Her head tilted just a fraction, eyes narrowing slightly, but not in anger. More like she was examining me, peeling apart my words in her mind. "I didn't think you exercised your authority by deciding what the people around you wear," she said slowly, like she was genuinely curious about my answer. "Tell me, did you pick out Cole's outfit this morning too?" I blinked at her, caught between surprise and disbelief. "Because if you did," she continued, her tone perfectly steady, "I'd say you've got a better taste for the male's attire than the female's. What Maya brought wasn't that impressive. Maybe now that I'm here, I can take over picking outfits for the female pack members while you focus on the males." Her face was soft, but I could hear the deliberate provocation in her voice. She wanted to get under my skin, testing, poking, looking for cracks, and the fact that she thought I had the time or inclination to play stylist for my pack members was absurd. "You're being a brat on purpose," I said flatly, my eyes locked on hers. "Is that how they all behave in Silver Hollow?" Her expression didn't shift, not even a twitch. She didn't flinch or look away, didn't even seem mildly insulted. If anything, she looked faintly amused. "I was raised to have my own opinions and my own taste," she replied without hesitation. "And if, for any reason, someone thinks they need to have a say in what I wear, then my opinion should be sought too. I'm not a pet, Alpha Alexander." Her voice sharpened slightly, not in volume, but in precision, each word clipped just enough to carry its weight. "And this has nothing to do with how people behave in Silver Hollow. If an entire pack is to be judged by the actions of individuals, then I'd be right to assume that all members of the Blood Crescent pack are arrogant, cold-hearted, and lacking in basic manners." I felt the words like a strike, not enough to knock me down, but enough to remind me she could land a hit when she wanted to. Anyone else would have been crushed under the weight of my response for daring to speak to me like that. But with her, it was different. Not because I couldn't punish her. I could, but because she was my mate, bound to me by duty, and the truth was I didn't even want to punish her. Instead, I sat there, letting the sting settle. Her eyes flickered, and I saw it, the subtle satisfaction in the curve of her lips, the almost imperceptible lift of her chin. She thought she'd won, and maybe she had for now. I'd let her have this little victory. I did the same thing with my sister Irene. Sometimes the quickest way to shut them up was to let them think they'd gotten the last word. So I leaned back again, studying her. "You enjoy this, don't you?" I asked quietly. Her brow arched. "Enjoy what?" "Pushing," I said. "Seeing how far you can go before I snap." She smiled faintly, almost playfully. "Maybe I do, but you haven't snapped yet, have you?" "No," I admitted. "Not yet." She leaned forward slightly, resting her elbows on the arms of the chair. Then maybe you're not as easy to provoke as you think. I huffed a quiet laugh, shaking my head. Or maybe I'm choosing not to give you the satisfaction. Or maybe, she countered, you like it. I went still, holding her gaze. Careful. Her lips curved into something that was half a smile, half a challenge. Or what? You'll tell me to sit quietly in the corner and look pretty. I could, I said, my voice low, and you'd ignore me. Her smile widened just enough to confirm I was right. Exactly. For a moment, neither of us spoke. The air between us felt like a taut wire, stretched thin but refusing to break. You know, I said finally, most wolves wouldn't dream of talking to me the way you do. Most wolves aren't me, she replied simply. That's painfully obvious, I muttered, though there was no real heat in my words. She tilted her head, studying me again. Does it bother you that I don't bow my head and nod along like everyone else? I considered the question longer than I expected. No, I said at last. It bothers me that you think I'm trying to control you when I'm not. Her brows lifted slightly. You sent me an outfit this morning and expected me to wear it without question. I shrugged. That wasn't control, that was tradition. Presentation matters here, especially for you. Presentation, she repeated, tasting the word. You mean appearances? Yes, I said plainly. And whether you like it or not, the way you present yourself reflects on me. She leaned back in her chair, crossing her arms. So I'm a reflection now. Good to know. That's not what I meant. It's what you said. I exhaled slowly, reminding myself she was deliberately twisting my words. You're impossible. Thank you, she said, the corner of her mouth twitching. That wasn't a compliment, I said. It sounded like one. I shook my head, trying not to let the amusement creep into my expression. You exhaust me, Faye. Then maybe you should stop entertaining me, she said. I leaned forward, resting my forearms on the desk too. And maybe you should stop mistaking my patience for weakness. Her eyes sparkled with that dangerous mix of defiance and intrigue. Maybe I like testing the limits. I know you do, I said quietly. But be careful, Faye. You might not like what happens when you finally find them. For the first time, she didn't fire back immediately. Her gaze lingered on mine for a long, loaded second before she looked away. I think she finally got the message. Faye. Cole returned a few minutes later, his expression polite as he walked in. He gave a small nod toward Alexander before looking at me. Apologies for interrupting, he said, voice formal as always, but the members are gathered and waiting to meet the Luna. For a heartbeat, my stomach tightened. A flicker of nerves crawled up my spine. I didn't know what their reaction to me would be. Would they be polite? Cold? Would they stare like I was some exotic creature dragged in from the outside? This wasn't Silver Hollow, where people at least knew my name and my family. Here, I was the outsider. Still, I brushed the thought aside quickly. I wasn't here to audition for the position of Luna. This wasn't a popularity contest. I was already bound to Alexander by duty, and duty didn't come with an approval rating. Whether they liked me or not, whether they accepted me or whispered behind my back, they were stuck with me, just as I was stuck with them and with their alpha. I was halfway lost in that thought when Alexander's voice pulled me back. Are you ready? The question caught me off guard, though I didn't let it show. I glanced at him, and for a moment I wondered if he actually wanted to know, or if it was just one of those perfunctory things people say when the answer doesn't matter. His face gave nothing away. Classic Alexander, expression measured, tone neutral, eyes watching like he was trying to read every unspoken word. I nodded. Why not? Of course I'm ready. Even if I wasn't, what difference would it make? He would still expect me to go, and it wasn't like he actually cared whether I was prepared. The question felt like false courtesy, something to fill the air before he ushered me out. Good, he said simply, straightening his posture. They've been waiting. I arched a brow. I'm sure they have. What exactly am I supposed to say to them? Or am I just expected to smile and look pretty while you do the talking? The corner of his mouth twitched. Amusement or annoyance, I couldn't tell. You can speak if you want, but I'd advise keeping it simple. First impressions matter here. That's funny, I said, folding my arms, because first impressions aren't something you seem to care about when it comes to me. His eyes narrowed slightly. Meaning? Meaning, I replied. That's rich coming you. Cole cleared his throat quietly, clearly sensing the tension. Alpha, Luna, the members are waiting, he reminded us. Alexander's gaze stayed locked on mine for a moment longer, before he finally looked away. We'll be right there. When Cole stepped out of earshot, Alexander took a step closer, and I subconsciously took a step back. You don't have to like me, Faye, but when we walk into that hall, we present a united front. No snide comments, no sarcasm meant to undermine me. I gave him a slow, deliberately sweet smile. I would never dream of undermining you, Alpha Alexander. The way his jaw flexed told me he didn't believe a word of it. I mean it, he said, his voice dropping lower, quieter, but no less firm. They'll be watching everything, how you stand, how you speak, even how you look at me. If they sense division, it gives them an excuse to question my leadership, and yours. I tilted my head slightly. So, this isn't about me making a good impression. It's about me protecting yours. It's about protecting both of us, he corrected, though I caught the faintest glimmer of something in his eyes. Maybe irritation, maybe worry. You're their Luna now, and that title carries weight. I let out a quiet breath, the words still feeling strange in my head. Fine, I'll play along. You don't have to worry. I know my duty, and I take it seriously. His lips curved faintly, something between a smirk and a real smile. I hope so. For a moment, neither of us moved. Then, with a subtle gesture toward the door, he said, "Shall we?" I glanced once at my reflection in the tall mirror by the wall. The woman staring back at me looked composed enough, chin lifted, shoulders squared, eyes steady. On the surface, I looked every bit the Luna they were about to meet, but beneath it, I was still weighing every step, every word, every glance. I turned back to him. Let's get this over with. His brows lifted slightly, but he didn't argue. He simply fell into step beside me as we left the room. When we arrived, it wasn't the full pack like I'd pictured. No grand crowd spilling into the hall, no chorus of voices echoing off the walls. Instead, only the elders were present, along with a handful of wolves probably holding key leadership positions and a few others, handpicked, I assumed, to represent the rest. They were already waiting in the meeting room, standing in a loose, uneven cluster. But as soon as Alexander stepped in, the shift was immediate. They straightened, aligned themselves, and watched him with sharp, expectant eyes. Whether that was respect or fear, I couldn't tell. Probably a mix of both. Alexander's presence filled the room instantly, as it always did. He didn't have to raise his voice. He didn't even have to smile. "Good evening," he said, tone even and controlled. "Thank you for coming on such short notice." I stood just behind him, hands relaxed at my sides, chin lifted. He didn't bother with small talk. "I would like to introduce you to my mate, Faye, from the Silver Hollow Pack, as you already know. Faye is your Luna." The title seemed to land like a stone in still water. A ripple of shifting expressions moved across the room, some guarded, some assessing, others openly skeptical. "I expect her to be given the maximum accommodation and respect due to her position," Alexander continued, his gaze sweeping the crowd like a blade. A long pause followed, filled with the sound of my own heartbeat. Then he glanced at me. "Would you like to say something?" "Yes," I said, stepping forward. My voice was steady, though my pulse was a little too quick. "Good evening. I'm honored to stand here as your Luna. I hope to serve alongside Alpha Alexander in leading this pack to greater heights. I'm committed to working with all of you to ensure that happens. With your cooperation, I believe we can strengthen not just our territory, but the bonds between us as one united pack." It was the kind of speech I'd been trained to give, measured, respectful, confident. I scanned the faces in front of me, looking for even the smallest sign my words had warmed the air. Nothing. More than half of them remained indifferent, their expressions stone. A few weren't bothering to hide their scowls. One of the elders, a tall man with iron gray hair and an eagle-like nose, finally spoke. "Luna," he said, the title carrying a hint of reluctance. "The Silver Hollow Pack has a different way of running things. How do you plan to adapt to our ways?" "I believe leadership is about understanding, not imposing," I replied evenly. "I intend to learn your traditions before making any changes. This is your home, as much as it's mine now, and I respect that." A murmured exchange rippled through a few of them. Another elder, a woman with sharp eyes and a voice like sandpaper, cut in. "And what of loyalty? Will your loyalties be divided between Silver Hollow and us? Why in the name of the goddess were they sounding like? This was the first case of this kind of alliance. I kept my chin high. I am mated to Alpha Alexander. That bond is my loyalty. My commitment is to this pack now. That earned a slow, begrudging nod from a few in the back, though others still looked unconvinced. From the right side of the room, one of the younger leaders asked, "Do you have experience managing disputes between warriors? Our border patrol can get heated." "I've mediated disagreements before," I said. "Every situation is different, but I believe listening first and acting decisively second is the best approach." There was a faint smirk on his face, like he was testing me. "Listening first? That might get you walked over." "Not if you're listening to understand and not just to reply," I said, matching his tone without turning it into a challenge. People know when they're truly heard. It changes how they respond. That silenced him, though the smirk lingered. Then a man in the corner, broad-shouldered, crossed his arms. "And what will you do if your decisions conflict with the Alphas?" That question was deliberately meant to corner me. Before I could speak, Alexander stepped forward slightly, his voice cutting clean through the room. "Any conflict between us will be handled privately. Our unity in public is not up for debate." The elder's mouth snapped shut. Another question came, this time from an older woman whose expression was neutral but eyes were shrewd. "What's the first change you intend to make as Luna?" I smiled politely. "The first thing I intend to do is listen, learn the needs of the pack from those who live them daily. Only then can I make decisions that truly benefit us all." It was a safe answer, but I meant it. That seemed to please her, though from the opposite end of the room came a low, skeptical voice. "Words are easy, Luna. We'll see about actions." The words stung, not because they were wrong, but because they were honest. Alexander's gaze shifted toward the speaker, sharp enough to slice the air. "And you will. But some of your questions will have to wait. We have other matters to attend to today." It was said so calmly, so decisively, that no one dared argue. The room went still then, one by one, the members began to murmur brief welcomes. Some were mechanical, like reciting lines in a play. "Welcome, Luna," one elder said, his eyes sliding past me almost immediately. Another inclined her head slightly. "I look forward to working together." The pause told me she was still deciding whether that was true. A younger man with bright eyes and a genuine smile stepped forward and bowed slightly. "It's an honor to meet you, Luna." It was the first welcome that actually felt warm. I met each of them with the same steady smile, no matter how reluctant they were. When Alexander finally dismissed them with a short, "That will be all," they filed out, the air still thick with unspoken judgment. As the last few left, I let out a quiet exhale and murmured under my breath, "Well, I feel welcome already." Alexander glanced at me, voice as cold as ever. "You did a good job." It would have been encouraging if there had been even a flicker of warmth behind it, but of course there wasn't. This was Alexander, the man who could make a compliment sound like a weather report. I rolled my eyes slightly as we turned toward the door. "Your enthusiasm is overwhelming." "Alexander." I was halfway down the corridor, my mind already shifting to the peace of my chambers, when I heard quick footsteps behind me. "Alexander." I didn't have to turn to know who it was. My sister's voice was unmistakable, light, sharp, and carrying the kind of energy that rarely meant anything good for my quiet evenings. I stopped and waited, turning just enough to see Irene closing the distance. She always walked like she was on a mission, even if that mission was simply to irritate me. She fell into step beside me. "So, how'd the big meeting go?" I kept my pace steady, hands clasped behind my back. "It was not bad." Her brows arched. "Not bad, that's a vague answer for you." "It's accurate," I said. The members were not exactly welcoming to Faye, but they weren't completely hostile either. I could feel her eyes on me, waiting for me to elaborate, so I added, "Nothing I wasn't expecting ahead of time." Of course, I wasn't expecting them to open their arms to her immediately. We turned a corner. Irene was quiet for about 3 steps, an impressive restraint for her before she spoke again. "So," she said slowly, "those pack members disrespected Faye?" I stopped walking and looked at her. Was she being serious right now? "Disrespected her?" No. Her eyes narrowed like she didn't believe me for a second. "Irene," I said, my voice firm, They might not be pleased about Faye. She's from another pack. And yes, she isn't the one I was originally meant to be mated to. But that doesn't mean anyone in that room would dare disrespect my mate in my presence. Unless, of course, they're ready to lose their heads for it. Her lips curved in a faint smile, not because she found me amusing, but because she knew I meant every word. A disrespect to my mate is a disrespect to me, and I don't take that lightly. We reached my chambers, and I pushed the heavy door open. She walked in without waiting for an invitation, heading straight for the couch near the fireplace. I shut the door behind us, resisting the urge to point out that entering without being asked was technically rude. Irene didn't recognize such boundaries around me. She sat down, draping one arm over the back of the couch, and gave me a pointed look. Still, poor Faye, I can't imagine how she must be feeling right now, knowing she wasn't accepted with open arms. I crossed the room to the cabinet, poured myself some water, and took a slow sip before answering. She seemed fine. Fine? Faye strikes me as the strong type, I said, leaning against the cabinet. She wasn't moved by their attitude. Her confidence was commendable. I meant it. She'd stood there, meeting their cold stares head-on, speaking with poise as if she'd been Luna for years. It had been one of the few moments during the meeting where I'd felt something close to pride, though I hadn't said so aloud. Irene tilted her head. That might be true, but just because she didn't show it doesn't mean she wasn't affected. You know how those kinds of stares feel, Alexander. It's like being measured and dismissed all at once. I took another sip, my jaw tightening. And, she added, her tone sharpening, it's not helping that you're not exactly the caring, supportive mate everyone would want in a situation like that. I gave her a flat look. Why would you assume I'm not supportive? She gave a humorless laugh. Please, you know exactly what I'm talking about. I didn't answer right away. She wasn't entirely wrong, but she made it sound as if I'd stood there like a block of ice for sport. I was there, I said finally. I spoke for her when I needed to. I made it clear she has my protection. That's not the same as making her feel like she has you. Maybe it's time you start to let go of your past and warm up to the present. Irene said quietly. I set the glass down on the table with a soft click, rubbing the bridge of my nose. Irene, I'm a bit tired. I'd like to rest for a while. I knew exactly where this conversation was going, and I wasn't interested in heading there right now, or ever again. She stared at me for a moment, then sighed. You're dismissing me. Correct. Her eyes rolled, but she stood anyway. Fine, but you might want to rest while you can. I gave her a look that asked silently, what now? She crossed her arms. Mom called. That froze me for a second. And she already knows your mate is in Blood Crescent. I inhaled slowly. Of course she does. She knows everything. That means, Irene went on, she'll be showing up to meet Faye, probably sooner rather than later. I leaned back slightly, my mind shifting away from exhaustion to the new problem she'd just dropped at my feet. I had almost forgotten about that part, an oversight that now seemed dangerous. Dealing with Irene was one thing. She was a storm, but a manageable one. Our mother, however, she was a hurricane that left nothing untouched. I exhaled through my nose. Wonderful. Irene smirked knowingly. I take it you're thrilled. If thrilled means I'd rather face a dozen political disputes than one of her welcome visits, then yes. She laughed, heading for the door. Well, you'd better start preparing. You and Faye both have work to do. She opened the door, glancing over her shoulder with a wicked little grin. Impressing Mom is a full-time job. Good luck with that. The door closed behind her, leaving me in the quiet. I sank into my chair, staring into the fire. Irene wasn't wrong. My mother's approval was never freely given. It was earned, fought for, and maintained with constant effort. And she'd be coming here with expectations so high, even I felt the weight of them. I thought of Faye, standing in front of the pack today, refusing to flinch under their stares. She'd handled that well. But my mother? That would be another test entirely. One we'd both have to pass. Faye, I stood barefoot in a meadow bathed in soft golden light, the tall grass swaying around my knees. Jason was there. My Jason, laughing as he held my hand and spun me in slow circles, the sunlight catching the flecks of gold in his eyes. You know, he said with that crooked grin, our first kid is going to have your stubbornness. I can already see it. I laughed. Only if they get your ridiculous dimples. Otherwise, I'm sending them back. We tumbled into the grass, shoulders brushing, warmth wrapping around us like a second skin. I could feel his heartbeat steady and close, and for a moment I believed it was real. But then Jason stood, his gaze suddenly fixed somewhere beyond me. "Jason?" I called softly. He didn't answer. He began to walk away. My smile faltered. "Jason?" I called again, louder now, rising to my feet. The wind seemed to swallow my voice. Ahead, a figure waited, slim, graceful, her back turned. Jason reached her and stopped. The woman turned and my breath caught. It was Sage, my twin. Sage smiled, a glint in her eyes, and Jason didn't look back. My voice broke into a desperate shout. "Knock, knock!" A sharp knock on my door yanked me into the dim light of my room. I blinked, heart pounding, the dream scattering into fragments. Just my memories again, and the ache of knowing they could still trick me this easily. For a moment, I lay there tangled in the sheets, staring at the unfamiliar ceiling and wondering where I was. I've been here for days, and I'm yet to get used to the environment. The knock came again, a little louder this time, impatient without being rude. I groaned softly, dragging myself upright and rubbing the grit of sleep from my eyes. The floor was cool beneath my bare feet as I padded across the room. When I opened the door, Maya stood there. Her posture was polite but stiff, like she'd practiced standing exactly this way before knocking. "Good morning, Luna," she said, her tone careful, as though she wasn't sure how I'd react. "I was asked to come let you know that breakfast is ready. Also, after breakfast, I'm supposed to give you a tour around the pack house, in case you'd like to stretch your legs and familiarize yourself with the environment." The way she said it, word for word, made it sound rehearsed. Someone, probably Irene, had told her exactly what to say and how to say it. I squinted at her, still half asleep, and for a split second wondered why on earth she had to show up this early. But then I glanced over my shoulder at the clock on the wall. Oh, it wasn't early at all. In fact, it was exactly breakfast time. My sense of time clearly hadn't caught up with my new surroundings. "Oh," I said, clearing my throat. "Right. Tell whoever's waiting at the table that I'll be out in a bit." She gave a small nod. "Of course, Luna." I closed the door and leaned back against it for a moment. I wasn't sure whether to be grateful for the polite summons or irritated that my mornings were now apparently going to start on someone else's schedule. Probably both. Shaking it off, I hurried into the bathroom. The mirror didn't lie. My hair was slightly rumpled, falling out of the braid I'd slept in, and a faint crease still marked my cheek from the pillow. Not exactly Luna material. I splashed cold water on my face, letting it jolt me awake, then brushed my teeth quickly. A shower would have been nice, but I was already late, and I refused to make an entrance looking like I'd overslept. I unfastened my braid, running my fingers through the waves until they fell loose around my shoulders. The mirror reflected a version of me that looked more like me. I reached for my brush, working through the tangles until the strands smoothed out, then twisted the front sections back into a half-up style, practical but still polished. "Much better," I said to myself. Now came the question of what to wear. I decided on a simple cream blouse with slightly puffed sleeves and a pair of dark, high-waisted trousers. Formal enough to show I cared, but not so stiff that I looked like I was trying too hard. Slipping them on, I straightened the blouse's cuffs and added a thin belt. I could already hear my old pack's whispers if they saw me. "Faye actually cleans up nicely," as though they'd expected me to show up in something frumpy. A touch of color wouldn't hurt. I found a muted berry lipstick in the vanity drawer and dabbed it on lightly, just enough to keep me from looking like I'd been dragged out of bed, which technically I had. I was already impressed as I checked myself out. "Good job, Faye." By the time I stepped back from the mirror, I almost looked like the sort of woman who belonged at Alexander's side. Almost. I glanced around the room like I wanted to make sure I didn't forget anything. Taking a steadying breath, I stepped out into the hallway. The air was cooler out here, and I could hear the faint murmur of voices from down the corridor, low, rhythmic conversation punctuated by the occasional clink of cutlery. Breakfast had already started. I guess it wasn't just going to be Irene and I at the table this morning. Part of me wanted to linger a little, to arrive just late enough to avoid most of the awkward moments of the meal, but I knew that would only give them more reason to judge me. So I squared my shoulders and headed toward the dining room. Every step felt deliberate, like I was walking into another silent test. I couldn't help thinking of the meeting with the pack members, the way some of them had looked right through me, as though they didn't see a Luna at all. Alexander's calm, measured presence had been the only thing keeping the tension in check. Without him, I wasn't sure how the day would have ended, but he wouldn't be here all the time to shield me from sidelong glances or polite but sharp comments. I had to learn to manage on my own. I hope I can. Nova sighed. You should give yourself more credit, you know. You're doing well so far. I hope so, I said. As I reached the doorway, I paused for half a second, smoothing the front of my blouse. I pushed the door open and stepped inside. Faye. I was still half in my head when I stepped into the dining room that morning. The smell of coffee and fresh bread floated through the air, warm and welcoming, but the scene waiting for me at the table quickly replaced the comfort with curiosity. 2 women sat there. The first was Irene. Of course, Irene, looking as lively as always, even with a spoon halfway to her mouth. But the second, I didn't recognize her. She looked like she'd stepped straight out of a glossy magazine. Her makeup was precise, her hair perfectly styled, her outfit so coordinated it almost made me check if I had crumbs on my shirt. She didn't resemble Irene in the slightest, too polished, too staged, almost fake. She reminded me of one of those decorative porcelain dolls, pretty rigid and somehow unnerving if you stared too long. And she was staring at me. Not the normal curious stare you give a stranger in your space. No, her eyes had this sharp, almost repulsed glint in them, as though she'd just seen something dragged out of the forest, dirt-covered and wrong. Her perfectly lined lips parted and she asked, very clearly, "Who is she?" No smile, no warmth, just that blunt, cutting question hanging in the air like smoke. Irene's head shot up from her plate, and her eyes lit up when she saw me. "Oh, finally," she said with a grin. "I was starting to think you'd decided you've had enough of my face in the mornings and skipped breakfast altogether." I laughed genuinely because Irene had that effect on me. "I considered it," I teased back, "but I figured you'd miss me too much." I greeted them both as I made my way to the table. Irene's reply was quick and warm. The other woman's was barely a response at all. If I could even call the little hum she made a response. She was still looking at me like she couldn't decide whether I was lost or just audacious enough to wander into her territory uninvited. I took my seat, trying not to let her expression crawl under my skin. Still, I couldn't help the thought, is she really this confused about me, or is she doing it on purpose? Irene didn't jump to introduce us right away, which was unlike her. She usually filled silences before they had a chance to form. The mystery woman took advantage of the gap. "Who is this?" she asked again, sharper this time, "and why is she joining us for breakfast?" I looked at Irene in time to catch the shock flicker across her face. That was when I realized, oh, this wasn't confusion at all. This woman was being rude, deliberately. And the question that instantly formed in my head was why. We'd never met before. As far as I knew, I hadn't done anything to offend her. Did she simply dislike strangers? Or was there something else? Irene was still staring at her, clearly deciding how to respond, when the woman rolled her eyes like she'd grown bored of waiting. She turned to me, her tone losing any pretense of politeness. "I'm Bella," she said, like it should mean something to me. "Alpha Alexander's sister, Irene's sister." Her gaze sharpened. "And who are you?" The words landed heavier than she probably expected. Not because I was intimidated, but because I was surprised. Alexander had 2 sisters? Since when? Irene talked a lot about everything, but she had never once mentioned another sister besides herself. I glanced at Irene, and she looked embarrassed. That alone told me this was not going to be one of those friendly introductions where everyone instantly gets along. Irene was opening her mouth, probably to answer for me, but no, not this time. I didn't need her to soften my edges or smooth the tension. I smiled, calm and deliberate, and spoke before she could. "Faye," I said. "Luna Faye of the Blood Crescent pack." I'm not sure why I chose to introduce myself like that, but it sounded just right. I even extended my hand across the table for a handshake, because some part of me wanted to see what she'd do. What she did was look at me like I just slapped her. She was shocked. The air went still for a moment. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught Irene biting her lip, a smirk tugging at the edges that she was absolutely failing to hide. For some reason, she must have enjoyed the reaction from Bella. Bella didn't take my hand. She didn't even pretend to consider it. She just let it hang there for a moment, then scoffed quietly, but with enough disdain to make her point, and turned to Irene. Irene avoided her gaze entirely and focused on her plate. I withdrew my hand slowly, not because I felt embarrassed, but because the moment had told me everything I needed to know. She wasn't just dismissive, she was defensive. Like my existence here was a problem she hadn't prepared to face. I turned my attention to my own food. If she thought I'd be unsettled by her attitude, she was wrong. I'd dealt with far colder receptions than this since I came to Blood Crescent, and truthfully, I was too curious to let it irritate me just yet. But as I ate, I found myself wondering, did she not know Alexander had a mate? Or did she know and just hate it? Whatever the reason, Bella's appetite seemed to vanish. She pushed her food around on her plate, fumbling with her fork, her eyes darting between me and Irene as though she was trying to read something in the spaces between us. Weird. Very weird. "Where's Alexander?" "Busy again," I asked Irene casually, but Bella answered, "Isn't he supposed to be your mate? You should know his whereabouts." I looked at her and I just lacked words at that moment. "Ignore her," Irene said to me. "Alex went to the gym." Bella pushed her chair back with a sudden scrape against the floor, her eyes cutting away from me like I wasn't even there. Without any preamble, she announced in that clipped tone of hers, "I'll be in Alex's room," she said to Irene, but made sure I heard her loud and clear. I didn't even bother to look at her. I wasn't about to give her the satisfaction of thinking that bothered me one bit. I only heard her footstep as she walked away. "You know," I said casually, "it seems your sister doesn't like me at all." I glanced at Irene, and she's nothing like you, this one. I tipped my chin toward Bella's retreating back, is more like Alexander, which I guess makes you the black sheep of the family. Irene let out a laugh, a light, amused sound that made me tilt my head. "As apt as that sounds," she said, taking a sip of her water, "Bella's not actually related to us. Not by blood anyway. It's just me and Alex our parents had." That made me look at her more closely. "Really? Then who exactly is Bella?" Irene smirked, like she knew I'd take the bait. I felt the need to explain. "I'm just curious. She confidently called herself your sister right in front of you. If it's not true, why let her?" Irene's smirk flattened into something softer, almost a sigh. She rolled her eyes and shrugged, as though she were tired of explaining this. "Bella's the daughter of my late father's friend. She was taken in after her parents were killed when the Iron Paw Pack attacked the Blood Crescent Pack years ago. My father raised her after that." I leaned back in my chair, the picture clicking together in my mind. That explained the way Bella carried herself, like she belonged, even though the bloodline didn't match. Still, my chest tightened a little. I couldn't help it. I felt sorry for her. Losing your parents to an attack wasn't something you just got over. No matter how cold or, well, bitchy she'd just been toward me, that kind of loss stayed in your bones. But the curiosity didn't fade. "That still doesn't explain why she doesn't like me," I said, watching Irene carefully. "It's not just dislike. It's like she feels threatened by me. We just met for goodness sake. I haven't done anything to her." Irene's lips curved into a smirk again, but this one was sly, almost mischievous. "Oh, I could explain everything you're confused about," she said slowly, "but on one condition." I arched a brow. "Which is? You come shopping with me." I blinked. "Shopping?" "Yes," she said, leaning forward like it was the most natural thing in the world. "My friend just launched a clothing line in town. We can go there, try on some outfits, pick up a few nice things." The offer sounded harmless enough, but I wasn't about to throw money at clothes I didn't need. "I don't know," I said, resting my chin on my palm. "Not sure I have the kind of money to spend on clothes right now, and honestly, I'm not exactly in desperate need of a wardrobe update." "Oh, please," Irene groaned. "I'm bored, and I actually want us to bond a little. You don't have to worry about the money." She leaned in conspiratorially. We'll be burning some little amount from Alex's credit card. That made me pause. A slow grin crept across my face. And how would Alpha Alexander feel about that? He wouldn't mind, she said casually, though there was a glint of amusement in her eyes. But if we leave without telling him first, he might be a little mad. I chuckled. Say no more. I'm in, if only because it's going to piss the Alpha off. Irene laughed, her eyes lighting up like she'd just won a small victory. Knew you'd come around. We pushed our chairs back almost in unison and made our way out of the dining room, still grinning. There was something oddly easy about bantering with Irene. It felt less like navigating the formalities of an Alpha's household, and more like talking to someone who enjoyed a little normal life as much as I did. As we stepped into the hallway, I could still hear faint footsteps above us. Probably Bella heading into Alexander's room like she'd announced. A small part of me wondered if she'd be watching us leave, mentally filing away my every move like I was some sort of intruder. Not that it mattered. If she had a problem with me, she could keep it. My thoughts drifted back to what Irene had said about Bella's past. I knew what it was like to lose people to violence. Maybe not immediate family members, but I've been to war. I've lost men who were family to me. Warriors I grew up with. Even though I didn't say it out loud, that tiny flicker of sympathy for Bella refused to go out. Maybe that was why her hostility stung less than it might have otherwise, because deep down, I understood her need to guard what little stability she had left. We reached the front door, and Irene paused to grab her sunglasses from a small table nearby. You're going to love this place, she said, her tone brighter now. My friend's designs are gorgeous, and I mean, they make even the plainest person look like they've stepped off a runway. I gave her a skeptical look. Are you trying to say I'm plain? Not at all, she said quickly, though her smirk betrayed her. I'm saying you'll look dangerously good in whatever I pick out for you. Alexander. By the time I left the gym, the sun was already high in the sky, pouring in through the glass panels of the corridor. My muscles ached pleasantly from the morning's training, sweat still clinging faintly to my skin despite the towel I'd used earlier. I needed to get upstairs, shower, change, and head to the office. When I reached my door, I noticed it wasn't locked. That was odd. I distinctly remembered locking it before leaving earlier. My first thought was that one of the cleaners had come through while I was gone and simply forgotten to lock it afterward. It happened sometimes, and though it was careless, I didn't feel alarmed. I stepped inside, tossing my gym bag onto the couch, and headed straight for my closet. But then I froze. There it was, the sound of water running. I tilted my head toward the bathroom, my brow furrowing. Someone was in there. Who's in there? I called out, my voice low but sharp. No answer. A small flare of irritation sparked in my chest. Perhaps the cleaners had accidentally left the tap on. Wasteful and sloppy. I'd have to call the head of staff in and make sure it never happened again. I swear I'm going to call someone out for this carelessness, I muttered as I walked toward the door, already preparing a lecture in my head. I pushed the bathroom door open, and there she was, Bella, standing in my shower, naked. Her head turned lazily at the sound of the door, her expression annoyingly calm, as though she'd been expecting me. My shock collided with a burst of anger so quickly it made my jaw tighten. What, I bit out, is the meaning of this? She didn't flinch at my tone. Instead, she casually reached for the shower handle and twisted it off, water dripping down her bare skin as though she was in some cheap, staged scene meant to get a reaction. Hand me the towel, she said, like it was the most natural thing in the world. I grabbed the towel from the rack, tossed it to her, harder than necessary, and turned on my heel. I needed to put space between us. My temper was already straining against its leash. In the bedroom, I planted myself in front of the dresser, back straight, arms crossed, waiting for her to step out. I didn't have time for this, but I wasn't letting it slide either. When she emerged, loosely wrapped in the towel, I didn't bother softening my tone. Explain. Now, why are you in my room in my shower when I wasn't here? You have your own room, Bella. If, for some reason, yours wasn't available, you could have used Irene's. But mine? My voice was cold steel. Absolutely not. Her lips curved into a slow, knowing smile. You're overreacting, she purred. It's not like I haven't showered in your room before. I narrowed my eyes. That was years ago. Don't act like it's normal for me to walk in on you naked now. Get dressed and leave. It's nothing you haven't seen before, Alex, she said, stepping toward me, her voice dripping with the kind of false confidence that used to work on men who didn't know better. Don't pretend like you don't miss all this. Her fingers ghosted over her collarbone as if to draw my attention downward. I didn't even blink. The air between us chilled. I told her, my voice low and sharp, get dressed and leave. For a split second, something flickered in her eyes. Hurt, or maybe disbelief, but it was quickly replaced by a smirk that didn't quite reach her gaze. This is because of that thing I met at breakfast, isn't it? She said, tilting her head, her voice mocking. The one who called herself Faye. She laughed. Luna my foot, she added. Something inside me snapped. In 2 strides I was in front of her, and the towel in her hand was suddenly of no importance to me. My wolf surged forward with a flash of possessive rage, and I felt my hands curl into fists before I caught myself. Every instinct screamed to shut her up, to make her regret even speaking Faye's name that way. I stopped myself an inch from losing control. My breathing was sharp, my chest rising and falling. I could hear it ring in my ears. Watch your mouth, I warned, my voice dangerously low. When it comes to Faye, you will speak with respect. She is my mate. By that alone, she is your Luna, and you will treat her accordingly. Bella's eyes widened just slightly. Mate? You mean to tell me you almost laid a hand on me because of someone you just met? That someone, I said, my tone like frost cutting into bone, is my mate, and any disrespect towards her is an insult to me. Don't test me, Bella. Her lips pressed into a thin line. For once, she didn't have a comeback ready. I stepped back, putting space between us again, and turned away. Her scent clung to the room, clashing with the scent of my own space. It was suffocating. Get out, I said, my voice final. She lingered a moment too long, as if still hoping I'd change my mind. But when I didn't even glance at her, she finally moved, the soft pad of her footsteps retreating toward the door. When it clicked shut behind her, I exhaled slowly, unclenching my fists. My pulse was still running hot, but I wasn't about to let her or anyone else drag me into a situation I couldn't control. Adrian stirred inside of me, clearly not happy with how I let Bella off the hook easily. How dare her? I took a deep breath to calm him. Alexander. I had just stepped out of the shower, still toweling the water from my hair, when my phone rang. Cole's name flashed on the screen. I had been expecting his call all morning. Cole, I answered, my voice still rough from the steam. Alpha, there's something you need to see, he said without preamble. No good morning, no small talk. His tone was clipped, carrying the kind of edge that told me whatever it was, I wasn't going to like it. Where are you now? I asked. On my way to the pack house. I'll be there in less than 5 minutes. All right then, go straight to the office, I told him, tossing the towel aside. I'll meet you there. Understood, Alpha. He hung up. I stood there for a moment, staring at the phone in my hand. My gut tightened. Cole didn't rattle easily. Whatever he had to show me was either dangerous, disturbing, or both. Earlier this morning, I'd sent him with a group of pack soldiers to check the northern border. We'd lost contact with the wolves stationed there 2 days ago. No check-ins, no replies on comms. That in itself was odd. Wolves didn't just go silent. If they were injured, they'd send word. If there was trouble, they'd howl for backup. The silence was wrong. I dragged on a pair of dark blue jeans and a black shirt, not bothering with formal attire. This wasn't a meeting with elders or a diplomatic visit. This was something else. I could feel it. I took the stairs 2 at a time, my boots thudding against the wood. A few pack members greeted me as I passed, but I barely nodded back. My mind was already racing ahead to the office, to whatever Cole was bringing me. When I pushed open the heavy doors, Cole was just stepping inside from the other hallway. He shut the door behind us, locking it out of habit. That was never a good sign. All right, I said, heading for my desk. What have you got? He didn't answer right away. Instead, he pulled his phone from his pocket and tapped the screen. You need to see this. I stepped around the desk to stand beside him. The first image was of dirt. At least that's what it looked like at first glance. But my eyes picked up on the patterns instantly. Paw prints, wolf prints, several sets, crossing and overlapping. These are from the northern border? I asked. He nodded. Near the patrol outpost. I scanned the image more closely. The tracks were sharp, fresh, meaning they'd been made within the last 24 hours. But what was missing was even more telling. Where are our guards? I asked slowly. That's just it, Cole said, swiping to the next picture. No one was there, no bodies, no signs of a fight, just gone. The next photo showed a patch of grass flattened in a circle, as if something or someone had stood there for a while. My wolf stirred uneasily beneath my skin. And this, Cole added, swiping again. The image was of a small metallic object lying in the dirt. It was round, engraved with a design I didn't recognize at first, until the light caught it in the picture, revealing a stylized wolf's head with 3 claw marks slashing across it. I felt my jaw tighten. An emblem. That's what I thought, Cole said. Could have fallen off someone, or been left there deliberately, I finished for him. Exactly. I leaned against the desk, folding my arms. You think the border was breached? I think something happened up there, Alpha, and if it was an accident or miscommunication, it wouldn't look like this. My mind went over the possibilities. Rogue wolves, a rival pack, or something worse. How close were these prints to the boundary line? I asked. Too close, Cole replied grimly, and some of them lead past it into our territory. A muscle twitched in my jaw. That was all I needed to hear. Who else knows about this? I asked. Just the team I took with me, he said. I told them to keep quiet until you decided how to handle it. Good. The last thing we needed was panic spreading through the pack before we even knew what we were dealing with. I took the phone from him, zooming in on the emblem again. The design didn't match any of the allied packs I knew, but there was something about the style. Sharp lines, bold slashes, that tickled a memory. I've seen something like this before, I murmured. Cole's eyes sharpened. Where? Years ago, I said slowly, when my father was still Alpha, a group of wolves from beyond the northern mountains came through our territory. They weren't hostile, but they weren't exactly friendly either. One of them had a belt buckle with this same mark. My father warned me never to deal with them. They called themselves the Shadow Fang. Cole frowned. Shadow Fang? Never heard of them. You wouldn't have. They keep to themselves, deep in the highlands. They only come down when they want something, and if they're leaving calling cards at our border. I let the thought trail off. Cole didn't need me to finish it. It means they're back, and they want something. And they've taken our guards, I said flatly. For a moment, silence stretched between us. My wolf pressed hard against my skin, restless and on edge. We'll need to send the search team, Cole said finally. Fast. I nodded. I'll handpick the members myself. No one inexperienced and no one who'll talk. Cole gave a short nod of agreement. When do we move? As soon as I've spoken to the council. They'll want to know, but I'm not telling them everything yet. Just that we have missing patrols and need authorization for a search. He studied me for a moment. You're thinking this is more than just a breach. I met his gaze evenly. If the Shadow Fang are here, Cole, they're not here to play games. Last time they came for trade. This time, I don't know, but I intend to find out. I hope my instincts are wrong. I handed his phone back and walked to the window, looking out over the training grounds. Wolves were sparring in the sun, their laughter carrying faintly through the glass. They had no idea their world might be about to shift. And it's my duty to protect them. They'll try to hit us where it hurts, I said quietly. The border was just the first move. Cole moved to stand beside me. Then we make sure it's their last. I glanced at him, a faint smile tugging at my mouth. That was why he was my beta. Steady, reliable, and ready for a fight. Get the warriors ready, I said. And keep this quiet until I give the order. If anyone asks, the patrols are on a training rotation. Understood. He turned to go, but paused at the door. Alpha Alexander, if they've taken our wolves alive, do you think? They'll use them, I said bluntly. For leverage, for information. And if we're too slow, we won't get them back. His jaw tightened, but he nodded once and left. When the door shut, I exhaled slowly. My father's voice echoed in my head from years ago, warning me about the Shadow Fang. They're not allies, Alexander. They're opportunists. They'll smile while they sharpen the knife. I hadn't realized until late in the afternoon that I hadn't seen my sister Irene or my mate Faye all day. It struck me in that quiet, almost unsettling way you notice something is missing from the rhythm of the day. Breakfast had been easy to skip, as usual. I wasn't much of a morning eater, and lately the meetings and patrol reports had been enough to drag me away from anything resembling a normal routine. However, I made an exception for the gym today. But skipping breakfast also meant I'd missed that window to check in on both of them. In normal times, I might not have given it much thought. Irene had always been independent, sometimes too much for her own good. Faye was still settling into the role of Luna, learning our customs and adjusting to me, not the easiest process for either of us. But these weren't normal times. The air in the territory is tense and thick with the kind of quiet unrest that made even the most routine of movements feel heavier. We had suspicions of a breach in our borders. It wasn't confirmed yet, but my gut told me we weren't being paranoid. And when there's the possibility of danger, you don't let the people you care about out of your sight, not for long. I didn't notice when Cole entered the office. "Is everything all right, Alpha?" I pulled out my phone, scrolling straight to Irene's name. "Nothing. I just remembered I haven't seen my sister or the Luna today. I need them to stay where I can see them." As I dialed Irene's number, I expected her to answer quickly as she usually did when I called, but this time, it rang until her voicemail picked up. "Answer your damn phone, Irene," I muttered under my breath, ending the call. Cole sighed, leaning against the desk like he had all the time in the world. "Try Luna Faye," he suggested, his tone casual but his eyes watching me closely. "If they're together, maybe they're in either Irene's chamber or Luna Faye's." I nodded, half reaching for my phone again before realizing something ridiculous. "I don't even have Faye's number," I admitted, the words tasting absurd even as I said them. Cole raised his brows and gave me one of those looks that didn't need words, a judgmental, "Are you serious right now?" look. I knew exactly what he was thinking. "She's your mate, and you don't even have her number?" I ignored the jab, pretending it rolled off me. "Forget it," I said. "Just go find them. Tell them I want to see them in the office now." Cole pushed off from the desk with a shrug. "All right, I'll check both chambers first." The door had barely closed behind him before I started pacing. I told myself it was just precaution, no reason to think the worst, but my instincts were restless. In my experience, instincts were rarely wrong. "I just hope they're within the pack house," I said to myself. I kept replaying possible scenarios in my head. Irene was the wilder of the two, more likely to drag someone into a spur-of-the-moment decision without thinking it through. If she'd decided to show Faye around somewhere outside the safety of the territory, it would be just like her to forget or ignore that she was supposed to tell me first. And Faye, I clenched my jaw. She was new, yes, but she wasn't naive. She had to have picked up by now that leaving without letting me know was unacceptable. Especially when she was Luna. Her movements weren't just about her anymore. They had implications for the entire pack. The minutes dragged until Cole came back in. He had a strange look on his face, like he'd rather keep his mouth shut than actually explain what he'd found. "Well?" I asked, sharper than I intended. "They're not in either chamber," he said slowly. "And someone mentioned they saw them drive out earlier in Irene's car." The words landed like a spark in dry grass. Instant fire. "You've got to be kidding me," I snapped. "She knows she's not supposed to leave the walls without telling me. And Faye, what the hell was she thinking going along with it?" Cole didn't flinch at my tone. He'd been on the receiving end of my temper more than once and had learned not to take it personally. "We'll find them. I'll have someone start tracking the car's location. I can go after them myself." "That's not the point," I said, pacing again. "They had to pick today to pull something like this? Today, when we have every reason to believe someone might be watching our movements? They might not know the full extent of what's going on, but that doesn't make it any less reckless." "They probably didn't mean any harm," Cole said, already pulling out his phone to make the call. "Intent doesn't matter if they end up walking into danger," I shot back. He didn't argue, just murmured instructions into the phone, ordering a location trace on Irene's car. I stood there, every muscle in my body wound tight. I didn't like the idea of them being out there without backup, without even a damn text to tell me where they were going. Then Cole's tone shifted mid-conversation. "Oh, that's okay," he said abruptly, ending the call. "What?" I demanded. "They just drove back into the pack house," he said, slipping his phone back into his pocket. Relief hit me first, sharp and immediate, but it was quickly replaced by irritation. They were back, which meant they were about to hear exactly what I thought of this little excursion. Cole glanced at me. "You still want me to call them in?" "Absolutely," I said without hesitation. As he turned to leave again, I stood behind my desk gripping the edge of it. Part of me wanted to let the anger burn itself out before they arrived. But the other part, the alpha in me, knew that this wasn't just about my personal feelings. It was about discipline, about making sure they understood that these boundaries weren't optional. I wasn't just their brother or mate. I was responsible for the safety of this pack, and that meant I couldn't afford to let things slide. Not even once. Such reckless behavior is unacceptable, especially from them, Faye. I could tell the moment Irene and I stepped into Alexander's office that we were in trouble. Of course, the plan was to make him mad, but not this level of mad. I know it sounds childish, but the only way I can handle coexisting with him is by making him see that he can't control me. But I knew this was about to backfire. He was behind his desk, shoulders squared, jaw tight, eyes locked on us in that way that made the air in the room feel heavier. His hands were flat on the desk, as though he was trying to anchor himself in place so he didn't leap across it and throttle us both. "It's not that serious, for goodness sake." The door clicked shut behind us. The sound was far too loud for my liking. Irene walked in like she didn't notice, or maybe didn't care that the Alpha of the Blood Crescent pack looked ready to explode. She even sat down with a small, polite smile. I followed her lead, but my stomach was a knot. As we settled into the chairs opposite him, Irene leaned slightly toward me, her voice barely a whisper. "He's mad," she murmured, her lips twitching like she was suppressing a grin. "Stop it," I said quietly. I had to bite the inside of my cheek to stop my own laugh. Great. Exactly the kind of attitude that would keep this meeting short. And by short, I meant ending with the both of us storming out. Alexander took a slow, deliberate breath, the kind you take when you're clinging to your temper by the thinnest thread. His eyes flicked between us, cold and assessing like he was about to scold some teenagers. "What," he began, each word clipped, "were the two of you thinking? Going out without telling me?" I straightened slightly, opening my mouth to explain. Well, maybe not explain so much as defend. But he lifted a hand, palm out, cutting me off before I could get a single word out. That little gesture burned more than I wanted to admit. My mouth snapped shut, but something inside me tightened. He didn't even want to hear me out? Not even a token attempt at letting me speak? That was disrespectful to me, but I forced my expression to be neutral and swallowed the sting. Fine. His gaze shifted to Irene like I wasn't even in the room. "Faye is new here," he said, voice lower now, but still sharp enough to cut, "and she doesn't understand certain things about our pack yet. I can understand that. But you, Irene," his tone hardened, "you should know better. Leaving the pack house without telling me or taking precautions is reckless. We have enemies, and you know that." Irene blinked, caught off guard for maybe half a second before her eyebrows rose. "Enemies?" she repeated. "You're acting like I went out in the middle of a war. Alex, there hasn't been a single serious security issue in Blood Crescent territory for years, even before Father died. What exactly are you so worried about?" Her casual tone was like tossing oil onto an open flame. I watched Alexander's nostrils flare just slightly, his grip on his desk tightening. Still, he didn't raise his voice. He ran a hand through his hair. He leaned back in his chair. "Listen to me, Irene. Whether or not there's a threat right now isn't the point. The point is, I want to know where you are at all times. If you don't want to tell me directly, fine, tell someone. Or take a bodyguard with you." His voice was even, but there was an edge of steel under it that made the room feel smaller. I wonder if there's something else behind his paranoia, because it didn't seem normal. I sat there silent, weighing my options. Part of me wanted to stand up and leave, make it clear I didn't appreciate being dismissed earlier, but that would have been a spectacularly bad move. He wasn't just my mate, he was the Alpha, and I was in his pack house. If my mother had taught me anything, It was to hold your tongue until you could speak without making a fool of yourself. Irene gave a soft scoff. I'm a wolf, Alex. You expect me to walk around with a bodyguard every time I leave the house? She gestured vaguely toward the door. Like some fragile human who can't cross the street alone? That's not what I mean, Alexander replied, calm. I'm not going to insist on the bodyguard if you hate the idea so much, but you will inform me before you go anywhere henceforth. That is not up for debate. His words landed like stones. Irene tilted her head, one brow arching in challenge. And if I don't? His eyes darkened just slightly, the faintest sign of the alpha pushing to the surface. I wasn't asking, that's an order. Irene's lips pressed into a line. For once, she seemed to realize this wasn't a game she could win by being clever. After a moment, she sighed, throwing up her hands. Fine. If it'll help you sleep better at night, I'll let you know. Alexander didn't look relieved, but frustrated, like this whole thing was beneath him, but he couldn't let it go. His jaw worked for a moment before he finally said, Good. The tension in the room didn't ease, but at least it didn't get worse. Irene leaned back, her posture all nonchalance again. Is that all? Yes, Alexander said after a pause. You can go. She stood, brushing invisible lint from her clothes. I got to my feet as well, ready to escape this suffocating room, but before I could take a single step, his voice stopped me. Not you, Faye. The words froze me in place. I was still standing there after Irene left, the faint echo of the door clicking shut behind her, like a small exclamation mark at the end of a sentence I didn't get to finish. My palms itched to be doing something. Anything, other than hanging at my sides while Alexander stared at me. He rose from his chair with that unhurried grace of his, the kind that made you second-guess whether he was calm or just winding up for something you'd regret. I need to have a chat with you, he said. I found my eyes tracking the way he moved, measured steps, deliberate. And then he came around the desk, each step shrinking the space between us until I could hear the soft scuff of his boots on the floor. I told myself not to notice what he was wearing. That was a mistake. Dark blue jeans, perfectly fitted, a black shirt that hugged his shoulders in a way I had no business staring at. I'd seen him in plenty of formal and corporate wears, but this was different. Unpolished, almost casual, but somehow it made him look even more dangerous, more real. And maybe that was what made it worse. I mentally slapped myself and tried to get my thoughts back in order. This was not the time to start noticing how good my mate looked. Not when he was clearly still angry. Not when I was still smarting from being shut down in front of Irene like my opinion was irrelevant, and especially not when this arrangement of ours was supposed to be strictly business. Get it together, Faye, I said to myself. He stopped just inches from me. What? He asked, raising an eyebrow. Did he hear me? I wasn't talking to you. Great, Faye. Now you're stammering. Alexander was close enough that his scent wrapped around me like a net I hadn't agreed to be caught in. I forced my chin up, matching his gaze. That cold, unreadable stare, those pale gray eyes. I'd seen them soften before, once or twice, but never when he was in alpha mode. Right now, they were cold, like standing in front of a closed door I didn't have the key for. Do you know why I asked you to stay behind? He asked finally, his voice low. I arched a brow. I don't know. Maybe because you were saving the best for last, so you could take your time putting me in my place? That seems to satisfy you a lot. His expression didn't change, but something flickered in his eyes, quick, like the shadow of a bird passing overhead. Why do you always think I enjoy putting you down? He asked, and for the first time, there was something in his tone that wasn't just cold authority. There was almost a question, like he genuinely didn't understand why I'd think that. Really? I might have answered, but my focus kept slipping. It wasn't normal, being this aware of someone you were mad at. My body seemed to have skipped the memo that I was supposed to be annoyed with him. I blamed the stupid mate bond, and his scent. Definitely his scent. I gave my head a tiny shake, pulling myself together. Why did you ask me to stay then? His jaw tightened slightly. Because I didn't want Irene interfering in what I'm about to say, he said. Faye, you're supposed to be the Luna of this pack, but you're not acting like one. Leaving the pack house without telling me, your mate and Alpha, no matter the reason, even if it was an emergency, is disrespectful, and it's wrong on your part. I let out a short laugh. Oh, so now I'm the Luna? Interesting. Because from where I'm standing, you treat me like a temporary guest in your house who's inconveniencing you. That made him pause. I could see it. The way his shoulders stiffened just slightly. The way he didn't rush to reply. If you really want me to behave like the Luna, I went on, heat creeping into my voice, maybe start by treating me like one, with respect, instead of ignoring me altogether like you have been doing since I set foot in Blood Crescent. He studied me for a moment, and I hated that I couldn't tell what he was thinking. Then he said, I'm not going to argue with you about this, but hear me clearly. Henceforth, you are not to step out of the pack house alone. You will take a warrior with you. Now I could tell there was something he wasn't saying. I took a slow step forward, closing what little space remained between us until I could see the faint golden ring around his irises, the way the muscle in his jaw flexed. What's really going on, Alexander? I asked quietly. You're not just this worried for nothing. Something's happening. Something that makes you think the territory isn't safe. He looked surprised, not by much, but enough for me to notice. Like he hadn't expected me to put the pieces together. His lips pressed into a thin line before he turned away, walking back toward his desk. That's not your concern, he said without looking at me. You have no business dealing with security threats, if any. All I'm asking is that you don't make things worse by making yourself bait. I couldn't help it. I laughed. It wasn't a nice laugh, either. Bait? Are you serious? He glanced at me over his shoulder, clearly not appreciating the humor. Is something funny? He asked. Perhaps you need a reintroduction to the wolf you're mated to, I said, stepping forward again, my voice sharper now. I don't need a warrior to protect me. I am a warrior, Alexander. I was the Delta of Silver Hollow for years before you and I had the mating ceremony. This time, his eyes flickered in something that could have been surprise, or maybe grudging respect, but I wasn't foolish enough to think it would change his mind. You already knew that, didn't you? I said, my voice cooling. You just don't think it matters because you don't take me seriously. He didn't deny it, didn't confirm it either. He simply looked at me for a long moment, then said, We're done here. For the second time today, he shut me down without so much as a discussion. I could feel the retort bubbling up, the sharp words that wanted to leap off my tongue, but I swallowed them. Instead, I turned and walked straight to the door. I didn't look back as I opened it and left his office, though I could feel his gaze on me until the door clicked shut between us. Alexander. The door clicked shut behind Faye, and for a moment, I just sat there, staring at it like it had the answers I was avoiding. Her scent still lingered faintly in the air, warm and irritatingly hard to ignore. My fingers tapped lightly on the edge of the desk, a restless rhythm I didn't realize I'd started until the silence in the room made it loud. I told myself I hadn't been too harsh. I told myself she'd recover and keep her focus on her duties without prying. But deep down, I knew the truth. I dismissed her, not just her words, but her, and that sat heavier in my chest than I cared to admit. Adrian, my wolf, shifted uneasily in the back of my mind. You didn't have to push her away like that. His tone was sharper than usual, and I could feel the faint heat of his disapproval. I had to, I said aloud, the words echoing through the quiet office. She was getting too close. My voice sounded louder than I felt. She is starting to read me, really read me. If she can see that my worry goes deeper than I'm letting on now, what's next? She keeps digging until she gets past the wall I built around myself. I shook my head, jaw tightening. No, I let my guard down once. I'm not doing it again. Not again. Adrian rumbled, not convinced. You're overreacting. She's your mate, Alexander. You can't expect her to stay blind when something's wrong. She doesn't need to know everything, I shot back. Being my mate doesn't give her unlimited access to what's in my head. Being Luna does, Adrian's voice continued. There's a difference between keeping her safe and keeping her in the dark. You crossed that line today. The truth in his words scraped against the part of me that hated to be wrong, but admitting it wouldn't change anything. I already shut her down, I muttered. The damage is done, and I'm not going back to smooth it over. It's better that way. Stubborn bastard, Adrian growled. But he didn't push further, retreating to that low, simmering silence wolves used when they were biding their time. I tried to shake it off, but the more I tried to focus, the more my thoughts drifted back to Faye's expression as she'd left. A mix of frustration, hurt, and something else. Something I didn't want to name. I didn't have time to dwell on it. A knock at the door broke through my thoughts. "Come in," I called. Cole stepped inside, closing the door behind him. He stood in front of the desk, hands clasped loosely behind his back. "Alpha," he said, "the warriors have been assembled. On your orders, they'll begin preparations tonight." Good. At least one thing was going according to plan. "That's fine," I replied, leaning back in my chair. "Tell them to prepare tonight. I'll personally select who goes tomorrow." Cole gave a nod. "Understood. And the objective?" "For now, it's being called a routine patrol." My voice left no room for debate. "They'll sweep the entire territory, but I'll assign them routes myself." Cole's brow lifted slightly. "And if they start asking questions? Warriors talk, Alpha. They'll notice the unusual mobilization." "They'll get the same answer I just gave you." My tone cooled, my gaze holding his until I was sure the point landed. "It's a routine patrol, nothing more. Whatever happens, they do not find out that there's a possibility the northern border was breached." Cole hesitated just long enough for me to notice, the silence stretching a fraction too long. "You want to avoid spreading unnecessary gossip," he said. "Exactly. Gossip leads to panic, and panic leads to mistakes." I laced my fingers together on the desk. "And I won't have that." He nodded again, this time more firmly. "Understood, Alpha." He turned to leave, but his posture told me he still had questions. I didn't offer him the chance to ask them. When the door shut behind him, the silence returned, thicker than before. I let out a slow breath, leaning back until the chair creaked under my weight. My gaze drifted to the maps on my table, tracing the northern border in my mind, replaying every detail of the reports we'd gotten so far. There were too many gaps, too many unknowns. Faye. I didn't really know where I was going, but I was tired of being cooked up in that chamber. I wasn't paying attention to the hallways, the turns, or whether I was even supposed to be in this part of the pack house. My feet were moving, but my mind was somewhere else entirely, looping over the last few hours like a song I couldn't turn off. The day had been messy. It had started badly enough, waking from that damn dream again. I'd told myself it was behind me, that Jason and Sage didn't deserve another second of my thoughts, but apparently my subconscious hadn't gotten the memo. I could still see their faces if I closed my eyes, his cold indifference, her smug, poisonous smile. My former mate and my own twin sister. Two people who had once been my world and who had both decided I was expendable. Damn it, Faye. I'd shoved the memory aside as best I could this morning, determined not to let it drag me under. And for a while, it had almost worked. Going shopping with Irene had done something I didn't think possible. By the time we'd gotten back, my mood had actually lifted. But then Alexander had to ruin it, I said out loud. I could still hear his voice in that clipped, commanding tone he always used when he wanted to make sure you knew he wasn't asking. I could still see the way he'd looked at me cold, as if my thoughts, my opinions, didn't matter. Like I was some nosy outsider trying to meddle in things that weren't mine to touch. "How dare he?" I muttered under my breath as I walked, my voice echoing faintly off the walls. "How dare he treat me like that? Like I'm forcing myself into the affairs of this pack, like I'm not wanted here." The words left a bitter taste in my mouth. My steps slowed, the ache in my chest deepening. It was a dangerous thought, but it slipped through anyway. First, my own mate rejected me, and I'm stuck in a bond with an alpha who treats me like I'm some kind of pest. I hated how that felt. I hated how much it hurt. I was supposed to be stronger than this. I was stronger than this. But something about Alexander's attitude sliced deeper than I wanted to admit. I didn't realize where I was until I stepped out into open air. Somehow I'd wandered into a wide yard where several wolves were in training. A group was running drills on one side, their movements sharp. Another was sparring, the metallic tang of sweat in the air. "Wow," I said. I should have kept walking. This was probably not a place for aimless wandering, but my feet stopped and my eyes stayed locked on the scene. I've missed training like this. I didn't even notice anyone approaching until a shadow shifted around me. Good evening, Luna Fay. The voice was warm. I turned to find a tall man standing a few feet away, smiling in a way that was both respectful and curious. I don't think we've met properly, he said, stepping closer. His presence was confident without being imposing, the kind of man who knew his worth and didn't need to flex it every second. I'm Kyle, commander here. The Delta, I said, returning his smile. My tone was lighter than I felt, but that was years of practice, keeping your expression easy even when your mind was spinning. Nice to meet you. He gave a small nod, studying me just enough to notice I wasn't exactly in my element. If you don't mind me asking, what brings you out here? I don't think I've ever seen you walking around the eastern wing, let alone crossing over to the yard. I glanced around, realizing I had in fact crossed into territory I'd never wandered before. Honestly, I was just stretching my legs, I admitted, trying to clear my head. I wasn't paying much attention to where I was going, and, well, I ended up here. Kyle's smile widened just slightly, but not in a mocking way, more like he was genuinely amused. Well, you're welcome here anytime, he said. It's not every day the Luna stops by to watch training. Makes the warriors stand a little taller. I laughed softly, the sound surprising me. I'm not sure they even notice I'm here. Oh, they notice, Kyle replied, his tone carrying certainty. Wolves always notice when their Luna's watching. The word there tugged at something in me, a subtle warmth that I tried to ignore. These ones are only males. What about the female warriors? I asked. I probably should have kept that observation to myself, but I had to ask. Oh, the female warriors have their sessions sometimes, but these are special squad, Kyle said. I wonder what he meant by that, Faye. I tilted my head slightly, waiting for Kyle to explain what exactly he'd meant when he said that the female warriors had their own sessions and that these are the special squad. He'd said it so casually, as though I should already know the difference. The female warriors have their sessions sometimes, he explained, gesturing toward the far side of the yard where several wolves were sparring in tight, efficient movements. But these, his chin tipped toward the center group, these are the special squad. Something about his tone had made me pause. When he just stood there smiling, as though he had finished explaining, I realized I wasn't going to get any more explanation from him if I didn't ask. Special squad, I repeated slowly. So, is that how things work around here? The female warriors aren't allowed to be part of this particular group? Kyle gave me a careful look, one of those subtle glances men sometimes give when they're trying to gauge if you're spoiling for a fight. It's not that they're not allowed, he said. It's just the squad's built for certain missions. Fast response, high aggression, minimal hesitation. It's usually made up of the most seasoned fighters. Traditionally, most of those have been male. Traditionally, right? I could practically hear the unspoken. That's just the way it's always been. I had suspected that their way of doing things was a lot different from how we did things in Silver Hollow. I couldn't help but imagine the possibility of a female warrior like myself being the Delta here in Blood Crescent. I folded my arms loosely, finding this conversation more interesting now. And you've never had a female fighter qualify? Kyle hesitated, then shrugged one shoulder. Not in my time as commander. A few have come close, but the physical demands are extreme. Most of them give up along the way during the second stage of training. I let that settle, though my mind was already chewing on it. I'd been a Delta once. I knew what extreme meant, and I knew it wasn't something only men could handle. However, it also wasn't something a wolf who enjoyed too much comfort could handle. To be a successful female warrior required a lot of sacrifice. Trying to keep my voice casual, I asked, "This special squad, do they train like this every day?" "Not every day," Kyle said, his gaze flicking back to the sparring warriors. "Today's different. They're going on an assignment tomorrow. I don't have the full details yet, but Alpha Alexander asked for them to warm up and be at their sharpest." I raised an eyebrow. "Assignment? What assignment?" So something was really going on then. Because why would Alexander need the special squad specifically to warm up for some assignment the same day he was acting so paranoid? "I hope a war isn't knocking." Kyle nodded, though his expression shifted toward uncertainty. "That's what I was told. I'm not exactly sure what it's going to be yet. Beta Cole came to deliver the message. I'm sure the Alpha will explain everything himself tomorrow. I just nodded, though inside my thoughts were far from calm. Even the warriors knew there was something happening tomorrow, and me, the Luna, hadn't been told a single thing, not even a whisper. I kept my face neutral, but inside there was a slow, simmering frustration. What was this assignment? And did it have anything to do with Alexander's sudden fixation on security? The way he'd all but ordered Irene and I to stop going anywhere without protection was suspicious. I knew something was wrong. I'd felt it the moment I saw his eyes tighten earlier in the office, the way he'd shut down my questions before they could start. And now here was confirmation. Warriors being warmed up for something, special squads being pulled together, and me kept entirely in the dark. If I were being honest, that bothered me almost more than Alexander's coldness. Not just the secrecy, but what it implied. They didn't trust me, or maybe Alpha Alexander didn't. I forced myself to smile at Kyle, masking the discomfort in my chest. Well, I said lightly, I suppose I'll just have to wait until tomorrow to find out what all the mystery is about. Guess so. Kyle's tone was polite, but I could tell he wasn't going to push the conversation further. Something told me he wouldn't have said anything more, even if he had all the details. He looked too disciplined to be a gossip. Besides, he'd assume I have more access to those details anyway. I glanced toward the sparring group again. The warriors were moving with so much efficiency, their bodies a blur of muscle and motion. My fingers itched with the urge to join them, not just to stretch my muscles, but to prove something. Maybe, I said slowly, we could have a sparring session sometime, you and I. Kyle blinked at me, clearly caught off guard. You're serious? Why not? I tilted my head at him, letting a small smirk tug at the corner of my mouth. Don't tell me you're afraid I'll embarrass you in front of your special squad. He laughed, a deep, amused sound. I'm not afraid, Luna, but I am wondering if you know what you'd be signing up for. I don't know how to go easy during sparring sessions. Oh, I know, I said, meeting his gaze steadily. In fact, I can't wait to see what you've got. For a brief moment, he studied me like he was reassessing everything he'd assumed about me when I first walked into the yard. Then, with an almost playful bow, he said, All right then, see you around, Luna Fey. I smiled and nodded, though the warmth in it didn't quite reach my eyes. See you around, Commander. Fey. I was still replaying my conversation with Kyle when I stepped back toward the pack house, the cool evening air brushing over my skin. My thoughts were a tangled mess of suspicion and irritation. At Alexander for shutting me out, at the fact that I'd been kept ignorant while warriors were clearly preparing for something, and, if I was honest, at myself for even caring so much. I was halfway into the first hallway when I heard light, quick footsteps behind me. Luna Fey! I turned to see Maya jogging toward me with a slightly breathless smile. Evening, Maya, I greeted, trying to soften my tone. She was sweet, and I didn't want my bad mood spilling onto her. She clasped her hands together. I was asked to come find you and ask what you'd like for dinner tonight. I blinked. Ask me? Specifically? She nodded quickly. Yes, Luna Fey. They said to check with you first before we start cooking. We can make anything you'd like. I tilted my head, suspicious. Why? Don't you usually follow a menu? I've seen you all bring out dishes in the evenings like clockwork. Her smile faltered for a split second. That's true, but tonight's different. We were told to make an exception. I narrowed my eyes slightly. By who? Alpha Alexander. She said it like it was the simplest thing in the world, but my mind immediately sharpened, of all people. What game is he playing? I crossed my arms loosely, studying her. I'm not going for dinner, I said, so just tell them not to bother with mine tonight. Maya hesitated, shifting her weight nervously. I'm sorry, Luna, but it was a direct instruction from the Alpha. He said to make sure we prepare something you want. I bit back a laugh that wasn't even close to amused. Oh, so now he cares whether I eat or not? If Alexander had ordered this, it wasn't because he suddenly wanted to pamper me. That man couldn't even hold a conversation with me without turning it into a power play. So no, I wasn't about to fall for some fake display of affection. And yet, curiosity flickered despite myself. Why would he make such a request? Was he trying to make up for earlier? Unlikely. Was it some sort of calculated move? Much more likely. I studied Maya for a moment. Did he say anything else? She shook her head. Just to find out what you'd like so the kitchen can prepare it. I almost told her to still pass on the message that I wasn't hungry, but then another thought slipped in. What if he was actually going to be at dinner tonight? He skipped more meals than he attended in general. In fact, we hadn't sat at the dining table together since I arrived. But if he was planning to show up, that could be an opportunity. Not necessarily to pry the truth out of him about the security issue. Because let's be real, Alexander wouldn't just open up, but maybe to watch him, gauge his mood. See if I'd misread him earlier, if perhaps he really was just trying to be security conscious and there wasn't an actual threat. I hated that part of me, even wanted to understand him better. Sighing, I finally said, "Fine. Tell them to make steak, seasoned potatoes, and that herb bread they make sometimes." I just said the first things that came to mind. Not like I actually cared for those. Maya brightened immediately. "Yes, Luna, I'll let them know immediately." She darted off toward the kitchen entrance before I could change my mind. I lingered a moment on the steps, watching the last streaks of sunlight fade into the horizon. The dining hall was warm when I entered later. The table had been set with silverware aligned perfectly, wine glasses catching the glow from the chandelier. And there he was. Alexander sat at the head of the table, his posture relaxed as though he were trying to appear casual but was still every inch himself. His eyes, those cold gray eyes, lifted to meet mine as I entered. "Faye." His voice was low, smooth, and devoid of any real warmth as usual. "Alpha Alexander." I kept my tone equally neutral, walking to my seat at the opposite end of the table. A faint smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. "I hear you made a dinner request." I arched a brow. "I hear you made it your personal mission to make sure I eat tonight." His gaze flickered, just briefly, before he poured himself a glass of wine. "I didn't want you skipping meals." "Since when?" I asked lightly. His smirk didn't fade. "Since I was told you skipped lunch. I thought maybe you didn't like the menu." What is wrong with this man? He must have known the reason I skipped lunch was probably because I was fed up with being treated like an outsider. Especially with his attitude earlier. I didn't reply, of course, letting the silence stretch as the staff began bringing in the dishes. When they placed the grilled steak before me, the smell was mouth-watering, but my appetite was tangled up with the tension between us. Where was Irene when I needed her to lighten up the place? It was as if Alexander heard my thoughts. Irene is a little caught up with something. She had her dinner delivered to her room instead. I simply nodded. "And you? You're usually the busy one. I wasn't expecting you to be here," I said, cutting a small piece of meat. "Special squads training at night in preparation for assignments. Sounds like there's a lot going on." His eyes narrowed just slightly. "You've been asking questions." "Not really," I said, meeting his gaze steadily. "Information just finds its way to me, even though some people think I'm not qualified to know anything." For a moment, there was something confusing in his expression. Then he looked down, slicing into his own meal. "It's nothing you need to concern yourself with." I let out a soft laugh, though there was no humor in it. Of course not. Why would the Luna of the pack ever need to concern herself with what's happening in her own territory? His gaze snapped up at that, but instead of rising to the bait, he said calmly, "Eat your dinner, Faye." I was about to respond to that, but a voice stopped me. Bella's voice. "Hi, Alex," she said, walking towards the table. Alexander had just turned his head toward the sound, and my eyes followed his line of sight. Bella walked in as though the room and everyone in it had been waiting for her. She crossed the dining hall, her hair swinging over one shoulder. Without so much as glancing in my direction, she pulled out a chair directly beside Alexander and sat down. "Bella," he said by way of greeting, his voice flat enough to make the air between them feel suddenly cooler. "I didn't know you were still around." The dryness in his tone wasn't subtle. If anything, it was a statement in itself. Her presence wasn't particularly welcome. I caught the faintest sign of discomfort in his eyes, but Bella didn't seem to notice, or maybe she simply didn't care. She smiled. "I came to spend some time at home. I'm not leaving anytime soon," she said, her tone smooth. And then, almost casually, she tilted her head toward me for a fraction of a second before returning her gaze to Alexander. Home, she repeated, lingering over the word like it carried a private meaning. The emphasis wasn't for him, it was for me. Alexander didn't respond. His attention returned to his plate as though her presence alone wasn't enough to warrant further conversation. Bella finally turned her head fully in my direction. "Faye," she said, my name rolling off her tongue for the first time since she walked in. I smiled politely, refusing to let the coolness between us affect my expression. "Bella." Out of the corner of my eye, I caught Alexander's gaze flicking between us. A subtle tightening around his mouth told me he'd just realized something, that we'd already met. "I see you two have met," he said. Bella confirmed it herself. "We met during breakfast," she said breezily, as though recalling a mildly amusing coincidence. She introduced herself as the Luna of the pack. Alexander didn't miss a beat. "That's correct," he said casually. Bella's lips curved into something sharper than a smile. "At first, I almost thought she was joking," she said, her voice light and conversational in that way people use when they're about to be cruel, or trying to prank me, because honestly, she gave a tiny shrug, her eyes glinting. "I couldn't quite picture you settling for someone like her as your mate, even if it was just an alliance." My fork froze halfway to my mouth. The audacity in her tone hit like a slap I hadn't been braced for. I wasn't sure which part was more insulting, the casual dismissal of my worth, or the implication that my bond with Alexander was purely transactional, even if that was actually the case. I could feel my pulse in my ears, but I didn't let it show on my face. If she thought I'd bite back and give her the satisfaction of a visible reaction, she was going to be disappointed. So I looked down at my plate and took another bite, ignoring her like she'd said nothing at all. Alexander's gaze shifted toward me briefly, then back to Bella. His expression didn't change much, but his voice carried an edge I recognized instantly. "What do you mean by that?" I glanced at him from under my lashes, searching for a clue. Was he offended for my sake, or merely bristling because someone had dared to question his decision? Bella didn't look away from him. "I'm just saying," she began, leaning slightly closer. "Faye doesn't seem to be your type." Something in Alexander's posture stilled. The faint movement of his jaw told me he was holding back more than he was letting out. "Bella," he said quietly, "you'll want to watch your next word." It wasn't loud. It didn't need to be. Anyone who knew him would understand it wasn't advice. It was a warning. A tiny, absurd part of me might have found it almost sweet if I were the type to mistake ego for defense. But I wasn't naive enough to believe he was shielding me. Alexander wasn't in the business of protecting feelings. He was in the business of protecting his own authority, and Bella's comment had been an open challenge to it. Bella didn't back down entirely. Her tone softened, but the smile remained. "You're misunderstanding me," she said, holding his gaze. "I wasn't trying to insult her. I'm just pointing out that she's not what I pictured for you, that's all. You're overreacting." She turned her head toward me, her brows lifting slightly. "Even Faye doesn't seem to mind." That earned her my first direct glance since her little performance began. I met her gaze evenly, my voice calm. "Oh, I mind, Bella. I just don't think it's worth dignifying with outrage." Her smile ceased for just a moment before she turned back to her plate. Alexander's eyes lingered on me for a fraction longer than necessary before he returned to eating, as if silently filing the moment away for reasons I couldn't quite read. I could feel Bella's eyes on me even before she opened her mouth again. That fake smile was back, but there was nothing sweet about it, more like honey laced with venom. "So," she said, her voice casual in that careful way people use when they're about to strike, "how did the two of you decide you wanted to bond as mates? I mean, I heard you weren't the one who was actually promised to Alexander." Her words slid across the table like a knife, sharp and intentional. I set my fork down slowly, keeping my movements calm, deliberate. My first instinct was to snap back, but I wasn't going to give her that satisfaction. Bella wanted me to flinch, to stumble over my answer, maybe even glance toward Alexander for some kind of rescue. She'd be waiting a long time for that. I looked her directly in the eye, my voice smooth. "It doesn't really matter if I was the one promised to Alpha Alexander initially or not," I said, letting the calm in my tone sharpen just enough to show I wasn't intimidated. What matters is that Silver Hollow promised the Alpha of Blood Crescent a mate, and they gave him one. We had our mating ceremony, and that strengthened the alliance between our two packs. I could feel the air in the room tighten, Bella's lips pressed together in a thin line, but I didn't give her time to recover. I reached up casually, as though brushing my hair back from my face, and swept it over my shoulder, deliberately revealing the mark on my neck. The mark Alexander had given me at the ceremony. I didn't say a word about it. I didn't need to. The proof was right there, bold against my skin. I wasn't some placeholder or stand-in. Whatever Bella wanted to believe, whatever she wanted others to believe, the bond was real. Her eyes flicked to the mark, and something dark flashed there, irritation, maybe even anger. The smile was gone now, replaced by the faintest clench of her jaw. She didn't like being reminded that whatever her opinion of me was, it didn't change the fact that I was Alexander's mate. Across the table, Alexander had gone still. He wasn't eating anymore, just leaning back slightly in his chair, eyes moving between the two of us. And maybe I was imagining it, but there was the faintest glimmer of something else in his gaze. Not approval exactly, but acknowledgement. As though I'd passed some unspoken test he hadn't told me I was taking. Bella seemed to have run out of venom for the moment. She reached for her glass of wine, hiding her irritation behind the rim as she took a sip. I didn't give her the chance to start round 3. I pushed my chair back slowly, the scrape of it against the floor sounding louder than it should have in the quiet room. "If you'll excuse me," I said politely. "Alexander." Faye's chair scraped lightly against the floor as she rose. I didn't miss the way she kept her posture perfect, her expression calm, as though Bella's thinly veiled insults had slid right past her. But I'd seen the flash in her eyes, the subtle tightening of her jaw before she smoothed it away. She wasn't unaffected. No one would be. But she'd handled it with more composure than I think Bella expected. She left the table without another word, the faint scent of her lingering in the air long after she'd stepped out. My eyes followed her until the dining room doors closed behind her. Only then did I turn to Bella. "What the hell is your problem?" Bella's eyes widened, all false innocence, as if she couldn't possibly imagine what I meant. "My problem?" she echoed, tilting her head like a confused child. "What did I do?" I leaned back slightly, folding my arms. "Don't play games with me, Bella. I saw exactly what you were doing. Every word out of your mouth was calculated to get under her skin. You were disrespectful." She blinked at me, feigning hurt. "I was just making conversation." "Conversation?" I let the word drip with disbelief. "You were baiting her. I don't have patience for this. You should know that." Bella set down her fork delicately, then rested her chin in her hand like she was settling in for a discussion. "Alex, all I did was state the obvious. You know she isn't your type, it's not a secret." I almost laughed, not because she was right, she wasn't, but because of the arrogance in assuming she knew me well enough to say that. "And what exactly makes you think you know my type?" Her smile turned faintly smug. "Because I do know. I know the kind of woman you want, the kind of woman you need, someone like me." There it was. She didn't even bother dressing it up in subtlety anymore. I wished I was surprised. She kept going, her tone dripping with certainty. "I understand you have to keep her as your mate because of the alliance Blood Crescent made with Silver Hollow. That much makes sense. Politics, obligations, fine. But that doesn't mean you have to pretend to actually want her." I stared at her for a long moment, letting the silence stretch. I wanted her to feel the weight of it. "You really think you know what I want, Bella?" She smiled in that slow, deliberate way, like she was about to prove her point. Her hand lifted, fingers brushing against the edge of my sleeve before trailing upward in a way she must have thought was seductive. I caught her wrist before she could get any closer. "Don't." Her eyes narrowed slightly. "What? Since when are you so untouchable? You never had a problem with me touching you before." That made something in me tighten, not with longing, but with irritation. The past she was clinging to was one I'd long since left behind, and she knew it. "That was a mistake," I said flatly. "Whatever happened between us was a mistake, Bella. I was young and stupid, and I'm not interested in anything with you now." She tried to pull her hand free, but I didn't let go until I'd made my point. You're going to respect my boundaries from here on out." Bella gave a little laugh, but it didn't reach her eyes. "Boundaries? Really, Alexander? You're acting like you actually share some important bond with that girl. Everyone knows it's just an arrangement." I wondered what made her feel that was a good excuse for her behavior. Her voice sharpened then, the sweetness fading. "It's not like she satisfies your needs in any way. We both know that." I let go of her wrist, my voice dropping low in a way I knew she'd recognize as a warning. "You're going to respect her. Regardless of what you think, regardless of what you believe about our bond, you will respect her. Because if you ever speak to her like that again, Bella—" I leaned forward slightly, holding her gaze until she swallowed. "You won't like my reaction." For a moment, we just stared at each other. I could see the calculations running through her mind, the way she was trying to decide whether to push me or back down. She chose to roll her eyes instead, leaning back in her chair like she was bored with the entire exchange. "Fine, if that's how you want to play it, Alpha." Her tone was mocking, but I didn't give her the satisfaction of a response. I stood, pushing my chair back with a calmness I didn't entirely feel. Without another word, I turned and walked away from the table. The further I got from the dining room, the easier it was to breathe. But the conversation still lingered in my head, looping in fragments. Bella's words didn't sting in the way she intended. They didn't make me question the bond I had with Faye. If anything, they made me more certain of the line I needed to draw with Bella. The truth was, I didn't need anyone undermining Faye in this pack. Not when things were already tense enough. Not when there were bigger concerns on ground than Bella's petty jealousy. I should put an end to this, I said to myself. As much as I told myself I was doing this out of principle, I couldn't quite ignore the hint of something else in the back of my mind. When Faye had sat across from Bella earlier, she hadn't wilted under the pressure. She'd held her own, calm and controlled. She'd even turned Bella's little game back on her without raising her voice once. I hadn't expected that, Alexander. I was still running hot from the conversation with Bella when I found myself standing outside Irene's door. My first instinct after leaving the dining room had been to head to my office, shut the door, and let the rest of the night rot without me. But instead, my feet carried me down the opposite hallway toward my sister's room. It wasn't somewhere I went often. In fact, I could count on one hand the number of times I'd stood here since we were kids. I've always kept to myself, partly because keeping a distance made it easier to focus on my duties. The alpha or potential alpha doesn't have the luxury of loitering in people's doorways. But tonight, I needed to talk to someone who wasn't going to feed me false pleasantries or make me regret opening my mouth. I knocked twice, sharp enough for her to hear. A moment later, the door cracked open and Irene's face appeared, her brows lifting in surprise. "Alex?" She swung it open wider. "What are you doing here? Is something wrong?" I stepped inside without answering right away. Her room was as it always was, soft light spilling from the lamp on her vanity. "I just came from dinner," I said, my voice lower than I intended. "Bella was there." That alone made her straighten. "Bella? I didn't know she was staying in the house right now. She was at breakfast, but I thought she'd left." "She didn't announce it," I muttered. "She just showed up, and then she spent the evening deliberately trying to get under Faye's skin. Ruined the dinner for everyone but herself." I could feel my jaw clench again just replaying it. Right now, it's taking every bit of self-control I have not to have her thrown out of the pack house tonight. Irene blinked at me, processing. "She really did that?" "She really did." Irene shook her head. "Of course, I knew she was being disrespectful earlier during breakfast. But I thought she was just reacting out of shock at first, because she didn't get the memo that you finally bonded with your mate. I didn't expect her to keep going with the attitude." Her words only made me angrier because it confirmed I wasn't imagining things. "She knew exactly what she was doing," I said flatly. Irene sighed, brushing a loose strand of hair back. "Calm down, Alex. Just sit." I dropped into the couch near the window while she sat cross-legged on her bed. "I've seen this coming for a while," she said carefully. "Bella's always been too attached to you, and for some reason she sees every woman around you as a threat to whatever she thinks you two have. like they're stealing her spot. Her choice of words made my eyes narrow slightly. What she thinks we have? Irene shrugged. You've always been nice to her. She's lived here so long, it's like she decided she has some kind of claim. Irene didn't know, not fully, about the time I'd been stupid enough to let Bella cross a line. Or maybe she did know and simply chose not to bring it up. The way she phrased things made me wonder. But it didn't matter. That part of my life was done. I leaned forward, resting my elbows on my knees. Irene, I need you to call her to order before I do something our father wouldn't be proud of. Her head tilted slightly. She's practically his adopted daughter, I reminded her. And I promised him I'd continue taking care of her, and I've kept that promise for years. But if she keeps disrespecting my mate the way she did tonight, I might be forced to banish her from the pack house. Irene's eyes widened. You wouldn't. I would, I said, my tone leaving no room for debate. I don't care who she is or what our father wanted. Faye is my mate. She wears my mark. If Bella can't live with that, she can live somewhere else. The silence between us stretched for a moment. Irene finally exhaled, the sound. I'll talk to her. Try to calm her down and get her to back off. Just don't do anything tonight you'll regret tomorrow. I wondered what Faye was doing at that exact moment, whether she'd gone back to her room or was somewhere else in the house trying to shake off Bella's poison. As if Irene could hear my thoughts, she asked, I just hope Faye is all right. She's stronger than I thought, I said, but I won't have her dealing with that every time we sit down to eat. Irene studied me for a moment, then gave a small nod. I'll handle Bella. I pushed up from the couch, feeling the tension in my shoulders ease just a fraction. Make sure you do. When I reached the door, Irene called after me. Alex. I paused, glancing over my shoulder. You should go and talk to her, she said. Faye, make sure she's all right, that she doesn't take Bella's disrespect to heart. The idea sat in my mind. Tempting. I could picture Faye's face at the table, the way she'd handled Bella without flinching. She hadn't raised her voice, hadn't lashed out, just put Bella in her place with a few carefully chosen words and that calm and deliberate reveal of my mark on her neck. That was impressive. But still, no matter how composed she'd looked, I knew what kind of sting words like Bella's could leave. I exhaled. I'll see her tomorrow. Irene's brow furrowed. Tomorrow? Why not now? I shrugged slightly, leaning a shoulder against the doorframe. Because I let the first reason stay buried, the real one. The truth was, I had other matters pressing at the edges of my mind, more urgent than an emotional cleanup, even if Faye deserved one. I needed to see Cole right now, ask if there were any updates from the northern border, but that was my business, not Irene's. So I gave her the second reason, the cleaner one. I think it's better to give her some space to cool off. Last thing she needs is me showing up at her door tonight and dragging Bella's name back into the conversation. She handled herself well. She deserves to have the rest of her evening without me poking at it. Irene tilted her head, studying me like she was weighing whether I was telling her the whole truth. She didn't press, though. Fine, she said finally. But don't let it slide too long. Alexander. The large map on my desk was spread out so far it barely fit between the edges of the table. I had it weighted at the corners with stones. A set of red pins and blue markers dotted the paper, each one marking the key areas of our borders and patrol paths. The squad leader stood in a loose semicircle around me. North team will take this route here, I said, tapping the map just shy of the upper ridge. Cut across the old stream bed and loop back through the pine stretch. South team, you'll cover the far fields past the mill road. West team. I pointed toward the heavy shading on the far left of the map. Keep your formation tight when you move past the marsh. We've had too many animals vanish out there in the last few months to risk anyone wandering too far alone. Each leader nodded as I went over their directions, some making mental notes, others jotting things down. I didn't give them anything more than the basics. No whispered warnings about possible enemy movement, no hint of the unease that had been chewing at me for the past few days. Not because I wanted to keep them in the dark for the sake of control, but because I knew how quickly rumors could spiral in a pack. And if there was a threat, I needed facts before fear. When I finished with the directions, I leaned forward over the map. Report anything unusual directly to me, I said, looking at each of them in turn. Doesn't matter if you think it's small, a scent you can't place, a noise you can't identify. I want to know immediately. One of the wolves, Darren, the newest squad leader, raised his brows. Alpha, is there a particular threat we should be looking for? His question was cautious, but I know he was asking if we were under attack without saying the word. I shook my head. No specific threat. This is a new routine we'll be running at least once a week. Our job is to make sure the pack is protected all the time, not just when we think there's a problem. We've gotten too used to reacting instead of preventing. That changes now. There was a brief silence as they processed that. Then a couple of nods, murmured agreements. All right, I said, straightening up. Get your teams ready. Patrol starts in an hour. They filed out one by one. When the last one was gone, Cole stayed leaning against the far wall, arms crossed, watching me like he was waiting for me to drop the formal Alpha mask. Hopefully, he said, pushing off the wall and stepping closer to the desk. After this patrol, we'll finally know if something's going on in the territory or if we're just imagining shadows. Either way, it'll make things easier to navigate. I glanced at the clock on the wall. Nearly breakfast time. Speaking of easier to navigate, I need to head to the dining room. Cole gave me a look like I'd just said I planned to take up knitting. You? Heading to breakfast early? That's a first in, 3 years? I gave him a flat look. Irene and Faye don't like it when I skip meals. Apparently, the Alpha should set an example. He smirked. Uh-huh. And this has nothing to do with Bella being in the dining room? I rubbed the back of my neck. Because, he went on, I can only imagine the fireworks if it ends up just Bella and Luna Faye at the table. She'd eat the Luna alive before the coffee's poured. I gave him a sharp glance, but he was unfazed. Cole was the only one who knew about my past with Bella, not because I'd told him willingly, but because he'd been there for enough late-night disappearances and unexplained tension to put the pieces together himself. You're not wrong, I admitted finally. That is the reason, avoiding unnecessary tension. Cole's grin widened like he'd just won a bet. So how'd she take the surprise? I didn't need to ask who he meant. You know she's delusional, I said simply. She probably thought she could keep me for herself. Now she's being disrespectful to Faye just to prove she still has a chance with me. Cole leaned a hand on the desk, his expression sharpening. Then it's up to you to put her in her place before things get out of hand. I already have, I said, my voice low. But if she keeps pushing, she won't like the way I enforce it next time. He studied me for a moment, maybe trying to see if I was bluffing. Then he straightened, gave a short nod. Good. Because your mate might be handling herself fine now, but it's not her job to fight your old messes. I didn't argue. Of course he was right. I slid into my usual seat at the head of the table, my eyes instinctively scanning for Faye. Her chair was empty. I turned to Irene. Is Faye aware breakfast is ready? She glanced up from buttering her toast. I'm not sure. I assumed she'd come on her own like usual. Maybe she overslept. Before I could reply, Bella's voice cut through the room. Maybe she's not hungry. She's an adult after all. She doesn't need to be called out for meals like a child. I didn't even bother acknowledging the jab. Just looked at her long enough for her to realize I'd heard her, then shifted my gaze away as if she weren't worth an answer. She wasn't. Instead, I raised my voice slightly. Maya! Maya appeared from the far side of the room almost instantly, hands clasped in front of her. Yes, Alpha Alexander? Go and let Luna Faye know breakfast is ready. Yes, Alpha. She bowed slightly and hurried off. I reached for my coffee. Bella's lips curved in that faint smile she always wore when she was working an angle. Irene was just staring at her as if she was trying to watch out for her next move. We'd already started eating by the time Maya returned, her steps lighter than before, like she knew she was bringing news that might shift the atmosphere. Alpha Alexander, she said quietly from my left. Luna Faye isn't in her room. I set my fork down. Did you check the balcony? Yes, Alpha, and the study. She's not there. Before I could process that, Bella let out a soft, dramatic sigh. How disrespectful, she murmured, not even looking at me. To ignore everyone at breakfast and disappear to God knows where. My head turned sharply in her direction. Enough. My voice came out harsher than I'd intended, but I didn't regret it. Her brows lifted in false innocence. I'm just saying. Stop talking, I cut in, my tone leaving no room for misinterpretation. She closed her mouth, though her eyes still glittered with provocation. Irene set her knife down. Maybe she skipped breakfast because you wouldn't let her breathe at the table. What's your problem, Bella? Bella rolled her eyes, a little smile tugging at the corner of her mouth. Oh, that's rich. Funny how Faye has everyone wrapped around her finger here. I felt my chest tighten, the dangerous kind of tightness that usually came before a bad decision. My instinct was to push back, to make an example of her right away. But before I could speak, Irene's hand landed lightly on mine under the table, a subtle shake of her head. I exhaled through my nose. My food sat half-finished in front of me, but the idea of swallowing another bite was impossible. I'm full, I said simply, standing. If I sat there any longer, I wasn't sure I could stop myself from doing something to Bella. Alexander, the clang of fists meeting forearms, the muted thud of feet shifting on packed earth, and the occasional breathless laugh carried across the yard before I even rounded the corner. I'd been expecting to find Faye somewhere in the eastern wing, but I wasn't expecting this. There she was, sparring with Kyle of all people, moving like she'd been born to fight. She wasn't just keeping up with him, she was matching his rhythm, predicting his moves, countering with speed that would have made half my warriors take a second look. Kyle swept a leg toward her, and she dodged, spinning into a quick jab that caught him in the ribs. He grinned, even as he blocked her follow-up. They were talking, too. Something light, judging from Kyle's expression. There was an ease between them that I didn't often see from her with others here. She looked free. I stopped for a moment, letting myself watch. It wasn't something I usually did, but there was something about seeing her like this that caught me off guard. Her hair was pulled back in a ponytail, a few strands escaping and sticking to the sweat along her temple. Her skin gleamed in the late morning light, and the way her eyes focused reminded me of someone who belonged in the thick of a fight, not sitting in quiet rooms waiting for decisions to be handed to her. I didn't step forward until I caught the shift in Kyle's expression. He'd spotted me over her shoulder, his grin fading into a more formal smile. "Good morning, Alpha Alexander," he said quickly, lowering his hands. Faye turned then, twisting at the waist. The second her gaze landed on me, she straightened, but she didn't drop her stance right away. She didn't say anything at first, just looked at me, breathing hard from the workout. "Good morning, Kyle," I returned evenly, before adding, "Could I have a moment with the Luna?" Kyle glanced at her for confirmation. She nodded, and he gave a short bow. "Luna," he said warmly. "See you later, Kyle," she replied, her voice light. As he walked off, I shifted my attention fully to her. She planted her hands on her hips, still catching her breath, her chest rising and falling steadily. Her skin was flushed from exertion, and something about the sight sent a ripple of heat through me before I could shove it away. "What's up?" she asked casually, like I'd just strolled over to ask for the time. No defensiveness, no edge like before, just that steady, unbothered tone. I had to wonder if it was genuine, or if she'd perfected a way to keep people from seeing whatever storm she might have been hiding. This morning, when she hadn't shown up for breakfast, I'd sent Maya to get her. Maya came back saying she wasn't in her room. That had been enough to have me asking questions, and Cole had been the one to mention seeing her heading toward the eastern wing in workout clothes. I hadn't thought much of it until I remembered how she'd left dinner last night, and how Bella had been the reason. "You weren't in your room," I said by way of explanation. "Maya couldn't find you, then Cole said you were headed this way." Her mouth curved slightly, not in a smile exactly, but close. "I made a date for a sparring session with Kyle," she said. "I've missed sparring, missed being in action." She shrugged like it was nothing. "Good, but that doesn't explain why you didn't show up for breakfast," I countered. Her answer came without hesitation. "Because I didn't feel like walking into the dining room and dealing with Bella's drama this morning." The way she said it, level, almost dismissive, caught me off guard. No visible bite, no lingering bitterness in her tone, just a statement of fact. Her presence obviously set Bella off. She knew it, she'd chosen not to feed into it, and she'd moved on with her mourning. I studied her for a moment. Most people in her position would have been in a bad mood still. She wasn't. Or at least she wasn't showing it. Maybe she was better at compartmentalizing than I'd given her credit for. Maybe she'd learned that skill the hard way. About that, I said finally, stepping closer so my voice stayed between us. Bella had no right to talk to you like that. I've already made it clear to her that what happened at dinner last night shouldn't happen again. Faye's gaze stayed on me for a long moment. There was no gratitude in her expression, but there wasn't suspicion either. Just a quiet acknowledgement, like she was filing away the information but refusing to let it be a bigger deal than it was. She didn't thank me, and I didn't expect her to. What I didn't say, what I wasn't going to say, was that watching Bella go after her last night had triggered something sharp and ugly in me. Not because I thought Faye needed me to shield her. She'd shown she could stand her ground. But for some reason, I couldn't take it. She wiped a bead of sweat from her brow and said, "Noted." Then, like the conversation was over, she bent to grab her water bottle from the bench and took a long drink. I could have walked away then. I probably should have. But something about the way she turned her back to me so comfortably, not in defiance, but in simple trust that I was done talking, made me linger another moment. "You fight well," I said. Her head tilted slightly, and for the first time since we started talking, there was a small, genuine smile. "I know." That earned her a quiet huff of amusement from me before I turned and left, letting her get back to whatever she wanted to do with her morning nap. Silver Hollow. Alpha Jason sat in his office, having meeting with the elders. Elder Matthias, his silver hair pulled back in a neat tail, cleared his throat. "Alpha, the matter cannot be ignored any longer. Our trade routes have been slowing for months. We've lost 3 merchants to Moonclaw alone in the last quarter." Several others nodded grimly. Elder Janet leaned forward, her hands folded. "It is not only trade, Alpha. The goodwill we once enjoyed with allied packs is weakening. Supplies are harder to come by, and what does arrive costs twice as much." Jason leaned back in his chair, his jaw tightening. He hated the tone they used, like they were speaking to a reckless boy instead of their leader. "I'm aware of the numbers," he said, "but I will not bend this pack's neck to beg for scraps from others. Moonclaw," he spat the name out like a bad taste, "are a bunch of arrogant wolves who never deserved our alliance in the first place. Their Alpha Draco," Jason let out a sharp laugh, "is far beneath me in every way. Until he learns humility, there will be no partnership. The alliance has to be dissolved." A heavy silence followed. The elders exchanged glances, wordless, waited. No one dared call their Alpha a fool outright, but the frustration in the room was palpable. Elder Matthias spoke again as though treading on thin ice. "With all due respect, Alpha, your father understood that alliances were the lifeblood of Silver Hollow. He nurtured those relationships, even with those he didn't care for personally. That diplomacy kept our coffers full and our borders secure. You should reconsider." Jason's eyes narrowed. "My father," he said sharply, "was a great leader, but I am not him. I will not lower myself for the sake of appearances. Besides, we've been the ones losing more in that stupid alliance anyway. The Moonclaw has more to benefit from us and nothing reasonable to offer." Janet's brow furrowed. "This is not about appearances, Alpha. It is about survival and loyalty. The cost of your pride is already being felt by our people. Markets are shrinking. Families are struggling. If this continues, we risk isolation. Also, breaking this alliance for no good reason would make our other partners question our sense of loyalty towards allies. That is not good." Jason's fingers drummed against the polished wood of the table, a subtle sign of his growing irritation. "We are Silver Hollow," he said, his voice low. "We have survived worse than this without bowing to anyone. If the other packs wish to turn their backs, let them. We will not chase after them like desperate pups." The elders did not know how best to respond. It was clear that further argument would only harden Jason's stance. Still, their eyes told the truth. They saw the cracks forming in the walls of Silver Hollow, and they knew the cost would be far greater than their Alpha seemed willing to admit. Elder Matthias glanced at the others before speaking once more, his voice firm. "Alpha, we tell you this because we serve the good of the pack, not our own egos. The economy is faltering. The isolation is growing. This course you have chosen. He hesitated, searching for words that would not ignite Jason's temper. May soon lead us somewhere none of us wish to go. Jason rose to his feet, signaling the meeting's end. I will get back to you all. You may leave. It was a dismissal, not a promise. The elders stood reluctantly, gathering their scrolls and notes, the tension in the room so thick. One by one, they filed out, each carrying the heavy knowledge that their Alpha's pride was steering Silver Hollow toward dangerous waters, and that there was little they could do to stop it without challenging his authority outright. Jason was still in his office when the door opened. His mate, Luna Sage, slipped inside, her eyes sweeping over him as she saw him pacing. You're wearing a hole in the floor, she teased lightly, closing the door behind her. What happened in here? Jason scoffed and threw himself into the nearest chair, rubbing the back of his neck. What happened? The same thing that always happens when I try to talk sense to them. They sat there like a pack of stone statues, pretending they know what's best, when they're the very reason we're bleeding resources. Sage tilted her head, pretending to search his face for clues. Bleeding resources? Jason's lips curled in irritation. Of course. We've kept certain unnecessary alliances alive for years, and what's it brought us lately? Empty promises and a drain on our economy. Our trade routes are slower. Half our supplies arrive late, if they arrive at all. And yet the elders still act like breaking ties would be some kind of disaster. Sage crossed the room and perched on the arm of his chair, her hand resting on his shoulder. And what did you tell them? I told them exactly what needed to be said, Jason replied, his tone sharp. That we can't keep sacrificing our own stability for the sake of a failing relationship, that our pact comes first. But they shut me down and said I was being rash. Like, I don't understand the history. He let out a dry laugh. History doesn't put food on the tables, Sage. History doesn't repair broken wagons or pay for new patrol gear. Her fingers traced idle circles against his arm. They're stuck in the past, she murmured. They don't see what you see. They don't have the pressure of running this pack day to day. You do. Jason leaned back, his jaw tight. They talk about loyalty like it's a leash around my neck, as if I should let them tug me whichever way they want. I'm the Alpha. That means leading, not being led by a group of cowards too afraid to make necessary cuts. The only reason our economy is strained is because we carry excess baggage. Well, like you said, you are the Alpha, Sage said firmly, her voice low and persuasive, which means you have the right to make the hard decisions, whether they approve or not. If the Moonclaw Alliance is crippling us, then you don't need their blessing to act. You need results, and results come from strength, not hesitation. Jason turned to look at her, his anger softening just a fraction under her gaze. You think I should just cut them off? I think, she said, smiling faintly, that an Alpha doesn't ask permission to protect his people. You already know what needs to be done, Jason. Stop waiting for the elders to grow a backbone. They never will. But you? She squeezed his shoulder. You already have one. Sage strolled into her parents' home that morning. She could perceive the scent of herbs and spices even before she even reached the kitchen. She hesitated at the doorway, her hand brushing the frame, watching her mother's back bent slightly as she moved about in the kitchen. Good morning, Mother, Sage greeted, smoothing her tone. She crossed the threshold with a faint smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. She wasn't particularly in a good mood, but she knew her mother well enough to know she needed to drop that mood. Her mother turned briefly, giving her a quick glance before returning to the pot. Morning, she replied, her voice clipped. Sage pulled out a chair at the breakfast table and sat down, folding her arms on the wooden surface. What are you making? She asked, trying to sound casual as her eyes roamed the assortment of herbs, garlic cloves, and jars scattered across the counter. And where's Father? I thought I'd see him here. Her mother's hands didn't pause as she chopped some tomatoes finely on the board. Your father hasn't been eating, she muttered, her tone carrying that gruff edge Sage remembered from childhood whenever her mother was displeased. I'm making him a recipe to boost his appetite. The fever's been lingering, mild as it is, but it makes him turn away from food. Sage's brows arched high. She leaned back, surprised. Father has a fever? She frowned as though offended by the information reaching her this late. There was no way her father was sick, and she didn't know. Her mother finally turned to face her, her expression hardening into disapproval. How would you know? You hardly check on us anymore since you became Luna. You float in here only when it suits you. Sage blinked, the sting of the words pricking her pride. She let out a dramatic sigh, clutching the edge of the table as though carrying the burden of her title. Mother, really? You make it sound like I abandoned you. Do you have any idea how demanding being Luna is? I barely have time to breathe, let alone keep up with everyone's colds and fevers. Her tone rose in exasperation, but she forced it into a softer, pleading lilt by the end. It's not neglect, it's the weight of my duty. Her mother turned away again, spoon in hand, as though Sage's words didn't deserve acknowledgement. She stirred the pot slowly, her back radiating disapproval. Sage pursed her lips, drumming her nails against the table before breaking the silence. Where did father go then? For a medical checkup, her mother replied flatly. He said he'll be back this afternoon. Sage blew out a breath, tilting her head back as if the ceiling might offer her comfort. Fine, she muttered, then lifted her gaze back to her mother. I'll come back later to check on him. But she didn't rise from the chair. She stayed seated, her long fingers tracing the edge of the wood, her eyes flitting restlessly between her mother's back and the window. Her mother noticed. She always noticed. Without turning, she asked, So, what brought you here, really? Because I know it isn't just to see if we're alive. Sage blinked rapidly, caught. She leaned forward on the table, lowering her voice in mock earnestness. I only wanted to ask if you've heard from Faye lately. At that, her mother froze. She turned slowly, her knife held loosely in her hand, and gave Sage a look sharp enough to cut deeper than the blade. Her expression said everything. What do you care? Sage stiffened under the weight of the stare. She forced a laugh that rang hollow. Oh, don't look at me like that. I'm just asking because she doesn't take my calls anymore. I thought maybe she's spoken to you. She didn't know why she really felt the urge to communicate with Faye. Maybe it was the need to know how things were going for her at Blood Crescent. Was Faye doing better than her? What was she up to? Her mother set the knife down with carefully and crossed her arms, facing her fully now. And can you blame her? She asked coldly. After what you did? Tell me, Sage, if you were in her shoes, would you answer your own calls? Would you? Sage rolled her eyes dramatically, pushing away the guilt that clawed faintly at the edges of her chest. Mother, must you always make me the villain? Yes, mistakes were made, but that doesn't erase the fact that Faye and I are twins. We're sisters. Nothing can ever change that. Blood is blood. She gestured animatedly. And maybe instead of trying to guilt me every time I ask about her, you could, I don't know, try to talk to her yourself. Tell her to let bygones be bygones. What's the point of clinging to grudges when family is all we have? Her mother's lips tightened, her silence far louder than any rebuke. Sage leaned forward, sensing the resistance, but pressing anyway, as was her way. Mother, I mean it. She doesn't have to like me, but she can't erase me. I'm still her sister. She paused, softening her voice, adopting a wounded tone. I just want to hear from her again. Is that so wrong? Her mother picked up the spoon again, turning back to the simmering pot. The faint hiss of bubbling broth filled the air. For a long moment, neither spoke. Finally, her mother said quietly, almost to herself, Twins or not, some wounds cut too deep. The words struck, but Sage lifted her chin stubbornly. She refused to let her mother see the hint of unease in her eyes. And yet wounds heal, she countered quickly. They always do, especially when family is involved. You'll see, Mother, she'll come around. She has to. Blood Crescent. I was sitting in the lounge that afternoon, legs tucked beneath me, a book resting lightly in my hands. I'd buried myself in the familiar comfort of words, letting the dry account of battles long past keep me company. History had always been my refuge, cold facts, recorded victories, and defeats. Luna Faye! I nearly jumped when a cheerful voice rang out behind me. Turning, I found Irene striding toward me, all brightness and effortless grace. She looked like she carried the sun with her. I quickly snapped the book shut and placed it on my lap as she leaned over the back of the couch, peering at me with curious eyes. "What are you doing here all by yourself?" she asked, her tone playful but touched with genuine curiosity. "Relaxing," I replied simply, offering her a small smile. "And reading." Her eyes flicked to the book in my hands. "Reading?" She grinned, eyes sparkling as she walked around and dropped into the seat beside me. "What kind of book?" "Let me guess, romance." I rolled my eyes at her assumption. "It's historical, actually. Nothing romantic." "Historical?" She groaned dramatically, leaning her head back against the couch cushion. "Ugh, boring already." She hadn't even asked the title. I laughed softly, shaking my head at her. Irene had that effect on people. Her light-hearted mockery wasn't cruel, it was oddly refreshing. But before I could retort, my phone buzzed on the armrest beside me. The sound echoed in the room, shattering the easy laughter I'd allowed myself. I glanced at the screen, and my smile froze. Sage. Her name glared up at me, bright against the black screen. I felt my stomach twist. I had woken up that morning to a missed call from her, one I hadn't returned, and now she was calling again. Persistent, like always. A part of me knew I should answer, that it was what any normal sister would do, but my thumb hovered uselessly over the screen. My body just wouldn't obey. Irene noticed immediately. She leaned closer, frowning. "Why aren't you answering?" Then her lips curled mischievously. "Wait, don't tell me. Is it some stalker, or someone bold enough to contend with Alexander for your attention?" I rolled my eyes, forcing myself to play along. "Please, it's just my sister." Her grin faded in an instant, replaced by seriousness. "Your sister?" "Yes, Sage." She tilted her head, studying me with that sharp gaze she rarely let anyone see. "And you're ignoring her? Why?" I sighed, my shoulders sagging. "Because we're going through a rough stage in our relationship. Honestly, I'm not interested in talking to her right now." I thought that would be enough to end the conversation, but Irene wasn't one to let things slide. She leaned back, brows furrowed. "But why? You're twins, aren't you? I always thought twins were inseparable. What could be so bad that you won't even take her calls?" Her words cut deeper than I wanted to admit. For a second I considered telling her the truth. The ugly, jagged truth I carried like a wound that refused to heal. But my throat locked up. She waited, and when I didn't answer right away, she pressed further. "Is it because of what happened with the mating? Because she gave herself to another man? The only reason you had to step in and take her place with my brother?" I glanced at her for a moment. Irene's voice softened, her eyes searching mine. "Is that why you two don't talk?" I stared down at my hands, gripping the book too tightly, my knuckles pale. Part of me wanted to spill everything right there, to finally let someone else share in the weight I'd carried alone. But how could I? How could I tell her that the man Sage gave herself to wasn't just anyone, it was the one who should have been mine, my mate? I could still feel the sting of that betrayal, like it had only happened yesterday. The memory of discovering them together, of realizing that the bond I had waited for, prayed for, had been stolen from me before it even began. And worse, stolen by my own sister. It still stings, but I just learned to manage it. But Irene didn't need to know that. Not yet. We weren't close enough, and my feelings wasn't something I handed out freely. So I forced a smile, though it felt weird on my lips. "It's nothing that serious, just one of those issues siblings have. We'll sort it out eventually." Irene didn't look convinced. She studied me with a gaze far too perceptive, her lips pursed like she wanted to pry more. But after a long moment, she let out a sigh and leaned back, stretching her arms over her head. "Well, if you say so," she murmured. "But if you ever want to talk about it, you know I'm here, right?" I nodded quietly. We sat in silence for a while after that, though silence with Irene never lasted long. She had never been the type to sit still and let thoughts consume her without trying to chase them away with words. Eventually, she started talking, her voice slipping into the kind of casual chatter she always used whenever she sensed my mood was heavier than I wanted to admit. "Do you know," she began, "Alex nearly gave one of the younger wolves a heart attack during training yesterday. Poor boy was just trying to keep up, and Alex pounced out of nowhere like he was fighting a real enemy." She chuckled, shaking her head. I thought the poor child's fur was going to turn white on the spot. I managed to smile. "That sounds like him. He doesn't know the meaning of holding back. I had seen Alexander in one of those training sessions once, and it had been too intense to watch. And almost funny. "That's exactly what I told him," Irene said, rolling her eyes dramatically. "I said, Alex, if you keep scaring the pups, they'll start hiding from you instead of training with you." He pretended to look offended, but you know he loves it. He thinks he's building character. I heard my name. Alexander's voice came up behind us. "Faye." Alexander's voice carried across the sitting room before I even turned to see him. "What did I do this time?" he said casually while adjusting his cufflinks. I kept my eyes on him for a moment, only half interested, but Irene twisted in her seat, grinning at the sight of him. He walked in, dressed in a gray suit, his tie knotted perfectly. It struck me immediately how formal it was. Clearly, he was on his way somewhere important. I chose not to ask, not like he would tell me even if I did anyway. Irene, never missing an opportunity to stir things just a little, said, "Oh, nothing much. I was just telling Faye a few of your secrets, some of the most embarrassing ones." Her tone was light, but still I saw Alexander's brows twitch. He rolled his eyes as if she'd said something tiresome and not worth dignifying with an answer. He was obviously used to her drama. "Very funny, Irene," he said flatly, his expression bored. That, of course, only made Irene laugh. She clearly enjoyed needling him, though it was always in an affectionate way. For me, I didn't engage. I dropped my gaze back to the page of my book, though I'd already lost track of the last sentence I'd been pretending to read. As always, his presence had unsettled me in a way I didn't care to admit. Not to him, and certainly not to myself. If Irene wanted to joke, she could. I chose the safer route of silence, as though ignoring him would somehow anchor me against whatever storm always threatened to come with him. "Going somewhere?" Irene asked after a moment, her voice softening as she took in the outfit properly. "Yes," he said, adjusting his tie without looking directly at either of us. "Out of town, actually. I may not be back tonight. Whatever happens, I'll let you know." That pulled my eyes from the book despite myself. I tilted my head toward him, studying his face, trying to read past the careful neutrality he always wore. Out of town, and only telling us now? At least he could have told Irene. "Wait," I said, my voice sharper than I'd intended, though I softened it quickly. "You're leaving now? Where exactly are you going that would require you to stay overnight?" He didn't change his expression, didn't even blink. "A business meeting," he said simply, as if that were enough. I frowned, closing my book slowly, placing it on the table beside me. My patience was thinning, but I tried not to let it show. "A business meeting," I repeated. "And you didn't think to mention this until you were already walking out the door? That's not fair." His eyes flicked to mine, cold as usual. "You know now," he said. "That's what matters." That answer made something tighten in my chest. How could he be so casually dismissive about something so important? It wasn't about control, not entirely. It was about respect for those around him, about the simple courtesy of letting the people who shared his roof, who depended on his presence, know where he would be and why. Irene, who had been watching the exchange quietly, finally stepped in. "Faye's right, Alex," she said gently. "You can't just spring things like this on us. A little notice would be nice. If you couldn't tell me, you could have at least told your mate, Faye." But Alexander was already glancing at his watch, his impatience obvious in the way his jaw tightened. He nodded distractedly, not really absorbing Irene's words. "Fine," he said. "Point taken. I'll make a note of it next time." The words sounded more like a tactic to end the conversation than any real agreement. He was already reaching for the door, his focus somewhere far beyond this room. "Alexander," I started, but he cut me off with a quick shake of his head. "I'm almost late, Faye," he said calmly. "We'll talk later." And just like that, he was gone. The door clicked shut behind him. I sat there for a moment, staring at the spot where he had been, frustration coiling tightly in my chest. Irene let out a slow breath, shaking her head. "That man," she muttered softly, "always in a rush, always half here, half somewhere else." I didn't respond because I didn't know what to say. I wanted to believe he trusted Irene, even if he didn't trust me. Yet he shuts her out too. Now I'm even more confused. Deep down, I wanted to believe that beneath his stoic exterior, he would one day care enough to include me in certain issues, to treat me as a partner instead of an afterthought. But tonight was just another harsh reminder. He moved according to his own rules, his own rhythms, and the rest of us, whether his mate or sister, were expected to keep up or be left behind. Irene reached over and touched my hand lightly, her smile gentle. "Don't let it get to you," she said softly. "That's just how he is. He thinks keeping things close makes it easier for everyone." "Does it?" I asked, unable to keep the sharpness from my voice. "Does it really make it easier to be shut out?" She was the complete opposite of Alexander, who seemed to wrap himself in ice whenever anyone got too close. That contrast had been gnawing at me for days, maybe weeks, and I finally decided to ask her the question that had been lodged in my chest. "Irene," I said carefully, my tone testing the ground, "how do you cope with him? With Alexander, I mean. One moment he's almost reasonable, almost human, and the next he's back to shutting everyone out, cold as ice. Doesn't it drive you mad?" She tilted her head, her lips curving into that patient smile she seemed to reserve for moments when people bared their confusion. "He's not always that difficult," she said sweetly, her voice soft enough to make the words sound like truth instead of wishful thinking. "In fact, he's the sweetest big brother anyone could ask for. Sweetest." The word clanged in my head like a bell struck off key. I stared at her, trying to reconcile her claim with the man I had to endure as my mate. Alexander, with his cold glares, clipped words, and the constant weight of authority pressing down on everyone around him. Sweet was not the word I would have chosen, not even close. I leaned back, my brows knitting. I suppose I can see that in a way. No matter what mood he's in, he always speaks to you with caution. It's like he's careful with you in ways he isn't with the rest, and he does take good care of you. Irene's eyes softened, and she smirked, leaning just slightly toward me, as though she were letting me in on a secret. "And," she added playfully, "he's also the best mate anyone could ask for." I blinked. "Excuse me?" Her laugh rang out like chimes in the wind, light and unrestrained. She wasn't mocking me exactly, but the sound still made my cheeks warm. She must have seen the disbelief stamped across my face because she lifted her hands in surrender, shaking her head with a smile. I know," she said, amusement dancing in her eyes. "It sounds unbelievable, but I mean it, Faye." I crossed my arms, narrowing my eyes at her. "The best mate? Are we talking about the same Alexander? Because I'm struggling here. I can't even imagine how anyone could consider his behavior and still call him the best at anything that requires affection." Her expression sobered a little, though the warmth never left her eyes. "I understand why you'd think that," she admitted gently. "Most people only ever see the alpha in him, the shield, the sharp edges, the man who carries burdens none of us could begin to understand. He lets the world believe that's all there is." I wanted to scoff, to shake my head, to argue, but Irene's voice carried such conviction that I found myself listening instead. "One day," she went on, her gaze steady on mine, "you'll get to see beyond that hard exterior he wants everyone to believe in. Beyond the cold, beyond the silence. You'll see the Alexander I know, the one who is thoughtful, protective, and even tender, though he hides it fiercely. And when that day comes, you'll understand why I can call him both the sweetest brother and the best mate without hesitation." I looked away, swallowing against the sudden urge to laugh. I couldn't imagine Alexander as anything other than what I had experienced. Bound by duty, curt in his speech, and emotionally impenetrable. Yet the way Irene spoke made it sound like there truly was more to him. I smirked. "That day might be a long way off. He barely speaks to me, not even about responsibility or pack matters. And when he does, it feels like I'm a soldier receiving orders, not a mate or Luna of the pack." Irene tilted her head, sympathy clouding her smile. "I know it's hard. Believe me, I've seen him push people away, even the ones he loves most." "The ones he loves most?" I was tempted to ask questions along that direction because she looked like she was talking from experience. Who did Alexander push away that he loved? She continued, "But he does it because he thinks it's the only way to protect himself, and sometimes to protect others. He's built walls so high he doesn't even realize how tall they've become." Her words painted Alexander in a new light, one I wasn't sure I wanted to see. Walls, protection. It suggested wounds I couldn't yet comprehend. But if Irene was right, then every cold stare, every clipped word, every long silence wasn't simply cruelty. It was just armor. And you really believe he's capable of being tender? I asked softly, the word foreign on my tongue when attached to him. Irene's smile widened, like she could see the possibility that I'd come around. I don't just believe it, Faye. I know it, because I've seen it. You will too. Soon, I hope. I watched her for a moment. Her faith in her brother was something else. It was the day of the general workout. A pack-wide session held once every week where wolves of every rank came together to sharpen their skills, hone their bodies, and prove their discipline. Already, the clearing buzzed with energy. Pairs of wolves grappled on the packed dirt at the center, their snarls blending with the barked instructions of higher-ranked warriors. To one side, the younger recruits were running laps under the supervision of the beta, sweat pouring down their brows as they strained to keep pace. Others drilled in smaller groups, sparring in 2s and 3s, or practicing synchronized maneuvers with wooden staffs. But Luna Faye was not yet among them. Hurrying across the field with her training clothes hastily thrown on, she felt the weight of many eyes turn in her direction. Conversations faltered, and movements slowed. It was subtle but noticeable, the way heads tilted, the way gazes followed her. "Here she comes," one of the pack members whispered. Faye straightened her back, forcing her expression to be neutral. She would not appear flustered. She was Luna, after all. The warriors returned to their drills, though Faye could feel their silent judgment prickling against her skin. Bella noticed her. "Of course, the almighty Luna," she said to herself. Standing near the sparring ring, Bella was already flushed from exertion, her dark hair tied back in a high tail, strands sticking to her face from sweat. She had been paired with another warrior, but the moment Faye walked in, Bella's focus shifted. Her lips curved into a sly, mischievous smirk, one that carried the edge of hatred. She stepped back from her sparring partner, loud enough for her voice to cut through the training noise. "Well, well, look who finally decided to grace us with her presence," Bella called, her tone filled with mockery. She crossed her arms deliberately, her voice pitched just right so that the surrounding wolves would hear. "Tell me, Luna Faye, what are you doing strolling out at this time? Did you get lost on the way to the grounds?" A ripple of laughter, not loud, not bold, but stifled, moved through the gathering. Heads turned openly now, curious, waiting to see how Faye would handle it. Faye's gaze flicked to Bella. She had seen enough of her attitude to know what this was, an ambush, dressed as casual banter. Bella wanted to provoke her, to draw her into a public misstep. Instead of lashing out, Faye drew in a breath and answered evenly. "I didn't get much sleep last night," she said, her voice calm, carrying across the training ground without strain. "I woke up later than intended, that's all." Bella tilted her head, feigning sympathy that was anything but. "Oh, I see. The Luna was tired from doing nothing." She clucked her tongue, her eyes glittering as she took a step forward. "How unfortunate. Meanwhile, the rest of the pack has been sweating here since sunrise. Imagine that." Faye did not rise to it. "I'm here now, Bella," she replied, "and I'll join in." But Bella wasn't finished. She sniffed disdainfully, letting her gaze sweep across the other wolves as though inviting them to share in her opinion. "You know, a Luna is supposed to lead by example, not show up when she pleases, not make excuses." Her voice hardened, her smirk widening. "The pack is already wondering if you're even qualified to wear that title, and this," she gestured broadly at Faye's tardy arrival, "isn't exactly helping your case." The words landed like stones in a pond. Faye felt the ripple of reaction around her, subtle but biting. Some shifted uneasily, unwilling to meet her eyes. Others kept their faces blank, though the disdain lingered in the air. She had known, of course, that many doubted her. She was not blind to the whispers that floated through corridors or the sidelong glances cast in her direction, but hearing it voiced aloud with such open disrespect made her blood burn. She took a step closer to Bella. Her voice was sharper now. "What exactly is your problem with me?" Bella's grin widened. She rolled her eyes with deliberate insolence, stepping forward until only a few feet separated them. "My problem?" She let out a short laugh. "My problem is that you walk around with a title you haven't earned. My problem is that you think being Luna is about excuses and sympathy when it's about strength and command. And if pointing that out makes me the villain in your story, so be it." The crowd around them had stilled, the training temporarily forgotten. Tension hung thick in the air. Faye's jaw tightened. "You're trying to create a problem where there doesn't need to be one," she said calmly. Bella leaned closer, lowering her voice into something intimate yet venomous, though loud enough for those nearby to hear. "Or maybe I'm just saying what everyone else is thinking but too afraid to admit." The remark stung not because it was true, but because the half-truth within it was undeniable. And then Bella straightened, rolling her shoulders with a mock-casual air. "But you know what?" she said, her tone turning falsely light. "Maybe we can settle this in a way everyone understands." Her eyes gleamed. "Since you don't like the way I'm talking to you, why don't you kick my ass in a fight?" Bella said. The words dropped like a gauntlet between them. Gasps and murmurs rippled through the pack. A challenge, clear and direct. Bella's smirk turned razor-sharp. "Come on, Luna. You've got the title, but do you have the teeth? Or are you afraid to spar with me because you know you can't match up?" She took a deliberate step back, spreading her arms slightly, as though already preparing herself for the fight. Her eyes never left Faye's, blazing with anticipation. All eyes turned to Faye. Bella's smirk glistened, her eyes bright with malice. She had long awaited a moment like this. An opportunity to show everyone that the so-called Luna Faye was nothing more than an outsider who had slipped into the role by obligation rather than worth. And now, in front of watchful eyes, she had her chance. Faye knew it was a trap the moment Bella issued the challenge. If she refused, she would seem weak, unworthy of the title Luna. If she accepted, she risked indulging in Bella's drama and feeding into her need for attention. So she had done what her instincts told her. She declined, calmly and dismissively. "I'm not doing this with you," Faye said. She had turned her back to walk away, choosing the path of restraint, of dignity. But Bella would not allow that. This was the best chance she could ever ask for. The sharp push came fast from behind. Faye felt her balance give way, her knees striking the ground, her palms catching the sting of dust. Bella had pushed her deliberately. Gasps rippled through the crowd, some muffled laughter following. That was what Bella wanted, humiliation, a Luna on her knees. Faye's eyes snapped open wide, glowing faintly gold as her wolf stirred, prowling beneath her skin. Nova's fury rose like wildfire, demanding to be unleashed, urging Faye to shift and tear Bella apart for daring such insolence. Faye's jaw clenched, her breath quickening. Her first instinct was violence, pure and raw. But she stopped herself. The urge to let Nova loose was tempting, too tempting. But Faye understood what was at stake. Shifting now would generate into a whisper that she was too savage, too unstable to lead beside Alexander. She wouldn't give Bella that victory. If this was going to happen, it would happen on her terms. So Faye rose, dusting her palms deliberately, her back straightening slowly. She turned, her golden eyes narrowing on Bella, and for the first time that day, she allowed herself a smile. "Fine," she said evenly, her voice carrying through the circle of onlookers. "If it's a challenge you want, I accept." Excitement rippled through the crowd like a sudden wave, their murmurs swelling into an eager buzz. The pack always thrived on displays of strength, and now they were about to witness one. Bella's smirk widened. She had gotten exactly what she wanted. "Good," she drawled, already rolling her shoulders, flexing her fingers as though warming up for the fight of her life. "I was beginning to think our Luna didn't know how to bear her fangs." Faye ignored the jab. She could already see through Bella's bravado, the need to prove herself, to claim even a sliver of dominance in front of the others. Bella had likely rehearsed this confrontation in her head countless times, but she had no idea what she had truly awakened. The ring was drawn quickly. Wolves shifted into place, creating a wide circle around the two women, the dirt beneath their boots now a makeshift arena. No referee was needed. The rules were understood. This was not to the death, but neither was it without consequence. Whoever yielded would walk away shamed and their strength questioned. Bella stepped forward first, circling with a predatory grace, her lips curling into a taunting grin. "Don't worry," she said softly, though the crowd could hear her. "I'll go easy on you. Wouldn't want our Luna looking too bruised when she runs back to Alpha Alexander." Faye's expression didn't change. She had heard worse from her. Her focus sharpened as she felt Nova pacing inside her, restless, claws scraping against the walls of her control. She breathed deeply, harnessing that wild energy, grounding it. This wasn't just about her pride. It was about showing the pack who she was. Not an outsider, not a victim, not a Luna bound by duty. She would show them her strength on her own terms. The first strike came fast. Bella lunged with surprising speed, aiming to catch Faye off guard, but Faye sidestepped, her body moving with agility. She had been a commander once, a Delta who trained day and night. Fighting was in her blood. She didn't need brute strength alone. She had skill, but of course Bella was clueless. Bella snarled, spinning to catch her with a follow-up strike, but Faye blocked, their arms locking for a brief moment before she twisted, redirecting the force and sending Bella stumbling sideways. Gasps echoed around them. Faye's lips curved in the faintest smirk. Bella recovered quickly, her pride burning hotter than her body. She rushed again, fists flying, each strike carrying both desperation and arrogance. Faye deflected them with precision, her body weaving, blocking, redirecting. She let Bella wear herself down, every failed attempt feeding the crowd's astonishment. "Is this what you wanted?" Faye asked at last, her voice steady even as she deflected another punch. "To show them you can't land a single hit?" The crowd laughed, the sound sharp and humiliating. Bella's face darkened with anger. She roared, finally letting her wolf break through, her eyes glowing crimson as her claws extended. The air thickened with the scent of bloodlust. The pack went silent. Faye's eyes flickered gold again, Nova pushing hard against her restraint. She could end this quickly if she shifted, but no, she wanted Bella beaten by her, not her wolf. So she steadied herself, waiting. Bella lunged, claws swiping with dangerous intent. This time Faye didn't retreat. She caught Bella's wrist mid-swing, twisted sharply, and slammed her down into the dirt with a force that made the ground tremble. The crowd erupted. Bella groaned, struggling, her pride shattering as Faye pinned her with effortless strength. Dust clung to Faye's skin, her chest heaving, her golden eyes burning bright as she leaned down close enough for Bella to hear her words. "You wanted to humiliate me," Faye whispered, "but all you've done is prove why you'll never be Luna." Bella thrashed, snarling, but Faye pressed harder, her grip unyielding. She could end it now, claim victory, but something inside her told her this wasn't just about winning. It was about sending a message. She released Bella suddenly, letting her scramble up, breathless and shaken. The crowd watched in silence, waiting to see what would happen next. "Get up," Faye commanded. "I won't have anyone say I beat you while you were down." Bella staggered, rage twisting her features, but she obeyed, rising to her feet. Her pride wouldn't allow her to back down now. The fight continued, but it was clear to everyone watching. Faye was in control. Every strike Bella threw was countered. Every attempt to dominate was dismantled. At last, when Bella charged one final time, reckless and desperate, Faye spun, caught her by the arm, and sent her crashing to the ground once more. This time, Bella didn't rise. She lay there panting, her defeat undeniable. The silence that followed was heavy, broken only by the sound of Faye's steady breathing. Then, slowly, the murmurs began. First in hushed awe, then louder, swelling into cheers. Faye stood tall in the center of the ring, her golden eyes dimming as Nova settled, satisfied. She looked down at Bella, who now avoided her gaze, shame burning hot on her face. "Let this be the last time you mistake my restraint for weakness," Faye said clearly, her voice echoed across the circle. "I am Luna of this pack. Deal with it." Faye walked away, refusing to bask in the attention or the whispers that followed her. She had no interest in proving anything more, and she wasn't even in the mood to train anymore. Bella remained on the ground longer than necessary, stunned, her palms pressed to the dirt where Faye had thrown her. She could barely believe what had just happened. It wasn't only that she had lost, it was how she had lost. Clean, decisive, humiliating. She had been sure she would put Faye in her place, sure she would embarrass the newcomer and prove to the pack that Alexander's choice of mate was unworthy. Instead, she was the one who had been humiliated in front of every pair of eyes watching. "Damn you, Faye!" Her chest heaved as she forced herself to stand, brushing dirt from her clothes in angry, jerky movements. But it didn't matter how much dust she wiped away. The shame clung tighter than any stain. All around her, wolves were still staring. Their eyes pricked her like needles. Their silence was worse than laughter. It told her that they had seen, that they were remembering, that her defeat had been absolute. "What are you all looking at?" she snapped, her voice sharp. She hated how it cracked at the end, betraying her agitation. The pack members quickly looked away. One after another, they shifted back into their routines, unwilling to meet her eyes. Some bent to stretch, others began pairing off to spar again, and a few drifted toward the weapons racks with sudden, exaggerated interest. It was as if they were afraid that looking at her any longer might invite her wrath, or worse, might confirm that they were secretly amused by what had happened. And then Irene walked up, and Bella stiffened. Of all people, it had to be Irene. Irene approached with her arms loosely folded, her expression filled with amusement that she didn't bother to hide. "Well," Irene said casually, her lips twitching as if she was suppressing a laugh. "That was interesting." She tilted her head, studying Bella with open curiosity. "What exactly were you trying to do out there? Because from where I was standing, it looked like you marched straight into humiliation with both eyes open. I would have stopped the madness, but you've been asking for it." Bella spun on her, her face flushing hot. "What?" she hissed. "That's all you have to say? Didn't you see what just happened? She attacked me in front of everyone." Irene raised her brows, unfazed by Bella's sharp tone. "Attacked you?" She gave a short laugh. "That's the story you're going with?" "Yes," Bella insisted, her fists clenched at her sides. "She's crazy, you saw it. She humiliated me in front of the entire pack, and you just stood there?" Irene's calmness only infuriated her more. Irene tapped her finger against her arm thoughtfully, as if considering how much truth Bella actually deserved. Finally, she said, "I saw everything, Bella. I saw you provoke her, I saw you shove her, and I saw you challenge her in front of everyone. What did you think would happen?" Bella was a bit lost for words, opening her mouth and then snapping it shut. She had wanted Irene's agreement, her sympathy, anything to validate the bruised pride burning inside her. Instead, Irene cut straight through her excuses with words sharp enough to sting. "You're lucky, actually," Irene went on, her tone dropping. "Because if Faye had really wanted to, she could have ripped you apart. You felt it, didn't you? The strength in her, that wasn't her going all out. That was her holding back." The words twisted like a knife. Bella hated the way Irene spoke so matter-of-factly, as if it were undeniable. But deep down, beneath her anger, Bella knew it was true. The memory of Faye's eyes glowing with her wolf's energy still haunted her, the sheer pressure of it enough to make Bella's own wolf recoil. "You should be grateful," Irene added, softer this time. "Next time, maybe you'll think twice before provoking people." Bella's nails dug into her palms. Gratitude? That was the last thing she felt. Her pride screamed against the suggestion. "So you're just going to take her side? You didn't even try to stop her. You're supposed to protect this pack, Irene, and that includes me. And when Alexander comes back, I'll make sure he knows just how insane his precious mate is." Irene sighed, shaking her head as if Bella were an unruly child. "Honestly, Bella, do you hear yourself? Calling it an attack when it was clearly a challenge. You threw the challenge, Bella. Faye beat you fair and square in front of everyone. And the only thing all your whining is showing right now is that you're a sore loser." Bella's mouth dropped open. A sore loser. The words echoed in her mind, each syllable cutting deeper than the bruises already forming on her skin. She wanted to argue, to deny it, but Irene's steady gaze pinned her in place. For a moment, Bella's anger trembled with uncertainty, with the sting of honesty. Then, slowly, she straightened her shoulders, forcing the humiliation down into a cold, hard knot in her chest. "This isn't over," she said finally. "Not by a long shot." Irene studied her for a long second, then gave a small shrug. "Suit yourself. But if you're smart, you'll know when to quit." Faye. As I left the training ground, I went straight to my room, dragging myself toward the bed, intending to collapse, when the sharp trill of my phone startled me. It was lying on the blanket, vibrating against the sheets. For a moment, I considered ignoring it. Whoever it was could wait. But then I saw the name on the screen. Mother. A sigh escaped me, part longing, part dread. I hadn't heard her voice in weeks, maybe longer. The ache of home rushed through me in a flood, our house at the edge of Silver Hollow. I hadn't realized how much I missed it until now. I snatched the phone and answered. Mother. My voice came out soft. Faye, my darling. Her voice was warm, bubbling with the kind of joy only mothers seemed capable of. Oh, thank the goddess, you picked up. I've missed hearing from you. I smiled faintly, lowering myself onto the bed. I missed you too, Mama. She chuckled, and I could picture the way her eyes crinkled when she did, the way her hand probably pressed against her chest. How are you, Tell me everything. How's the pack treating you? For a second, I almost told her the truth, that it was exhausting, that they stared at me as though I were an intruder, an outsider who didn't deserve Alexander's mark, that a wolf named Bella had just tried to humiliate me in front of everyone, that I woke every morning with a weight on my chest heavier than armor, the unrelenting pressure to prove myself. But the words wouldn't leave my lips. I couldn't bring myself to paint my struggle for her. My mother had always believed me strong, unbreakable, born with steel in my bones. To admit how hard it was here felt like letting her down. I'm doing great, I lied with a small laugh, pretending to catch my breath from excitement rather than exhaustion. The pack is different, but I'm managing. You know me. I always manage. Of course you do, she said warmly, pride dripping from every word. That's my Faye. Her faith in me both lifted and crushed me at once. I wanted so badly to live up to it, even if part of me feared I never truly could. How's father? I asked. Oh, your father, she went on. He's well. He's been fussing over the orchard as usual. Says the apple trees are late in blooming this year, but I told him it's just the weather. You know how he gets. I chuckled, picturing my father muttering at the roots as though they would obey him if he scolded hard enough. For a fleeting moment I felt the sting of homesickness lodge in my throat. But then I caught the subtle hesitation in her voice. The shift. She wasn't done. Mother, I murmured, narrowing my eyes though she couldn't see me. What is it? You're circling something. Just say it. She exhaled slowly, and I knew what was coming even before she spoke. It's about Sage. At the mention of her name, my heart hardened like cooling metal. My jaw clenched, my shoulders stiffened. Of course she would bring her up. She told me she's been trying to reach you, Mother said gently. Calling, but she says you don't pick up. That's because I don't want to talk to her, I snapped before I could stop myself. Faye, my mother soothed. She's your sister. You can't avoid her forever. I looked away, staring at the floorboards as heat rose in my chest. Avoid her forever? That was the plan. That was the only plan. She betrayed me, Mama, I whispered, each word sharp. I don't owe her my voice. I don't owe her anything. But she's sorry, Mother said. She should be, I said. She wants to make things right, Faye. Well, she can't, my voice broke, and I pressed a hand to my temple. Even now, even with the distance of miles, the memories of Sage's betrayal haunted me. I saw it every time I closed my eyes. I heard her voice in my dreams, cold and cruel, the knife she twisted in my back. My mother didn't understand, or maybe she refused to. She's your sister, she insisted, as though that bond alone excused everything. Your twin. You two were born of the same breath. That connection cannot be severed, not truly. I raised you to forgive, Faye, to hold your family close no matter what. I laughed bitterly. Why is it always me who has to forgive? Why is it always me who has to bend? You don't even ask Sage to bear the weight of what she did. You just look at me. You always look at me. Silence stretched on the other end of the line. I almost felt guilty for snapping, but the anger still burned too fiercely to extinguish. Do you remember, I whispered after a moment, the night she chose to betray me? The night she smiled while she tore everything from me? Because I do. Every detail. I wake up drenched in sweat because of it. And you want me to forgive her? Tell me, Mother, would you? She sighed like she didn't have an immediate answer. That silence was answer enough. I'm not ready, I said finally, softer now, my throat tight. I don't know if I ever will be. So please stop asking. Stop trying to mend what cannot be mended right now. Faye, my mother's voice was thick with sadness. I just don't want you to carry this pain forever. I already do, I whispered, and that's on Sage. We sat in silence for a while, the distance between us louder than any words. I could almost feel her disappointment, her helplessness, and I hated that I hated her for it. I love you, she said finally, her voice breaking just a little. I love you too, Mother, I murmured, and I meant it. But love was not enough to soften the raw wound Sage had left behind. "Just think about what I've said," she added. When the call ended, I sat on the edge of my bed for a long time, staring at the dark screen of my phone. Alexander. When I pushed the doors open and stepped into the pack house at noon, I was exhausted from my trip, and all I wanted was a moment of silence in my chambers before the rest of the day's duties caught up with me. But, of course, peace was rarely granted freely in this house. I had barely made it halfway down the hall when Bella appeared. No, floated, as she always did, as though the hallway itself had bent to welcome her. She must have been watching from one of the windows, waiting, because she arrived too quickly for it to be coincidence. "Alex," she breathed, her voice sliding into that familiar tone. Soft, drawn out, threaded with a deliberate sweetness that was meant to cling to my ears. I stopped, though not because of her. It was habit more than anything. She tilted her head, dark hair cascading over one shoulder, and smiled in that practiced way, lips curving as if she knew a secret I didn't. I returned her greeting casually, a nod and a faint murmur, nothing more, and I kept walking. Still, she lingered at my side, steps in rhythm with mine, and clung to my arm. That was when I realized it. She wanted something. And if I didn't draw it out of her here and now, she would follow me upstairs, perhaps even follow me to my room like she sometimes did. I wasn't in the mood for that game. So I stopped and turned to face her fully. "What is it, Bella?" I asked. My tone was clipped, leaving no room for pretense. "Say whatever it is you're holding in, and I'm really tired and need to rest." Her eyes widened, and for a moment I saw the hint of offense flash across her features. Then, just as quickly, she softened, her expression crumbling like wet paper. Tears, too sudden to be genuine, glimmered in her eyes. I felt my shoulders stiffen. Bella had always been dramatic, yes, but this was excessive, even for her. She sniffed, her voice trembling as though every syllable was on the edge of breaking. I can't do this anymore." I raised an eyebrow, not moving, not offering comfort. I'd learned long ago that comfort only fed her performance. "What exactly can't you do?" I asked flatly. Her tears slid down her cheeks now, and she pressed her hand to her chest like a tragic heroine in some play. "Live like this, endure this. If I hadn't been raised here, if this pack wasn't the only home I've really ever known, I would have left by now. For good." I almost sighed. It was the kind of declaration she thought would wound me, but I knew Bella's patterns too well. She liked to test how much space she held in my life by dangling the possibility of absence. I didn't take the bait. Instead, I glanced around. Members were passing through the hall. The last thing I needed was this scene unfolding in front of them. "Not here," I said curtly. "Let's go to my office." She hesitated, as though reluctant to abandon the audience she'd already gathered, but she obeyed, following close behind me. I led her down the corridor and into the office, shutting the door firmly once she was inside. Now, away from prying eyes, I leaned back against the desk, arms folded. "What's the matter?" I said. Bella hesitated again, wiping at her damp cheeks. When she finally spoke, her voice carried a mixture of accusation and hurt. "Earlier today, Faye attacked me at the training ground." I blinked, the words sinking in slowly. "Attacked you?" "Yes," she said quickly, clutching at the fabric of her blouse as though she still bore invisible wounds. "I asked her to spar with me, just a simple session as training partners, nothing more. But her voice cracked, she came at me with such ferocity. It wasn't training, Alexander, it was punishment. She wanted to hurt me." I frowned. The claim didn't make sense. "Bella, if it was sparring, then of course it would have been intense. Wolves don't go easy during training, you know that." Her eyes snapped up to mine, wide and filled with disbelief. "No, you don't understand. This wasn't normal sparring. She nearly killed me. She pushed it too far, so far I could barely recover afterward. I had to take some herbs to be able to move properly again. She almost shifted in the middle of it, when we weren't even supposed to go that extreme." I studied her closely. She was trembling, voice high-pitched, carrying just enough fragility to stir guilt in someone softer. But I wasn't convinced. "You're certain you didn't misread it?" I asked evenly. "Faye has no reason to." Bella cut me off, her voice sharp, the tears giving way to a deeper, darker tone. "Don't you dare defend her. I saw it in her eyes, Alex. Hatred. Pure hatred. She despises me, and today she let it show." I held her gaze in silence. I could almost hear the wheels of manipulation turning behind her words. Then, as if realizing she hadn't pushed far enough, she shifted tactics. Her lip trembled, her lashes lowered, and she whispered, "But of course, you'll take her side. You always do. She's your mate. And me?" She gave a broken laugh. "I'm nothing to you anymore but a charity case." I exhaled slowly through my nose, jaw tightening. Bella knew exactly where to strike. My sense of responsibility, my guilt over what she once was in this pack, my father's adopted daughter. The promise I made to my father, the former Alpha, on his deathbed. And yet, despite her performance, despite the dripping bitterness of her accusations, something still caught my attention. There was a kernel of truth hidden beneath all the exaggeration. Why would she invent such a specific claim if something hadn't actually happened on that training ground? I straightened, my voice calm. "All right, Bella." She sniffled, tears still clinging to her lashes. "I hear you, but you should know me better than to think I'll make judgments based on tears and accusations alone. I'll investigate this and do the needful." Bella's expression changed. For the first time since the conversation began, she looked unsettled. Her lips parted as though she wanted to argue, but she must have seen the steel in my eyes. She lowered her gaze. "Of course, ask whoever you like." She sniffed again. "I just hope you see the truth before it's too late." I exhaled heavily and pinched the bridge of my nose. Bella always weaving webs and twisting half-truths into weapons. Still, doubt gnawed at me. Faye wasn't reckless. She wasn't cruel. But if Bella was right, even in part, if Faye had truly lost control enough to almost shift in the middle of training, then it wasn't something I could ignore. "You can go and rest, Bella. I'll get back to you," I said. "Alexander." When Cole walked in, Bella was just leaving my office. The timing couldn't have been more telling. I watched her slip out through the half-open door, her hand brushing against her face, as though she were blotting out a flood of tears. When she and Cole nearly bumped into each other, she gave a delicate gasp and hurried away. Cole shut the door behind him, pausing for a moment as though weighing whether to speak. Then he sank into the chair opposite my desk, eyes flicking from the door Bella had exited through back to me, his brow arched, that knowing look on his face I had come to expect. "What was that all about?" he asked, half amused, half serious. Bella looked like her whole world just came crashing down. She was still wiping her eyes on her way out. I rubbed the back of my neck, exhaling through my nose. My office suddenly felt heavier, as though Bella's drama had left an oppressive fog behind. "She came here to complain," I admitted flatly. "She believes Faye attacked and insulted her dignity in front of the others at the training ground this morning. She thinks the entire thing was some personal attack, and—" I shook my head. "Of course, she made herself the victim, as always." Cole smirked knowingly, his arms folding across his chest. So Bella was being Bella. I met his eyes, searching. He wasn't wrong. Bella's flair for drama wasn't a secret in this pack. She thrived on attention. My attention, feeding on pity when strength no longer brought her the admiration she craved. But still, this wasn't something I could brush aside. Faye was involved, and that alone made it impossible to ignore. "I need to know what really happened," I said. If my mate and the Luna of the pack was unstable, I couldn't ignore it. Cole leaned forward, resting his forearms on his knees. He never rushed into explanations. He was deliberate, careful, as though he measured every word before letting it go. "I didn't see it myself," he began. "I was busy working on the young wolves in the field when it happened, but it was reported to me immediately I got back." My jaw tightened. "Reported how?" "By 3 different wolves. Independent enough to keep the story straight," Cole replied. His smirk faded, replaced with a more serious expression. "Bella challenged Luna Faye to a fight. She was indirectly demanding Faye prove herself worthy as Luna, right there in front of everyone. Faye tried to walk away, to ignore her. But Bella pushed her to the ground, forcing her into a fight. Either Faye accepted or she'd appear weak before the entire pack." The words hit harder than I let on. I clenched my hand into a fist on the desk, the wood creaking faintly beneath my grip. I could see it in my mind. Bella standing there, feeding off the whispers of the pack, daring my mate, my Luna, to defend herself. And Faye, Goddess, Faye, who never asked for these constant tests, being shoved into another corner. Cole continued. Luna Faye didn't seek the fight. She defended herself when she had no choice. Bella's just angry she lost the fight. That's all this is. Pride. I stayed quiet for a moment, fighting to steady the storm in my chest. Faye was probably being forced to prove herself almost on a daily basis, yet I never really saw her struggle. She didn't belong to this pack by birth, and that alone put her under scrutiny, and the fact that she wasn't my original mate by duty. Cole's smirk returned. You shouldn't take Bella too seriously, Alpha. She knows how to weave things into her advantage, especially when she wants your attention and support. Where's Faye now? I finally asked, my voice lower. Cole shifted back in his seat. In her room. I thought she'd head there to cool off. She probably didn't want to stick around and make a scene after the fight. The thought of her retreating to the confines of her room tugged at me sharply. I imagined her sitting there, chest still heaving from the adrenaline of the fight, trying to steady herself, and yet carrying the weight of being judged again. As I thought about it, I hated that for her. Hated that my mate had to endure such childish trial. I ran a hand down my face, trying to suppress the anger building beneath my ribs. As Alpha, I had to weigh things carefully. Discipline Bella, and I risked feeding into the whispers that I favored Faye unfairly. Do nothing, and I allowed Bella's behavior to plant deeper seeds of doubt in the pack about Faye's place. Either way, Faye's dignity was being dragged through the mud. Cole's voice pulled me back. You're thinking too hard about this. I gave him a sharp look. You think I can just ignore it? I think you need to trust Faye, he countered calmly. She handled herself well. From what I heard, she didn't just defend, she showed control. Even when Bella provoked her, she didn't lose herself. That's more impressive than anything. Let the pack chew on that. He wasn't wrong. Faye was showing the very strength that made her worthy of standing at my side. But how long before another wolf tried to test her? How many more times would she be pushed into proving herself? I can't let something like this happen again, I muttered. Cole leaned back with a shrug. Then don't. You're Alpha. The line is yours to draw, but you can't show too much involvement. It'll make the Luna appear weak, like she can't stand up for herself. He was right again. Damn him. Bella would love nothing more than to paint Faye as a fragile Luna in need of my constant defense. That wasn't who Faye was, and I would not reduce her to that. Still, I couldn't sit here and do nothing while she sat in her room carrying the weight of all this. You're right. I'll just check on her later to be sure she's okay, I said. Cole's smirk softened. Good idea. But don't go as Alpha, go as Alexander. Maybe she doesn't need a leader right now. She needs her mate. Faye. I had just stepped out of the bathroom, hair still dripping down my shoulders, my robe loosely tied at the waist. My skin was still warm from the steam, and for a rare second I felt completely at ease. I nearly screamed when I saw Alpha Alexander standing there in my room. My heart jumped into my throat, and I clutched the robe tighter around me instinctively. I hadn't even heard him come in. What the hell? I snapped, my voice sharp, fueled more by shock than courage. Do you have a problem with knocking, or waiting for someone to answer before barging into their room? He didn't respond. Of course he didn't. Alexander stood there like he always did, shoulders squared, face blank, eyes cold. But then those same eyes swept over me, slowly, deliberately, from my wet face, trailing down to my bare feet, and then back up again. Heat rose in my cheeks. Was he checking me out? I folded my arms defensively, suddenly aware of how exposed I was, even with the robe on. What are you doing here? I demanded, trying to regain some control. He tilted his head slightly, and, for a moment, I thought he was about to apologize for invading my privacy like a normal person, but of course I was wrong. His expression suddenly became filled with that typical superiority of his. If you don't want people walking in unannounced, Luna, you should learn to lock your door. Consider this a lesson, not an opportunity to throw a tantrum. My jaw dropped. A tantrum? Really? I wanted to scream at him, but instead I folded my arms tighter across my chest like a child. Why did he always have this effect on me? Why did his presence make me feel so defensive, so exposed, and a little upset? I narrowed my eyes. Fine. What do you want? For the first time since he entered, his gaze softened. It wasn't obvious, just a hint, a subtle lowering of the steel in his eyes. I returned earlier this afternoon, he said evenly. I hadn't seen you around, so I came to check on you. I blinked at him. Check on me? Those weren't words I expected from Alpha Alexander, the man who seemed incapable of warmth, who carried walls so high it was exhausting trying to peer over them. He noticed my absence. It almost felt weird. My lips parted, but nothing came out. I didn't know how to respond. He took my silence as reluctance. His voice shifted back to its usual controlled tone. If now is not a good time, I can come back when you're dressed. We can talk then. He made to leave. Talk? My head snapped up at that. Alexander wanted to talk. He initiated it. That never happened. I found myself blurting out, "Wait, don't leave." He paused at the door, turning slightly. "I'll just change quickly in the closet," I added hurriedly, pointing toward it. "You can wait here." His eyes lingered on me for a beat longer than necessary, as if weighing whether to agree. Finally, he gave a small nod and crossed the room to sit on the couch opposite the bed. I exhaled shakily and darted into the closet. My hands trembled as I pulled a simple dress over my head, brushing out my wet hair in quick strokes. My reflection in the mirror stared back at me with wide, nervous eyes. Why was my heart racing like this? It wasn't like he hadn't seen me before. He was supposed to be my mate, after all. But there was something about the way he looked at me earlier, the weight in his gaze, that left my skin tingling. I pressed a hand to my chest, willing my heartbeat to slow, before stepping out again. Alexander was waiting exactly where I left him. His eyes flicked toward me as I entered, and though his expression didn't change, I swore I caught the faintest glimmer of approval. "Better?" he asked. "Much," I replied quickly, walking over to sit on the edge of the bed facing him. I crossed my legs and folded my hands in my lap, trying to appear collected, though inside I was anything but. "So, talk. You said you wanted to talk." "Yes." He sat forward slightly, resting his elbows on his knees. "I wanted to ask how you're feeling. I heard what happened between you and Bella. Of course, I should have known. Someone already went to him with gossip, maybe Bella herself. I can only imagine the version she must have told him. And the funny thing was that the entire pack members around would likely back her up, even if she told a lie. Before you judge me, let me explain," I said immediately. "You don't need to. I know the pack isn't always easy on newcomers, especially not on one who's been imposed on them as their Luna." I stared at him, stunned. He knows that too? My first instinct was to scoff, to put up my defenses, but the sincerity in his tone stopped me. He was serious. "I'm fine," I said, maybe a little too quickly, because I wasn't used to this side of him. One brow arched. "Fine?" he asked. I looked away, biting my lip. The truth was, I wasn't fine. The whispers, the judgmental stares, the constant trouble from Bella, it was suffocating. And yet admitting that to him felt like weakness. He studied me quietly, and I felt his gaze like heat against my skin. "You don't have to pretend with me, Faye," he said softly. That caught me off guard. I turned back to him, eyes narrowing slightly. "Pretend? You think I can't handle them?" "That's not what I said." His tone was neutral. "I know you can handle yourself. You wouldn't be here otherwise. But handling and enduring are not the same thing." His words sank into me like stones. I hated how easily he could cut through my defenses, how he saw things I worked so hard to hide. "Why are you telling me this?" I asked, my voice low, almost suspicious. "Why do you care?" For the first time, he looked almost caught. His jaw tightened. His eyes flicked away briefly before returning to mine. "Because you're my Luna. Your struggles are mine. If the pack undermines you, they undermine me. That is something I cannot allow." My chest tightened at his words. He said it like it was all about responsibility, about unity, but something in his voice hinted at more. "Or maybe you're just imagining things," my wolf Nova said. I leaned back slightly, my heart hammering. "I can't really blame them. It's expected. But I'm sure they'll come around," I said. "I mean, they're stuck with me already. What choice do they have?" I added, smirking. His lips curved slightly into a smile. "Right." I took a deep breath. "So what now?" I asked, breaking the tension. "You came, you checked, you lectured me about locking doors. Anything else?" He studied me again, and this time there was no alpha mask. No cold distance, no unreachable wall. Just Alexander. "Yes," he said finally. "Don't let them break you." My breath caught. His eyes held mine. They will test you. They will push until they find a crack. But you are Luna of this pack. You don't need to prove yourself to Bella or anyone else. You need only prove it to yourself. I didn't know what to say. My throat felt tight again, my chest too full. No one had ever said something like that to me apart from my mother. Not in that way. Not with that kind of conviction. So I just nodded, silently, because if I spoke, my voice would betray me. Alexander stood up from the couch. I'll leave you to rest. Faye. As he turned to leave, I decided to take advantage of his mood today. Alexander, I said softly, my voice stopping him just before he reached the door. He turned, a sign of impatience passing through his gaze before he masked it under that usual calm. Yes? I hesitated. My instincts told me this was a risk. Alexander didn't like being questioned, not about his duties, not about his thoughts, not about anything. But ever since the day he scolded Irene and I for going shopping without security, something inside me had been restless. I couldn't shake the feeling that he was hiding things I deserved to know as his mate and as Luna of this pack. He seemed to be waiting for me to speak. Is there a problem? I drew a slow breath and forced the words out. Not really. I just want to ask, how did the meeting go, the one you attended yesterday? His expression didn't shift much, but I caught the subtle tightening of his jaw. He answered in the simplest, most dismissive way possible. It went well. That was it. No elaboration, no context, just those 3 words. My heart sank with frustration, but I tried not to let it show. I knew him well enough by now to expect that kind of answer. He was a master at shutting people out. From what Irene told me yesterday, he thought silence kept him strong and protected people around him, but I wasn't going to be a party to that. That's good, I murmured, though my tone betrayed the hollowness of the response. I let the silence hang for a moment, then pressed further. But what was it about? His eyes flicked to mine. Pack matters, he replied, and I almost laughed bitterly at the vagueness. That was the equivalent of saying nothing at all. He was beginning to look even more impatient. He was trying so hard not to walk out on me. I could tell. I shifted on the bed where I sat, folding my hands tightly in my lap to steady my resolve. Alexander, I began again, my voice firmer now. You never tell me anything. You come and go as you please, and I'm left in the dark about decisions that affect all of us. I want to know what the meeting was about, not just whether it went well. I was pushing the limit. I knew that, but I had to take advantage of this opportunity. He studied me for a moment, probably wondering what I was up to. When he finally spoke, his tone was dismissive and calm at the same time, as if trying to soothe a child. It was with the neighboring packs. Security issues. Nothing you need to worry about. I stiffened. Security issues? I repeated, the words tasting heavier than they should. A cold ripple of unease ran through me, but I tried to keep my voice steady. Is Blood Crescent under some kind of threat? For a moment he just stood there with hands in his pocket. You don't need to concern yourself with that, he said curtly. We have people who handle security. It isn't your responsibility. That was the last straw. I rose to my feet, the frustration that had been simmering inside me breaking free. I'm not dumb, Alexander, I snapped, my voice a bit high. I can see that something is wrong. I can feel it. Whatever it is, it's enough to make you worry, even though you'll never admit it out loud. Do you think I don't notice how tense you've been? He said nothing, his gaze locked on mine. I swallowed hard, forcing myself to keep going. I know this bond between us isn't what either of us dreamed of. I know it's just duty and an alliance, nothing more. But I'm still your mate. Doesn't that mean anything? My voice cracked on the word mate, but I pushed through it. And if not that, if you can't see me that way, then at least acknowledge that I am Luna of this pack. That gives me the right to know what is happening to our people. My chest was heaving by the time I finished, my heart pounding so loudly that I feared he could hear it. For a long moment, Alexander didn't move. His eyes searched mine, and though his face remained carefully neutral, I sensed the war happening inside him. Finally, he exhaled slowly, almost reluctantly. You're right, he admitted, his voice low. As Luna, you deserve to know. The words nearly undid me, not because they were sweet, they weren't, but because they were rare. Alexander never yielded, not to me, yet here he was, opening a door he had always kept locked. He closed the space between us, stopping just a step away. We aren't certain yet if it's serious, but for the past few days we've lost communication with the guards stationed at the northern border. I felt my stomach drop. Lost communication? I echoed. Yes. His gray eyes darkened as he continued. Cole went to inspect. He didn't find them at the border, not a single one. There were signs that the border may have been breached. The room seemed to tilt for a moment as I absorbed his words. The northern border. I don't know much about it, but I believe that was the most vulnerable edge of our territory. The barrier between Blood Crescent and the wild, unpredictable lands beyond. If it had truly been breached. What kind of signs? I asked, my voice barely calm. Tracks, broken trees, at the kind of evidence that suggests movement through the border. But nothing conclusive. No bodies were found, just absence. His jaw tightened. And that absence worries me more than anything else. I wrapped my arms around myself as if trying to shield against the chill that had suddenly seeped into the room. So the meeting yesterday. It was with the neighboring packs, he confirmed. We discussed security in general, nothing else. Nothing else. But even as he said it, I knew better. There was always more with Alexander, layers he never fully revealed. Still, the fact that he had told me even this much was something. I lowered myself back onto the bed, trying to steady my racing thoughts. Thank you, I said quietly, for telling me. He gave a small nod, his gaze lingering on me with an intensity I couldn't quite grasp. Then, as though closing the conversation, he said, "Get some rest. I'll see you at dinner." Of course, Alexander. I leaned back against the headboard on my bed, working on my laptop. Then my phone began to vibrate beside me. I glanced at the caller ID. Irene. With a sigh, I dragged the phone toward me and answered. "Hey, Irene." "Hey, where did you go?" Her voice came through sharp, edged with that familiar impatience. "I checked your chambers earlier, and you weren't there. You weren't in your office either. Where did you vanish to?" I rubbed a hand over my face, debating how much to tell her, because she could make a big deal of it if I told her I was in Faye's room. But Irene could smell half-truths a mile away, so lying wasn't worth it. "I was in Faye's room," I said evenly, "but I'm back in mine now." For a moment there was nothing but stunned silence on the line. Then her voice came back. "Faye's room? Did I hear you right? Since when do you ever step foot in there?" I could almost picture her, eyes wide, lips parted, maybe pacing the hall with her phone pressed tightly to her ear. "She's fine," I cut in before she could launch into more questions. "I only went to check on her. Nothing serious." "So she's all right?" she pressed, still suspicious. "You're sure? Because the way Bella cornered her at the training grounds this morning, I was honestly worried, even though she handled the situation well." "Irene," I said, "she's fine." There was another pause, then Irene's voice softened with something that almost sounded like wonder. Since when do you check on her, Alpha Alexander? Since when do you even acknowledge her existence in this pack, as your mate, as your Luna? You've acted like she doesn't exist since she arrived, and now suddenly you care enough to look in on her?" Her words pricked at me. I shifted uncomfortably against the headboard, my jaw tightening. I hated when Irene pushed me like this. Hated more that she often wasn't wrong. "Don't start," I muttered. "I'm not in the mood for your judgment tonight." "I'm not judging you," she replied quickly. Alexander, do you know how it looks? Bella keeps poking at Faye like she's beneath her, and Faye swallows it every time because what choice does she have? Everyone sees it. And don't you think Bella only dares to because you let her? Because you never give Faye her rightful place? You set the tone. If you don't treat your Luna with respect, why would anyone else? I shifted the laptop aside and pressed my fingers against my temple. "Bella's just crazy," I said at last, my tone dismissive. "She's reckless and unpredictable. It's not my fault." There was silence again, and when she finally spoke, her voice was calm, almost too calm. "She's not crazy, Alexander. She's jealous, pure and simple, and why wouldn't she be? You finally have a mate, a Luna, someone who actually stands in the place Bella thought belonged to her. She's lashing out because she's losing ground." I froze. For a second, it was as if the air in the room thickened, making it harder to breathe. "What place are you talking about?" I asked quietly, though I already knew. I could practically hear her smirk through the line. Do you really think I'm that clueless, Alexander? Do you honestly believe I didn't know what was going on between you and Bella before? I closed my eyes, dragging in a long breath. There was no point in denying it now. Fine, I said at last, my voice low. Yes, you're right. I won't insult you by pretending otherwise. For a moment, Irene said nothing. Then, surprisingly, her tone softened again. I didn't say it to hurt you. I just needed you to see it clearly. Bella isn't crazy. She's clinging to what she thought was hers, and Faye is paying the price for your silence. She was right. I hated that I had allowed this mess to fester until it became everyone's problem. I'll talk to Bella tomorrow, I said finally. Good, Irene replied, relief slipping into her tone. Because if you don't, she will never stop, and Faye deserves better than to be treated like a shadow in her own pack. I'll handle it, I said. I had skipped breakfast again, because I had an early morning meeting with the elders. Some minutes after the meeting, there was a knock on the door. Come in, I said. When the door opened and she walked in, I wasn't prepared for the way the sight of her would catch me off guard. Faye was dressed so simple, it made her look more striking than usual. Denim pants that fit her like a second skin, a sleeveless top that bared her neck and shoulders to the warm light streaming through the window, and her hair. Loose, free, flowing around her face like she had no care in the world. For half a second, my mind stalled. My eyes lingered longer than they should have, tracing her in that careless way a man shouldn't trace his mate if he didn't want trouble. I caught myself, forced my expression back into something neutral, as if I hadn't just been staring like some dumbstruck boy. Do you need anything, Faye? I asked, making my voice sharper than necessary. A defensive mask. If I didn't sound like I was in control, she would see too much. She hesitated. That hesitation was always telling. She had something on her mind but wasn't sure if she should say it. And yet she didn't look nervous. She looked relaxed, like she had thought it through and decided to face me with it anyway. She moved toward the chair across from my desk. I wanted to talk about what you said yesterday, she began. Her voice was even, clear. About the northern border. The northern border. My mind sharpened immediately. What about it? I asked carefully. I'd like to go take a look, she said. I blinked. You'd like to, what? Take a look, she repeated, and I could see the determination building in her eyes even before I reacted. If you don't mind. Of course I minded. I minded a lot. What business did she have with the northern border? What could she possibly expect to find there that I or Cole or the guards hadn't already seen? The request was strange, and coming from her, it felt even stranger. Why? I asked. She didn't hesitate. Because maybe the people who went there missed something. Maybe there's still a clue. Sometimes all it takes is a fresh pair of eyes. I stared at her. For a long moment, I had no words. I should have shut it down. Instead, I found myself oddly amused. Surprised, yes, but also curious. Faye, I said slowly, we've checked that border twice already, every inch of it. Cole himself oversaw the patrols. New guards have been stationed there for days. If there was ever a clue, it's long gone now. Her jaw tightened, but she didn't back down. Still, I'd like to see it for myself. You think you'll find something we missed? Her lips curved, not in arrogance, but in a stubborn kind of sincerity. Maybe. I shook my head, a humorless laugh escaping me. This lady didn't know when to give up, and there was no bratty defiance in her voice this time, no cheekiness or attempt to prove me wrong. She sounded genuine, serious, and for some reason, that sincerity pressed against me harder than any amount of insolence could. You're not trained for the border, I reminded her, softer now. You don't know the terrain. You don't even know your way around the territory yet. I know, she admitted, but I'm not asking to go alone. That stopped me. Her eyes held mine, steady, and I realized she had already thought of the argument I would throw back at her. She wasn't being reckless. She was asking because she believed she could contribute. Something in my chest shifted. I didn't like it. Faye, I sighed, dragging a hand down my face, this is not necessary. There's nothing there. Please, she said quietly. And there it was, the word I hadn't expected from her. It was not a demand, not a challenge, just a plea. It disarmed me more effectively than any fight could have. I should have refused. I should have told her no and put an end to it. But instead, I found myself caught in the stubborn spark in her eyes. I don't know why I gave in. Maybe because she sounded so damn genuine. Maybe because she wasn't asking for herself but for something larger. Or maybe because I just wanted to see what she thought she could do. After a long stretch of silence between us, I exhaled. Fine. The corners of her lips twitched in relief. But, I added quickly, you don't know the border. You don't know the roads, the paths, or the patrol routes. So if you're going, you're not going alone. I'll have Cole go with you. Her nod was immediate, almost too eager. That's fine. I studied her a moment longer, suspicion flickering at the back of my mind. What was this really about? She wasn't careless. If anything, she'd been too careful since she arrived here. So why push for this? Why go through the stress? Still, she had agreed to my condition, and there was nothing more to argue. I'll call Cole, I told her, reaching for the phone on my desk. Thank you. I'll go get my jacket, she said. Faye! I felt the car slow down before Cole even spoke, his hands easing the steering wheel. We're here, he said. I turned my head and peered through the windshield. The northern border. The air was sharper here, cooler for some reason. I was grateful I wore a thick jacket. Cole brought the vehicle to a stop beside a small cluster of buildings that looked more like barracks than homes, functional, sturdy, but unwelcoming. Before he could make his usual gentlemanly rush to open my door, I unbuckled and pushed it open myself. The gravel crunched beneath my boots as I stepped out. I preferred it this way, doing things myself, keeping my sense of independence. I didn't enjoy being treated like I was fragile, like the role of Luna meant being coddled instead of trusted. That wasn't me. That would never be me. Cole's boots hit the ground beside me as he rounded the car. Come this way, he said, gesturing with a tilt of his head. His tone wasn't commanding, more protective than anything else. I fell in step with him, keeping my eyes forward as the security post loomed closer. The building looked like a converted quarters. Solid wood, narrow windows, smoke curling faintly from a chimney. It was the kind of place where men stayed too long, where the air turned thick with sweat, beer, and boredom between shifts. Sure enough, as Cole and I approached, a handful of guards emerged, drawn out by the sound of the car. They were Blood Crescent men, each carrying the mark of service. Their gazes flickered over me with curiosity, recognition, maybe even skepticism. I was Luna, yes, but I was also still new, still foreign. My presence here was unexpected. Cole took the lead. This is Luna Faye, he announced. Hello, I greeted. He didn't have to introduce me, not really. They all knew who I was. But his insistence told me he wanted to establish something, to remind them of the respect my title commanded, even if my position wasn't yet secure in their eyes. One man in particular stepped forward, the leader of the crew, if the way the others glanced at him was any indication. He had a bottle of beer in hand, half drained, foam clinging stubbornly to the glass. His brows rose slightly as he looked at me. Luna, he greeted, lifting the bottle in a mock salute. You should come in, have a drink with us. There was something dismissive in his tone, like he was humoring me, testing me. I kept my smile polite, shaking my head. No, thank you. We're just here to look around. Just like that, I made it sound casual, as though I wasn't here for any real reason beyond curiosity. The man's eyes narrowed, but my tone seemed to disarm him. He shrugged and handed his bottle to one of his men before stepping forward. Then let me join you. I'll show you around. Cole didn't object, though his stance shifted slightly. Protective, he gestured for me to take the lead, but I moved beside him instead. I didn't want to look like I needed shielding. As we walked, the man made conversation, casual on the surface, but sharp beneath it. So, Luna, what exactly are you looking for out here? Surely you didn't come all this way just for sightseeing. Cole glanced at me, but he didn't speak. He was letting me answer for myself. I respected him for that. I'm aware of what happened at this border, I said, keeping my tone even, matter of fact. The guards who were stationed here disappeared without a trace. No one has been able to explain what happened. And while I can't just sit in the pack house pretending none of this concerns me, I thought I might as well see the place with my own eyes. The man raised an eyebrow, and there was a glint of amusement. No, challenge, in his gaze. And what makes you think you'll find anything here? The Alpha himself came. Beta Cole here came around twice. Men who've been in the field for years combed through this ground. Do you think you're better at finding things than them? He didn't know. He couldn't have known. Even while my mouth moved with polite words, my eyes had been everywhere, scanning and assessing. My father had drilled it into me back in Silver Hollow. Never trust the obvious. The land always tells its own story if you know how to listen. So when the man mocked me, I didn't really care. I focused on what I came for. Both he and Cole halted, watching me with faint surprise as I crouched low, my hands hovering above the ground, measuring distances and gestures, letting my eyes narrow against the earth. To them it probably looked like random fussing, but to me the picture was already forming. I heard Cole shift behind me, his boots crunching closer. "Luna, be careful," he said quietly. "I'm fine," I replied without looking at him. The ground bore marks that at first seemed ordinary, prints pressed into the dirt, branches broken where men or beasts had passed. Marks everyone else may have seen and maybe dismissed, but they had looked at them from the perspective of regular soldiers, of guards, of Alpha and Beta. I looked at them the way my father taught me. The prints weren't uniform. Some pressed deep into the soil, as if the weight behind them had been heavier, more deliberate. Others were faint, in strange patterns. The broken branches weren't consistent with careless trampling. They bent in directions that spoke of hesitation, of something, or someone, doubling back. I moved slowly, tracing lines only I could see, my fingers brushing a branch as though it might speak if I touched it right. Cole fell silent, and even the man with us stopped his testing banter. I could feel their eyes on me, waiting. And then, as the silence stretched, I realized something that made my heart pound harder in my chest. This wasn't just an attack. It wasn't just a disappearance. It was staged. Cole must have noticed my countenance because he called, "Are you okay?" I just nodded. The entire scene looked convincing, too convincing. But to me, the soil crumbled too neatly, the impression too sharp for something left days ago. Only a fresh track should look that neat. These had been pressed in deliberately. I frowned. These don't look right. Cole had been standing a few feet away, but immediately I spoke. He stepped closer. "What do you mean? You can see the tracks, right? The pattern." "Of course," I said, glancing up at him before looking back at the ground. "That's the problem. They're too clean. If someone had been moving through here in a hurry, or even a fight, there would be uneven pressure in the soil, slips, scuffs. But every one of these prints is planted firmly, like someone stood here and pressed them down." I let out a breath and stood, dusting my hands on a handkerchief Cole handed to me. Cole tilted his head slightly. "You're saying someone made these on purpose? Why would they bother?" I walked a little deeper, eyes catching on a broken branch dangling just above my shoulder height. I reached up and tugged lightly. It snapped off with hardly any resistance. "See this? They're too clean too. Look at the angle. This wasn't broken by weight or sudden movement. The fibers splinter evenly, like someone grabbed and bent it. Take a look at all the broken branches. If there had been a struggle, the breaks would be rougher, jagged, not all in the same direction." Cole came closer, running his thumb along the fracture, his brows knitted together. "I didn't notice that before. We assumed they ran through here fast, maybe dragging someone." "That's what they wanted you to think," I said, softer now, as the realization settled heavier in my chest. "Whoever staged this knew what you'd look for. Footprints, broken branches, and signs of distress. They left just enough to tell a story, but it's too neat, too arranged, if you ask me." Cole stepped back, scanning the small clearing with fresh eyes, and for a moment his usual confidence slipped. "You're saying there was no actual fight here?" I nodded slowly. "Exactly. A performance, maybe, but definitely not an actual struggle." He exhaled, a low sound of frustration, and muttered, "Damn it." Then louder, "You might be right. I've been here twice, and I didn't see it that way until now." The corners of my mouth lifted faintly, though there was no real satisfaction in it. "Fresh eyes," I reminded him, echoing what I'd told Alexander. My stomach twisted. If this scene was fake, then the real danger was still out there somewhere. "Alpha Alexander needs to hear this immediately," Cole said, as if talking to himself. I glanced at my wristwatch. "We should go back," I said. "I think we're done here for now. Alexander." I had got off the phone with Cole. He said they were on their way back. I thought I'd use the time to speak sense into Bella before they arrived. I didn't want Faye walking in on the conversation. As expected, Bella shifted into defense mode the moment she walked into my office. She had been standing in front of my desk for the last 10 minutes, pacing back and forth like a caged wolf, her hands flailing as she ranted. "I cannot believe you're treating me this way, Alex," she snapped, her voice pitched high with frustration. "After everything we've shared, after all the loyalty I've shown, this is how you repay me? Dismissing me like some nuisance while her mouth twisted in disgust at the word, while she gets to do whatever she wants." I sat still in my chair, leaning back slightly, hands folded in front of me. I let her words spill out, uninterrupted. There was no point in arguing with Bella in that mode. She thrived on the drama, needed the chance to spin her own narrative. If I tried to stop her now, she'd only turn sharper, louder, more insistent. So I waited. Finally, she paused, drawing in a breath as if expecting me to bend, to soothe her, to give her what she wanted. "Bella," I said calmly, "I told you yesterday I would investigate what happened, and I did. I took it seriously, despite the fact that you have a history of provoking others. I asked questions, and do you know what I learned?" Her lips pressed into a thin line, but she said nothing. "That Faye didn't attack you," I continued. "She didn't even want to fight you, even though you taunted her. You challenged her and pushed her to the ground in front of the entire pack and forced her hand." Bella's eyes rolled so hard I almost thought she'd injure herself. "Of course she lied to you. She had to. My patience snapped. My voice dropped lower. "Don't insult me, Bella. Faye didn't tell me a damn thing. Not a word. She never mentioned it. I found out by asking others. They all saw you, remember? You disrespected her again, and now you have the audacity to come here and lie to me, claiming she attacked you? What did you think was going to happen?" Her mouth fell open slightly, shock flickering across her features before morphing into offense. "So now you're charging at me because of her? Really, Alexander? You're turning on me for her? You don't care about us anymore." I exhaled slowly, shaking my head. "That's ridiculous. Don't twist this. There was never anything between us beyond physical convenience, and you knew that. We both did." She flinched, though she tried to mask it with a scoff. "Even if that's true, you can't expect me to just get used to someone parading herself around here as your mate, especially not her." A laugh escaped me. "I admit that at some point we were stupid. I was losing control, and you were desperate for attention. But don't act like you believed it would lead anywhere. You knew better, Bella. You knew you could never be my mate, let alone the Luna of this pack. Unless, of course, you've been delusional all along. It was all a bad idea from the start." Her eyes narrowed, and for the first time I saw something dangerous there. Not just desperation, but spite. She moved closer, stopping at the edge of my desk. She leaned forward, her voice softening. "You don't mean all that, Alexander. You've never spoken to me like this. You still want me and you know it. Really? How could she be so delusional, even with the truth staring her in the face?" I stared at her blankly. Once upon a time, perhaps, her antics might have worked. But now, all I could think about was how pathetic it felt. How forced. When her attempt at seduction failed, her mouth curled into a sneer, and of course she reached for the same weapon she always used when threatened. Faye. And her? That little girl you call a mate? You think she's good enough to stand by your side? To satisfy you? She's not even. Enough. I straightened in my chair. Bella froze, her words dying on her lips. "I have let you get away with far too much. I've tolerated your behavior, your attitude, your constant disrespect toward Faye. And do you know why? Because of my father." Her brows furrowed, confused. "I made him a promise," I continued, "to look after you, to make sure you were cared for after he was gone. That's the only reason I've let you have your way, but do not mistake my restraint for permission." She opened her mouth, but I cut her off with a raised hand. "Disrespecting other pack members is one thing. I can handle that. But disrespecting my mate, your Luna, in front of the pack?" My jaw tightened. "That undermines her authority. It undermines me. It gives room for them to look down on her, and that is something I will not tolerate." Her breathing quickened. "What are you going to do then?" she asked, her voice slipping back into that breathy attempt at seduction as she touched my arms slowly. She leaned closer, eyes flashing. Are you going to punish me? For a moment, silence stretched between us. Then I smirked, letting her see just how serious I was. No, Bella, I said quietly. I won't punish you, but if you ever pull another stunt like that again, if you ever disrespect Faye, whether in private or in front of the pack, then I'll let her decide your punishment herself, in her authority as Luna. The words landed like a strike, her face drained of color, her lips parting in disbelief. She hadn't expected that from me. She'd thought perhaps I would scold her, threaten her, maybe even indulge her twisted little game. But giving Faye authority over her? That was a slap she hadn't seen coming. And it wasn't a bluff, I meant every word. A knock broke the silence, and Bella stepped back. I straightened slightly in my chair and said, "Come in." The door opened, and Cole stepped inside first, but my attention immediately shifted to the figure that followed him. Faye. Her eyes were sharp, scanning the room once before settling on Bella. The air thickened for a second. Faye didn't speak, didn't even blink, just let her gaze hold Bella's. Cole seemed to sense the tension. "I can come back later," he said, half turning as if ready to retreat. But I stopped him. "No need. Bella and I are done talking." I made sure to look at Bella as I said it, holding her stare. She caught the weight of it. I could almost see the pride warring with her common sense, but after a beat, she knew better than to push further. Slowly, she turned toward the doorway. Cole shifted aside politely. Faye didn't. Bella paused, standing directly in front of her. For a moment, I feared she was going to do something crazy. But she brushed past Faye sharply and yanked the door behind her, stepped out and slammed the door hard. Cole gave me a look that said, "This is awkward. Alexander." When Cole and Faye stepped further into my office, I gestured toward the seats across from me. Faye sat gracefully, back straight, her hands folded in her lap, while Cole took the seat next to her. For a brief moment, my eyes lingered on Faye. She didn't look nervous or out of place as usual. In fact, she looked as though she had walked in prepared for something, an odd sense of purpose that tugged at my curiosity. I cleared my throat, relaxing in my chair. "So," I asked casually, "how did your day go? Was the little adventure worth the trip?" Honestly, I wasn't expecting much. When she'd first asked me this morning to visit the northern border, I had granted it more as indulgence than necessity. I hadn't wanted to outright refuse her, especially when she had been so adamant. And truthfully, I thought that maybe humoring her would settle her curiosity and put the matter to rest. But instead of answering immediately, Faye glanced at Cole. That look they shared lasted only a second, but it was enough to make me wonder. Cole shifted slightly in his seat, as though he had been appointed to speak first. "We went over the entire ground," Cole began, clearing his throat. "And, well, Luna Faye may be onto something." That caught my attention. My gaze shifted to Faye instantly, narrowing slightly as I waited for her to explain. She didn't look away. Instead, she leaned forward just a little, her eyes filled with the kind of conviction I hadn't expected. "I think the entire thing was set up," she said, straight to the point. The words landed strangely. "A setup?" I frowned, leaning forward. "Set up?" I repeated. "What do you mean by that?" Faye didn't hesitate when I asked her what she saw. She crouched slightly, mimicking the way she must have studied the ground at the border. "The first thing I noticed was the footprints," she said softly. "They looked normal, yes, but the spacing was off. Too even, too measured. If there had been a real fight or chase, the steps would have been random. These ones looked like someone placed them on purpose." I glanced at Cole, and his expression suggested he was already buying into what Faye was saying. Faye must have noticed the doubt in my face, but she kept going. "Then there were the branches. A couple were broken low, like someone had run through and snapped them by accident. But when I looked closer, the breaks were too clean. No splintering, no jagged edges, more like they were bent and snapped by hand." I sat back watching her. She wasn't rushing, wasn't dramatizing, just laying it out as if each piece were obvious, though I knew they weren't. I went there myself, and I never noticed those details. "And here," she continued, tapping her finger lightly against her palm, as if retracing the scene, "there was a deep trail of scuff marks in the dirt. At first, it looked like dragging, but it was too straight and neat. Not how someone would move if they were fighting for their life or being dragged. It was more like it was drawn to convince anyone who tried to look. Her eyes lifted boldly to mine. I don't think it was an ambush or a fight. I think it was staged to look like one. I scoffed lightly, not to mock, but because I hadn't expected this from her. I had assumed she'd come back with nothing but impressions of strange feelings, or at best, some surface-level observations. Instead, she was dissecting the evidence as though she had been trained for it. Before I could respond, Cole leaned forward as well. "She's right, Alpha," he said. At first, I didn't think much of it. But out there today, when she started pointing things out, the footprints, the broken branches, the lack of real scuffle patterns, it started to make sense. We overlooked it before. Hell, I overlooked it twice. But when she showed me, I couldn't dismiss it. Even if we can't be sure it was staged, it's at least a strong possibility. I pressed my lips together, drumming my fingers lightly against the desk. The two of them sat across from me, waiting for my response. Their words echoed in my mind, and I found myself considering them despite my instinct to brush it aside. Finally, I asked the obvious. If that's the case, if it was staged, then what happened to the guards who disappeared? Faye's eyes softened. She shook her head slowly. That part, I can't know, but if I follow my instincts, I'd say they were likely in on it. If I'm right, then we're not just dealing with an outside threat. We're dealing with something worse, an inside betrayal. Someone is planting evidence, creating scenes, and the missing guards may be playing their part. I looked at her critically. "I hope I'm wrong," she added. The words sent a ripple of unease through me, though I didn't show it. Betrayal from within was far more dangerous than any enemy at the gates. Outsiders could be fought, kept at bay, outnumbered if necessary. But insiders could rot a pack from its very core. For a moment I almost dismissed it, almost told her she was being dramatic, but I couldn't. She wasn't speaking as if guessing, wasn't throwing wild accusations. She sounded like someone who knew exactly what she was talking about. The precision of her observation, the calmness in her voice, the way she explained each detail, it was impressive. Impressive in a way I didn't want to admit. Not to her, not to Cole, not even to myself. So instead, I took a deep breath, steepling my fingers. I kept my face neutral, almost indifferent, though inside my mind was already picturing possibilities, scenarios, and consequences. She might still be wrong. It might all be coincidence. But if she wasn't wrong... Before I could continue down that line of thought, my phone rang on the desk. Ring! I glanced at the screen and immediately stiffened. Helen, my mother, one of the last people I wanted to speak with right now. My jaw tightened as I hesitated. Faye noticed the name flash across the screen. I caught the flicker of curiosity in her eyes, but she was too perceptive to ask. What unsettled me more was that she seemed to notice my change in expression instantly. "I'll go freshen up," she said softly, rising from her chair. She smoothed her hands over her trousers and walked out of the office. The call had already ended, but Cole rose as well. "I guess you need a moment. I'll go find something to eat," he said, giving me a knowing look. But before he turned to leave, I stopped him. "We'll discuss further later," I said. He nodded and left. Ring! My phone began to ring again. "Hello, Mother." "Alexander," her voice came through the phone. "Mom," I greeted, trying to sound steady. "You don't call anymore," she said without a second of hesitation. "Not even a hello. I'm left to wonder if I still have a son at all. Do you know the last time we spoke? And should I assume you've transferred your bad habit of silence to your sister too? Irene barely calls either, and I know why. You've influenced her." I closed my eyes, letting her words wash over me. This was a familiar tune. "Mom," I said quietly, "it's not like that. I've been busy. Far busier than I ever imagined I'd be. Some days I barely have time for myself." That was true, of course. She should know. "You've always been busy," she shot back. "You were busy as a boy, buried in those books, too serious to climb trees like the others. You were busy as a young warrior, taking on every training session twice over. And now you're busy as Alpha. Do you hear yourself? Life has always been busy for you, Alexander. But family is not something you should treat like an appointment you'll get to eventually." And there she goes again. I kept my tone even. "I understand, but I'm doing my best to balance everything, Mom." She clicked her tongue softly, the sound crackling in my ear. Is that why I also had to hear from someone else that you've gone through with your mating ceremony? That you brought home the new Luna and didn't think it important enough to tell me yourself? I sat upright, jaw tightening. There it was. I had known this conversation was inevitable. From the moment Faye crossed Blood Crescent's border, my mother had probably known. She had her ways. She always did. And Irene, she would never hide something that's significant from her. I wasn't surprised. What I was surprised at was how long it had taken for my mother to confront me about it. You already knew, I said flatly. Of course I knew. I called a friend the very day that girl arrived, and she confirmed it. But that is not the point. The point, Alexander, is that you never told me. I am your mother. I am also the former Luna of Blood Crescent. Do you understand the weight of that? I deserve to hear it from you. I dragged a hand through my hair, staring out the wide window of my office. It wasn't intentional, I said. There just wasn't any need for the formalities. This wasn't. I paused, searching for the right word. This wasn't anything special. From the beginning, you knew what it was, an alliance. Nothing more. For a moment there was silence on the line, and I almost believed I had cut the argument short. But then her voice came, firm, each word wrapped in disapproval. Nothing special? Is that how you reduce it? Alexander, do you hear yourself? That woman is your mate. She stands beside you as Luna now. Alliance or not, tradition does not bend for your convenience. Do you think the bond you formed is meaningless just because you chose it with strategy rather than affection? No. A mate is not nothing special. My teeth ground together. I had expected this. My mother was nothing if not traditional, and tradition to her was as sacred as blood. Still, I couldn't let her shape the conversation into something it wasn't. Mom, I said, my voice steady though my patience was thinning, I did what was necessary, that's all. It doesn't need to be dressed up as something it isn't. She gave a low, disbelieving laugh. You sound just like your father did when he thought practicality could replace heart. And where did that leave him? Where did that leave me? No, Alexander. Alliance or not, she is your mate, and that means she is my concern too. It is not too late for me to meet her properly. The way she said it made me realize there was no escaping from this. You want to meet her, I said. I don't just want to, she corrected. I expect to. As your mother and as the woman who once held the same place she now does, I deserve that. Do not think to dismiss me by pretending this is optional. I rubbed at my temples. This was exactly what I had hoped to avoid. My mother had a way of turning simple requests into unmovable decrees. Mom, I said carefully, this is not the best time. Things here are tense. I have my hands full, and she has barely settled in herself. That is no excuse. Alexander, listen to me. Neglecting tradition comes at a cost. You cannot isolate her from the family she has joined. Whether you value this bond or not, the pact does. I, as former Luna, do. She is part of you now, and she must be acknowledged as such. I will not have my son reduce something sacred into a mere transaction. I swallowed hard, trying to keep my voice from rising. I understand what you're saying, Mom, I do. But right now, I can't afford to host visits or arrange ceremonial introductions. There are other matters pressing down on me. So you would rather treat your mother like a shadow hidden in the corner of your life? She pressed. No, I said firmly. That's not what I mean. I simply don't see the point in rushing through the motions. Another pause. Then her voice softened, though not by much. You are my son, Alexander. You may be Alpha now, but you will always be my son. And as your mother, I say this. You may dismiss me, you may delay me, but tradition will not be silenced. I will meet her. Whether you bring her to me or I come to Blood Crescent myself, that choice is yours. A flicker of unease shot through me. The last thing I needed was for her to show up here unannounced, sweeping through the packed grounds like a storm. That would unsettle a lot of things, and the last thing I wanted was more complications around here. So I did the only thing I could. I gave her the promise she wanted, without setting it in stone. Fine, you will meet her, I said evenly. I'll bring her to you one of these days. It was vague enough to buy me time, yet solid enough to pacify her. She hummed on the other end, not entirely satisfied but conceding for now. Very well. One of these days, I will hold you to that, Alexander. Do not make me wait too long. I won't, I lied smoothly. Good, she said, her voice returning to its usual composed warmth. Take care of yourself and of her. Silver Hollow. Sage sat across from her friend, Laura, her hands wrapped around a glass of wine. Laura had been watching her carefully. For the last 20 minutes, their conversation had been meandering, about the weather, about the new bakery opening near the border of town, about gossip from within the pack. But finally, Laura shifted in her seat, her voice casual, though her gaze was anything but. "So," she said, reaching for her glass of water, "what's going on between you and Alpha Jason?" Sage blinked, caught off guard. "What do you mean?" she asked, her tone almost defensive. She shifted slightly in her seat, trying to compose herself. Laura shrugged lightly, sipping her water. "Exactly what I asked. What's going on with you two?" Sage hesitated, then forced a smile. "Nothing, really. We're doing great." Her voice had the kind of firmness that suggested she wanted to end the topic there. But Laura wasn't convinced. She tilted her head, lips curving into a knowing smirk. "Oh, because to be honest, it seems odd. You here, without him." She gestured with her fork towards Sage, then around the cafe. "The two of you are practically glued together most of the time. Lovebirds, everyone calls you. And since the mating ceremony, this is only the first time you've stepped into town without him? With me instead?" Sage felt her smile fade. She set her glass down gently and folded her hands on the table, pretending to be calm. "Well," she began carefully, "I've been thinking that a little space every now and then is healthy, for both of us." Laura arched a brow, her fork pausing midair. "Space? Since when did you start thinking like that?" Sage's eyes dropped to her plate. She toyed with the edge of her napkin, her voice quieter now. "Since it started to feel like Jason was taking me for granted. Lately he's been different, I won't lie." She exhaled, trying to phrase it in a way that wouldn't sound as raw as it felt. Out of nowhere he suggested that maybe we should have separate chambers, because he wanted to set up some kind of private study in it. Can you imagine? Separate chambers. Like he wanted distance. Laura's fork clinked against her plate as she set it down. "He actually said that?" "Yes." Sage lifted her gaze, meeting her friend's. There was no anger in her expression, had just a fragile mixture of confusion and hurt. "So I decided to grant him that desire. If he wants space, fine, I'll give him space. And I won't stop there. I want him to miss me, to realize what it feels like when I'm not around all the time. So I've started being more independent, stepping out and doing my own thing." Laura leaned back in her chair, a teasing smile forming. That's a bold move." She paused, then added with a playful smirk. "But you do realize you're taking a risk, right? Someone might swoop in and steal his affection while you're busy making him miss you." For a heartbeat, Sage only stared, then laughter burst out of her. She laughed so hard she had to clutch at her stomach, the sound drawing a glance from the couple seated at the next table. "Laura, please," she said between chuckles. "Jason would never cheat on me. Never. He loves me. He adores me." But Laura didn't laugh with her. She tilted her head, studying Sage. Slowly she asked, "Are you sure about that?" The laughter died on Sage's lips. She frowned, confusion mixing with a hint of unease. "What do you mean?" Laura's gaze remained fixed on her. "I mean, you're so confident he could never cheat on you. But Sage, don't forget, Jason cheated on Faye, with you." Her voice was soft now, and everyone thought he loved and adored her too. Sage froze, her body stiffening. Her chest tightened as if the air itself had thickened. The mention of Faye in this situation made her uncomfortable. Guilt pricked at her. She opened her mouth, but no words came. Her mind reeled, memories surfacing she had worked so hard to bury. Faye's devastated face when she found out, the silence that had followed, the weight of shame Sage carried ever since, even though she was too proud to admit. The harsh truth behind Laura's words gnawed at her, pressing against the fragile walls of the certainty she had built around herself. Finally she found her voice, though it trembled with anger more than conviction. "Stop." She raised a hand, cutting Laura off before she could continue. "I'm not Faye. Do you hear me? I'm not her. And I know how to keep my man." Her words cracked like a whip, but even as they left her lips, Sage knew they were more for herself than for Laura. A desperate defense, a wall hastily erected against the creeping doubt rushing through her. Laura leaned back, surrendering with a small shrug, though her eyes lingered on Sage for a moment. She didn't press further. "All right. she said softly, returning her attention to her plate. She speared a piece of grilled chicken and began to eat. After a moment, Laura cleared her throat, taking a sip of water. So, has Alpha Jason finally decided whether he'll release the funds for the new watchtowers? Or are we all still waiting on him to pretend it's not urgent? There had been a request for additional watchtowers to be erected along the borders, and the entire pack had been waiting for weeks for Jason to approve the budget, yet not a single word from him. Sage's smile was tight. I'll speak with him later today. I'm sure he'll come around. Oh, I don't doubt that, Laura said, smiling. You've always been good at smoothing him over. The words pricked, but Sage only reached for her dessert. It's called understanding your mate. Laura's smirk flickered again, that half-amused, half-knowing curve of her lips. Understanding. Some people call it something else. Sage's fingers tightened around the fork, though her tone remained light. If you have something to say, Laura, you can just say it. I already did, Laura replied sweetly. Jason's habits don't vanish just because you choose to look away. Silence stretched. Sage knew this was not about the budget. It was another excuse for Laura to lecture her about her bond with Jackson. Sage rolled her eyes and forced a laugh. You're impossible. You'll pick apart anything if it suits you. And you'll ignore anything, Laura countered, if it keeps the picture perfect. He loves me. That's all that matters. Don't worry about me, Sage said. I'm just saying, Laura said smoothly. Don't confuse love with convenience. Shut up, Laura, Sage said. Sage lay sprawled across the bed in her chamber, the moonlight slipping faintly through the curtains. Sleep had evaded her for hours. Every time she closed her eyes, Laura's words replaying in her head like an unwelcome echo. What if she's right? Her wolf, Kira murmured in the quiet of her mind. Jason has been distant. He hardly listens anymore. Sage turned sharply onto her side, clutching the pillow as though it could block out the thought. No, she whispered under her breath, defiant even in the stillness. Jason wouldn't dare. He knows better. He belongs to me. Do you believe that, or are you just saying it? Kira pressed. Sage squeezed her eyes shut, refusing the sting at the corners. I know I've got him wrapped around my finger, she hissed softly. He'll always belong to me. He knows no one else can handle him the way I do. Nova gave a low rumble, not quite agreement, not quite challenge. Perhaps, but even the strongest leash can snap if pulled long enough. Sage swallowed hard, staring at the shadowed canopy above her bed. In the morning, Sage crossed the corridor leading to Jason's chambers. Her ears caught the hurried footsteps of someone approaching from the opposite direction. She paused just in time to see Alice, one of the newest pack members, slipping out of Jason's room. Alice's hair was slightly tousled, her eyes darting nervously before they landed on Sage. For a heartbeat, none of them spoke. Sage's gaze narrowed. Alice, what are you doing here so early? Alice froze for half a second too long, then forced a polite smile. Oh, Luna, Sage. I was just dropping something off for Alpha Jason. Something, Sage repeated, her tone sharp. What exactly? Alice's lips parted, but she hesitated, a faint pink rising in her cheeks. Just something he needed. Nothing important. I think it's better you ask him. She gave a quick bow, then hurried down the hallway before Sage could press further. Sage's eyes followed her retreating figure, suspicion curling in her stomach. The girl's smooth but evasive tone only deepened her unease. She stood there for a moment, her heartbeat drumming in her ears, before turning sharply toward Jason's door. When she stepped inside, Jason was sitting casually by his bed, a pile of folded clothes resting on a chair nearby. He looked up, a faint flicker of surprise crossing his features. You're awake early. What are you doing here? He asked lightly. Sage raised an eyebrow. What do you mean by that? You mean it's too early for me to be in here? This is supposed to be my room, too. Jason sighed. That's not what I mean, Sage. Don't twist my words. Sage rolled her eyes and then folded her arms across her chest, her eyes hard. By the way, I just saw Alice leaving your chambers. Jason's brows lifted, feigning nonchalance. Yes, she came to drop off some laundry I asked her to handle herself. He gestured vaguely toward the folded clothes, his voice smooth. Sage didn't move. Laundry, she echoed. That's all? He stretched on the bed and took a deep breath, meeting her gaze with calmly. What else would it be? I mean, I just told you, right? And since when is Alice responsible for your laundry? Sage asked angrily. Jason rolled his eyes. And what exactly is your point? You know I'm very careful with my clothes and I. Sage's jaw tightened, anger sparking in her chest as she interrupted. Exactly. How do you trust someone like her with your clothes? Do you take me for a fool, Jason? She couldn't even tell me what she came to drop off. She looked like she was running away. Jason's lips curved into a faint smirk. Maybe because you cornered her like a criminal. Not everyone can withstand your interrogation, Sage. The remark stung, but it only fueled her anger. Don't try to make me feel stupid. I know what I saw, and I know how she looked. If you think I'll sit back while some girl sneaks in and out of your chambers at will, you're mistaken. He raised an eyebrow, his tone suddenly colder. Careful with your accusations, Sage. Just because you're my mate doesn't give you the right to question every woman who comes around me. The words hit her like a slap. Her heart clenched with hurt, and insecurity rose unbidden, mingling with her anger. It was almost as if she was going to explode. So you think I have no right to ask? She snapped. You think I should just ignore it when another woman slips out of your room at dawn? If you are hiding something, Jason, I'll find out. And if she's part of it, I'll deal with her. I'll make sure she regrets setting foot in Silver Hollow. Jason's eyes darkened, his voice dropping dangerously. You'll do no such thing. Don't start problems in this pack because of your baseless suspicion. I won't tolerate you threatening anyone over your insecurity. Her breath hitched. My insecurity? She repeated, her voice trembling as she walked up to him. That's what this is to you? You think I enjoy feeling like I'm second to every woman who throws herself at you? Jason's expression didn't change. He could feel his own anger rising too. Sage pressed on, her words spilling with rage she could no longer contain. This must be why you insisted on separate chambers, isn't it? So you can bring whoever you want here without me knowing. So you can keep your little secrets. Jason's eyes flickered, but he sat up, his tone cold. Funny. I could say the same about you. You agreed to the arrangement easily, Sage. Maybe because you wanted the freedom to slip into someone else's bed when it suits you. Sage's eyes widened. How dare you twist this back on me? Jason stood up from the bed slowly, his presence looming as he stepped closer. Then answer me this. Why didn't you come to my chambers last night? For a moment, Sage was speechless, her thoughts scrambling. He knew exactly how to deflect, how to throw her off balance, and she wasn't about to let him know she was keeping her distance to teach him a lesson. That'll weaken the effect. That's not the point, she whispered, her voice raw. He tilted his head, his eyes glinting. It's exactly the point, dear Sage. You speak of distance, of mistrust, but you create it as much as you accuse me of it. Sage's chest rose and fell with ragged breaths, torn between anger and pain. Every word, every glance felt like a battlefield, him pushing, her resisting, yet neither willing to step back. Jason, she said finally, her voice breaking, I don't care how cleverly you turn this around. I won't stop until I know the truth. If there's something between you and Alice, I will uncover it. And when I do, you'll regret underestimating me. Be careful what you wish for, Sage, he murmured. Sometimes the truth does more damage than the lie. You of all people should know that. Sage's muscles burned as she slammed her fists into the training pads Laura held, but her rhythm was off. Each punch landed with less precision than the last, her form unraveling no matter how many times she tried to correct it. The gym echoed with the thud of her gloves, but her focus wasn't here. It was somewhere else, circling, restless, gnawing at her mind. Laura lowered the pads with a sigh, her brows drawing together. All right, stop. She shook her head, letting her arms drop to her sides. What's your problem today? You're not even here. Sage exhaled, wiping a strand of damp hair off her forehead. Nothing. I'm fine. Her tone was too quick, too defensive, and Laura caught it immediately. She narrowed her eyes. Don't give me that. You're fighting like your head's on another planet. If this was a real spar, you'd be flat on the ground already. Sage forced a smirk, trying to brush it off. Maybe you're just exaggerating, or you're just looking for an excuse. But even she didn't sound convincing. Laura crossed her arms, watching her with suspicion. Exaggerating? Sage, you're barely landing clean hits. Something's obviously wrong. What is it? Sage bent down to adjust the strap on her glove, buying herself time. She couldn't say it. She couldn't look Laura in the eye and confess the thought that had been eating at her. Because if she did, Laura would only raise that smug eyebrow, tilt her head in that infuriating way and say, "I told you so." And Sage wasn't even sure she was right. Maybe Jason wasn't cheating. Maybe she was overthinking everything. But the image of Alice slipping out of his chambers at dawn wouldn't leave her head. It kept replaying, taunting her with possibilities she didn't want to face. "I said it's nothing," Sage repeated, louder this time. Laura's frown deepened. They resumed, but it didn't last long. The next drill should have been effortless, one Sage could do in her sleep. But when Laura tossed the target pad toward her, Sage misjudged the angle and swung too late, missing completely. The sound of her own failure echoed louder than it should have. Laura lowered the pads again, exasperated now. "Seriously?" She stepped back, putting her hands on her hips. "Okay, that wasn't just a slip. Talk. What's going on with you? Don't make me beat it out of you," she said, dramatically. Sage yanked off one glove and dropped it on the bench with a frustrated sigh. "Nothing," she snapped, though her voice cracked with the weight of a lie. She turned away, hoping Laura would drop it, but her friend wasn't that type. Laura followed, planting herself stubbornly in front of her. "Don't even start. You've been spaced out all day, and now you're dragging it into training. If you don't want to tell me, fine, but don't act like I can't see it." Sage's jaw clenched. Her wolf, Kira, stirred uneasily in her mind, whispering caution, urging her to stay calm. But Sage was tired of feeling like her head was full of smoke, tired of second-guessing every little thing Jason did, and tired of Laura standing there, waiting for her to admit it. Finally, she let out a low breath and muttered, "It's your fault, you know." Laura blinked, caught off guard. "My fault? Excuse me? What did I do?" Sage grabbed her water bottle from the bench and sat down, unscrewing the cap with sharper movements than necessary. She took a long sip, letting the cool liquid calm the dryness in her throat before answering. "Yes. Ever since you put that stupid thought in my head, I haven't been able to think straight." She rested her elbows on her knees, the bottle dangling between her hands, her gaze fixed on the floor. "I'm always watching, wondering. I'm paranoid about everything, and it's because of you." Laura tilted her head, confusion written all over her face. "What are you even talking about? How is any of this on me?" Sage glanced up at her, eyes flashing with frustration. "Because you're the one who suggested it. That may be Jason." She stopped, unable to push the word out. Saying it aloud would make it too real. She shook her head instead. "You planted the idea, and now I can't stop thinking about it." For a moment, Laura just stared at her, then let out a short laugh. Not mocking, but disbelieving. "Oh my goddess, Sage, you can't be serious right now." Sage stiffened. "Do I look like I'm joking? I'm serious as hell." Laura set the pads down on the floor with a thud, then crossed her arms again. "Sage, listen to yourself. You're accusing me of making you insecure because of something I never even said. That's crazy." She laughed again. Sage frowned. "Yes, you said so. You." "No," Laura interrupted firmly. "What I said was that giving Jason the kind of space you were planning to, just to make him miss you and know your worth, that it might not be the smartest idea, especially considering the kind of man we both know he is. That's all. I never once said he was cheating." She rolled her eyes. Her words hit Sage like a splash of cold water. She wanted to argue, to cling to her version of the memory, but Laura's certainty didn't leave much room. "And even if I had said anything like that," Laura continued, "you were so confident he'd never do that to you, right? So your trust in him shouldn't be so fragile that one comment from me can send you spiraling. If you're feeling paranoid, don't you dare pin that on me." Sage looked away, her throat tight. The weight of the bottle in her hand felt heavier than before. Kira murmured in her head, "She's right, you know she is." But Sage wasn't ready to admit it out loud. Laura watched her for a beat longer, then let out a frustrated sigh. Unbelievable. She turned back toward the training mats and picked up her gloves. "You know what? Forget it. Sit there and mope if you want. I'll finish on my own." Sage stayed on the bench, silent, her chest rising and falling slowly. She watched as Laura slipped easily back into her routine. "Seriously? You're just going to walk away?" Laura smirked without saying another word. Sage sighed and rolled her eyes. I don't know how we're even friends. Blood Crescent, Alexander. I'm back in the Great Hall. The torches burn low, but it is bright enough to see everyone clearly. I hear the chatter of the pack, the laughter, the low sound of drums. My father stands at the center, towering, proud, his voice echoing as he calls for silence. Tonight I present to you my new consort. The air thickens and my chest tightens, though I don't know why. The crowd parts, and I see the figure cloaked in silk, a veil hiding her face. My wolf stirs uneasily, claws dragging against the walls of my mind. Then she lifts her veil and my breath stops. It's her, my fated mate, Diana. She smiles radiant, but it's not for me. It's for him, my father. She leans into his arm as though it's her rightful place, her eyes catching mine across the hall. There's no shame in her eyes, no apology. Everyone began to whisper. The whispers were loud. Of course she chose the Alpha, the son humiliated before us all. I want to speak, to shout, but my throat burns and no sound comes out. My legs are rooted. My father's hand slides over her waist, staking his claim. My wolf howls inside me, broken, yet no one hears. Then, suddenly, the scene distorts. The hall stretches like molten glass, faces melting into masks. Diana's smile grows wider until it splits her face in two. My father laughs proudly, while Diana stares at me. Her eyes burn with cold fire. I stumble back, but the ground swallows my feet. The more I struggle, the deeper I sink. They stand above me, watching me. I reach for her, Diana, for the bond that once pulled at my soul, but she turns away, pressing her lips to my father's, and my heart shatters all over again. I begin to scream. Finally, only to jolt awake in the darkness of my chamber, my body drenched in sweat. The echo of their laughter clung to the walls. It was a dream, memories from the past haunting me again. I picked up my phone and checked the time. 1 a.m. I knew sleep was over for me tonight. I need to get some air, I said to myself. Before I could talk myself out of it, I swung my legs off the bed and pushed to my feet. I didn't want to wake anyone, so I used the window. The cool air hit me as soon as I landed on the ground. I shifted immediately and turned towards the woods. The relief was instant. My wolf, Aiden, burst forward in a violent surge, strength unfurling in my muscles, claws tearing at the soil the moment my paws hit the ground. The cold air slammed into me, rushing through my fur, stinging my lungs, but I welcomed it. I welcomed the rush as I ran through the clearing, across the ridges, into the belly of the woods. I wanted to outrun it. The memories, the ache, the ghosts still clawing at me from the inside. I didn't care where I was going, or how far I had gone. Didn't care if I crossed borders or stumbled into danger. I wanted to feel nothing but motion. But then, something lunged out of nowhere, cutting me off. I snarled and skidded to a halt. The ground tore beneath my claws, dirt flying as I braced for impact. My whole body trembled. My wolf was ready to tear apart whatever dared to stand in my way. Then the moonlight shifted, sliding over the figure, and recognition hit me. It was Cole. My beta stood firmly in his wolf form, body rigid, eyes locked onto mine. He planted himself squarely in my path. My anger faded a bit, and my guard dropped. I shifted back. "What the hell, Cole?" I snapped. My chest heaved, my body thrumming with barely contained energy. "You could have gotten yourself killed." Cole didn't even flinch. He shifted into his human form, too. "I knew you wouldn't hurt me." The simplicity of it pissed me off more. He said it like it was fact. He knew how ruthless and reckless Aiden could be. He reached into the satchel slung across his back and pulled out a robe. Without a word, he held it out. I yanked it from him, sliding it over my shoulders, and he pulled another one out for himself. "What are you doing out here?" I demanded, my voice sharp and accusing, like he was the one at fault for all of this. Cole shrugged, but his gaze was fixed on me. I was still awake, heard noises outside my window, so I looked out and saw you bolting off like a madman. His eyes narrowed, an edge slipping into his voice as he stepped closer. So I followed. My jaw tightened. "You shouldn't have. You know I like to be left alone sometimes. You know better than to assume I wouldn't come after you," he said. "Now, you want to tell me what the hell is wrong with you? Running this far into the woods at this hour, with security the way it is? It's risky, Alexander." "It's nothing," I said flatly, my tone clipped, leaving no room for argument. I turned away, refusing to meet his eyes. "Let's go back to the house." The silence stretched between us. I could feel him studying me. Finally, he sighed. "Fine," he said, but his voice dropped. "But just know, you're in for a long talk when we get back." I didn't respond. My legs carried me forward. Immediately, we reached the front of the house. Cole spoke again. "It's the dream again, isn't it?" I stopped walking for a moment before nodding. There was no point denying it. He knew everything already. "Alexander, you really need to let go if you want to be free," he said calmly. I scoffed. "You think I don't know that? I've tried, Cole, but for some reason the memories keep coming back, and it's damn frustrating." "Well, you can't keep running off into the woods every time it comes crashing down on you. I know you, Alexander. You're better than this. You're the strongest person I know. But that rage, it could destroy you from the inside," Cole said. I let him finish his lecture, then nodded. "I get it. Can we go inside now?" I asked. "No, I lost every trace of sleep running after you. Now you're going to sit out here and drink with me, Alpha," he said with a smirk. "I'll grab some drinks." Faye. The morning air was cool against my skin as I jogged along the familiar trail. My breaths came steady, a rhythm I had worked hard to perfect. Running had always been my hobby. As I made a quick turn, I heard my name. "Faye," a voice called, drawn out, mocking, the kind of tone filled with smug amusement that made my shoulders tense immediately. I didn't need to turn to know who it was. Bella. Of course. I kept my gaze forward, refusing to grant her the satisfaction of seeing me flinch. My pace didn't change, and I fixed my mind on the path ahead. If I ignored her long enough, maybe she would vanish the way smoke does when the wind carries it away. I was wrong. She didn't vanish. Her steps quickened until she was jogging beside me, her movements deliberately unhurried, like she wanted to prove she could match me without effort. "You don't have to avoid me, you know," she said, voice soft with false sweetness. "We could actually end up being friends." That made me laugh. Not out loud, but inside my chest where the sound was bitter. Friends? Bella and I? She, who never missed a chance to cut me down in front of the others, who looked at me like I was dirt that had dared to stain her boots. I stopped running and turned to face her. The sudden halt made her slow down too, though she wore that smirk I had come to hate, as if she had been waiting for me to acknowledge her. My tone was harsh, but I didn't care. "What do you want, Bella? Go straight to the point." Her lips curled. She tilted her head at me like a cat humoring a cornered mouse. "You act as if I'm your enemy," she said smoothly. "As if you're under siege every time I open my mouth. Overreacting doesn't suit you, Luna." I clenched my jaw. If she was looking for another fight, she was in luck, because I was in a mood to burn some energy. "Listen, Bella, if you don't say what you came to say right now, I'll walk away." That wiped the pretense of playfulness from her face. She rolled her eyes slightly, as if my impatience bored her. "Fine. Straight to the point." She stepped closer, close enough for me to catch the faint trace of her perfume. "I just want you to understand something, Faye. I never wanted to be your enemy in the first place. But when it comes to Alexander, I don't play. Whatever happens, no matter what, his place is with me." Her words dropped heavy between us. For a heartbeat, I didn't know whether to laugh or to snap. Both reactions clawed at me at once, leaving me frozen in disbelief. Finally, I managed to choke out, "I beg your pardon?" Bella shrugged, casual as if she were explaining a simple topic. "I mean, you just walked into Blood Crescent and suddenly became this distraction. Alexander and we've come a long way, longer than you could possibly understand. So naturally, I couldn't take it. That's why I've always lashed out at you. Nothing personal, just protective instincts." My stomach tightened. For weeks, suspicions had been nagging at me, whispering in the back of my mind whenever I caught the way she looked at Alexander, or the way she bristled every time he so much as glanced my way. I had told myself it was jealousy, or maybe her obsession with status. But now she was saying it out loud. I narrowed my eyes. "Come a long way? As in, what exactly, you being his late father's adopted daughter?" My tone was deliberately pointed because I needed to hear her say it, needed to watch her try to twist her way around the truth. Because even Irene, Alexander's biological sister, isn't half as possessive of him as you are. So maybe you should explain what makes you so entitled. Her smirk deepened. "All I want," she said, voice soft, "is for you to know your place, Faye. It's not that difficult. My chest burned, but I kept my expression calm. She wasn't going to see me rattled. Of course, we all know you're Alexander's mate, she continued, her tone dripping with condescension, and Luna of the pack. By duty, yes, but that doesn't mean you qualify as Alexander's woman. Obviously. You should have realized that by now. It's painfully obvious. Her words stung sharper than I wanted to admit. I held her gaze, refusing to let her see me bothered, but inside, her voice echoed against insecurities I'd buried deep. I had never asked for this role, never chased after the Luna's title or Alexander. It had been chosen for me, tied to my bond with Alexander, a bond that still felt fragile and tested daily by forces like Bella. You think you're the only one who's protective of him? I asked quietly, my voice steady despite the storm inside. You think you're the only one who cares where he stands or who he trusts? Bella's smile widened. The difference is, Faye, I've earned my place beside him. I've been here through battles, through losses you can't imagine. I know what he needs, and I know how to give it. You're just convenient. The moon goddess's blessings doesn't erase reality. I felt the words pierce, but I straightened my spine, forcing the sting into die down. Convenient or not, Bella, I'm not going anywhere. You should get used to that. Whatever you think you've earned, Alexander is my mate now, and my bond with him isn't yours to challenge. She laughed softly, shaking her head. Keep telling yourself that. Maybe one day you'll believe it. For a moment, we stood there in silence. My fists curled at my sides, every instinct screaming at me to snap back harder, to tear her words to shreds. But deep down, I realized that was exactly what she wanted, for me to lose control, to look insecure and defensive. So I breathed. 1, 2, 3. Then I looked her straight in the eye and said, if your only goal this morning was to remind me of your delusions, then you've wasted your time. I know who I am, Bella. I don't need your validation, and I don't need your warnings. Alexander isn't yours to claim, no matter how long you've hovered around him. That's why you're so mad. Her jaw tightened, a crack in her flawless composure. She opened her mouth, then closed it, as if searching for another barb sharp enough to wound me. I turned back toward the trail, about to resume my jog without waiting for her response. Bella's voice came up again, stopping me in my tracks before I could jog off again. Being bonded with Alexander doesn't give you an advantage over me, she declared, because clearly that means nothing to him. I turned, arching a brow at her. Is that so? She looked pleased with herself. After what Diana did, Alexander was almost ruined by hurt. Since then, he's never wanted to be with any woman, ever again. Except me. I was the one who helped him out of his depression. I knew the right buttons to press. For a moment, I just stared at her, lost in the storm of her words. Diana? Who the hell is Diana? I had no idea what she was talking about, no map to follow the story she was trying to lay out. And yet, I wasn't about to let her see the confusion inside me. That was exactly what she wanted, to have me digging, asking questions, to prove she had some secret power over me. So instead, I forced a smirk, holding her gaze steadily. Keep saying whatever helps you sleep at night, Bella. Then I turned away and jogged off, leaving her to cook in her own drama. My heart thudded harder than my pace, though, because even if I wouldn't admit it to her, she had triggered my sense of curiosity. Faye, I couldn't get Bella's words out of my head. Diana. The name looped in my mind like a whisper, like a curse. I hated myself for it, but the curiosity burned hotter than the sting of Bella's smug smirk. Who was Diana? What did she mean to Alexander? And why did Bella say it with such certainty, like she had laid a claim on him no one could ever contest? By the time I reached the pack house, I already knew what I was going to do. I wasn't about to let Bella be the one in charge of all the details. I went straight to Irene's room. I hesitated at her door for only a second before knocking. Irene opened it a moment later, her eyebrows shooting up in surprise when she saw me standing there. Faye, she said, her voice warm, but I could tell she was a bit confused. This is unexpected. I gave her a small smile. I hope I'm not disturbing you. Not at all, she stepped aside quickly, ushering me in with a kind of eager energy. Please, come in. Her room felt different than mine, cozy, lived in, comfortable. Bookshelves lined one wall, stacked with novels and journals. A knitted throw was tossed over a small armchair. The bed was neatly made, but not stiff like in guest rooms, inviting, soft. "Your room is lovely," I said honestly, stepping further in. "Exactly how I like it," Irene replied, shutting the door behind us. "Warm and comfortable. You couldn't pay me to live in a room like yours or Alexander's. Too much space. Too extra." I laughed at that, shaking my head. "You're exaggerating. My room isn't that big. It's only slightly larger than yours." "Slightly larger?" Irene arched a brow, grinning. "Slightly larger is a garden. Your suite is practically an echo chamber." Her teasing made me chuckle again, and for a brief moment the weight in my chest eased. But Irene was perceptive, always had been. As soon as I sat down on the edge of her bed, she tilted her head, studying me. "All right," she said. "What brings you here? I don't believe for a second you came just to compliment my interior decorating." I exhaled slowly. No point in wasting time. "I need to ask you something," I said, "and I need you to be honest with me." Irene's expression shifted, wary now. "That sounds serious, but go on. I'll do my best." We sat facing each other, me on the bed and her on the small chair pulled close. For a moment, my tongue felt heavy, but then Bella's mocking face flashed in my mind, and the question ripped out of me before I could think twice. "Who is Diana?" The effect was immediate. Irene's eyes widened, her lips parting as if I'd slapped her with the name. She even coughed, choking on nothing but air. "Where did you hear that?" she asked sharply, though her voice trembled under the weight of old memories. "Bella," I admitted. She mentioned the name while trying to get under my skin again. I didn't stick around long enough to let her gloat, but I looked at Irene intently. "I need to know. Who is she?" Irene rolled her eyes, muttering a curse. "Of course, Bella. That girl thrives on stirring things up." "Tell me something I don't know," I said dryly. Irene studied me for a long moment, then sighed, her shoulders slumping. "I suppose you deserve to know. You're part of the family now. But it's a bit embarrassing, actually." Her tone was heavy enough to make me hesitate, but I nodded. "Please, I want the truth." Diana was Alexander's fated mate. My heart lurched. The words hit harder than I expected, stealing my breath for a moment. His fated mate, not just any woman. But Irene wasn't finished. Her eyes dropped back to mine. "She was also our late father's consort for several years." I froze. "What?" "Okay, I didn't see that one coming. What the hell?" "Yes," Irene said quietly. "Their relationship was public, eventually. Turned out she was the reason our parents, separated in the first place. My mother had no idea who the other woman was. None of us did, until father announced it himself. And not in private either. He unveiled her proudly at the Alpha's annual banquet." Her voice dripped with disgust at the memory. I couldn't speak. My mind scrambled to piece together the fragments of what she was saying, but it felt like trying to catch smoke with my hands. "You're telling me," I finally whispered, "that Alexander's fated mate was his father's mistress?" Irene flinched at the bluntness, but she nodded. "Consort, mistress, call it what you will. She was both, and it nearly destroyed my brother. The worst part was that they both knew exactly what they were doing." I sat back, stunned. My heart pounded so hard I felt it in my throat. I hadn't even known their parents had separated. The thought of Alexander enduring not only heartbreak but public humiliation like that. "How long had it been going on?" I asked carefully. "Longer than anyone realized," Irene said. "By the time father admitted it, Diana had already been in the picture for a while. He only announced it openly because everyone already knew he and his mate, my mom, were no longer together." She shook her head. Alexander was shattered. He was shocked, heartbroken and embarrassed at the same time, hurt in ways I can't even describe. Seeing the woman you're bound to by fate, your mate, on the arm of your own father, in public. She trailed off, shaking her head. My hands clenched in my lap, nails biting into my palms. What kind of father would do that to his son? The thought screamed inside me, but I bit it back. No matter how appalling it was, this was still Irene and Alexander's father. I had no right to speak ill of him out loud. But goddess, the cruelty of it. I could relate. In my case, it was my own sister, my twin. But something about Alexander's case seemed more cruel. No wonder he carried so much weight on his shoulders. No wonder his walls were built so high. No wonder he was always cold. I wondered if my own heartbreak had turned me into something like that too. Maybe I was equally cold without knowing it. I sat in silence for a long while, Irene watching me with quiet sympathy. I didn't know what to say, what to feel. Anger burned in my chest, not just at Diana, but at Alexander's father too. They ruined him. But beneath the anger was something else. Fear. Because if Bella was right, if she truly had been the one to help him crawl out of that darkness, what did that mean for me? I wasn't sure why, but that stung. It's not like I was expecting anything more than the alliance and the duty we both agreed to, but being mated to a man whom a woman like Bella had wrapped around her finger was a terrible situation I wouldn't wish on my worst enemy. I forced the thought away, straightening in my seat. "Thank you for telling me," I said. "I know that wasn't easy to share." Irene gave me a small smile. "Only because it's embarrassing. I don't want you thinking low of my father, even though he's not here anymore. You know what I mean." I forced a smile. "You don't have to worry about that. We all have our flaws. I totally understand." I totally didn't. The man was a terrible father. Faye. I had barely taken 2 steps into the quiet hallway before Alexander's voice drifted toward me. Almost casual, but with that sharp edge I knew so well. "You've been avoiding me, Faye. Why?" he asked. I stopped, my fingers still on the railing. I was shocked to know he actually noticed. The last time we spoke was the day Cole and I went to the northern border. I wasn't avoiding him on purpose. I just didn't feel like talking to him. Every conversation with Alexander started and ended the same way every time, and it was becoming exhausting. Not to mention that after what I heard from Bella and Irene, I didn't see the possibility of him seeing anything in me apart from a walking red flag. He would never stop being cold to me. Okay, maybe Bella did get into my head a little. I wouldn't call it avoiding, I said, turning to face him. More like giving you space. And why was he acting like he wasn't enjoying the peace and quiet I was offering him on a platter? He looked at me like I just called him stupid. His eyes narrowed at me. "Space? Is that what you're calling it?" Okay, now he was being dramatic as if it had been weeks. I mean, we saw at dinner yesterday, even though we didn't talk. He was probably expecting me to try and make a conversation as usual, but I didn't. I couldn't. "Okay, so you thought I needed space. Why?" he asked when I didn't respond. "Yes," I replied, trying to keep my tone neutral. "You've had a lot going on. I didn't think you needed me hovering around." He stepped closer. "That's not like you. You've never been shy about being in my way before. You didn't even say a word at dinner yesterday." That part was totally to avoid Bella's drama. I didn't have the energy to fight over Alexander's attention with her at the table, especially after making it clear she owned him. Maybe she did. I folded my arms. Maybe I've learned a thing or two. Of course I learned a lot yesterday, but I wasn't going to mention any of that. I didn't want to put Irene in an awkward situation with her brother. Alexander smirked lightly, so light I almost didn't catch it. "Or maybe you've decided I'm not worth the trouble anymore," he said. That caught me off guard. Why did he say that? Where was that coming from? I looked at him for a long moment, trying to read his expression. Was he being serious right now? If that's what you think, then you're not paying attention. "Then explain it to me," he pressed, his voice lower now. "Because from where I stand, it looks like you're not even here anymore." "I'm still here, Alpha Alexander," I said. "Just not in the same way." His gaze held mine for a beat before he tilted his head. "And what way is that?" "The way where my entire day bends around whatever mood you're in. And I keep waiting for you to act like a normal mate by duty and make me feel like I belong here," I said. He studied me, his jaw tight. "And now you think avoiding me is best? Now I'm learning that my life can't just be about you. We're bounded by duty, and we will keep it that way. We don't necessarily need to have any other kind of relationship. I think you'd agree with me," I said with a small smile. He scoffed. "That's new." Was he finding it amusing? He obviously wasn't taking me seriously. "No, it's not new," I murmured, a little fed up now. "It's just the first time I've said it out loud." We stood in silence for a moment, the air between us tense. "Faye," he began, but I cut him off. "No, you've been distant since the day we met, Alexander. And since I came to this house, you disappear without saying where you're going. You come back and act like nothing happened, and then you expect me to just chase after you all the time, just so you can have the opportunity to act like I'm a pest bothering you." His brow drew together. "I've have things to handle, and I'm always running around, Faye. Not everything is about you." I almost laughed at that. "I know that. Believe it or not, I'm not trying to make everything about me. I paused, searching for the right words. I just want to know if I even matter to the pack. If I'm someone you actually want around, or if I'm just going to remain some convenient background noise around here." That made him look away for the first time. His hand went to the back of his neck, fingers brushing his hair. "You think I don't want you around?" "I think you don't notice whether I'm here or not," I said. "That's not true," he replied quickly. "But that's by the way." Of course he'd brush it off. I rolled my eyes. "What do you want now? Is there a problem?" I asked. I was sure he didn't just call me to ask why I didn't talk to him at dinner yesterday. Alexander. I studied her, my eyes searching her face for the familiar spark. Nothing. She just stood there, watching me in silence, and for the first time I felt unsettled. Something was different about her. Not necessarily in a bad way, but it felt strange. There was something strange in her eyes, too. Something I couldn't place. Not sadness, not anger, not the fierce stubbornness she usually wore. "Is there a problem?" she asked again, her voice softer this time. "Do you need something?" The tone surprised me more than her words. Still, she was looking at me expectantly, and I realized I hadn't told her why I was even here. "I want you to come with me somewhere," I said finally. The look on her face, it was as if I had spoken in a language she'd never heard before. Her brows knit together in disbelief, her lips parting slightly. "Excuse me?" she said, blinking. I repeated, more firmly this time, "I want you to come with me. Just something I want us to check out this morning." I knew exactly why she was shocked. We'd never gone anywhere together. Our relationship, if I could even call it that, had always been duty and tension, sharp words, silent battles. This was new. But I needed her with me this time for a reason. She played a major role, and I'd like her to see the result. She deserved to know and see for herself. "I got a call earlier," I explained. "The guards who disappeared from their post at the northern border, one of them was found last night." I watched her eyes widen, lightening up with genuine interest. She'd asked questions about that case more than once. She'd contributed ideas, observations. She cared, even when I tried to shut her down, and that was rare. I continued, "since you've been following it closely, you'd want to go with me to confirm." Still, she hesitated. I saw it in the way her lips pressed together. I felt the familiar wall rising inside me, preparing to retreat. "It's fine. If you don't want to go, I'll go alone. It's not a problem." But then her voice stopped me. "I'll go with you." I turned back to her, surprised by how quickly she'd said it. "Just give me a minute to go freshen up." I nodded once, curtly. "Fine. I'll be in my room," I said. What was going on with her? I couldn't shake the way she'd looked at me. I hated not being able to read her. "Faye." I was in my room, standing in front of the mirror, fastening the last button on my blouse, and I couldn't stop asking myself the same question over and over. What came over him today? I had started to slowly train myself to accept the truth that he would never loosen up, never willingly let me in, be it the pack business or his personal affairs. And then suddenly, he wanted me to go with him. The shock still hadn't worn off. I brushed my hair quickly, tied it back, and slipped on my shoes. My heart was thudding louder than it should have been for something so simple. It wasn't a date. It wasn't even a friendly outing. It was business, pack business. And yet the fact that he had asked me to come included me of his own accord. It felt like the tiniest sliver of a door opening, a door I hadn't expected to ever see unlocked. "And you're sure this is not some kind of test, right?" "My wolf," Nova said. I was wondering when she was going to make a comment. "Well, I don't care if it's just some stupid test. I really want to know how that investigation is going. So I'm going with him." "Well, we should keep our eyes out in case he tries to be funny," Nova spoke again. I laughed a little. "What? You think Alexander's going to drive me somewhere and maybe sell me off?" I was smirking until I really thought about the possibility. I mean, nobody wants me around here, so it should be easy. But then, he'll have to answer to Silver Hollow. He won't be that stupid. Nova went silent. I guess my negative thought overshadowed hers. When I finally finished dressing, I straightened my shoulders and stepped into the hallway, heading toward his room. I paused before his door, suddenly aware of how fast I was breathing. My hand hovered in the air before I finally knocked. Once, twice, silence. My stomach sank. Maybe he wasn't inside. Or worse, maybe he'd changed his mind and gone without me after all. That would be just like him, wouldn't it? To decide I wasn't needed after all. To retreat behind his impenetrable walls and leave me standing here like a fool. What was I thinking? I said to myself. But then the door opened. He was there, but he didn't say a word to me, because he was on the phone. Oh, that must be why he didn't open the door earlier. Maybe he didn't hear the knock in the first place. His voice was clipped, low. He was angry, not at me, at whoever was on the other end of the call. I left you to take care of the negotiation because I trusted you could handle it, he was saying to the person. If you disappoint me again, you won't like my reaction. I froze, unsure if I should wait outside or follow him in. He turned without acknowledgement, walking back into his room. For a moment I stood in the doorway, torn, and then curiosity, or maybe stubbornness, won out. I stepped inside. He noticed me lingering there and gave me a look, one of those Alexander looks that spoke volumes without a word. His eyes flicked toward the chairs by the wall, a silent, "Why are you standing? Sit." So I sat, awkwardly, perching on the edge of the chair like an intruder in some private gallery, especially since this was my first time in his room. Also because that's what his room felt like, a gallery, a museum. The walls were lined with paintings, each one more striking than the last. Heavy frames, rich textures, colors that seemed to pulse with life. And a bookshelf stood off to the side, not quite as vast as Irene's, but still impressive. Everything about this space screamed refinement, control, taste. He was still talking on the phone, his voice loud and sharp. "We cannot lose this contract. Too much has been invested already. If you can't make it work, I'll find someone who can. Do not test me on this." I felt like I was eavesdropping, even though I had no choice but to hear. My fingers twitched in my lap. The silence between his sentences pressed on me. Finally, unable to sit still any longer, I stood and drifted toward the paintings. It was easier to let my eyes wander across the art than to keep listening to him slice someone's confidence to ribbons. One piece of art in particular caught me. It was breathtaking. The kind of painting you couldn't just glance at. It demanded you stop, demanded you feel something. Bold strokes, shadows interwoven with light in a way that felt alive. Whoever made this, I whispered under my breath, must have been a master, and it must have cost a fortune, I added while tracing the art with my fingers. I hadn't even realized how close I'd leaned in until a deep voice startled me from behind. "Ready?" I jumped so hard I nearly knocked the painting off the wall. My heart slammed against my ribs. Alexander was suddenly right there, too close, as if he'd moved without sound. His hand shot out instantly, steadying the frame before it could tilt and fall off. "Be careful," he said. "This is priceless." I pressed a hand to my chest, catching my breath. "I can tell," I muttered. "If I ruined it, I'd probably have to use all my life savings and also take out a loan just to replace it." The sarcasm slipped out without thought. He looked at me, steady and serious. Like I was some child who didn't know what she was saying. Maybe I didn't. "Even then, you still couldn't afford it," he said. I turned, narrowing my eyes at him, half expecting he was teasing me for once. Or maybe he was trying to insult me. Really? How much could a painting possibly cost? He shoved his hands into his pockets, his gaze shifting to the artwork. His voice, when it came, was calm, casual, like it was the simplest truth. "It doesn't matter. It's not for sale. I painted it myself." For a moment, my brain didn't process the words. I actually laughed, thinking he was joking. But then my eyes flicked to the bottom corner of the painting, and there it was, a signature. A. Blackwell. I knew his last name was Blackwell. I heard it a couple of times when my father would mention it while talking about Sage's engagement to Alexander. I stared at it, then him, and back at it. My mouth went dry. "You painted this? No, wait, you paint?" He didn't answer my question directly, just gave a small shrug, still looking at the canvas like it belonged to another lifetime. "We should get going," he said. And that was it. No further explanation, No acknowledgement of the fact that he had just casually revealed something massive about himself, something human, something vulnerable. He painted. He created this. I followed him out of the room in a daze, trying to steady my steps, but inside, my mind was reeling. It was both impressive and surprising to know that this bag of ice walking in front of me could create something like what I just saw. All this time I'd been trying to figure out who he really was beneath the armor. And today, completely by accident, he had let one piece of himself slip through. "How funny is that? What are you laughing about?" Alexander asked, and that was when I realized I had giggled out loud. "Nothing. Just me and my thoughts," I said. We were close to the car when a voice called out, "Alex, wait!" "Faye." We both turned to see who had called Alexander's name, and Bella appeared. Her eyes widened the second she spotted us, as if she'd just stumbled upon a scandal. Honestly, the look on her face was so dramatic she might as well have clutched her pearls and fainted. Instead, she froze mid-step, staring like she was seeing a ghost, or maybe like she wished she was seeing a ghost, preferably mine. I didn't need anyone to explain her shock to me. Even I had to admit, this was a sight no one expected. Me, walking out of a building with Alexander. If I were in her shoes, I might have done a double take too. But the way she looked at me like I was some insect crawling out of a rotten apple, yeah, that told me her reaction wasn't just surprise. It was jealousy. The pure, uncut kind that gnawed at your bones and made you wish someone else didn't exist. And the thing was, ever since she opened up to me herself about her relationship with Alexander, everything became too obvious. And even before then, I'd noticed the way she lingered around him, all soft-voiced and eager-eyed, the way she thought herself more than what she was, the way she used every opportunity to remind me I didn't belong. So her glare wasn't new. It was just intensified now that she felt she had nothing to hide before me. She finally decided to walk closer. She stopped inches in front of us, her gaze shifting between me and Alexander, but mostly settling on me. Alexander stood there, waiting for her to spit out whatever words she'd come with. "I wanted to talk to you about something," Bella said at last. Her voice, ugh. It wasn't her usual sharp, bossy tone. No, this one was carefully softened, like honey dripping from a comb, sweet enough to rot teeth. Sweet enough, apparently, for Alexander. I almost gagged. She never spoke like that to anyone else, only him. Alexander's brows lowered just slightly. "Can it wait?" he asked. His tone was polite but clipped, already half dismissive. "I'm heading out right now, with Faye." The last two words hit Bella like a slap to her pretty face. Her eyes widened again, her mouth opening just a fraction. She blinked, and then it came. "You're going out with her?" It wasn't just the words, it was the expression on her face. The disrespect was obvious at this point. My jaw clenched. "Oh no, sweetheart. Not today." "Do you have a problem with that?" I asked her directly, tilting my head and fixing her with a look that dared her to push me further. My voice came out steady, laced with just enough ice to make her shiver if she had half a brain. And truth be told, if she'd opened her mouth and let one more ounce of disrespect fall from it, I wouldn't have cared if Alexander was standing right there. I would have slapped the audacity clean off her face. But Bella wasn't stupid. She knew when to shut up. Her jaw worked for a moment, teeth grinding behind her lips, but she didn't answer me. Instead, she turned to Alexander, as if I'd ceased to exist. "Good. What I have to say is important," she said quickly, her voice dropping even softer, almost desperate. "It can't wait." Alexander sighed. He wasn't a man easily rattled, but the weight of his exhale told me he was already annoyed. Still, he inclined his head. "Go on, then." But Bella didn't take the opening. No, of course she didn't. She flicked her eyes toward me, deliberately, and then back at him, her lashes fluttering. "In private," she said. I felt the heat rising in my chest, but I didn't need to respond to this very one. I simply turned on my heel and walked toward Alexander's car. If she wanted her private little chat, fine. I wasn't going to stand around like a prop in her pathetic play. Leaning against the car, I crossed my arms and watched the scene unfold from a distance. Bella wasted no time. She launched into her explanation with an unnecessary amount of hand gestures, her fingers flying like she was orchestrating some grand tragedy. I couldn't hear the words, but her body language screamed, "Pity me, believe me, protect me." And then the grand finale. She stepped forward, all dew-eyed and trembling lips, and wrapped her arms tightly around him, hugged him as if she had a claim, as if she belonged there. Then came a lingering kiss pressed boldly to his cheek, her lips dragging against his skin as if she owned the right. The worst part wasn't even the kiss. No, it was the smirk she sent me over his shoulder. Alexander had his back to me, oblivious, but Bella's face was turned toward me, her eyes locking on mine, gleaming with triumph. A smirk tugged at her lips, mocking, as if she'd won something and I was supposed to feel defeated. I almost laughed. I rolled my eyes. The whole thing was exhausting. She really thought she was in competition with me, as if her little stunts mattered in the grand scheme of things. Did I care what she did with Alexander? No, not really. Okay. Maybe I cared a little. Maybe it burned just slightly to see her touch him like that, to see her push into the space I had never even considered mine. But it wasn't the way she thought. It wasn't jealousy of her. It was frustration at her arrogance. Frustration that she believed she could step over me and act like I was nothing. She was fighting in a war I hadn't even enlisted in. Meanwhile, Alexander himself looked uncomfortable with her behavior. And yet she didn't care. She was so desperate to prove she was winning. I shook my head, staring at my phone, doing nothing, until her little display ended. A few moments later, Alexander finally walked toward me. "Let's go," he said. "Faye." I leaned back in the passenger seat, arms folded loosely across my chest, staring out the window as the trees blurred past. The silence didn't bother me. In fact, I preferred it. Alexander wasn't exactly the chatty type, and I didn't come along for small talk. I had planned to ask him some questions on the way about the painting thing, just to get to know more about that side of him, but I was no longer in the mood to ask, and I was sure he wasn't in the mood either. Still, I could feel his glances, those quiet, heavy looks he thought went unnoticed. Finally, his voice cut through the quiet. "You're not going to ask?" I blinked, turning my head toward him. "Ask what?" "What Bella and I talked about." His tone was smooth, but it was like he'd been waiting for the question and was almost disappointed it hadn't come. I raised an eyebrow, then shrugged. "Why would I ask?" The corner of his mouth twitched, but not quite into a smile. I went on, pretending I wasn't curious. Of course I was curious, but I knew my place. "It doesn't concern me, so I don't need to know," I added. He glanced at me again, smirking like he could see through me. "You're sure you don't mind?" There it was again, that subtle probing, like he wanted me to bite, like he wanted me to press, to dig, to show that I cared. I smirked too. "Why do I feel like you really want me to ask? Just so you can feel like I care?" Alexander's hands stayed steady on the wheel, his shoulders relaxed. "Every normal person would be curious," he said finally. Ah, there it was. "Are you trying to say I'm not normal?" I shot back, turning my head sharply to catch his expression. But he didn't answer, didn't even flinch, just kept driving, eyes fixed on the road ahead, as though I hadn't spoken at all. I sat in silence for a moment, chewing on my lip, then decided I wasn't about to let him think he'd unsettled me. If he wanted a reaction, fine, I'd give him one. Just not the one he expected. So with deliberate casualness, I tilted my head and said, "Bella's like your sister, right? So I'm guessing it was just a normal little chat between siblings." That got him. His hands stilled on the wheel for a second, but I caught it. The faintest freeze before he glanced at me like he was trying to decide if I was joking or if I was saying what he thought I was saying. I only smiled, smug, and turned to face the road again. "How long have you known?" he asked at last. Bingo. I let out a small laugh. "Do you mean how long I've known that you and Bella are lovers?" He didn't flinch at the word, didn't deny it. He just said, "Yes." I took my time before answering. It wasn't exactly difficult to figure out. The way she behaves around you, and the way she tries to get to me every time, like we're in some kind of contest, it makes it clear enough. But I wasn't completely sure until a few days ago. I didn't tell him the exact day. No need to hand him that detail on a silver platter. For a moment, the silence stretched between us again, thicker than before. He looked like he wanted to say something. His lips parted slightly, his jaw tensed, but nothing came out. He didn't even try to deny it or offer explanation, and I didn't know how that made me feel. On one hand, I should have been relieved. Our relationship was nothing more than a political and business arrangement, after all. It wasn't like I had the right to care who he warmed his bed with. On the other hand, there was something unsettling about how comfortable he seemed with me knowing. As if it didn't matter to him at all that I'd seen through the carefully constructed facade, as if Bella's place in his life was so solid it didn't even warrant secrecy anymore. That thought sat uneasily in my chest, but I swallowed it down. No use thinking too hard about it. The rest of the ride was quiet again, and I let it stay that way, resisting the urge to ask further questions. When the car finally slowed, I leaned forward, peering through the windshield. A police station. I blinked, then turned to him sharply. A police station? Alexander parked, killed the engine, and nodded as though it were the most normal thing in the world. He stepped out of the car without elaborating. I followed quickly, falling into step beside him. My eyes flicked up at the weathered brick building, the faded sign above the entrance, the officers milling about in standard-issue uniforms. It looked like, well, a regular police station. Ordinary. Which only made it all the more absurd. I frowned. You've got to be kidding me. You have humans investigating werewolf business? How the hell did you even explain the situation to them? Alexander's lips curved into the faintest hint of amusement, like he thought it was funny. Relax. The person in charge here is one of us. And not just him, a couple of other officers too. They know how to handle it. I paused, chewing on his words. That made sense, actually. Clever, even. Having wolves embedded in the human system of that nature meant resources, cover, plausible deniability. Still, I wasn't about to admit out loud that I found it impressive. I crossed my arms and muttered, "Convenient." He only smirked and pushed open the door, holding it long enough for me to step inside. Now that I was paying attention, I caught the faint vibration of wolf energy. It was subtle, controlled, but undeniably there. Alexander wasn't kidding. Faye. I followed Alexander into one of the offices. No one was there, so we waited. I lowered myself into one of the chairs without waiting to be told, crossing my legs and pretending to study the grain of the desk. But really I was sneaking glances at Alexander. He stayed standing, hands tucked in his pockets, quiet, maybe nervous. The door clicked open again, and an officer walked in. The instant his eyes landed on Alexander, his spine straightened. He closed the door firmly behind him and dipped his head in respect. "Alpha Alexander," he greeted. Alexander gave a small nod in acknowledgement, the kind of subtle gesture only someone in his position could pull off without seeming dismissive. Then his gaze shifted toward me. "This is Faye," he said simply. The officer's eyes widened slightly. For a moment, there was something like recognition, realization sparking there. His lips parted, then curved into a respectful smile as he extended his hand. "Luna Faye, it's a pleasure to finally meet you." I felt my brows rise, but I masked my surprise quickly, giving him my warmest smile. My fingers slid into his as I accepted the handshake. "The pleasure is mine," I said. The officer sat down opposite us, his posture stiff, as though he were carrying not just his own weight, but the weight of everything he was about to say. "Alpha," he began, his voice tightening. "We located Rick, just as I told you over the phone. We found him hiding in the house of one of his human friends in town." Alexander exhaled deeply, his jaw tightening. "And how did you find him?" The officer's eyes moved briefly toward me, then back to Alexander. "We considered the idea Luna suggested." I blinked, frozen. For a moment, I thought I'd misheard. I stared at the officer, then at Alexander, because surely he hadn't just said that. Alexander had actually taken what I'd said seriously? Not only carried it forward, but given me credit for it? Could he be any more surprising? I must have looked ridiculous, sitting there gaping, because when I finally tore my gaze back to Alexander, his gray eyes were already on me. Soft, but with the faintest curl of amusement at the corner. As if he were silently saying, "What did you expect? That I wouldn't listen?" I cleared my throat quickly and straightened, forcing my eyes back on the officer before I could fall deeper into that stare. The officer explained, "We realized if the whole attack was staged, then the wolves in the northern mountains couldn't have been behind it. They'd never choose a plan that made them the obvious suspects. So as Luna Faye suggested, maybe the attack was just a diversion, meant to pull attention to the border while hiding the true target. We shifted the search accordingly, and that's how we tracked Rick down, but we have not been able to find the others yet. I finally found my voice. Have you interrogated him? The officer's expression sobered, and he gave a nod. Alexander leaned forward, resting his forearms on his thighs. Tell me everything. The officer folded his hands tightly together. During questioning, Rick admitted he wasn't acting alone and that the other guards were involved too. But they separated almost immediately after the staged attack. Splitting up was part of their instructions, to make it harder for us to track them all at once. I felt a cold ripple run down my spine. Alexander's jaw tightened, but he stayed silent. The officer went on. As for why Rick agreed to it, it wasn't just money. He said they were promised protection, power, things men like him couldn't even dream of on their own. But he also said they didn't have much of a choice. Whoever is behind this threatened them. If they refused, their families would pay the price. I frowned, my chest tightening. The anger I'd been nursing toward Rick faltered, giving way to something different. Pity, maybe, or understanding. So they were trapped, I murmured softly, baited with promises, cornered with fear. The officer gave a short nod. Exactly, Luna. He swore he never wanted to go through with it, but once he took the first payment, there was no way out. The instructions were clear. The staged border attack was designed to push you, Alpha Alexander, into striking the Northerners. He didn't know the reason behind it, but he repeated it constantly. Everything was meant to provoke you into war. The silence that followed was suffocating. I could hear my own pulse thrumming in my ears. Alexander finally spoke. A war that would weaken us, leave us vulnerable. The officer nodded gravely. That's what I believe too. Whoever is orchestrating this, they're playing a dangerous game. Rick is terrified in custody. He said if he revealed too much, he was as good as dead. That alone convinced me someone much bigger is pulling the strings. I sat back slowly, folding my arms, tapping my finger against my elbow as I studied both men. So we're not just chasing shadows, I said. We're chasing shadows with a puppeteer hiding behind them. The officer shifted uneasily, his gaze dropping to his lap. Alexander, however, didn't move, didn't blink. He stared past the officer into some point only he could see. His silence was sharper than any outburst. I leaned forward again, my voice dropping. Did Rick say anything about who approached him? Any description? Any hint? The officer shook his head. Only that they always hid their identity, cloaked voices, hidden faces. The instructions were delivered through intermediaries. He never saw the true leader. My stomach twisted. Convenient. Alexander's eyes finally moved, sliding to me. Cowards, he said, but I knew better. Cowards didn't design elaborate plots. Strategists did. The officer cleared his throat nervously, glancing between us. Alpha, Luna, what do you want us to do next? Rick is still in holding. But he's fragile. I don't think he'll survive long if the ones behind this realize he's been caught. I sat up straighter. So protect him. Hide him if you must. He may be scared, but that could also work to our advantage. He knows more than he's admitting. Alexander arched a brow at me, but didn't dismiss the idea. Instead, he turned to the officer. Increase security around him. Quietly. Don't let word leak that we have him. The officer nodded quickly. Yes, Alpha. I spoke again before Alexander could. And what about his family? If they threatened him with his family's lives, they'll still be in danger. The officer looked at me as if surprised I'd thought of that. He hesitated, then admitted, We haven't made contact with them yet, but you're right, Luna. If the enemy knows he's been taken, they may move against them. Alexander stood, turning his full focus on the officer. His voice was sharp, commanding. Then you'll put them under protection immediately. Faye, we were in the car after we left the officer's place. Alexander hadn't started driving yet. He had one hand on the steering wheel, but he wasn't looking at the road. He wasn't looking at me either. His eyes were fixed somewhere ahead, unfocused, as though he were still chewing on every word the officer had just laid on the table. I leaned back against the seat, arms crossed, watching him out of the corner of my eye. His expression was rigid. The alpha mask he wore so effortlessly, as if he was carved out of stone, cracked a little. I could tell he was thinking too hard, spiraling, and I also knew he could feel my gaze on him. He didn't turn his head, but his voice broke the silence. You were right. I blinked, caught off guard. His words hung in the air. He finally shifted his gaze to me, and in that cold stare I saw something I hadn't expected, something almost close to acknowledgement. Everything you suspected turned out to be the case. My lips parted, but no immediate reply came. For a second, I let his words sink in. He wasn't one to hand out compliments to me, not even when they were deserved. I exhaled slowly. I wish I wasn't. That made him turn fully, his brows furrowing. Why not? Because, I said, my voice quieter than usual, if I'd been wrong, then the only problem we'd have to deal with would have been clear and straightforward. Fight the Northerners. End of story. But this? I gestured vaguely with my hands, frustration bubbling up. This is worse. We don't even know who's pulling the strings, who's setting the traps. All we know is they want you to go to war, probably to weaken you and joy for them to strike. He studied me silently. For once, I didn't flinch under the weight of his stare. I stared back. Finally, he spoke again, his voice softened just slightly. Still, you should be proud of yourself, at least. You were able to figure something out that all those security experts I have working day and night couldn't. I tilted my head, caught between disbelief and suspicion. Alexander wasn't the type to flatter. Was this his idea of encouragement? A rare attempt at praise? I didn't know what to do with it, so I just nodded. He turned back to the wheel, starting the car. We pulled out of the station's parking lot. For a few minutes, the road stretched out in silence between us, and I thought maybe that was the end of it. But then, out of nowhere, he asked, "Are you hungry?" I blinked at him. "What?" He spared me a glance before focusing on the road again. "I asked if you're hungry." I stared at him like he'd grown two heads. Hungry? After everything we'd just heard, after hours of running around dealing with werewolf politics and staged attacks, his priority was my stomach? He must have noticed my confusion, because he tapped his wristwatch lightly against the steering wheel. "It's past lunch already. I thought we could stop somewhere in town, eat, then head back to the house." I squinted at him, trying to decide if this was some kind of test. "You want to go eat?" "Yes," he said simply. I shook my head, biting back a laugh. Maybe he hid his head somewhere and didn't tell anyone. That would explain the strange behavior all day so far. First, he invited me to the police station with him, then compliments, now food. What's next, flowers? Still, my stomach gave a low, traitorous growl, reminding me I hadn't had more than a cup of tea for breakfast. Lunch had been swallowed by chaos. "Fine," I said, folding my arms and smirking, "as long as you're paying." That earned me the tiniest flicker of a smile from him. It was brief but real. "Of course, I owe you a treat for helping in this case anyway, and it's my fault you missed lunch. Maybe even my fault you skipped breakfast this morning." I rolled my eyes at the unnecessary explanation, but inside, something tugged uncomfortably in my chest. Maybe that was his way of reminding me this wasn't a date, just him being considerate, the Alpha acknowledging a partner in strategy, and that was good. I needed someone to remind me not to dive too deep into whatever this was. "It's just food," I told myself firmly. "Nothing special." "Keep telling yourself that, Nova," my wolf whispered slyly in the back of my mind. I scowled internally. "Don't start." Alexander's voice cut through, startling me. "Is she always that sarcastic?" I turned sharply to look at him. "Who, me?" His lips curved into that rare smirk again, this time more deliberate. "No, your wolf." My blood ran cold. I froze, staring at him in disbelief. "Wait, what?" "You heard me," he said, still driving as though he hadn't just dropped a bomb. I narrowed my eyes. "Are you reading my mind right now?" He gave a half shrug, maddeningly casual. "Not really, but I can hear her clearly. Your wolf, something to do with the bond." I gawked at him, unsure if he was serious. He didn't sound like he was joking, but then again, he never sounded like he was joking. "That's not how it works," I said flatly. He didn't argue. He just kept his eyes on the road. His expression was still casual, as if daring me to believe him or not. Nova stirred, amused. "I like him. He listens better than you do." I gritted my teeth. "Whose side are you on?" Alexander's smirk deepened, and my stomach lurched. Oh, goddess, he really could hear her. "Unbelievable," I muttered, pressing a hand to my temple. "Why does it have to be one-sided then? If this is real, how come I can't hear your wolf?" For a moment, his smirk faded into something quieter, more thoughtful. "Because he isn't chatty, hardly speaks. That's why you've never heard him, and you may never do." I blinked. Then, Despite myself, a laugh slipped out. Of course, that makes perfect sense. Your wolf is exactly like you. He glanced at me, brow raised, but I caught the amusement in his eyes before he looked away again. A strange thought tugged at me, sudden and insistent. Now I wanted to meet his wolf, to see that part of him. But I knew better than to ask him to show me. He'd shut that conversation down before it even began. But I didn't need to. The full moon was coming. And when it rose, everyone would be in their wolf form. The alpha would be the easiest to spot, impossible to mistake. Alexander. Sweat dripped down my temples, stinging my eyes, but I didn't stop. My fists slammed into the heavy bag over and over, the sound echoing across the training hall. My muscles burned, my lungs begged for a pause, but the restless storm in my chest demanded otherwise. I wasn't boxing to train. I was boxing to think, to stop thinking, to fight the things I couldn't see, to clear my head, all at once. The problems never ended. Border threats, staged attacks. Everyone looked to me for answers, and right now, I didn't have enough of them. I knew deep down that the pack was going to find out about this whole thing one way or another. I could delay it, but I couldn't stop it. And when they found out, they'd want answers. Again, answers I didn't have. I didn't even notice Cole until his shadow broke my focus. He must have been standing there a moment, patient, but I only caught his presence when I sensed movement from the corner of my eye. I tore my gaze from the bag and looked at him. "What is it?" My voice came out low. Cole walked closer. "You've missed calls from the station. They said they've been trying to reach you." I frowned, looking around until I spotted my phone lying carelessly on the bench, screen lit up with a long line of missed notifications. Several calls. Officer Derek's name repeated over and over. My jaw clenched. I'd put the damn thing on silent earlier because I needed the quiet. Grabbing it, I dialed him back immediately. The line connected after one ring. "Good morning, Alpha," Derek's voice came through. "Derek," I said, still catching my breath. "What's the matter?" He didn't waste time. The guard in custody gave us something important to work with, but it's complicated. A description of a ring. He said it belonged to the one who gave them orders directly. I had a sketch artist work with him, and I've sent the image to your phone. I stared at the sweat-slick floor beneath my feet, thinking about what he said. You're certain he's telling the truth? He could still be playing games, trying to misdirect the investigation again and waste our time. I thought of that too, Derek admitted. But he's in terrible condition already. The wolfsbane has weakened him badly. He's not in the right state of mind to spin elaborate lies. And besides, Alpha, he was allowed to see his family. He knows they're under protection as long as he cooperates. He has no reason to risk lying now. That made sense. Reluctantly, I gave a curt nod even though Derek couldn't see me. All right, I'll look at the sketch, see if I recognize anything. We ended the call. Immediately, I noticed the notification sitting on my phone screen. My thumb tapped it open. The sketch loaded. At first glance, it was simple. Too simple. A ring engraved with the head of a wolf, but not an ordinary one. This wolf had 3 eyes, one on the forehead. I stared at it, a strange unease crawling through me. Cole leaned over my shoulder. The moment his eyes landed on it, I saw the same confusion mirrored in his face. "Doesn't look like anything I've ever seen," he said quietly. "Nor I." My voice was flat. I turned the phone toward him fully, then back to myself, scrutinizing the lines of the sketch. It was clean, professional, precise enough that it couldn't be dismissed as a prisoner's hallucination. But it wasn't familiar. Not remotely. I dialed Derek again. He picked up fast. "It doesn't look familiar," I told him without preamble. "Too ordinary. Doesn't resemble the emblem of any established pack." "I thought the same," he replied. "I ran it through the database, checked all known pack symbols in the country. Nothing matches. No wolf with 3 eyes. No pack crest even close to it." I rubbed a hand over my jaw, pacing slowly across the floor. "Then it isn't a pack symbol. It could be personal, a signature mark of whoever wears it." That possibility gnawed at me, a personal emblem. That meant whoever orchestrated this wasn't just hiding behind a pack. They wanted to leave their own mark, carve out their own identity in blood and chaos. Or maybe it was just a random ring. "No." "Does this make our work easier or harder?" Derek asked on the phone. "Both," I answered. "Easier because if we find the man with that ring, we'll have our target. Harder Because now we know we're not just chasing packs and territories. We're hunting a specific wolf. That could make the search more difficult. Cole's jaw tightened beside me, but he stayed silent, listening. On the other end, Derek exhaled. Exactly. It narrows the search, but it also complicates it because it's too specific. I closed my eyes briefly, the weight of it settling like stone on my shoulders. Then pull every resource you can. Search records, underground markets, jewelers, blacksmiths, smugglers, anyone who might have crafted or sold such a piece. Someone knows something about a ring this unusual. Someone's seen it before. Yes, Alpha, Derek said immediately. I'll get my team on it right away. When the call ended, I let the silence settle for a moment, the faint drip of sweat from my chin to the mat, my own heartbeat, steady yet relentless. Cole finally spoke. A wolf with 3 eyes. What does that even mean? I looked at him, then back at the sketch still glowing on my screen. Nothing good. There was a faint sound from the hallway, the kind that instantly sharpens my senses. I stopped talking mid-sentence and turned my eyes toward the door. My wolf went still inside me, watchful. A moment later, Maya stepped in, her hands folded neatly in front of her as she lowered her head. Alpha Alexander, Beta Cole, she greeted with that soft, deferential voice of hers. Alpha, I was asked to let you know breakfast is ready. I gave her a single nod. You may leave. She bowed slightly, then turned and walked out. I thought she looked uncomfortable, like a servant caught where she shouldn't be. My eyes lingered on the doorway long after she was gone. Something told me she had been standing there longer than she should have, listening. Cole went on speaking, but part of my mind was already turning over the possibility. If she had heard even a fragment of what we discussed, it wouldn't be good. Maya wasn't one of the popular pack gossips, but still, Maya stood with her father deep in the woods. She hugged her cloak tighter around her shoulders, not so much from the chill as from the unease that had been eating her up ever since she overheard the conversation. Her father, Elder Gerald, stood tall beside her, his hands clasped behind his back. Though his hair was streaked with gray, there was nothing frail about him. His eyes were sharp and rested on her impatiently, as though waiting for her to finish what she had started. I told you everything I could, Father, Maya whispered, glancing nervously around the clearing. I heard Alpha Alexander on the phone, and Beta Cole was right there beside him. The way he spoke, it wasn't just pack matters. He sounded worried, more than I've ever heard him. Whatever it isn't just another enemy pack circling. It's something different, something dangerous. Gerald's gaze narrowed. And you're certain of this? You're not exaggerating, child? I wouldn't dare exaggerate, Maya said quickly, shaking her head. I know what I heard. They spoke of a threat, an enemy none of us have faced before. At first, I thought it was an attack coming from a neighboring pack, but that wasn't it. They're not searching for a whole pack. They're searching for one person, an individual. Her father's brows drew together. One person? Yes, Maya confirmed, her voice dropping even lower as if the trees themselves might betray her. A person with a ring, something special, some design that means something. I didn't catch everything, but Alexander said it had a wolf with 3 eyes. She paused, recalling the way the Alpha's tone had sharpened. I believe whoever he was speaking with had sent him a sketch of it, but I didn't see it. I couldn't. I don't have access to his phone. Gerald muttered something under his breath and began pacing, boots crushing twigs as he walked, his chest rising and falling heavily. His daughter's words carried weight, not because of the danger to the pack, but because of the leverage they might provide. 3 eyes, he murmured, tasting the words. A wolf with 3 eyes, and a ring. Maya fidgeted, watching him. His silence unsettled her more than his questions. She finally broke it. Father, why does it matter to you so much? You've had me sneaking around the Alpha's wing, the Luna's chambers, listening where I shouldn't. Do you realize how dangerous this is for me? If anyone discovers what I've been doing, Alexander will have both our heads on spikes. And for what? Do we even know if this is worth the risk? Gerald stopped pacing and turned to her sharply. The impatience in his eyes was enough to make her step back. Do you truly not understand, Maya, after all I have told you? You think I'm sending you into danger for nothing? Foolish child. Everything I ask of you is to make way for your future, for the brighter life you cannot yet see. Maya blinked. What future? By risking my neck listening to conversations I shouldn't? By spying on the Alpha and his Luna? Her father's lips curled into a dry smile. Not just spying. We're preparing and positioning. You are blind, Maya, blind to what stands before you. I don't follow, she whispered, her chest tightening. You will, Gerald said coldly. He stepped closer until his shadow loomed over her, his voice dropping to a hiss. Everything I am doing, every risk I ask of you, is to place you where you belong, at Alexander's side, as Luna of the pack. Maya's eyes widened, her breath catching in her throat. What? You heard me. No, Maya shook her head frantically. No, father, that's madness. Alexander already has a Luna, his mate, and their bond is not unbreakable, Gerald interrupted sharply. Do not speak to me of bonds. A bond is nothing if it is tainted. Nothing if the mate in question proves unworthy of the pack's loyalty. You know as well as I do that the pack has not fully accepted her. They call her a replacement, a shadow of what should have been. That weakness can be turned into opportunity. Maya's heart pounded. She could hardly believe the words falling from her father's lips. Father, that's an abomination. Their bond was sealed before the moon goddess herself. Do you understand what you're saying? To even think of such a thing. Gerald cut her off with a bitter laugh. The moon goddess, child? Who told you she's in support of the bond? Were you at the ceremony? And as for Alexander, he is Alpha, yes, but he is not unshakable. If his Luna falters, if whispers spread of her disloyalty, if she is seen as unworthy, then the bond matters little. The pack will reject her. And when the pack rejects, so too does the Alpha's power weaken. That is when opportunity strikes. Maya's stomach turned. She took a shaky step back, staring at her father as though seeing him for the first time. You mean to ruin her, to destroy the Luna's name? I mean, Gerald said, his tone dark and deliberate, to secure your future. Do you think I raised you to be nothing more than another nameless she-wolf in the shadows? No. You have beauty, Maya. You have all it takes. And with the right maneuvering, you will have position. Luna's position. You will stand beside the Alpha, not as some servant, but as his equal, his chosen, his strength. Maya's throat tightened. Chosen? He already chose. He has a mate. Why are you ignoring that part? And if he ever discovers what you're plotting, he'll never forgive us. He'll never forgive me. He doesn't have to forgive, Gerald said coldly. He only has to yield to what cannot be denied. Maya hugged her cloak closer, shivering despite the warmth of her father's conviction. She didn't know what frightened her more, that Alexander might uncover her father's schemes, or that her father truly believed them possible. Father, she whispered, desperate now, what if you're wrong? What if none of this works? What if the Alpha stands by his Luna, no matter what? Where does that leave us then? Where does that leave me? Gerald's eyes glinted in the half-light, cold. Then we adjust. We find another path. But mark my words, Maya, this is not folly. I have watched Alexander closely. He is strong, yes, but even the strong falter when the ground beneath them is shaken, and I will be the one to shake it. Maya shook her head, tears threatening at the corners of her eyes. And what of the threat Alexander is so worried about? The wolf with 3 eyes, the ring, this enemy no one can name. Shouldn't we be concerned about protecting the pack? About survival? Gerald's lip curled. The pack will survive. It always does. But we must do more than survive. We must rise. This, he gestured vaguely toward the trees, is nothing but another storm. It will pass. But the question is, who will be standing strongest when it does? And I intend that it be us. Maya closed her eyes briefly, the weight of his words pressing down on her chest. She wanted to argue, to scream at him that he was wrong, that she didn't want this. But the look in his eyes silenced her, the fierce, immovable determination of a man who had long since chosen his path. Maya swallowed hard, her voice breaking as she whispered, I don't know if I can do this. Gerald's hand shot out and gripped her shoulder tightly, his fingers digging into her cloak. You will do this, he said with authority, because you are my daughter, and because I will not see you waste your life as something lesser than what you were meant to be. Elder Gerald's expression tightened as he processed everything his daughter had just told him. Then he asked, his voice low, Maya, are you absolutely certain you can't get a look at whatever picture was sent to Alexander's phone? Maya's eyes widened in alarm. She shook her head quickly. the hood of her cloak slipping slightly with the motion. No, Father, I can't. I told you, I only overheard part of the conversation. I didn't see the phone, and even if I wanted to, how do you expect me to get near it? She took a step forward, trying to make him understand. I'm just a staff in the pack house. How can I possibly have access to Alpha Alexander's phone? It's always with him. Always. Gerald tilted his head, studying her. His silence made her ramble faster. Even if I were foolish enough to think about stealing it, it wouldn't work, she insisted, her hands wringing nervously in front of her. He's an alpha. His senses are sharper than any of us. His hearing is twice as sensitive. He would catch me before I even get within reach of his phone. Gerald stroked his chin, the frown deepening across his face. He hated being told something was impossible, but he had to admit she wasn't wrong. After a long pause, he gave a short nod. You are right about that. It would be foolish. Maya let out a sigh of relief, though it was short-lived. Still, Gerald went on, pacing a slow circle around her, that does not change the fact that we need to know what's on that phone. We must see the picture. A ring with a wolf and 3 eyes. That symbol could mean everything, Maya. It could be the key to understanding what Alexander is looking for and use it to our advantage. Maya bit her lip. She didn't like the hunger in his voice, the calculating glint in his eyes. Even if you somehow got the phone, she said, how would you unlock it? You'd need his password. Do you know it? Her father stopped pacing. A thin smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. No, he admitted, but someone else might. Maya frowned. Who? For a long moment, Elder Gerald said nothing. His eyes gleamed as he considered the idea forming in his head. Then, with a snap of his fingers, he spoke. We need someone close to him, Omion who has access, someone who would know his password too. Maya's heart skipped a beat. She shook her head instantly. No, Father, that's a terrible idea. Even if there were someone like that, why would they help us? Don't you see? If they're close to Alexander, that means they're loyal. And if they're loyal to him, then they'd only betray us the moment we asked. We'd be exposed. We'd both be in danger. Gerald chuckled softly, the sound making her sigh. You underestimate me, child. Do you think I would suggest something so reckless without thinking it through? I am not speaking of his mate, or his sister, or his beta. I am not that foolish. Then who? Maya pressed, though dread was already crawling up her spine. Bella. Maya blinked, staring at him in disbelief. Bella? Gerald's smile widened at her reaction. Yes, Bella. Father, Maya protested, shaking her head. How is that any better? What makes you think she would help us? She's crazy, but she wouldn't betray Alexander. And if she even suspected what you're plotting... He raised a hand, cutting her off. Listen to me. You told me yourself that Bella despises the Luna, that she loathes her, and that she wants her out of Alexander's side at any cost. Did you not? Maya shrugged. She had in fact told him all that. She remembered the hushed whispers she had shared with her father not long ago, recounting how Bella glared at Luna Faye with hatred in her eyes, how she seethed whenever the Luna walked into a room, how she never missed a chance to speak ill of her. Yes, Maya admitted reluctantly. I told you that, but that doesn't mean she'll help us. Father, can't you see? The only reason Bella wants Faye gone is because she wants to take her place herself. She's jealous. She wants to be Luna. So how could you possibly expect her to help you put me there? It doesn't make sense. She would never agree. Gerald's smile didn't fade. In fact, it deepened, his eyes glittering with something close to amusement. Oh, Maya, you sound so naive when you talk like this. Of course I wouldn't tell Bella that the plan ends with you as Luna. Do you think I'm a fool? No. I would tell her only what she wants to hear, that Faye does not deserve her place, that she is unfit, and that I need Bella's help to bring her down. She will believe it because it feeds the very fire already burning in her heart. Maya's mouth went dry. Her father's cunning frightened her. So you'd use her. Exactly, Gerald said simply, as though it were the most natural thing in the world. She will help us, thinking it is her chance to finally claim Alexander for herself. And once Faye is out of the way, well, then we make sure it is you who steps forward, not her. Maya shook her head violently. This is insane. All of it. Too insane. Gerald's eyes hardened. Do not raise your voice to me, child. You cannot see it now, but I am laying the foundation of your future. You will thank me one day." But Maya couldn't stay any longer. The longer she listened to him, the heavier the dread in her chest grew, pressing down until she could hardly breathe. Finally, she shook her head and stepped back. "I can't. I have to go back. If they look for me and can't find me, they'll become suspicious." Gerald opened his mouth to argue, but Maya didn't give him the chance. She turned on her heel and rushed off. "Foolish child," Gerald said. "Faye." The halls of the pack house were quiet at night, the kind of silence that made you aware of your own breathing. I had already changed into something comfortable, my hair loose over my shoulders before I decided to take a walk. After about an hour outside, I decided to go back into the house. When I stepped into the corridor on the way back to my room, I noticed the faint line of golden light spilling out beneath the door of Alexander's office, stretching across the floor. He was still awake, working. I told myself that I should just keep walking. It wasn't my business if he wanted to spend half the night buried in his work. He was the Alpha. It wasn't unusual for him to be awake while the rest of the house slept. Still, something tugged at me, maybe curiosity, maybe concern, or maybe that dangerous, tender pull I had been trying so hard to ignore ever since I was forced into this role. "You're not supposed to get attached, Faye." I reminded myself of that constantly, like it was a prayer I had to whisper to keep from falling. But the truth was, I already was. A man like Alexander, strong, guarded, burdened with more responsibility than most could imagine, wasn't the type people thought needed looking after. He kept everyone at arm's length. No one thought to check on him, maybe his sister Irene, occasionally. Cole, too, sometimes. But otherwise, he was alone, even in a house full of people. And I couldn't just walk past that light. So I stood there, staring at the door, fighting the battle inside my head. Don't get attached, Faye. Don't step closer. And yet my feet betrayed me. Before I realized it, I was standing at the open crack of his door, looking in. Alexander was at his desk, eyes fixed on the glow of his computer screen. His hair fell slightly over his forehead, and his jaw tense with concentration. He looked so absorbed that for a moment I was certain he hadn't noticed me, until he spoke. "Are you going to come in?" he said, his voice calm, clipped. "Or would you rather stand there checking me out?" Heat rushed to my cheeks so fast I thought I might combust. My mouth fell open, but no sound came out. He didn't even look at me when he said it, still focused on the screen, his fingers moving over the keyboard. The corner of his mouth, though, curved slightly. A smirk. He'd enjoyed catching me off guard. Mortified, I stepped inside quickly, closing the door behind me as though that would hide my embarrassment. I wasn't checking you out," I said, far too quickly to be believable. "I was just—" My words trailed off uselessly. He finally looked up at me, his eyes gleaming with amusement. "Just what?" I ignored the question, marched forward and sank onto the couch near the wall, as though I had come here for that purpose all along. My arms crossed over my chest, a flimsy shield against his knowing gaze. "What are you doing awake at this hour?" he asked after a beat. His tone shifted back to its usual coolness, though there was still a glimmer of humor in his eyes. "Do you need something?" I shook my head. "No. I was heading to my room. I saw the light from the hall, and—" I shrugged, pretending nonchalance I didn't feel. "I thought I'd check if you'd heard anything from the police." For a moment his expression tightened. The amusement vanished. He shook his head, about to dismiss the topic, but then something seemed to occur to him. He reached for his phone on the desk, unlocked it, and turned the screen toward me. "Actually," he said, "Derek sent me this earlier." I hesitated before standing and crossing to him. He handed his phone to me. On the screen was a hand-drawn sketch, surprisingly precise and clean. A wolf, its mouth parted in a silent snarl, and above its normal eyes, a third eye drawn right in the middle of its forehead. I blinked. Then, to my own shame, a laugh escaped me. "What is this? Some kind of joke?" His gaze was steady, serious. "No. Derek said the guard in custody described this. It's the design on a ring worn by the one who gave them direct orders." My laughter died in my throat. I stared at the sketch again, this time more carefully. "A ring? With this?" He nodded once. I handed the phone back to him slowly, the weight of the situation sinking in. "I've never seen anything like it," I admitted. "Neither have I," Alexander said. His jaw tightened, his fingers brushing the edge of the phone before setting it back on the table. Derek's still trying to trace it. He's searching every connection he can find. But so far, nothing. My eyes flicked to the computer screen still glowing in front of him. That's why you're still awake, isn't it? You're searching too. He didn't answer, but I took the silence for confirmation. Something inside me clenched. He carried so much, more than anyone should have to, and he carried it alone. The least I could do was sit here with him, even if my presence changed nothing. Maybe I could help, I blurted out before I could stop myself. His brows lifted, a hint of surprise crossing his face. Help? I nodded quickly, gesturing to the shelves that lined the office walls. Heavy tomes and rolled scrolls, some so old they looked like they might crumble if touched. Those books? Most of them are older than this pack house itself, aren't they? They contain histories, records of werewolf communities across the world. Maybe something about that symbol, 3 eyes, a wolf, shows up somewhere in ancient lore. I could look. For a moment, he simply studied me, his expression rigid. I'm not saying I'll find anything, I continued, my voice softer now, but I don't mind staying up, to try, to help. He leaned back slightly in his chair, still watching me. I couldn't tell what he was thinking. Maybe he thought I was being naive. Maybe he thought I was overstepping. My pulse quickened, bracing for his rejection. If you want to, he said finally, his voice quieter than before, but don't exhaust yourself. Relief flooded through me, though I tried not to show it. I turned toward the shelves. Even if I didn't find anything, even if my efforts turned out useless, it didn't matter. What mattered was that he wouldn't be alone in the silence of his office tonight. Alexander. I had long grown used to the silence. Silence was where I thrived, where I could focus, analyze, and plan without distraction. Yet tonight, the silence wasn't empty. It was filled with her presence. Faye sat on the couch a few feet away, her posture straight, a book balanced across her lap, strands of hair slipping from behind her ear as she studied the words like they might hold the answer to everything we were looking for. She was earnest, and I knew better than anyone how pointless it was. I knew every single one of those books, cover to cover. I had read most of them twice over. My father had made sure of that. Before I was old enough to lead, before I even understood what leading truly meant, I was forced to memorize the histories, the traditions, the treaties, the ancient laws. I could recite the lineage of more than half the packs in the country, trace our bloodlines back through centuries of war and uneasy alliances. And if those books contained anything remotely useful to this situation, a wolf with 3 eyes, I would have known already. But when she'd offered, when her voice softened and her eyes shone with that mixture of determination and vulnerability, I couldn't bring myself to stop her. She knew I was likely going to refuse her help, yet she asked anyway. Part of me had wanted to tell her outright, it's useless. You won't find anything, not in those books. But the words had stayed lodged in my throat. Because the truth was, I didn't want her to stop. There was something about her presence, something I still didn't fully understand. Faye brought with her a kind of peace I hadn't felt in years. Not since before my father's death. Not since before life experience and leadership had hardened me into this machine that had no room for softness, for laughter, for warmth. She didn't strip the burden away from me exactly, but when she was around, the weight didn't feel quite as heavy. I should have pushed her away. I should have kept the boundaries intact. But when she offered to stay, I knew I wasn't going to. If searching through a few useless tomes was what it took to keep her here longer, then so be it. Every now and then, she'd speak up, her voice carrying softly through the room. This says something about the first blood oath between packs. Did you ever read this one? I'd answer with a short, yes, and she'd nod thoughtfully, eyes back to the page. Or what does this mean, marked in the shadow of the crescent? I'd explain briefly. Not too much, just enough. Then I'd return to the computer, though my focus was split now. Part of me pulled in her direction with every word she spoke. Time passed like that, the quiet broken by her small questions and by the occasional rustle of pages. It was strange, but not in a bad way. Eventually, she stood, brushing her hands down the sides of her sweater, and walked to the shelf again. She scanned the spines, lips pursed in thought, then pulled one out only to flip through and frown. This one's just about Blood Crescent history, she said, holding it up as though to prove her point. I think I need something broader, maybe one that covers more packs, more regions, something beyond our borders. I didn't answer her. My mind was still half in my computer, even though my eyes were on her. She turned back toward me, tilting her head, her brows lifting in mock impatience. Are you going to recommend one, she asked, or are you just going to sit there and enjoy the show? A surprised breath left me, almost a laugh. I looked up fully and saw the spark in her eyes, that hint of playful challenge. My lips curved against my will into a small smile. She was trying to tease me, retaliating, no doubt, for the remark I'd thrown at her earlier about checking me out from the doorway. I pushed away from the desk and stood, walking over to where she stood at the shelf. Her gaze followed me. I scanned the books briefly, even though I already knew them all, and pulled one from the middle row. Wordlessly, I handed it to her. She raised a brow. And you're sure this one covers a wider range? I just met her eyes steadily, letting silence be my response. Did she really think I didn't know about the books? She made a face, half amused, half confused. You know, I'm starting to think you've never actually opened half these books. For all I know, you're just picking them at random. Still, I didn't argue. I didn't need to, she'd see soon enough. That book would keep her occupied for a while, and if she wanted to think I was clueless for the sake of her own amusement, I'd allow it. I returned to my desk, sinking back into the chair, fingers resuming their rhythm on the keys. But it was harder now to concentrate. Every few minutes, I found my gaze drifting, watching her as she flipped pages, her brow furrowed in concentration, her lips pressed together. She was different in this moment. Not the Luna the pack was still struggling to accept. Not the woman thrust into my life by circumstance and necessity. Just Faye. Earnest, curious, stubborn enough to sit here with me in the dead of night. At some point, the silence stretched longer than before. No questions, no remarks, no sound of turning pages. It pulled my attention back sharply. I looked up from the computer, and there she was. Faye had curled into the corner of the couch, one leg tucked beneath her, the book still half open in her hand. Her head had tipped to the side, resting against the armrest. Her eyes were closed, lashes fanning against her skin, her breathing soft and even. She had fallen asleep. A small huff of breath escaped me, something between amusement and disbelief. Of course she had fallen asleep. The sight before me, her hand still loosely clutching the book like she'd intended to keep reading until the last second, was the cutest and frankly the funniest thing I'd seen in longer than I cared to remember. I leaned back in my chair, letting myself watch for a moment longer than I should have. There was something about the way she looked so peaceful, so unguarded, that twisted something in my chest. Quietly, I shut down the computer. I stood, moving silently across the room. For a moment, I crouched beside the couch, intending to wake her. My hand hovered just above her shoulder. One word, one gentle touch, and she'd stir, apologize, and leave for her room. But I didn't. Something stopped me. Instead, I carefully slid the book from her slack fingers, placing it on the table nearby. Then I adjusted her gently, guiding her to lay more comfortably along the couch. She shifted only slightly, murmuring something incoherent in her sleep, before settling again. I straightened, but I didn't walk away. Instead, I returned to the chair opposite and sat. My eyes lingered on her sleeping form, the steady rise and fall of her chest. I should have reminded myself that this, whatever this was dangerous. That she wasn't meant to be more than the Luna circumstances had placed at my side, a role the pack had yet to even accept. But in that quiet, watching her sleep, I allowed myself the indulgence of simply being here. Faye. When I opened my eyes, for a moment I wasn't entirely sure where I was. My mind clung to that hazy, foggy place between sleep and wakefulness. I blinked, forcing my vision to focus, and that's when I saw him. Alexander was seated at his desk. My stomach flipped. For a heartbeat, I thought maybe I was dreaming. That couldn't be real. I would never just fall asleep in his office. But the way his eyes lifted to mine directly made it painfully clear this wasn't a dream. I thought maybe I had dozed off for a minute while reading those books. "You're finally awake," he said. His voice was even and casual, but I swore I caught the faintest edge of amusement in it. "Good morning." My eyes flew wide open. Good morning. What time is it? Alexander glanced at his watch without hesitation. 7:25. What? My voice shot up a pitch, panic lacing through it. Why didn't you wake me? You just let me sleep here? He didn't flinch at my outburst. Of course he didn't. He was probably expecting that. Instead, he sat there watching me. You looked exhausted, he replied calmly, his tone almost dismissive, as though it wasn't that serious. I decided to let you sleep. Heat rushed to my face, and not just from embarrassment. My heart was pounding too hard, and I couldn't tell if it was because I had just been caught sleeping in Alexander's office, or because of the way he looked at me while saying it, like he knew more about me than I was comfortable with. I hoped I didn't talk in my sleep, or something worse. I sat up straighter in the chair, running a hand quickly through my hair. Goddess, it was a mess. My sweater was wrinkled, my pajama shorts were riding up awkwardly, and my face probably screamed I just drooled through half the night. Wonderful. Just the image of grace and poise. The worst part, he didn't look away. Thank you, I mumbled, trying to sound composed even though the awkwardness practically strangled me. For letting me sleep. Alexander rose from his seat at last, and the movement drew my eyes whether I wanted them to follow or not. He was still in yesterday's outfit, dark trousers and a fitted black shirt, sleeves rolled halfway up his forearms. He hadn't even changed into sleeping clothes. Which meant, you slept here too? The words slipped out before I could stop them. He didn't confirm or deny it. Instead, he gave one of those half shrugs that revealed nothing, his gaze momentarily flicking to the window. There was work that needed to be done. I swallowed, pressing my lips together to stop myself from asking more stupid questions. Still, something tugged at me. Some part of me wondered if he had stayed there because of me and not work. But that was ridiculous. I stood quickly, needing to escape before the silence wrapped itself around me and suffocated me. My legs felt stiff, my hair a disaster, and my entire being screamed that I needed to vanish before anyone else noticed me leaving his office at this hour. Right. Well, thanks again, I muttered awkwardly, avoiding his eyes as I brushed past him toward the door. Why does it feel so embarrassing? I know why. He was my mate, but not the kind I was supposed to be that comfortable with. We're not supposed to be sleeping in the same room, for goodness sake. The second I stepped into the hallway, I collided with someone. Luna Fey, Cole greeted, his voice polite, with the faintest trace of warmth. I froze, my entire body stiffening. My heart leapt into my throat. Did he know? Did he think I'd spent the night in there with Alexander? Oh gods. Good morning, Cole, I managed quickly, plastering on the thinnest smile I could muster. He gave a slight bow of his head in acknowledgement, but his eyes lingered on me a second too long, as if studying the way my hair stuck out in every possible direction, and the fact that I was very much not dressed like someone who should be wandering the Alpha's corridors. Another wave of embarrassment surged in me again, and I nodded quickly. Thank you, Cole. And then I bolted. I didn't care if it looked unseemly. I didn't care if I appeared rude. My bare legs were cold from the draft in the hallway. My sweater hung loose around my shoulders, and my entire being screamed for the safety of my room. Anyone who saw me walking out of Alexander's office at this hour, in this state, would only come to one conclusion. And I wasn't ready to face the whispers, the sideways glances, the knowing smirks, assuming we got carried away in there and spent the night together. Not when nothing happened. Not when I had simply fallen asleep by accident. But deep down, as my footsteps echoed down the corridor, I couldn't stop replaying the moment I had first opened my eyes and seen Alexander watching me. The calmness in his gaze, the way he'd chosen not to wake me, the fact that he had stayed there through the night too. As I made the turn to my chamber, I nearly stopped short. Maya was walking toward the staircase. She stopped immediately she saw me. The way her eyes flicked in my direction made me pause. She was obviously coming from my door. For a second, our eyes met, and I caught something in her expression, awkwardness. It wasn't the usual warm, respectful smile she gave me whenever we crossed paths. No, this was different. She looked uneasy. I frowned. Why would she look at me like that? The first thought that came to mind was the mess of my own appearance. My hair was far from tidy, my clothes wrinkled, Maybe she thought it unbecoming of a Luna to look so disheveled this early in the morning. But that explanation didn't settle right in my chest. Also, the way she lingered on me as though she knew something. And then it struck me, maybe she knew I slept in Alexander's office, but that didn't make much sense either. She couldn't possibly know I had slept there instead of my room, not unless she had seen me coming out the way Cole had. A flicker of irritation ran through me, but I smoothed it over quickly as I reached where she stood. "Luna," Maya greeted, lowering her head respectfully. I answered her greeting with a brief nod. Then I asked, "What do you want, Maya?" Her hands fidgeted slightly before she folded them in front of her. "I only came to ask what you would like for breakfast, Luna." So that was all? I narrowed my eyes just a little, then waved a hand dismissively. "Coffee," I said carelessly, not bothering to think of anything else. Her brows pulled together for the faintest second before she asked, "Are you sure that is all, Luna?" "Yes," I replied sharply. Then I added, "Coffee will do. Bring it to my room, please." She gave a small bow. "As you wish, Luna." Bella pulled into the gas station. She sighed, rolling her shoulders back as she stepped out of her vehicle. The new leather still smelled fresh every time she opened the door, and she couldn't help but admire the frame of her car even now. It wasn't just a car, it was a statement. Alexander had gotten it for her only a few days ago for her birthday, and though she had pressed the matter herself, she still relished the envious looks she caught from pack members who whispered behind her back. She set the nozzle into the tank and watched the numbers climb on the pump when a voice called from behind her. "Bella." She turned, one hand still braced on the car, and her eyes landed on Elder Gerald. He was striding toward her from the opposite pump, his expression neutral but sharp in the way all elders seem to be when they looked at you, as though their gaze alone could weigh your worth. Bella's lips parted into a polite smile. "Elder Gerald," she greeted, inclining her head respectfully. They exchanged the usual pleasantries, nothing too formal given their location, but neither of them forgot the unspoken lines of respect owed to his title. Gerald's gaze drifted almost immediately to her car, a slow smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. He gestured slightly toward it with his chin. "This is the new car Alexander got you for your birthday, isn't it?" Bella wasn't surprised. She had expected gossip to travel fast through the pack. Word always did. Nothing stayed hidden for long in their world. Not gifts, not scandals, not betrayals. She had grown used to it. She straightened her spine, pride swelling in her chest. "Yes," she said brightly, unable to resist the satisfaction that bubbled up in her tone. Of course she hadn't told anyone how she had gotten the gift. She hadn't explained that Alexander had hesitated when she first mentioned it, that faint crease appearing between his brows, as though he had already been mentally calculating the pack's expenses and responsibilities. He might have said no, might have dismissed it as frivolous. But when she had reminded him that his father, the late Alpha, had promised her a car before his passing, the refusal had melted away. Alexander had too much duty etched into his bones. He carried both the weight of the pack and the family on his shoulders, and that made him predictable in some ways. He wouldn't want to fail either role. And she knew how to play on that. If she couldn't get something from him as a lover, she could definitely get it as his late father's adopted daughter. But those were her secrets. To everyone else, she simply smiled, paraded the gift, and allowed them to drown in envy. Gerald nodded slowly, eyes narrowing as though he could see further into her thoughts than she wanted. "Alexander is a man who will do anything to protect and provide for his own," he said. "He is the Alpha, after all." Bella inclined her head in agreement, though something about his tone made her pulse quicken with caution. She could already tell Gerald wasn't here to merely comment on her car. The elder never wasted words without purpose. And right on cue, he added, "Unfortunately, he might end up ruining himself and his reign by the mistake he made, by trying to impose someone unqualified as Luna upon this pack." Bella's heart gave a small, sharp lurch. Her eyes darted around quickly, scanning the other people at their pumps. No wolves here, only mundane humans going about their morning routines, their ears deaf to the weight of his words. "Still," she hissed softly, "do you realize what you just said? That could get both of us in trouble." Gerald laughed, low and dismissive, his hand waving as though brushing aside her concern. I know, but look around you, Bella. We aren't on packed territory. These are bloody humans. Do you think they would understand, let alone care, what I'm talking about? His confidence was steady, unbothered. Bella frowned, pressing her lips together. She didn't like this. She had always known Gerald to be cunning, a man with a keen understanding of tradition and politics. He wouldn't have chosen this moment, this location, by accident. She drew in a careful breath, keeping her smile in place. Well, it was nice to see you out here, Elder, she said, as though preparing to leave. She reached for the nozzle, intending to slide it back into its holder. But Gerald's voice stopped her cold. Why are you leaving when I'm not finished speaking? This is a matter that concerns the interests of the pack. Do you not care? Bella turned back slowly, her eyes narrowing. She studied him carefully, searching for a trap in his words. Elder, she began cautiously, I understand where you're coming from, but I cannot involve myself in such matters. You and I both know. Only two of us cannot change anything. She forced a light shrug, a careless mask over the tension tightening her spine. And truthfully, I don't really mind. Her words were deliberately vague, a middle ground. She had no intention of saying anything that could later be twisted against her. Gerald was an elder. He knew the traditions, the consequences of betrayal. If this conversation was some test, some way to measure her loyalty to Faye or to Alexander, then one wrong word could cost her dearly. Her life, perhaps, or at the very least, her freedom. And though she hated Faye, loathed the woman for taking the title and place Bella had always believed should be hers, Bella was not foolish enough to hand someone the rope to hang her. Gerald's eyes gleamed. He had noticed her hesitation, her careful avoidance. He leaned a little closer, his voice lowering. Perhaps you are not bothered now, he said smoothly, because Alexander still pays attention to you. He still meets your needs. You still receive gifts. His eyes flicked deliberately to the car. But have you thought about what will happen if Faye bears him a child? Bella froze. The words hit her hard. A child. The image struck unbidden in her mind. Faye with her swollen belly, Alexander's protective hand resting against her, the pack celebrating the birth of the heir, the next Alpha. The Luna's place cemented forever, undeniable, unshakable. Her throat tightened, heat crawling up her neck despite the cool morning air. Because Gerald was right. If that ever happened, Bella's little favors, her gifts, her fleeting moments of Alexander's attention would vanish into nothing. She tried to mask her reaction, but Gerald's gaze was too sharp. He had seen the hint in her eyes, the brief shift in her expression. Bella inhaled, slow and controlled, and forced herself to meet his gaze. That is a dangerous thing to say, Elder, she said quietly. Even for you. You shouldn't say things like that, Bella remarked, her voice steady but her chest tight. People might think you're against the Luna giving Alexander an heir. And besides, what makes you think it would bother me anyway? Alexander is like a brother to me. His child would be my niece or nephew, no matter who their mother was. Her words came out a little too quickly, too rehearsed, as though she had been waiting for someone to raise the subject and was desperate to have an answer ready. Gerald, of course, caught that immediately. His smirk only deepened, his eyes gleaming with a knowing glint that unsettled her. He took a step forward, lowering his voice just enough to make her feel cornered. Is that all he really is to you, Bella? The question froze her in place. It wasn't phrased as an accusation, nor did he emphasize it like he was certain. But there was something in his tone, a deliberate fishing, an almost playful testing, that made her blood run cold. Gerald wasn't asking to be enlightened. He already knew. Bella's lips parted, but no words came out. She couldn't bring herself to admit it, but denial felt pointless too. Gerald had seen something, sensed something. Somehow, he knew the relationship she shared with Alexander was not as innocent as that of siblings, no matter how hard she tried to pretend. Gerald didn't press further, which in a way made it worse. His smirk was its own kind of verdict. At last, she lifted her chin, forcing herself to sound practical. It doesn't even matter. You're imagining a possibility that's not likely to happen. Alexander and Faye barely have anything to do with each other apart from what's required. Duties, appearances, nothing more. They live separate lives, separate rooms, separate worlds. She spoke faster now, trying to paint the picture more vividly for herself than for him. They spend their days apart unless they absolutely need to discuss pack matters. At meals, they hardly even glance at each other. They don't share space. They don't share words. Unless a child is going to fall straight from the moon into their hands, Gerald, it's practically impossible for her to give him an heir. Gerald chuckled at that, the sound low and amused, but it was filled with a condescension that made Bella uncomfortable. "You're far more naive than I thought." Her brows knitted together. "Naive? Did you really think things are always as plain as they look?" Gerald asked, tilting his head like a teacher correcting a foolish pupil. "Do you think the world moves only on what's visible at the surface?" Bella clenched her jaw, but she said nothing. She wanted to believe her own reasoning, but Gerald's calm certainty had begun to unravel her composure. Then, as though he had merely been waiting for the perfect moment to twist the knife, he added casually, "I take it you don't even know that Faye didn't sleep in her own room last night." The words struck her like a slap. Bella blinked, her throat tightening. "What are you talking about?" Gerald didn't rush. He spoke slowly, as though he enjoyed stretching out her suspense. When he finally leaned close enough for her to see the faint amusement dancing in his eyes, he whispered, "Faye spent the night with Alexander, alone, in his office." Bella felt her breath catch. Her stomach twisted in revolt at the image that immediately assaulted her mind. Gerald straightened and let the silence hang just long enough to see her reaction. "Or do you need me to tell you what might have happened all night?" His tone was mocking now, each word dripping with deliberate cruelty. "Or maybe you truly believe they could resist each other, simply because you've convinced yourself they're only mates by duty?" Bella's fingers curled into fists. She wanted to shout at him, to tell him he was lying, but her voice betrayed her. The picture he had planted in her head was too vivid, too plausible, and it made denial impossible. "Faye," Gerald went on smoothly, "is a very attractive woman. And Alexander? He's definitely every woman's dream, isn't he? Do you really think the two of them locked away in his office all night did nothing? That their duty, their titles, their little arrangement kept them apart?" Bella shut her eyes tightly, trying to push away the images, but they only grew sharper. Her chest heaved, her breathing shallow. She hated herself for imagining it, hated Gerald for saying it, and hated Alexander for making it possible. She opened her mouth to argue, to demand proof, but before she could speak, Gerald had already turned away. His boots tapped lightly against the floor as he walked. He didn't look back at her, didn't need to. His words had already done their work. She entered her car, but couldn't drive. She sat frozen, staring at nothing, her thoughts spiraling uncontrollably. Gerald had left her with no evidence, no certainty, but it didn't matter. He had planted the seed, and it was already taking root. What if he was right? She pressed a hand to her chest, as though she could stop her heart from pounding so painfully. Alexander had always been untouchable in her mind, someone she thought she understood completely. She had believed the coldness between him and Faye was permanent, impenetrable. But what if that had changed? What if, beneath the surface, something had been quietly growing between them? She couldn't stand the thought. The idea of Alexander with Faye, of him looking at her, touching her, choosing her, burned like acid in her veins. She bit her lip hard, so hard it hurt, trying to force the ache down. Her thoughts tangled, circling back to Gerald. Why had he told her this? Why with that smile, that mocking ease? Did he want to hurt her, or did he have some larger purpose in twisting the knife now? Whatever his reasons, it worked. Bella could no longer sit still. Maybe Gerald had exaggerated. Maybe he had lied outright. But the problem was that Bella couldn't be sure, and not knowing was the cruelest part of all. "Calm down, Bella," she said to herself. "Alexander, I was just returning from a meeting in town, then Cole followed me into my office. His face told me everything before his mouth. Something was wrong. We have a problem," he said without preamble, his voice carrying the weight of urgency. I ran a hand through my hair. "What kind of problem?" "Rumors," Cole replied, jaw tight. "Someone's spreading news about the border incident. Almost half the pack already knows the details. They know about the missing guards. They even know that one of them was caught and is in custody." My chest tightened. I froze, staring at him as though he'd just spoken in another language. That information wasn't supposed to leave the room, not yet, not until I had solid answers. I had kept the matter close because the pack couldn't afford panic, not when the threat was still shadowed, undefined. How the hell would they know all that? I asked, more to myself than to Cole. My mind raced. As far as I'm aware, only 3 people knew apart from the police. You, Faye, and me. Cole's expression hardened. He didn't say anything. He knew he didn't need to defend himself, not with me. If there was one person whose loyalty I never questioned, it was him. Cole understood the gravity of this situation better than anyone. He knew the consequences if this truth broke uncontrolled into the pack. Chaos, mistrust, fear. Cole wouldn't do that to me. He wouldn't betray the trust we'd built from childhood. I exhaled slowly, rubbing my temple. That left Faye. But Faye, she wasn't reckless. She already knew how delicate this was, how even a whisper could spiral out of control. She wasn't close to anyone in the pack either, hardly the type to trade secrets for the thrill of chatter. Could she have let something slip unintentionally? Maybe in a casual moment? Or maybe she confided in someone she thought she could trust, not realizing how quickly words take on wings. The thought unsettled me. I trusted her, but still, if not her, then who? Cole, I said, lowering myself into the chair behind my desk. The only person who knew, apart from you, was Faye. And that's because she's part of this, whether she wants to be or not, and I made sure she understood the weight. I'm aware, he said simply. His calmness told me he had already come to the same conclusion but didn't want to voice it. He respected my connection to Faye, respected my need to believe in her discretion. Still, he pressed forward. The elders are asking questions now, he said. They're restless. They're demanding answers, and soon. You can't avoid them forever, Alexander. I leaned back, staring up at the ceiling. He was right, of course. The longer I stayed silent, the more the story would mutate. Rumors had a way of twisting themselves into nightmares that were far worse than the truth, and once that happened, I would lose control of the narrative, and maybe even my authority. But what could I possibly tell them? That there was a threat I didn't fully understand, that a guard from our own pack had been compromised, maybe even turned, that I had no idea who was behind it, that the borders, our pride, our line of security had been breached under my leadership? No. That would cause panic, and panic was deadly. Fear could break a pack faster than any enemy. I closed my eyes, forcing my mind to steady. I had faced wars, betrayals, blood on my hands that could never be washed away. But this felt tighter, like a noose closing slowly around my throat. Cole broke the silence. You have to speak to them, Alexander. If you don't, the story will keep growing on its own. By tomorrow, they'll be saying the entire border was destroyed, or that you've lost control of the everything. You know how people are. Silence will only make it worse. I opened my eyes and fixed him with a sharp look. And what exactly am I supposed to say, Cole? Do you have the answer? His jaw worked, but he didn't look away. No, but I know one thing. You can't show them hesitation. If you stand in front of those elders uncertain, if they so much as sense doubt, they'll eat it up. They'll question your judgment, and when they start questioning, the whole pack follows. He was right again, and I hated him for it in that moment. I rose to my feet, pacing across the room. I can't lie to them, Cole. If I give them a false lead, if I say something I can't prove, it'll backfire the second the truth comes out. You don't need to lie, he countered quickly. You just need to control the truth. I stopped pacing and looked at him. His eyes were steady. Control the truth, I repeated softly. Yes, he said. Give them enough to steady their nerves, enough to make them feel you're in control, even if the full picture isn't clear yet. That's all they need, not every detail. Just your authority, your assurance. I turned the phrase over in my mind. Control the truth. It was shaping the narrative, cutting it down to a manageable size before it grew monstrous. Cole must have read the tension in my silence because he stepped closer. Alexander, he said quietly, almost gently, you've carried this pack through worse, even before you became Alpha. Do you remember when the rogues raided the southern farms? Everyone thought we'd lose half our territory, but you stood before them like you had the solution in your pocket, even though we had nothing. And because of that, they followed you into battle. Right now, They don't need to know you're scrambling behind the scenes. They only need to see their alpha steady and strong. He was right. Half of leading was keeping the pack from seeing the cracks. The truth was, I didn't have answers right now, but I could damn well act like I did. I sank back into my chair. The elders want answers, I murmured. Then I'll give them enough to buy some time. Call for a meeting. Cole nodded once. Yes, Alpha. He walked out of the office. If the leak hadn't come from Cole and it hadn't come from me, then that left only Faye. And if Faye truly hadn't spoken to anyone, then that meant something worse. Someone else knew. Someone outside the circle. But how come? Alexander. The meeting had been going on for almost an hour already. The situation is under control, I continued, keeping my voice steady. All my resources are focused on discovering how the border was breached, who was responsible, and locating the guards who are still unaccounted for. I didn't miss the subtle exchange of glances between them. They wanted reassurance, but at the same time they seemed almost eager to find fault. They thrived on cracks in my leadership. It gave them leverage. Then Elder Marcus, one of the ones who had always had a habit of drawing out arguments just to irritate me, leaned forward with his thin fingers folded across the table. His voice was slow, each word dripping with condescension. Alpha, he said, is it true that the police have already extracted a confession from the one you hold in custody? A confession which states the entire matter was staged? And yet here you sit, speaking as though you are still unsure who orchestrated this. Should you not be asking who instructed those guards to betray their duty and why, instead of acting ignorant of what is already clear? For a moment, I simply stared at him. My jaw tightened, though I made no visible reaction beyond a slow blink. How did he know about the confession? That was supposed to be classified, restricted. The police hadn't released a statement to the pack. So how the hell did Marcus know? The murmurs of the others rose around the table like a tide. Some nodded in agreement. Others watched me with guarded eyes, waiting to see how I would answer. What irritated me most wasn't only that Marcus had revealed something I hadn't shared yet. It was his smug tone, as if he were correcting me, teaching me how to speak, how to lead, when he was probably the most clueless person in the Council of Elders. I leaned forward, meeting his gaze directly. Elder Marcus, I said, my voice calm. I choose my words carefully for a reason. Do not mistake precision for ignorance. And yes, there was a confession, but confessions alone do not solve puzzles, especially when they may have been coerced, distorted, or given under fear. My responsibility is not to parrot every word whispered by a man in chains, but to find the truth beneath it. Before I could continue, Gerald cut me off. His tone was sharper, more accusing. If you're not hiding anything, he interjected, his voice booming across the table, then why have you kept us in the dark all this time? Why do you wait until pieces of the truth reach our ears through channels outside of this council? Are we to be treated like children, Alpha? Must we beg for the scraps of what you already know? I felt the muscle in my jaw twitch. I had expected this, but it still infuriated me. Gerald was not a fool, far from it. He had always been shrewd, always pressing his advantage whenever he sensed weakness. And right now, to him, my silence was weakness. I sat back, deliberately slow, folding my hands before me. Because I did not have enough answers, I said evenly. And I do not bring half-truths into this chamber, not on matters as sensitive as this. What would you have had me do? Come to you with fragments, with guesses? Tell you something uncertain and watch it spread through the pack like wildfire, sparking panic and disorder? No, Gerald, I will not feed you smoke when I do not yet hold the fire. The elders muttered again. I could sense the divide forming. Some seemed convinced by my words, others less so. I pressed on. Understand me clearly. I will not gamble with the stability of this pack. Until I have clarity, I will not open my mouth to announce shadows as though they are fact. That is not leadership. That is carelessness. Gerald's lips pressed into a thin line. And yet secrecy breeds distrust, he countered. What are we to believe when you keep even confessions from us? Do you not trust us to bear the weight of the truth? Or do you believe we are too fragile, too feeble-minded? His words were carefully chosen, designed to stir resentment in the others. I felt it ripple across the room. I forced myself to breathe, to remain composed. Trust is not given lightly, I said, narrowing my eyes. It is earned. If I withhold, it is not out of disdain, but out of necessity. My task is to carry the burden of uncertainty until I can shape it into certainty. That is the mantle of Alpha. And if any of you think you can bear it better than I can, then speak now. The silence that followed was heavy. A few of them shifted in their seats, but none spoke. They knew as well as I did that none of them could do what I did. They lacked the authority, the reach, the strength. Most importantly, an open challenge to an Alpha would require a physical combat to claim the position. No wolf of Blood Crescent origin could contend with me, even when I was just a young warrior. Marcus finally spoke again, his tone softer now. No one doubts your strength, Alpha, but strength does not absolve one from accountability. The people grow restless, they whisper, they sense that something is being hidden, and whispers turn to fear. You may think silence protects them, but silence breeds rumor, and rumor is often far more dangerous than truth. I exhaled slowly through my nose. He wasn't wrong, and that irritated me further. Well, at least for the first time he had said something reasonable. I let my gaze travel around the table, making eye contact with each elder. You are right about one thing, I said at last. Whispers are dangerous, but do not forget, whispers begin here too. Ask yourselves how information meant for my counsel alone managed to reach your ears, Elder Marcus. That is the true danger, not my silence, but betrayal and gossip. The room stiffened. Some of the elders frowned, others looked away. Marcus shifted slightly in his seat, his expression changed. He would never admit how he had learned of the confession. But I knew now, someone close to me, or someone within the network, was leaking. And that, more than anything, set my blood simmering. Mark my words, I continued, my voice low as well. I will uncover not only who breached the border, but who among us allows our secrets to bleed out like spilled wine. Until then, you will have patience, or you will have chaos. And I assure you, chaos serves no one but our enemies. The weight of my words settled over them. They might not like it, but they could not deny the truth of it. I straightened in my seat. The matter is not up for debate. You came seeking reassurance, and I have given it. I am hunting answers, not shadows, not rumors. When I have them, you will know. Until then, trust that I am not idle. The safety of this pack has been, and will always be, my priority. For a moment, no one spoke. The silence stretched with doubts and grudging respect. Then slowly the elders began to nod, one after the other. The meeting had not ended in harmony, but it had ended with my authority intact. Still, as I dismissed them, my mind did not rest. Their suspicion gnawed at me, Marcus's words echoing in my ears, and beneath it all, two questions stood out. Who was spreading the news, and how much information did they have? Maya confronted her father the moment she stepped into his study. The door closed behind her. Gerald was seated behind his desk, a half-filled glass of wine at his side, going through a set of papers. "Was it you?" she asked sharply, arms folded against her chest. Gerald didn't bother to look up. "Was what, me?" His tone was smooth, almost bored, as if he already knew where this conversation was headed. Of course he did. "You know exactly what I'm talking about," Maya snapped. "The rumors, everyone in the pack is suddenly whispering the same things I confided in you. The incident at the northern border, the missing guards, things I only shared with you, and now it's all over the place." Finally, Gerald raised his head. His eyes met hers directly, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "And if it was me, Maya?" Her heart lurched. She hadn't expected him to admit it so easily. So you were the one?" "I never denied it," he said calmly, taking a sip of the wine in his glass. "Why should I? It was necessary. Why else did I ask for information if I wasn't going to make use of it?" "Necessary?" Maya's voice rose, trembling between anger and disbelief. "Do you have any idea what you've done? Alexander will be furious. He's already trying to find out who's spreading this, and if he finds out it was you." Gerald cut her off with a dismissive wave of his hand. "You're worried about Alexander again. The people need to be in on what is going on. They need to feel the weight of this so-called security threat. Otherwise, when the time comes, they won't understand why change is necessary." "Change?" she repeated, narrowing her eyes. "What are you even talking about? What does leaking this kind of information have to do with anything?" Gerald leaned back in his chair, studying her. It's part of the process, the bigger plan, the one that involves getting Faye out of the way, he said. She's the major target here, remember, but don't expect me to lay it all out for you. Not yet. Maya's frustration boiled over. You can't just say things like that and then keep me in the dark. If you've been using my words, my discoveries, to fuel your schemes, I deserve to know what exactly you use them for. Gerald's gaze hardened. You deserve nothing you're not ready for. You are too weak, Maya, too soft. If I told you everything now, you would only run off to Alexander, spilling it all the moment your conscience pricked you. That is why I give you only what you can handle. Her chest tightened with both shame and anger. Weak? You think I'm weak because I don't want to betray my Alpha and Luna? Because I actually care about the pack? Because you don't see the bigger picture, Gerald snapped, his patience thinning. Do you think I enjoy watching you stumble around in confusion? Do you think I don't know the risk of letting whispers spread? Every move I make is calculated, Maya, calculated for an outcome you can't yet grasp. But if Alexander catches you, he won't. You don't know that, Maya shot back. He's already investigating, he's furious and he's smart. He'll connect the dots sooner or later. Then what? What happens to you? To me? Do you want us both exiled or worse? Gerald stood abruptly, the chair scraping against the floor. His imposing figure towered over her. His voice was sharp. You think I haven't considered consequences? Do you think I would endanger myself or you without a safety net? Then explain it to me, Maya pleaded. Tell me what the plan is, so I don't have to keep guessing, so I don't have to live in fear of being caught for something I didn't even do. I know you said you wanted Faye out, but how exactly is that linked to you spreading fear throughout the pack? But Gerald only shook his head slowly. You're not ready, not yet. Maya clenched her fists. You keep saying that. Not ready, not strong enough, too weak. Maybe the truth is you don't trust me at all. Trust? Gerald gave a dry laugh. Trust has nothing to do with it. This is survival, Maya. If you knew everything now, you would ruin it before it even began. His words stung, but she refused to back down. So I'm just supposed to sit quietly while you manipulate the entire pack, while you put me at risk without my consent? You are my daughter, Gerald said, his tone softening slightly. And because of that, you are already part of this, whether you like it or not. You don't need consent for what runs in your blood. Maya shook her head, tears threatening to rise. That's not fair. You've turned me into your pawn. And when this blows up, you'll let me take the blame while you stay hidden. Gerald's jaw tightened. Do not mistake me for a coward, Maya. Everything I've done with intention. But you, if you keep clinging to your loyalty to Faye and Alexander like a frightened pup, you will only betray yourself. Maya stepped back, her chest heaving. Maybe I should tell him, she said suddenly, the thought spilling from her lips before she could stop it. The silence that followed was thick. Ward. Gerald's eyes narrowed, dangerous now. Say that again. She swallowed hard but held her ground. Maybe I should tell Alpha Alexander the truth, about everything, about how I've been spying on him and the Luna. Gerald moved so fast she barely saw it. In an instant, he was right in front of her, his hand gripping her chin, forcing her to look at him. His voice was a low growl. If you dare breathe a word of this to him, you will regret it. Do you understand me? Maya's breath hitched, fear flooding her veins. She tried to pull away, but his grip only tightened. You think Alexander can protect you from me? Gerald sneered. He can't. He won't. If you betray me, I'll end you myself. After a minute, Gerald released her suddenly, stepping back as though he'd regained his composure. You'll see. One step at a time, as I said, but for now, keep your mouth shut. Let the whispers do their work. Maya's hands trembled at her sides as she walked out of the study. Faye. The knock I gave Alexander's door was soft, almost hesitant, though I had no reason to be. He had summoned me, after all. Still, I lingered outside for a heartbeat longer than necessary, listening to the echo of my knuckles against the wood. I had gone to the salon this morning to tame my hair. Immediately I arrived at the pack house. I hadn't even caught my breath or looked in the mirror properly when his name lit up my screen. Come to my room, please, he had said, and then ended the call before I could reply. Now here I was wondering why he needed me so urgently. Come in, his voice rang from the other side. I pushed the door open, stepping into his room. He stood with his back to me, hands buried deep in his pockets, shoulders tense. I closed the door. "Is everything all right?" I asked. He didn't turn. "Not really. Did you tell anyone?" His voice came up. "Anything at all? About the situation with the northern border and the security threat?" I froze. For a moment I wasn't sure I had heard him right, my brows pulled together. "What? Did you?" he repeated, still facing the wall. "Tell anyone about it?" It stung more than I wanted to admit. Of all the questions he could have asked, that was the one. Distrust? Suspicion? My lips parted, but no sound came out for a second. I took a breath, steadying myself. "No, Alexander," I said finally, my voice firmer than I felt. "I haven't told anyone. Not a word." He was silent. I folded my arms, watching his broad shoulders remain perfectly still. "Do you honestly think I would? That I'd risk something like that?" I briefly wondered why he was asking. Maybe the news got out. I wouldn't know because I didn't mingle with the others. I only knew whatever I was told directly. He didn't respond to my question. My chest tightened, and I forced myself to swallow the bitterness rising in my throat. Of course he had to ask, who else was left? Only 3 of us knew the full details. Alexander, his beta and childhood friend Cole, and me, the mate who had barely stepped into this world. Why would he doubt Cole, who had stood by him his entire life, when he had me, the outsider, the newcomer, the untested piece of his carefully built empire? I didn't blame him for thinking it. I just hated that he had to voice it. Finally, he turned, slowly, deliberately, like a man weighing every motion. His eyes locked on mine, and I felt the weight of his gaze sweep across the space between us. He started to walk toward me, and with every step my pulse quickened. There was no anger in his eyes, no hardness, just intensity, that raw, quiet kind of scrutiny that stripped me bare. I held my ground. My body wanted to retreat, to step back, to shield myself from the storm of his presence. But I refused. If this was some kind of test, I wouldn't flinch. When he stopped in front of me, so close that I could feel the heat radiating from his body, he didn't speak. He just looked at me, long enough for the silence to thrum in my ears louder than my heartbeat. Then, without warning, his hand lifted. His fingers brushed against my hair, tucking it gently behind my ear, sweeping it away from my neck. His touch was feather-light, but it set fire to my skin. His thumb traced over the mark he had left there, the proof of our bond etched into me for life. The world seemed to stop. I couldn't breathe. My heart pounded so violently I was certain he could hear it. The gentleness of his touch clashed with everything else. He was looking at his own mark as if seeing it for the first time, as if marveling at the claim he had made. His thumb lingered there, circling slowly, and his eyes lifted to mine again. It was the kind of gaze that unraveled me, stripped away every wall I had built. Something in it was hungry, searching, but also conflicted. For a second I thought he might lean closer, close the distance, seal the space between us with something that would change everything. My knees went weak. But then, his jaw clenched. He forced his eyes shut, as if fighting himself, dragging in a deep breath through his nose. His hand stilled, then dropped away, leaving a rush of cold where his warmth had been. When his eyes opened again, the fire was gone. In its place was restraint, self-control. "I'm sorry," he said quietly, turning his back on me as quickly as he had closed himself off. "You can go." Just like that. I had no idea what exactly he was sorry for, but I stood frozen, heat still burning across my skin, my chest tight with everything unsaid. He didn't look at me again, didn't offer explanation, didn't allow me the chance to respond. His shoulders rose and fell with steady breaths, like a man containing something that threatened to break loose. And me? I stood there with my heart still racing, my hands trembling at my sides, fighting the emptiness his retreat left in me. For a moment, I considered pushing, asking why, demanding more than this half-measured, restrained withdrawal. But I didn't, because I knew Alexander. I could hear the faint rhythm of her steps as she left my room, the sound fading down the hall. I shut my eyes and drew in a slow breath, trying to steady myself. The truth was I had almost lost control in there. No, I did lose it, even if only for a moment. I must have frightened her without meaning to, and the thought made my chest tighten with guilt. Damn it. I had only called her in to ask one simple question, whether she had spoken to anyone about the threat we were facing. Deep down, I didn't believe she had. Faye wasn't careless like that. Still, I needed to hear her say it, to clear every doubt in my mind. But the second she stepped inside, everything shifted. Her scent, her voice, clouding my thoughts. Every shred of composure I had been holding on to frayed at the edges. Even Aiden stirred restlessly inside me, pacing, growling, ready to break through the thin walls of restraint I'd built. It wasn't just attraction, it was need, sharp and urgent, like a fire burning beneath my skin. Maybe it was the stress, maybe the weight of this whole thing, or maybe it was the sheer intensity of her presence, the way she drew me in without trying. Whatever the reason, in that moment, all I could think about was her. I wanted Faye, desperately. But wanting her and acting on it were two very different things, and I knew if I gave in, even for a second, I would only complicate everything. I couldn't afford that. This was supposed to be simple. Protection, security, survival. Nothing more. A moment of weakness could unravel everything I'd worked to keep in place. So I forced myself to stop, to breathe, to push the need back down into the depths where it belonged. Because no matter how much I craved her, I couldn't let that desire rule me. You're alpha now, Alexander, I reminded myself. Last time I let myself open the door, last time I trusted the pull, Diana walked right through and destroyed me. I could still remember the way she looked at me when I told her I needed her, the way her smile twisted when she knew she had me completely. Then she ripped my heart out without blinking. I almost lost myself, almost lost Aiden, and if I hadn't clawed my way out of that pit, I don't think I'd be standing here now. As alpha, I couldn't afford weakness, not the kind Diana exploited. Faye, she was different. She didn't even realize the effect she had on me. She wasn't trying to manipulate or test boundaries. She just existed, soft-spoken, observant, with a stubbornness that kept surprising me at every turn. But that was exactly why I had to be careful. If I let her in, even a little, I wouldn't know how to stop. Bella sat stiffly across from Gerald in the corner of the cafe, her arms folded loosely on the table. Her eyes were fixed on the older man in front of her, searching his expression. Gerald, however, looked perfectly at ease. He leaned back in his chair, hands folded across his chest, studying her with a faintly amused smile tugging at the edges of his mouth. I was surprised, he said finally, breaking the silence that had stretched a little too long between them. When I saw your call, and then when you asked me to meet you here, well, let's just say I didn't think you'd come around so soon. Bella inhaled sharply, annoyed at the way he spoke, as if he had known all along that she'd give in. Don't flatter yourself, she said coolly. I thought about everything you said the other day. That's all. And if what you claim is true, that it's for the good of the pack, then fine. I'll play whatever role you want me to play. His smile widened, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. I knew you'd see reason, Bella. You're not as cold as you pretend to be. You care. You always have. Bella's jaw tightened, and she had to fight the urge to roll her eyes at his patronizing tone. She wasn't doing this because Gerald had swayed her heart with some grand appeal to loyalty. She was doing it because she hated Faye. That was her truth, though she wasn't foolish enough to admit it aloud. Not here, not to him. Gerald leaned forward now, lowering his voice. Don't worry, you won't have to do much. All I need is Alexander's phone. For a moment, Bella just blinked at him, certain she hadn't heard right. His phone, she repeated. Yes. Gerald's expression didn't change. Bella's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you insane? What do you even want with Alexander's phone? I thought Faye was the one you were after. Gerald chuckled softly, shaking his head like a patient teacher explaining something to a slow student. And she is. But sometimes, Bella, one must take a longer route to reach the destination. I don't need the phone itself, just something on it. A sketch. Someone sent it to Alexander a few days ago. Bella stared at him, her pulse quickening. This was far more complicated than she'd expected. A sketch? Yes, Gerald said simply, his gaze fixed on her. Bella leaned back, crossing her arms tightly. Do you realize how impossible that sounds? Alexander is always with his phone. Always. He barely leaves it on a table long enough for someone to breathe near it. And what do you expect me to say to him, Alex, may I borrow your phone for a minute? Do you know what kind of questions he'll ask me? You're clever, Gerald said, unbothered. Figure it out. If you truly want to help save this pack from the mess it's heading into, then you'll find a way. Bella glared at him, her teeth gritted. And even if I manage to get it, by some miracle, how am I supposed to know what I'm looking for? Gerald's lips curved into a faint, calculating smile. You'll know it when you see it. It's a sketch of a wolf with 3 eyes. Bella blinked again, certain this was some sort of twisted joke. A wolf with 3 eyes? Yes. Her brows knitted tightly. That's ridiculous. What does that even mean? Gerald sighed, his tone turning serious now. I don't know. That's why I need to look at it myself. Bella was still staring, skepticism etched all over her face. This was beyond strange. She had walked into this meeting expecting Gerald to give her some scheme about cornering Faye in a compromising situation or stirring up rumors about her, something straightforward. Not this. Not talk of 3-eyed wolves and sketches. Her suspicion only grew. Narrowing her eyes, she asked flatly, "Tell me something, Gerald. This is still about Faye, isn't it? Because I don't see how a stupid drawing on Alexander's phone connects to her. If you're dragging me into something else, then—" "Of course it's about Faye," Gerald cut in smoothly, though irritation showed through his voice. Bella raised an eyebrow. "Then explain. Because I'm not stupid enough to get anything from Alexander's phone unless I know how it's going to be used. My target is Faye. That's all I care about, and I won't be used to hurt Alexander unknowingly." For the first time, Gerald looked almost taken aback. His brows shot up slightly. "Why would you think I'd plot anything that would harm the Alpha? Don't be absurd." "Then prove it," Bella pressed, leaning forward now. "Tell me what this is really about." Gerald hesitated, and Bella could see the conflict flickering in his eyes. He didn't want to tell her everything, but she had cornered him, and he knew it. Finally, he leaned closer, lowering his voice even more. "The picture I'm looking for, it's said to be the symbol on a ring worn by someone Alexander is hunting. The police are using it as a clue to track them down. Whoever this person is, they're a threat, to Alexander and to the pack." Bella froze, her eyes narrowing. "A threat?" "Yes," Gerald nodded firmly. "And after thinking about it carefully, I suspect this person may be the one who pulled the strings with those Blood Crescent guards, the ones who staged the attack at the northern border." Bella frowned. She had, of course, heard the whispers flying around about the border incident. Rumors had been spreading like wildfire, but she hadn't paid much attention. She didn't care much about guard politics, about Alexander's endless battles with unseen enemies. But hearing Gerald tie it together like this made her stomach knot. "And what does that have to do with Faye?" she asked slowly. Gerald's smile returned, sharper this time, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. "If I can get the image, I'll use it to set Faye up. I'll have someone forge a ring that matches it, and when the time is right, that's what will be found on her." Bella blinked, stunned into silence for a moment. The simplicity of the plan startled her, but so did its brilliance. If such a ring were found in Faye's possession, the implications would be damning. It wouldn't just make her look guilty, it would tie her directly to whoever Alexander and the police were hunting. She'll be known as a traitor. Still, unease coiled in Bella's chest. This wasn't like planting rumors or whispering suspicions in the right ears. This was something bigger, more dangerous. And if it went wrong— She studied Gerald carefully, her voice wary. "You're serious about this?" "As serious as I've ever been," Gerald replied without hesitation. Bella sat back in her chair, her fingers tapping lightly against the edge of the table as she considered his words. This was her chance, wasn't it? The one real chance to bring Faye down. She had sworn to herself that she wouldn't let that girl steal the position, the respect, the place that should have been hers. And yet, a part of her still hesitated. Finally, she let out a slow breath. "Fine, I'll see what I can do, but you'd better make sure this doesn't blow back on me. If Alexander finds out I stole something from his phone—" "He won't," Gerald interrupted, his smile returning. "Not if you're careful, and I trust you'll be careful." As Gerald stood to leave, sliding his chair back smoothly, he gave her a look of satisfaction. "I'm counting on you," he said, his voice dripping with confidence. "I just hope you know what you're doing," Bella said. "Faye." Out of boredom, I had decided to stroll into the courtyard on the other side of the pack house. When the kids saw me, They ran towards me as usual, asking me to show them tricks. They were the only ones around here I could actually be myself with, so hanging out with them was easy. I knelt in the grass, surrounded by little ones, their laughter high-pitched and contagious. A pair of twins were trying and failing to copy the way I'd shown them to crouch low and stalk as if they were wolves hunting. Their legs tangled, and they tumbled into each other, rolling in giggles. "Not like that!" I laughed, clapping my hands. "You've got to keep your balance, light on your feet. Watch." I crouched low, shoulders hunched, my fingers curling as if claws. My gaze locked on them, dramatic and fierce. They squealed as I prowled forward slowly, making a mock growl deep in my throat. The smallest of them covered his face, peeking between his fingers, while the others dissolved into laughter. "Okay, now you try," I told them, sitting back on my heels. Of course, they didn't even get halfway before bursting into fits again. It was chaos, silly and light-hearted, and I felt myself smiling in a way I rarely did these days. For a moment, I forgot about the tension that clung to me whenever Alexander was near. I forgot about the watchful eyes of the pack. I was just me. The sound of footsteps pulled my attention, and when I turned, I saw Alexander. The kids spotted him too, and immediately everything else ceased to exist for them. "Alpha Alexander," they chorused, abandoning me without hesitation to rush him. He laughed, an easy, genuine sound I'd never heard from him, and stooped down to scoop one of the little ones into his arms. "Well, look at you," he said, ruffling the boy's hair. "Have you been giving Luna a hard time?" They all spoke at once, eager to share. "No, Alpha. Luna was teaching us tricks, wolf tricks." I rose slowly, brushing grass from my dress, my eyes lingering on him as he stood among them. He looked different when he smiled, when he wasn't holding the weight of the world or the pack on his shoulders. He looked softer. I didn't interrupt, just watched them for a moment. It was oddly disarming. Eventually, the children's attention span ran out, and one of the older women called them away for supper. They scampered off, leaving only me and Alexander in the courtyard. I crossed my arms, tilting my head. "So what are you here for? To make sure I wasn't gossiping with the kids?" My tone was casual, playful even, but I made sure the message beneath was clear enough to hit. His smile faded. His eyes found mine. "No," he said simply. I raised an eyebrow, waiting. "I thought," he hesitated, which surprised me. Alexander never hesitated. "I thought I needed to apologize for yesterday," I smirked. "Oh, which part of yesterday exactly?" I asked, my voice light. "The part where you thought so low of me that you lumped me in with the pack's gossip, or the part where you stepped into my personal space first?" I paused, heat rising in my chest, then pressed on. "Then turned your back to me like you couldn't stand the sight of me." His jaw tightened, but his gaze remained on me. "Which one are you mad about right now?" I rolled my eyes. "Take your pick." Then, with a wave of my hand, I added flippantly, "Apology accepted, even though technically you haven't actually apologized." "Thank you," he said, curt as ever. The apology didn't sound genuine. The gratitude wasn't either. But that wasn't the point. The point was that he had come. He had thought about it, wrestled with it, and still walked up to me. For Alexander, that meant something. I exhaled softly, letting the silence stretch. "I should go back to the house," I said after a beat, brushing my palms together. He gave a small nod. "Alexander." I was halfway back into the house when I caught their voices. At first, it was nothing more than idle chatter drifting through the evening air. Two pack members, probably lingering too long after their duties. Normally, I wouldn't have given it a second thought, but then I heard it. "A wolf with 3 dark eyes," one said. I stopped dead in my tracks, my ears sharpened, every instinct straining. The other scoffed, "No, no, no, you've got it all wrong. It wasn't like that. Besides, nobody said whether the eyes were open or closed, so stop making things up." There was a sharp edge of irritation in his voice, like he had explained it before. My blood chilled. The first one cracked up laughing, a low, careless sound that grated on my nerves. "Doesn't matter, does it? The point is, there was a wolf, 3 eyes and—" A pause. "And a ring involved." A ring. They knew about the ring too? Impossible. I could feel my heart hammering against my ribs, not out of fear, but out of the raw anger clawing its way through me. I didn't move until their voices faded away with their footsteps. the two of them ambling down the trail like they hadn't just spoken words that could tear the entire pack apart if they spread too far. How the hell did they know? I replayed every moment in my mind, every slip, every careless second where I might have let something leak. And then, like a knife driving itself into my skull, I remembered. The gym. That morning in my private gym with Cole, I had been reckless, too absorbed in the weight of our conversation. We had spoken freely about things no one else should ever hear. And then Maya, sweet, soft-spoken Maya, had appeared at the door, informing me that breakfast was ready. I remembered the look on her face. I remembered how I had wondered just briefly how long she had been standing there. Long enough to hear? I had brushed the thought off then. Stupid of me. Careless. But now the pieces fit too perfectly. Could I have been right to suspect her? The air around me seemed to thin, my lungs dragging for breath. My wolf stirred restlessly beneath my skin, snarling its agreement. Whether it was Maya or not, someone was leaking information. And if it was her... I didn't waste another second. My legs carried me swiftly, almost in a blur, through the pack house doors. The door slammed behind me, the sound echoing down the hall as I walked toward the kitchen. My eyes scanned sharply across the counters, the staff bustling around. No Maya. Where is Maya? I asked calmly. I wasn't sure she had anything to do with this, so I wasn't about to treat her like the culprit. The head cook turned, wiping her hands on her apron. Maya just stepped out a few minutes ago, Alpha. I nodded and stepped out. I was about to walk away when I saw her coming in. She walked in through the side door, carrying a small basket of herbs from the garden. The moment her eyes landed on me, she froze. Just for a second. That hint of hesitation, the tightening of her grip on the basket handle. She recovered quickly, lowering her eyes in respect. Alpha, she greeted. I nodded. My eyes stayed locked on her, studying every shift in her expression, every twitch in her body language. Guilt? Fear? Or was it just the intimidation of standing face to face with me like this? She looked like she already knew I had sought her out specifically. I was looking for you, I said, my voice low, even. I didn't want to frighten her. Her head lifted slightly, just enough for her eyes to meet mine, and I caught it again. She was nervousness. She wet her lips, her voice trembling just enough to be noticeable. You were? Yes. She shifted her basket from one hand to the other, her knuckles paling from the grip, but she didn't ask why. She didn't dare. She only nodded once. Come with me, I said. For a moment she hesitated, just a fraction of a second, but I caught it. Then she nodded again, more quickly this time, lowering her gaze. She handed the basket to someone else and followed me. As we got to my office, I let the silence stretch. Maya, I said at last, my tone careful. I needed her to be honest, knowing I wouldn't hurt her even if she had messed up. Her head jerked up, her lips parting slightly at the sound of her name from me. I need to ask you something, I continued, my voice dropping lower. Her throat bobbed as she swallowed. Of course, Alpha. Alexander. She shifted nervously in front of my desk, her frame tense, her hands wringing the hem of her shirt as if the fabric could anchor her. Maya wasn't the sort I imagined at the heart of a conspiracy. She was timid, soft-spoken, with the kind of wide eyes that made her look constantly startled by the world around her. But that didn't matter. If she had overheard something and let it slip, whether by malice or accident, then she had become a problem, and I needed to call her to order. I didn't want to believe it, but I couldn't ignore it either. Maya, I said finally, breaking the silence. Before I ask the question, I want you to understand something very clearly. I did not call you here to frighten you. I did not call you here to punish you. What I want from you is the truth. Her head jerked up at that word, truth, as though she had been hoping I wouldn't demand it of her. Or maybe it was just what I chose to see. The things being whispered among the pack, I continued, watching her face carefully, about the staged attack at the border, about the three-eyed wolf. Tell me, Maya, do you have anything to do with this? Did you hear something you shouldn't have, and repeat it? Now is the time to come clean. For a moment she just stared at me, her lips parted, eyes glistening. I thought she might confess right then. I thought that the guilt had broken through her walls and she would spill everything in one breath. But instead her chin trembled and tears welled in her eyes. Alpha Alexander, she whispered, her voice catching. Then, in an instant, she crumpled to her knees, sobbing. The sight almost startled me. I had expected denial, or perhaps stubborn silence, but not this. She pressed her hands together as though in prayer, her entire body shaking. "Please," she begged, the words spilling between sobs. "Please, Alpha, don't hurt me. I swear I didn't do anything. I am innocent. I don't know who is saying these things, but it isn't me. I swear it on my life." Her cries echoed against the walls, raw, the kind of tears born not of calculation but desperation. I frowned, leaning forward, trying to study her more closely. This wasn't guilt, not the way I recognized it anyway. This was fear. I had been prepared for a traitor's mask to slip. Instead, what I saw was a terrified girl convinced she was about to be torn apart. "Nobody told me anything about you, Maya," I said slowly, trying to steady my tone. "I haven't accused you because of rumors someone whispered in my ear. I am speaking to you because I know the walls in this house carry sound. Because I know it is possible for words spoken in private to find their way into the wrong ears. And because the things that should be secret among my council are suddenly the talk of the corridors. Do you understand what that means to me?" She nodded frantically through her tears, but her denials only grew louder. "I didn't hear anything. I wouldn't dare listen in. Luna has been so kind to me, she treats me like her own. And you, Alpha, you've always rewarded me for my work, given me benefits no one else gets around here. Why would I throw that away? Why would I betray you? Please, someone must be lying about me because they envy me. They want me cast out. But it isn't me. I would never." Her words came in a rush, tumbling over each other in her desperation to be believed. And damn it all, I wanted to believe her. I sat back again, running a hand across my jaw. The instinct I had carried into this confrontation, the certainty that Maya was hiding something, began to soften. She looked too small, too fragile to be weaving plots against me, too timid to be anyone's spy. And what would she even gain? The notion seemed absurd. Yet still, the rumors had spread. Someone had been careless, or worse, deliberate. I let the mask slip from my face then, just enough for her to see the weight of the Alpha behind the man. My voice dropped. "If I find out, Maya, that you have lied to me," I let the words linger. "If I discover that you are behind this, or that you are hiding something from me now, then I promise you, you will regret it. Do you understand?" Her sobbing stilled just enough for her to choke out a trembling, "Yes, Alpha. I swear to you, I wouldn't dare." I searched her eyes one last time, searching for cracks, for signs that might betray her, but all I saw was fear, and perhaps, just perhaps, innocence. "Go," I said finally, leaning back once more, though the heaviness in my chest did not ease. I couldn't question her further. Her tears made me feel terrible. She scrambled to her feet, wiping at her tears with frantic hands, and fled the room as though afraid the floor might open beneath her feet if she lingered. The door closed behind her, and I was left alone with my thoughts. Not long after she left, I heard a knock on the door. "Come in." Faye walked in. Her eyes were tight, angry, and something else I couldn't quite place. Hurt, maybe. "What is it?" I asked, perhaps a little sharper than I should have. She shut the door behind her and crossed the room, her arms folded. "That's what I came to find out from you." I frowned. "What are you talking about?" Faye gave me a look that made me feel like I'd missed something obvious. "I just saw Maya walking toward the kitchen. She was crying." I sighed. "She wouldn't tell me why," Faye continued, stepping closer. "But when I asked where she was coming from, she said your office. What did you do to her?" For a second, I just stared at her, trying to gather my thoughts. I wasn't used to being questioned like that. I could have dismissed her, but for some reason, I couldn't. I sighed and rubbed my face again, exhausted. I didn't want to explain, I didn't owe explanations. But with Faye standing there looking at me like I was some cruel tyrant, I felt the need to justify my action. "I didn't do anything to her," I muttered, lowering my hand and meeting Faye's gaze. "I only called her here to ask a question." Faye blinked, like she hadn't heard me right. "A question?" "Yes." My voice dropped. "About the gossip flying around." Her brow furrowed, confusion flashing across her face before it melted into something close to disbelief. "You're saying you called Maya into this office just to interrogate her? You must have terrified her." I clenched my jaw. "It wasn't like that," I said. "Listen, Faye, things are different now. With everything going on, everyone's a suspect. You know that as well as I do. I have to consider every possibility. Faye sighed, shaking her head. First it was me. Now it's poor Maya. Who's next? Her words hit harder than I wanted them to. I tried to hold her gaze, but her disappointment was worse than anger. It stripped away the armor I wore around everyone else. I'm not accusing anyone, Faye, I said finally, forcing my voice to stay calm. I'm being cautious. That's my job. That's what keeps this pack alive. I understand that, but you made her cry, she said softly. She's probably terrified of disappointing anyone, and now the Alpha himself summons her only to grill her about things she probably doesn't even understand. Do you realize how that must feel to her? Her words sank into me. I hadn't thought of it that way. To me, it had been a simple, necessary conversation, just a few questions to see if she slipped. But to Maya, to a girl who had probably never been alone in a room with me before, of course it would have felt like that. Alexander, she continued, her tone calmer now. In a situation like this, everyone looks like a suspect. I even understand why you doubt me, but Maya, she's just a girl. She looks up to you more than you realize. Seeing her cry like that, it felt wrong. For a moment, I didn't say anything. I wondered what she was expecting me to do now. I'll talk to her, I said. Bella paced her room, her arms folded tightly across her chest. She had been trying to figure out how to get what Gerald was asking for, the picture. A picture she couldn't get without first getting access to Alexander's phone. Her mind was racing with ideas that all sounded brilliant until she said them out loud. I'll just ask him directly, she muttered, lifting her chin in confidence. She squared her shoulders and mimicked the scene. Alexander, can I borrow your phone for something? Then she paused, groaned, and threw herself onto the bed. Borrow it for what, Bella? To scroll through his private messages? Genius. Sitting up again, she tapped her fingers against her knee, eyes narrowing in thought. Okay, maybe I'll pretend my phone is dead. She picked up her own device from the table, held it like a prop, and said in a sweet voice, Oh no, Alexander, my battery died. Can I use yours just for a quick call? She froze mid-sentence, then slapped her forehead. And what call exactly? He'll want to know. Who am I supposed to be calling? She knew Alexander wouldn't part with his phone just because she needed to make a call with it, unless he was sure the call was urgent. Frustration bubbled and she got up again, pacing like a caged wolf. All right, new idea. I'll say I need to Google something. Yes, that sounds reasonable. She smiled briefly, then tried it out. Alexander, I need to check something real quick. Can I use your phone? A beat later, her shoulders sagged. And when he asks what I'm checking and why I can't use mine, what do I say? Her rehearsals piled up like a stack of failed scripts. With each excuse, she grew more exasperated, muttering under her breath, tugging at her hair, and dropping heavily on the bed again. Even if I get the stupid phone, how on earth do I search for the picture without him noticing? She stared at the ceiling, jaw tight, before burying her face in her hands. This is hopeless, she whispered. An idea struck so suddenly she sat upright on her bed, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Yes, that's it, she whispered to herself, fingers drumming against her thigh. If she could have someone send her a picture through Alexander's phone, it would be the perfect excuse. She'd tell him her phone had been crashing, that lately she couldn't find things in her gallery, and she urgently needed to see the picture. He'd hand it over without a second thought, at least she hoped. Her lips curved into a sly smile. Smart, Bella, very smart. If I can't get the phone directly, I'll make it come to me. She leaned back, but almost immediately her brows knit together. But what if he asks questions? What if he wants me to view it while he holds it out for me, instead of handing it over? No, that won't work unless... She bit her lip. I'll have to make it something harmless, something he won't even be suspicious about. She shook her head. This is harder than I thought. Another spark of inspiration lit up her face. Irene, she exclaimed under her breath. Of course, if it's from Irene, Alexander won't be suspicious or curious about it. He trusts his sister. And Irene isn't even here. She's at their mother's place. That would make it seem real. Perfect. If I call her and ask her to send me something through Alexander's phone, he won't suspect a thing. I'll just act desperate and annoyed about my phone crashing. She began to grin, nodding as though she were pitching the idea to herself. Yes, yes, this is it. I'll call Irene, tell her to forward a picture. Anything. I don't care what. Then I'll go to Alex and say, "Hey, did Irene send something to your phone for me? My stupid phone's acting up again." He'll hand it over. I'll scroll casually, like I'm just looking for what Irene sent. And then, her grin widened as she clasped her hands together. I'll have all the time I need to check through his gallery. Hopefully Gerald's picture isn't buried too far down. She spun toward the mirror, brushing her hair behind her ears, studying her own reflection with a look of triumph. Genius, Bella. Absolute genius. You might just outsmart the almighty Alexander yet. Bella dialed Irene's number quickly, her fingers tapping impatiently against the edge of the bed as the call connected. A soft relief washed through her when Irene picked up almost immediately. "Irene," Bella began smoothly, forcing her tone to sound casual, "I need a favor." She leaned back, rehearsing the little story she had already crafted in her head. "Do you remember that pair of shoes I saw on your phone the other day? The ones I said I was thinking of ordering?" There was a pause on the other end, then Irene's voice came with a spark of recognition. "Oh, yes, the black ones with the silver buckle. What about them?" Bella exhaled quietly, her mind racing ahead. Perfect. She remembers. This is going to work. "I just saw something similar at the store today," Bella explained with just enough urgency in her voice to sell the act. "But the details looked a bit different. I thought if I could compare it with the picture you have, I'd know for sure before making any mistake." Irene didn't hesitate. "All right, I'll send it to you now." No, don't send it to my phone." Bella cut her off quickly, perhaps too quickly. She caught herself and softened her tone with a small laugh. "Honestly, Irene, this phone of mine is becoming a nightmare. It crashes half the time, and trying to find pictures on it, a complete disaster. Sometimes it just freezes for minutes." She sighed, adding a touch of frustration that wasn't entirely feigned. "So please," Bella continued, steadying her voice, "just send it to Alexander's phone instead. I'll check it there. That way I won't waste time fighting with this stubborn device." On the other end, Irene chuckled, clearly not suspecting a thing. "You do know Alex is going to hate both of us for this, right? Disturbing his peace over a pair of shoes?" Bella laughed lightly, though inside her heart was beating faster. "I'll take the blame. He can glare at me all he wants, but at least I'll get to see the details properly." "Alexander, I was in the middle of a good sleep when my phone beeped. The sound was sharp in the silence of my room, dragging me out of sleep. For a second I thought I had dreamed it, but then it buzzed again and my eyes cracked open. I reached for it sluggishly, rubbing at the grit in my eyes with one hand while the other fumbled across the bedside table until it landed on the device. The screen lit up, blinding me for a moment. A notification, an image. From Irene. My eyebrows knit together immediately. Irene hardly ever sent me anything directly, especially not out of the blue this late at night. I sat up in bed, back against the headboard, squinting at the glowing screen. My thumb swiped the message open, and there it was, of all things, a picture of a pair of shoes. Shoes. I stared at it for a long second, thinking maybe I was still half dreaming. No, it was real. A black pair with silver detailing. I raised my brow in disbelief, lips parting slightly as though the image itself owed me an explanation. "What the hell?" I muttered under my breath. I checked the time, 10 p.m. The day had worn me out, and I had been savoring the rare, quiet moment of actual sleep, and here I was, staring at footwear. I dialed Irene's number. She picked on the second ring, cheerful as always. "Hello, Alex." I rubbed my face, dragging my palm down in frustration. "What was that you just sent me? Why did you send me a picture of shoes? What exactly am I supposed to do with it?" Her laugh was casual, like this wasn't a ridiculous thing to wake someone up for. "Oh, that wasn't meant for you, Alex. That was for Bella. She said she needed it." My confusion sharpened. Bella, she wanted a picture of shoes, so why in the world is it on my phone instead of hers? "Well," Irene replied casually, "she told me her phone's been acting up, crashing, freezing. You know how these things can be. She said it'd be easier if I just sent it to you, and she could check it from there." I closed my eyes and pinched the bridge of my nose, fighting to keep my patience. "So, because Bella can't manage her phone, I get woken up in the middle of the night for a shoe?" Irene tried to sound apologetic, but her voice still carried that teasing undertone. I didn't think you'd still be awake. I figured, worst case, she'd just get it from you in the morning. It's not such a big deal, is it? Before I could reply, there was a knock at my door. Then a voice followed, light and unmistakably feminine. Alexander? Are you in there? Of course. Bella. Irene heard it too. I could practically hear her smile through the phone. Oh, that must be her. Good luck, Alex. She laughed as I muttered a curse under my breath. I ended the call without another word, dragging my hand down my face in disbelief. I hesitated, tempted to ignore the knocking altogether, but Bella wasn't the type to give up easily. She knocked again and again. Grinding my teeth, I swung my legs off the bed and strode across the room, pulling the door open. And there she was, Bella, with that apologetic smile that didn't fool me for a second. Sorry to bother you, she began sweetly, tilting her head slightly. Irene said she sent a picture through your phone. I just need to see it for a moment, the details of the shoe. I stared at her, deadpan, my mind echoing with the absurdity of the situation. It was late, I had been sleeping, and she wanted to compare shoe details. In what world did that make sense? Every instinct told me to send her away, to ask her what kind of madness drove her to think this couldn't wait until morning. But instead, I just exhaled heavily, shaking my head. Fine, I muttered. I turned back into the room, picked up my phone from the bed, unlocked it, and opened the gallery. The image appeared, then I handed the phone to her, my patience hanging by a thread. She accepted happily. Thank you, Alexander. I didn't answer. I sat back down on the edge of the bed, elbows on my knees, watching as she took her sweet time. Bella stood there in the middle of my room, holding my phone as though she owned it. Her eyes flicked across the screen, her lips moving as she murmured to herself. Yes, I was right. The buckle is different. The stitching isn't the same either. I'll need to cancel the order before tomorrow. I pressed my lips together, fingers drumming against my leg. She was so wrapped up in her commentary that she didn't notice the way I was glaring at her. My sleep was gone, replaced by irritation that burned hotter the longer she lingered. Finally, I straightened. Bella. My voice was edged with warning. She froze, then turned toward me with a sheepish smile. Right. Sorry. I was just making sure. At last, she handed the phone back to me, but instead of simply leaving, she leaned a little closer, her voice dipping into a tone I knew too well. Thank you, Alexander. The way she said it was deliberate, soft, dripping with that forced sweetness. She tilted her face up, trying to brush her lips against mine in some mock display of gratitude. I moved my head slightly, just enough to avoid her. The message was clear. She pulled back, a hint of annoyance in her eyes, but she smoothed it over quickly with a bright smile that was obviously forced. Good night, then, she said lightly, turning on her heel. As Bella stepped into the corridor from Alexander's room, she let out the breath she had been holding. Her palms were still damp, and she could almost hear the wild beat of her heart echoing in her ears. For those few minutes inside, with Alexander's phone in her hand, she had danced on the edge of disaster, but she had pulled it off, brilliantly, flawlessly. Right there, while pretending to observe the details of the shoes, she had bought herself just enough time to search. Her fingers had worked quickly, skimming through the gallery until her eyes caught what Gerald wanted. She forwarded it to her own number in one smooth move and erased the trail before her nerves could betray her. It was all so clean. No stray notifications, no lingering history, no hint left behind. There was no way Alexander would ever figure it out. Her lips curled into a smile as she moved swiftly down the corridor, forcing herself not to break into a triumphant run. Inside, her thoughts were racing, wild and sharp like sparks snapping in a fire. That's it. That's done. Gerald will finally have what he needs. And Faye, oh sweet Faye, your little reign in this pack is crumbling before it even begins. Bella's chest swelled with satisfaction. She imagined the look on Faye's face when the ground was pulled out from under her, when the illusion of security shattered. The picture was more than an image. It was a weapon, and Bella had just placed it in the hands of the one man willing to use it against her. She hurried along the hall, biting her lip to hold back the laughter bubbling in her throat. Excitement fizzed through her veins like wine, and she had to grip the side of the banister just to steady herself. By the time she reached her room, she couldn't contain it any longer. She shut the door behind her, threw herself onto her bed, and buried her face in the pillows with a muffled laugh. "I'm just too smart," she whispered aloud, giddy with her own genius. The words tasted delicious on her tongue. She stretched out on the mattress, savoring the sweet glow of victory, then rolled over and grabbed her phone. There was only one more step left. She dialed Elder Gerald's number, her heart thrumming with anticipation. The line rang once, twice, and then his familiar voice came through. "Bella?" A slow smile spread across her face. She didn't waste time on greetings. "I have the picture," she said, her voice smooth as if she hadn't just risked everything for it. "I'm sending it to you now." "Good girl. I knew I could trust you," Gerald said. Bella rolled her eyes. "I've done my part. Now it's your turn. Don't let my effort go to waste." Faye. I had planned to go for a run this morning, but right now, getting out of bed felt like waging a war I hadn't signed up for. My body ached in ways I couldn't even describe, as though fire lived beneath my skin, licking through my veins and settling heavily in my bones. Every movement pulled at me, dragging me deeper into exhaustion. My head throbbed mercilessly, and even lifting it off the pillow felt like I was fighting against an unseen weight pressing me down. I forced myself to sit up, groaning quietly. I didn't feel any sign of fever before going to bed last night. I couldn't just lie in bed, though. Dragging myself toward the bathroom, I gripped the wall for support. My legs trembled as though they no longer trusted me, but I made it inside and ran a bath, sinking into the cool water with a heavy sigh. The moment the water embraced me, I felt some of the heat in my body ease. Relief swept over me, though only for a fleeting moment. My headache remained, pounding like a drum in the silence of the room. I closed my eyes and leaned back, letting the water lap against my skin. I told myself over and over again, "You'll be fine." By the time I finally got out and dressed, I felt marginally better. My movements were slow, like I was afraid one sudden shift would send me spiraling back into that pit of exhaustion. I was just pulling my top over my head when I heard knocks against the door. I didn't want anyone seeing me like this, so I had to compose myself quickly. Taking a steadying breath, I forced my voice out, though it sounded far weaker than I intended. "Who's there?" "It's me, Cole," he said. I managed to open the door, and he greeted me with that respectful tone he always used. "Luna," he said with a small bow of his head. "Cole," I said. I stepped aside and let him in, though every part of me screamed for rest. My body swayed slightly as I moved, but I prayed he wouldn't notice. I didn't want that kind of attention. "There's a council meeting this morning," he began. "Your presence will be needed to represent Alpha Alexander." His words sank into me slowly, as though my brain was on delay. I pressed my fingers against my temples, the pounding in my head intensifying. "What about Alexander?" I managed to ask, my voice quieter than I meant it to be. Cole's gaze flickered with concern before he answered. "He got a call, had to leave for urgent business in town. It was impromptu." Of course it was. With Alexander, things were always impromptu, always business that left me in the dark. He could have at least informed me. A bitter taste filled my mouth, but the headache was so sharp I couldn't even dwell on the sting of it. I didn't respond. I couldn't. The words he spoke were drowned out by the throbbing pain clawing at the sides of my head. It was as though someone had struck me from within. I rubbed at my temples, trying to will the ache away, but my hand trembled in the effort. Cole's expression shifted quickly. He wasn't a fool. He noticed. He stepped closer, lowering his voice with that mixture of respect and concern that made me feel oddly seen. "Luna, are you okay?" I wanted to tell him I was fine, that I could handle myself, that nothing was wrong. But before I could form the lie, he reached forward, his hand brushing against my forehead. The warmth of his touch barely lingered before he pulled back sharply, his brows knitting together in alarm. "You're burning up," he said, his tone urgent. I opened my mouth to reply, to tell him it wasn't as bad as he thought, but the words never came. My vision blurred suddenly, the room spinning around me as if the ground had shifted beneath my feet. A wave of dizziness crashed into me so violently I couldn't even steady myself. "Cole," I whispered, but the sound was lost even to my own ears. The next moment my knees gave way. My body crumpled, falling into darkness. but before I could hit the ground, I felt strong arms catch me, lifting my weight effortlessly. His voice sounded distant, frantic, like it came from the other side of a tunnel. "Luna, stay with me." I tried to respond, but everything was slipping, unraveling. My body betrayed me, pulling me deeper into unconsciousness. The last thing I felt was the steady rhythm of my own heartbeat. Alexander. I had just leaned back into my seat, rubbing my temples and trying to absorb the endless stream of financial projections being presented, when my phone buzzed against the conference table. I glanced down, ready to ignore it until after the meeting. The name on the screen, Cole. I pressed the side button, silencing it. He could wait, unless it was urgent, even at that. With Cole, any urgent matter could be handled well in my absence. But then the screen lit up again. This time, a message. "Faye is in the clinic." For a moment, my brain didn't process it. My eyes traced the words again, and it was as though the ground tilted beneath me. My hand tightened around the phone, and suddenly the figures, the voices, the entire boardroom became background noise. Faye, in the clinic. I felt my pulse quicken. What the hell happened? She'd been fine when I last saw her. The man at the head of the table was still droning on about some logistics arrangement, but his words slid right past me. I couldn't focus. My chest tightened with the need to move, to be anywhere but here. "I'll have to stop you here," I cut in. Heads turned, eyes wide. "We'll continue this discussion another time. I have a family emergency." A murmur rippled across the room. Some exchanged glances, others gave me stiff nods of sympathy, though I couldn't care less whether they understood or not. I was already on my feet, sliding my phone into my pocket. My thoughts spun wildly. I needed to know what was happening. As soon as I exited the building and slid into my car, I pulled out my phone and hit Cole's number. He answered almost immediately. "Cole, what happened?" His voice came through, rushed and heavy. "I went into Faye's room earlier to tell her about the council meeting. She didn't look well, Alex. Before I could even make sense of it, she fainted, and I carried her straight to the clinic." My knuckles whitened around the steering wheel. "Is she conscious now?" "Not yet. Mrs. Adams is with her." "I'm on my way," I muttered. My foot slammed on the accelerator, the engine roaring in response. "Stay with her. Don't leave her side until I get there." "Yes, Alpha." I ended the call and shoved the phone down, my focus narrowing on the road. The drive blurred, but my mind was anything but calm. What had I missed? She hadn't complained of anything, not to me. Was she hiding it? Was she overexerting herself? I cursed under my breath, guilt gnawing at me. Maybe there were signs, and I didn't notice. Last night she seemed fine. "You didn't pay attention. How could you have known?" Aiden's voice came on, strong. Even he was disappointed. What kind of mate, what kind of alpha didn't notice his Luna was unwell? The gates of the pack house came into view far too slowly for my liking. I didn't bother acknowledging the guards as they swung them open. My car screeched into the compound, and I was out before the engine fully stilled, striding toward the clinic. Cole was there, waiting in the reception area. The instant his eyes met mine, he stood. His posture was tense, his expression worried. "What's her condition?" I demanded. "Mrs. Adams told me to wait out here. She said she'd let me know once she was stable." My jaw clenched. "Stable? That's not good enough." Before he could respond, I pushed past him and into the hallway. I didn't care about instructions or protocols. When I shoved open the door, Mrs. Adams spun around, irritation flashing in her eyes, until she saw me. Her expression shifted instantly, replaced with a polite bow of respect. "Alpha," she greeted quickly. "How is she?" My gaze darted past her to the bed. Faye lay there, her skin pale, her hair damp against her forehead. My heart lurched at the sight. She looked so fragile, as though even my stare might break her. "She'll be fine," Mrs. Adams said, as though trying to calm me. "Her temperature should return to normal in a few minutes. I just administered an injection." "What caused it?" I stepped closer to the bed, unwilling to take my eyes off her. "Why did she faint?" Mrs. Adams hesitated. That hesitation sent a cold spike down my spine. "Well," I snapped. Her eyes flickered nervously before she answered. "Her system appears fine. We ran some tests, and everything came out clean. No infection, no internal issue I can pinpoint." She sighed. Her body simply shut down for a moment. The medication I gave her should eliminate the symptoms. I stared at her, disbelief and frustration tightening my throat. "So you don't know?" That didn't make any sense. Her lips pressed into a thin line. Not yet, Alpha, but I assure you, I will find out. We may need to run more tests when she regains consciousness. I nodded stiffly, though it did little to soothe the storm raging inside me. My gaze fell back to Faye. I reached for her hand, brushing my thumb over her cool skin. Why didn't you tell me? I murmured, even though I knew she couldn't hear me. Why did you keep this to yourself? She stirred faintly at the sound of my voice, her lashes fluttering. Relief crashed through me, though my chest still ached with unease. I wanted her awake, fully awake, looking at me, scolding me for hovering. I wanted her strong again, not lying here in this helpless state. Mrs. Adams moved to adjust the IV line, and I forced myself to step back, though every fiber in me screamed to stay close. As the minutes crawled by, I remained by her side, silently willing her to open her eyes. My thoughts circled endlessly. Was it exhaustion? Poison? Something supernatural even Mrs. Adams couldn't detect yet? Or was it something as simple and as shameful as me failing to notice my Luna breaking from stress? You're gonna be fine, Faye. You have to be. I can't. I cut myself off, swallowing the words. Faye. I blinked against the brightness, my lashes fluttering as the ceiling above me slowly came into focus. For a moment my mind was blank, no memory of where I was or how I had gotten here. And then I saw him. Alexander. Sitting right beside me, his body leaned slightly forward, his elbows resting on his knees, and his eyes fixed on me as though I might vanish if he looked away. His face was serious, blank, but there was something about the tight set of his jaw, the way his hand twitched slightly on his knee, that made my chest tighten. I frowned, confused. Alexander? My voice came out soft. You're awake. His tone was low. I shifted slightly, trying to take in my surroundings. This wasn't my room. The sterile white walls, the faint smell of medicine, the sight of medical equipment at the corner. It only took me a second to realize I was in the clinic. My confusion deepened. What am I doing here? I asked. His eyes stayed on mine, searching, like he was trying to read the thoughts tumbling in my head. How are you feeling? I opened my mouth to say I was fine, because that was my instinct, but then the memory slammed into me. The fire in my body, the pounding headache, the way the room had spun while Cole was talking to me about something. I couldn't even remember what. Then, nothing. Just darkness. I swallowed hard. I think I'm fine. The words sounded strange even to me. But what happened? I don't remember much after. I trailed off, suddenly feeling vulnerable under his gaze. Why am I here? You passed out, Alexander said simply. His tone was calm, but I caught the tightness in it. Cole brought you to the clinic. I blinked at him. Passed out. Just like that? I hadn't fainted since I was a child. I couldn't reconcile the thought. The idea that I'd collapsed, unconscious, and had to be carried here. It unsettled me deeply. I suddenly became aware of how intensely he was watching me, his eyes searching for something in mine, as though he expected me to reveal a hidden truth with a glance. My pulse jumped under that scrutiny. I looked away quickly. I'm fine, I said again, even though he hadn't asked a second time. Maybe I was trying to convince myself as much as him. What did the doctor say was wrong with me? For the first time since I opened my eyes, he looked uncertain. His mouth pressed into a line before he answered. She said it was nothing. All she did was give you something to control the fever. Nothing. My brows furrowed. That didn't make sense. His silence spoke volumes, and it unsettled me further. But after a moment I let out a small breath and leaned back. Maybe it was stress. Maybe it was exhaustion catching up with me. It had been a heavy week. Whatever it was, I felt better now. That was what mattered. How did you feel this morning? Alexander asked, as if he was trying to figure out something deeper. Strange. I felt like there was fire burning inside of me, and my head was aching like hell. It's hard to explain, I said. The door creaked open, and Cole stepped in. His eyes immediately darted to me, and when he saw me sitting up, his whole body seemed to relax. You're awake, he breathed out, almost like he'd been holding it in the entire time. How are you feeling? Fine, I repeated for what felt like the 10th time. Really, I'm okay now. Cole's eyes softened with relief, but before he could speak further, Alexander stood. His presence loomed for a moment, then he looked at Cole. Stay with her while I speak to the doctor. Cole nodded, and just like that, Alexander was gone. Cole walked over and took the seat Alexander had just vacated, his eyes studying me carefully. I couldn't help but roll my eyes playfully. Don't you start too? I just had a little fever symptom, and now both of you are staring at me like I'm some ticking bomb about to explode any moment. He chuckled, though the sound carried a nervous edge. Can you blame us? You scared everyone. I raised a brow at him, smirking faintly. By everyone, you mean yourself, right? Because I'm fairly certain no one around here actually gives a damn whether I'm breathing or not. His gaze softened, and the playfulness drained from his tone. I wasn't just talking about myself, Faye. Maybe not everyone cares, but there are people who do. He leaned back, his eyes thoughtful. Alexander was in the middle of a meeting when I texted him. The second he saw my message, he adjourned everything and rushed back here. Then, against the doctor's orders, he stormed into your room like a madman. I've never seen him like that. I blinked at him, surprised. He did all that? Yes, Cole said simply. I couldn't help the small laugh that escaped me, shaking my head. The image of Alexander, stoic, controlled Alexander, storming in against the rules almost made me laugh harder. Almost. Deep down, though, something shifted quietly inside me. A part of me was startled, maybe even touched, by how much he seemed to care. Irene is coming back home to the pack house too, Cole added. What? Are you serious? How many people did he call exactly? Before I could dwell on it, the door opened again. Alexander walked back in, Mrs. Adams following close behind. She approached me, her face calm but her eyes curious. How are you feeling now? She asked, already reaching to check my temperature. Fine, I answered for what felt like the 100th time today. If anyone asked again, I'd just nod. She examined me quickly, her brows lifting. The fever has disappeared completely. Everything is back to normal. She shook her head, muttering half to herself. Do you feel dizzy? No, I said. How about headache, or any weird feeling at all? I shook my head. Nothing. It's all gone. She raised an eyebrow. The medication should have helped, yes, but it shouldn't have cleared everything so abruptly, not without a trace. She moved back a little. I'll check on you later in the night to make sure we're not missing anything. Her words sent a ripple of unease through me. Even she seemed unsettled by the sudden disappearance of my symptoms. But in the end, she smiled reassuringly. You're discharged. You can go back to your quarters, but please, take it easy. Rest. Alexander immediately stepped forward, slipping a hand beneath my arm as though to help me rise. Can you walk? He asked, his voice softer than usual, careful. I looked at him, then at his hand, then back at him. Yes, I can walk. The truth was I felt perfectly fine. Not just fine, strong. Stronger than I had any right to feel after collapsing hours ago. It was almost unnerving, but I wasn't about to admit that out loud. Of course I'll walk, I said, standing on my own 2 feet. Not to prove a point, not to make a statement, but because I genuinely could. Cole and Mrs. Adams both watched, expectant, like I might crumble at any second. Alexander's hand hovered close, ready to catch me, but I didn't stumble. My steps were steady. I told you, I said lightly, offering a small smile. I'm all right. Faye. I shifted on the bed, fluffing the pillow behind me, even though Irene had already done it 3 times since she walked in. She had this way of fussing over me like a mother hen, and honestly, I couldn't decide if it was comforting or tiring. Probably a bit of both. I'm not leaving, she declared with her usual dramatic flair, flopping down beside me as if she had just taken a solemn oath. You're not stepping 1 foot out of this bed unless you're going to the bathroom. And even then... She narrowed her eyes in mock warning. I'll be standing right outside the door in case you need anything. That earned her a laugh from me, the kind that shook my shoulders until I pressed my palm against my chest. Oh, Irene, I managed between chuckles, I really did miss you. Only you would be this dramatic over a non-issue. Her face softened, though she was still pretending to pout. Well, excuse me for caring. Someone has to. And if I overreact, then tough luck, because you're stuck with me. I leaned my head back against the headboard, still smiling. The truth was, I had missed her. Irene had this energy, this fire, that could lighten even the heaviest mood. I hadn't realized how much I needed that until she walked into the room. But then her playful expression melted away. Her gaze settled on me with a seriousness that made my stomach tighten. Tell me the truth, Faye, she said quietly. Are you stressing over anything? And I don't mean the little stuff. I mean packed duties or, she hesitated, Alexander, or even Bella. Is there something eating at you? Because if the doctor said you're fine and yet you collapsed, maybe this is stress. I stared at her for a moment, considering her words. Stress. Was I stressed? I shook my head. Packed duties don't stress me, I began, trying to sound casual. If anything, I enjoy them. I hate being idle, you know that. Keeping busy makes me feel useful. I toyed with the edge of the blanket, my voice steady. And as for Alexander, I couldn't help the laugh that slipped past my lips. Honestly, Irene, that's hilarious. Someone who barely even notices I exist around here stressing me? No. If anything, I'm the one stressing him, always barging into his office, putting my nose where it doesn't belong. He only responds to me because he has no other choice. Irene raised a brow, but I pressed on before she could interrupt. And Bella? She's hardly a problem these days. We rarely cross paths. I think she found something that's keeping her busy. Irene shrugged, as though satisfied enough with my answer. Well, in that case, I'm just glad I came and found you in one piece. You should have seen the way my heart stopped when Alexander called. I imagined every worst-case scenario in the world before I got here. I blinked at her. Wait, Alexander called you? Her lips twitched with amusement. Of course. Who else? I assumed it was Cole, I admitted, my voice dropping. Not Cole. Irene smirked knowingly. Why would you even think it was him? I swallowed, not sure how to explain the thought. It just seemed like something Cole would have done. Straightforward, efficient, the logical choice. Alexander, he wasn't the type to reach for help when confused, at least not that I'd ever seen. The idea that he had been worried enough to call his sister about me, well, that was something else entirely. Irene must have noticed the shift in my expression because she tilted her head and said, maybe he just didn't know what else to do. You scared him, Faye. Confusion makes people act out of character sometimes. I couldn't dwell on it for too long. My eyelids grew heavy, and despite Irene's chatter beside me, I drifted into sleep. Alexander. I was still in my office, my phone pressed to my ear as I listened to the voice on the other end. I was halfway through giving a response when the door to my office opened without so much as a knock. My eyes flicked up immediately, irritation on the tip of my tongue, but it died before it could leave my lips. Irene stood there, her face pale, her breathing a little uneven, and the look in her eyes told me something was wrong. I cut the call short without even excusing myself. What is it? What's wrong? Is Faye all right? She shook her head almost frantically. You need to come with me. Now. The urgency in her tone pulled me up from my chair before I even had time to think. I didn't ask another question. I simply followed. When we reached Faye's room, Irene pushed the door open, and the moment I stepped inside, I froze for half a second. Then I rushed forward. She was on the bed, lying on top of damp sheets. Her skin glistened with sweat, her body trembling in a way that was far too violent to ignore. But it wasn't the kind of shiver that came from cold. No, it was something else entirely. I could feel the heat even from where I stood, radiating off her. Faye, I muttered, moving quickly to her side. Her eyes fluttered halfway open, then squeezed shut again as though the effort alone was too much. My hand brushed against her forehead and instantly recoiled. She was burning. Not just fever-hot, burning as though fire coursed beneath her skin. Irene, I barked, my tone sharper than I intended. Turn on the water in the bathroom, now. I wasn't sure it was the best move, but it was the only thing that came to mind. She didn't hesitate. She dashed toward the bathroom, and I bent down, slipping my arms beneath Faye's trembling body. She stirred, resisting weakly, her hands pushing faintly against my chest. Even then, half-conscious, fever-ridden, she was stubborn. Easy, I said, though my voice sounded rough in my own ears. Stop fighting. The heat from her body seared through my clothes the moment I lifted her off the bed. It was almost unbearable, like carrying a burning coal, and yet I held her tighter, adjusting her weight against me as I hurried into the bathroom. The sound of rushing water filled the air. Irene had already turned the faucet and the tub was filling fast. I didn't waste a second. Stepping into the bath, I sank down into the cool water with Faye still in my arms. The shock of it hit me first, the sudden chill against my skin, the soaking of my clothes, the heaviness of fabric clinging instantly to my body. But there was no time to care about that. The only thing that mattered was the fragile girl shivering against me, her head jerking faintly as if she couldn't keep still. I shifted so that her head rested against my shoulder, securing her in such a way that she wouldn't slip. If she thrashed too hard, she could hit her head against the side of the tub, and I wasn't about to let that happen. "Hold still," I muttered again, tightening my grip. "You're safe. Just stay." Her body trembled against mine, violent shakes that made it difficult to keep her steady. The water lapped over both of us, climbing higher. My arm stayed firm around her shoulders, the other pressed lightly against the back of her head to keep her steady. The heat radiating off her began to clash with the cool water, and I could feel the difference slowly taking effect. It wasn't instant, but it was happening. Her shivers grew less harsh, her breathing less erratic. I kept my eyes on her face the entire time, watching the subtle changes, searching for even the smallest sign of improvement. Minutes passed like hours. Then I felt her body slacken just slightly against mine. Her breathing became stable. Her head lolled a little against me. She was asleep, or something close to it. My heart tightened as I bent my head closer. "Faye." My voice came out softer than before. "Faye, can you hear me?" For a moment, there was nothing, no response. The panic clawed at me instantly, sharp and insistent, until she murmured something unintelligible, her lips barely moving, her voice nothing more than a breath. Relief broke through me in a rush. She was sleeping. I held her closer, lowering my face for a moment into the damp strands of her hair. The fever had not vanished entirely, but it was no longer scorching, no longer threatening to consume her entirely. I turned my head toward the doorway. Irene stood there, hovering uncertainly, her hands wringing together as though she didn't know what to do next. "Get a towel," I said. My voice carried more control than I felt at the moment, but it steadied her enough to move. She disappeared from the doorway immediately, footsteps fading as she went in search of what I asked for. I shifted slightly in the water, adjusting Faye's position so she was more comfortable against me. Immediately I got Faye out of the bathroom. I let Irene take care of her. "I'll get my phone. I need to call Mrs. Adams." I glanced at my watch. "I just hope she's still up. Alexander." I stood by the bedside, arms folded, my eyes fixed on Faye's face as Mrs. Adams moved about. Irene stood beside me, restless, wringing her hands and shifting her weight from one foot to the other. Every now and then, she would lean closer to me and whisper in a worried voice, "Why is she taking so long? Why isn't she saying anything? Do you think she'll be all right?" I didn't have the answers, though she looked at me as if I ought to. I could only shake my head and keep my focus on Mrs. Adams, who bent over Faye, her fingers pressed gently to her wrist, her other hand resting against Faye's forehead. The silence in the room was heavy, broken only by Irene's sighs and the occasional rustle of fabric as Mrs. Adams shifted. I had carried Faye here myself not too long ago, refusing to let her stay in her own room. Her sheets had been so drenched with sweat that it was impossible for her to remain there, and more than that, I couldn't bear the thought of leaving her unattended through the night. If something happened, I needed to be the first to know. I needed her close where I could keep watch. The minutes stretched into what felt like hours, and my patience began to thin. Just as I opened my mouth to ask, Mrs. Adams finally straightened and turned to us. "She's stable for now," she said. "I've given her something to help her rest through the night. I also took a sample and will run some more tests. I'll be back by morning to let you know whatever I find, if there's anything to find." She adjusted the strap of her bag and added, "In case there's any emergency, don't hesitate to call me." I inclined my head respectfully. "Thank you, Mrs. Adams." Her work was done, but my night was only beginning. I glanced at Irene, who looked pale with worry, her shoulders slumped. "I'll see her off," I told her, and without waiting for a response, I walked Mrs. Adams out of the room and down the corridor. I thanked her again at the door, and she gave me one of those brief nods of assurance before disappearing into the night. When I returned, Irene was still by the bed, her eyes on Faye as if she feared she might vanish if she looked away. I stepped closer and said gently, "You should rest, Irene. I'll take care of her from here." She blinked at me, torn. The exhaustion on her face was obvious. "Are you sure?" she asked. "I can sit with you a while longer." I don't mind. I shook my head. Don't worry, I'll call you if I need you. For a moment, she hesitated, as if trying to read my resolve. Then she nodded reluctantly. Good night, Alex. Call me if anything changes. I will. Rest well. She slipped quietly from the room, and the door clicked shut behind her. I walked slowly toward the bed, my steps quiet, as if I might disturb her sleep. I eased myself onto the mattress, careful not to jostle her, and leaned back against the headboard. I studied her in silence. She looked so breakable, so unlike the girl who had stood tall only days ago, facing challenges with a strength she probably didn't even realize she had. And yet here she was, weakened, vulnerable, and it tore something inside me. I wished I could take it all away, the fever, the exhaustion, the pain. I wished I could carry it for her, whatever it was that weighed her down. But all I could do was sit here and watch, guard her through the night, and hope that by morning there would be some answer, some explanation, something that would point me toward a way to help her. I woke up to voices. They weren't loud, but steady enough to reach me. The first thing I saw was not my ceiling. My walls weren't covered with paintings. The air even smelled different. I was in Alexander's room. And then I saw them. 3 figures standing close to me. Alexander, Irene, and Mrs. Adams. For a moment I just blinked, trying to register why they were all standing so still, their attention fixed on me as though I had just returned from a long journey. My throat was dry, but words managed to scrape out. What happened? My voice cracked. The silence that followed stretched for what felt like forever, until Mrs. Adams finally moved closer. Her lips curled into a gentle smile, one of those smiles meant to soothe rather than celebrate. Welcome back, Luna, she said softly. How do you feel this morning? I swallowed, uncertain whether I should even try to speak again. I think I'm fine. But was I? The more I searched my head, the more fragmented everything felt. Pieces of last night came and went like torn pages scattered across the floor. I remembered sitting with Irene, her laughter, her teasing words, the comfort of knowing she was near. I remembered the sudden heaviness tugging at me, pulling me down into a strange sleep I couldn't fight. And then, water. Yes, water. I remembered water everywhere, cold and overwhelming, and him. Alexander holding me in his arms inside a bathtub that felt far too deep, his face pale, eyes frantic. But had that really happened, or had it been just a fever dream? Before I could say anything again, Mrs. Adams finished running whatever last check she was doing and turned to Alexander. Her expression shifted from soft to serious. Alpha Alexander, may I have a word with you? Alexander gave a small nod, already straightening to follow her lead. But something inside me rebelled against being dismissed like that, as though I were an object being discussed rather than the person lying in the middle of this storm. I pushed myself up slightly. No, I said. Whatever it is, you can say it here. It concerns me, right? Mrs. Adams hesitated. Her eyes flicked toward Alexander, clearly asking for his decision. For a second, I thought he would refuse. He had that look about him. But then he glanced back at me, and he nodded. Go ahead. Mrs. Adams drew in a slow breath. Very well. After all the tests I've run, I still can't find anything. Not a single medical cause that explains what's happening to Luna Fay. Nothing. After everything I'd been through last night, after feeling as though my body was being torn apart, she was saying there was nothing? Alexander's voice cut in, sharp and frustrated. How is that possible? I was there. I saw it. You're telling me none of that makes sense? That it just happened twice in the same day with no reason? I had never seen him look so restrained and yet so close to snapping. His tone wasn't raised, but every word trembled with suppressed anger. Mrs. Adams kept her composure, though. She folded her hands neatly in front of her. I understand your frustration, Alexander, but there has to be something wrong, even if I can't find it yet. And considering how severe her state was, I don't believe it's something mild like a fever or stress. I fear it may be supernatural. The word lingered in the room. Supernatural. I didn't even know how to respond to that. My heart began racing, pounding against my ribs so hard it almost hurt. Alexander leaned forward, his eyes narrowing. You handle supernatural cases too, don't you? That's part of what you do. So you should be able to figure it out, right? There was a long pause. Finally, Mrs. Adams shook her head slowly. I tried, but this is beyond my knowledge. Silence followed again, heavier this time. Irene shifted uncomfortably in her seat before speaking up. So what now? What are we supposed to do? Just sit around and wait until it happens again? The sound of her voice cracked something in me. That was exactly what I was afraid of, that all of them would eventually give up and leave me to wait for the next wave of whatever this was. My fingers curled into the sheets tightly, though I didn't speak. Mrs. Adams shook her head. No, there is someone who might be able to help, someone with knowledge far beyond mine. She might have answers. Immediately, Alexander straightened. Who? His voice was clipped, as though ready to move the moment a name was given. And why didn't you mention this sooner? I apologize, Mrs. Adams said, bowing her head slightly. But I wasn't certain until now. Besides, I thought you would have considered that option already. I'm talking about Helen Blackwell. The air in the room shifted. Alexander and Irene looked at each other, their expressions tightening in the same way, as if they'd both stumbled upon an obvious truth far too late, like they felt stupid for not thinking along that line all along. I stared between them, baffled, my chest tightening with unease. They knew the name. I didn't. My lips parted before I even realized I was speaking. Who's Helen Blackwell? For a moment, Alexander didn't answer. He just stared at me. But then at last he said it in the calmest tone possible. My mother. Faye. When Mrs. Adams finally left the room, her footsteps fading down the hall, Irene turned toward me with a small smile. I'll be back later, she said softly, almost as if she didn't want to intrude further. And just like that, she slipped out too, leaving me alone with Alexander. The silence that followed pressed heavily on me. I became suddenly aware of myself, my body, my clothes, or rather, my lack of them. Heat flushed my face as I looked down and realized again what I was wearing. The fabric of the shirt I had on was too big, the sleeves almost swallowing my arms, the hem brushing my thighs. I didn't even have to guess whose it was. Alexander's. The problem wasn't just that it was his shirt, it was that I could feel there was nothing beneath it. No underclothes, nothing between the fabric and my skin. My stomach twisted at the thought. And to make matters worse, I was lying in his bed while he stood a few feet away, his eyes watching me like a hawk. I swallowed hard, resisting the urge to pull the covers tighter around myself. No, I couldn't let my mind spiral into this right now. There were bigger things to think about. Focus, Faye. I cleared my throat awkwardly, forcing myself to meet his gaze even though it made me feel some type of way. Why does Mrs. Adams think your mother would have answers? My voice sounded small, cautious, but at least I managed to ask. Alexander didn't look surprised at the question. In fact, he moved almost too casually, walking over to the chair near the bed and sitting down. He leaned back, arms resting on the armrest, as if he were preparing to tell a story he'd told before. But I knew better than to expect any simple response. My mother, he began, his tone calm and measured, was born into a rare bloodline, the bloodline of the first Alpha, so she has the gift. I blinked. The first Alpha? I'd heard something like that once, but I knew nothing about it. He nodded, his gaze steady, almost challenging me to follow along. But it's not just blood. She studied the supernatural for decades, herbs, spells, curses, bonds, rituals, you name it. She was gifted, people say. Almost nothing in the supernatural world passed by her unnoticed. If anyone has answers to what's happening to you, it's her. I found myself nodding, even though the weight of his words pressed into me. The first Alpha's bloodline, a woman who studied everything about the supernatural. His mother wasn't just some ordinary figure. She was rooted in power and knowledge that I couldn't even begin to fathom. Before I could stop myself, another question slipped out of my mouth. The kind of question you ask without thinking, the kind you regret instantly. But why does she have the same last name as you? The words hung in the air, and my heart immediately sank. Why did I say that? I guess it was just me trying to escape the awkward silence. I would have walked out of the room already, but I didn't feel comfortable with the idea of letting him watch me walk out wearing only his shirt. I hoped he would get fed up with my unnecessary questions and leave. I thought back to what I knew, or thought I knew, about mates. Didn't mates usually keep their own names? At least that was what I had assumed. Yet Alexander's mother's last name, Blackwell, was the same as his father's. Blackwell wasn't hers by birth, it was his. I wished I could snatch the question back. Alexander stared at me, his expression blank. For a second I thought he might be angry, or maybe amused, or maybe he was simply deciding how much to tell me. Finally he said quietly, "You'll just have to ask her yourself when you see her later today." Later today. The realization hit me harder than the fever had. I was going to meet his mother, today. A tight knot formed in my stomach, and I couldn't shake it. Meeting Alexander's mother for the first time under any circumstance would have been nerve-wracking. But like this, sick, weak, under suspicion of something supernatural being wrong with me, my palms grew damp just thinking about it. What would she think of me? Would she see weakness in my face, in the way I'd collapsed not once but twice within a single day? Would she think I wasn't strong enough to stand beside her son? And worse, what if she saw something else? What if she looked at me and declared that I was cursed or tainted or dangerous? What if this strange illness wasn't just an illness but something darker, something that would make her question why her son had chosen me at all? My chest tightened. I turned my head slightly, pretending to adjust the pillow just to avoid his piercing gaze. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed him glance at his watch. His expression shifted. "I have some matters to attend to," he said at last, rising from the chair. "But Irene and Cole will be around in case you need anything." In case I need anything. I knew what that meant. I almost snapped back instantly, the words already forming on my tongue. I don't need anyone hovering over me. I'm not fragile, but the protest died in my throat before it could take shape. I thought back to yesterday when Cole had to rush me to the clinic. I thought back to last night, the heat, the shivering, the weightlessness as my body had nearly given up. I thought of Alexander's arms holding me steady in the bathtub. I thought of waking up in his bed, wearing his shirt, with no memory of how I even got there. I couldn't deny the truth. I had no right to argue that I didn't need help or that I wasn't fragile, not after what they had gone through because of me. I bit down on the inside of my cheek, letting the words dissolve unsaid. When I finally looked back up at Alexander, I noticed something else. His face was composed as always, but his eyes had faint shadows beneath them, the kind that only came from a night without sleep. My heart twisted unexpectedly. He had stayed up watching over me. I only nodded, forcing my voice to remain even. "All right." He paused briefly, as if waiting to see if I'd say more. Then he inclined his head slightly. "I'll be back in a few hours. Then we'll leave for my mother's." "Alexander," I called out, and he turned to look at me. "Thank you." He nodded. "Rest.